Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part: what if Harry Potter escaped Dumbledore's control and forged his own destiny? Here is short summary. When Harry Potter begins making his own choices, Dumbledore's influence over his life begins to fade, forcing Harry to step out of the Headmaster's shadow and forge his own destiny. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Tuesday, September 1st, 1992, dawned with bright sunshine. Of course, since Harry lived in the center of London, one of the most polluted cities in the world, the sun shone through a haze of smog. After yawning, scratching and farting, Harry made his way to the bathroom, peeing noisily and brushing his teeth, desperate to remove the taste and smell of moldy carpet from his mouth. A quick workout, followed by a long, hot shower, soon cleared his mind, and 3 liters of coffee provided him with enough energy to amble around his flat. He put Hedwig in her cage, ignoring her squawk of protest, because he had a vague feeling of needing her. Of course, he expected Dobby to seal the barrier again, so Hedwig would be necessary. He explained this to his familiar, but she was sulking, so he passed her a treat, hoping to mollify her enough. He grabbed his trunk, shrinking it down and slipping it into his pocket. There's a thought. How am I supposed to walk the streets with an owl cage? Naya, this is London. I doubt people would notice if I walked down the street BPD. He shrugged, deciding against taking the flow, simply because he had no desire to go flying out the other end, especially since he was carrying Hedwig. Making sure everything was switched off, he activated the safety systems in his flat, a fire-fighting charm, as well as a stasis charm, making sure his venomous tentacular wouldn't eat everything in the building while he was gone, and left, whistling gaily. His arrival at King's Cross 10 minutes later went without remark. People just bustled past him, ignorant of the fact he was holding a diurnal bird of prey. Londoners, he scoffed as he entered the cafe, quickly ordering himself a coffee and a muffin. While he was waiting, he flicked through the Financial Times, happily noting that the stock value of his recent investments into mobile phone companies had gone up significantly. That'll cheer the goblins up. A shriek of pleasure announced the arrival of Hermione, as she rushed over and wrapped him in a hug. Her parents had dropped her off outside the station, knowing that she needed to speak to Harry in private. She went to the counter and ordered herself a Diet Coke and a bag of crisps, before sitting opposite Harry, looking distinctly nervous. "So, Hermione," Harry said firmly. "It's fine. Stop it. I know Lockhart attracts young witches. Don't like it, but I know it happens. I'd have thought you'd have been immune to his charms." "I will be, Harry," Hermione replied. "It's just he's famous." "So am I, Hermione," Harry replied quietly. "No," she contradicted. "You're just Harry." "Yes, okay," he said simply. "But, please, if you'd rather chase after him, let me know, so I don't waste my time with you." She reached over and took his hand. "You're not wasting time with me, Harry. I like you. I like being your girlfriend. I wouldn't risk that by lusting after him. Then we're good, my only." He smiled at her and squeezed her hand, reaching up with his free hand to drink his coffee. The two sat in the cafe until 10:55. Harry noticed the time, and stood up quickly. He grabbed Hermione's trunk, and loaded it onto a trolley. Hermione grabbed Crookshank's carrier, and the two walked towards platform 9 3/4 at a brisk clip. In front of them, the Weasley family passed through the portal, leaving Ron out, who was fussing with his trolley. "We need to hurry, Harry," Hermione said. "It's almost time for the train to set off." Harry increased his pace, Hermione keeping pace next to him. In front of them, Ron was still manhandling his trolley. Harry broke into a trot, remembering that it was best to go through the portal at a brief run. However, his plan was thwarted when the trolley impacted the wall savagely, throwing him to the floor, and letting Hermione's trunk and Hedwig's owl cage collapse on top of him. Hermione managed to pull herself to a stop before impact. Behind them, Ron was scowling at the two. "Are you gonna sit out here all bloody day?" he snapped. Harry looked up, ignoring the hostility in the tone. "The portal's shut," he said, placing his hand on the wall. Normally, his hand would have passed through, but now it rested on the cold brick. Why has the portal shut? The trio looked up at the clock hanging from the ceiling. Oh, no, Hermione cried. It's 11 o'clock. The train will have gone, now. Ron looked at them for a moment, before his face lit up. I know. My dad's car flies. He looked at Hermione. We could use that to fly to Hogwarts. Hermione glanced at Harry, matching his expression of incredulity. Are you serious? She snapped. You expect us to take an illegal flying car to school? Yeah, Ron said in a jaunty tone, nodding vigorously. No, Harry replied, using the exact same tone of voice. I refuse. I'll send Hedwig on. Ron scowled at Harry, before turning to Hermione, who shook her head. He grabbed his trolley and dashed out of the door. Shouldn't we stop him? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. I seriously doubt we could, at least, not without hexing him. And we can't do that in public. He had the sound of the battered Ford Anglia start up, Ron grinding on the gears before the car backfired. Harry peered out of the door, and saw the Anglia, in full view of the people around the train station, start to rise into the air. The Obliviators'll have a hell of a time explaining that one. He muttered, before heading out of the exit. What do we do now, Harry? Hermione asked, following him out of the door. And why couldn't we get through the portal? Well, the first part's simple. We head back to my place, and I'll send Hedwig on to Professor Dumbledore explaining that we couldn't get through. Then, we might as well take a portkey directly to school. As to your other question, I don't think I can really explain that Dobby's being a little ass and trying to keep me away. Once the two were outside, they ducked into an alley to shrink Hermione's trunk, and headed into the sunshine, Hermione shyly taking Harry's hand, and leading them back to Charing Cross Road. And where do we get a portkey from? Hermione asked, squeezing his hand gently. Normally, you'd need to contact the Ministry of Magic, who'd charge you for it. Normally. Well, Harry blushed lightly. As the head of an ancient and noble family, I automatically have portkey creation rights, so I can make them. I've been playing around with them over the summer. I thought I could use them instead of the flow. Hermione sniggered. She'd seen Harry's attempts to flow. No matter how he entered the fireplace, he'd come flying out of the other end. I understand that, Harry. I've seen you flow. Harry mock glared at her, before relenting, and letting out a small laugh. The main problem I've found with portkey travel as well, it leaves me feeling BPD. Naked. Hermione squeaked. Not literally. Harry was quick to reassure her. I don't mean that you end up unclothed at the end of the journey. It's just, he thought for a moment. How best to describe the sensation? Imagine being in the eye of a cyclone, spinning around wildly. That, combined with the sensation of somebody dragging you around by a hook in the navel, and that's a portkey. Hermione wrinkled her nose. Sounds unpleasant. Harry nodded. It is. So, I started thinking to myself. What if you were inside a portkey? How would that work? Hermione asked, entering the leaky cauldron, Harry close on her heels. Well, I was thinking. If you were to make a portkey out of a box or something, you'd be inside, and the portkey itself would contain the momentum, leaving you without the horrid sensation. That sounds like it makes sense. Hermione allowed. You'd be a bit uncomfortable, though, being inside a box. Harry scoffed as he opened the portal onto Diagon Alley. Hermione, do you forget you're a witch? All you'd need is a space expansion charm, and you'd have plenty of room. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Sometimes, Harry, in my excitement, I do forget some of the important parts of our world. She gave a mock sniff. That's no reason to mock me. Harry could read Hermione like a book, and gave her a hug, even though he knew she wasn't upset. You know I'm not mocking you, Hermione. My only. He added the last part tenderly. She rolled her eyes at him. Are you going to insist on using that nickname? She asked. I think it fits you rather well. Harry defended himself. You are my only, Hermione. He gave her his, heart-stoppingly gorgeous, smile, making her knees go weak for a moment. Fine, she pouted. I still need a nickname for you, though, Harry. The two approached the vacant shop, No. 93 Diagon Alley. Harry glanced around, making sure no one was looking as he opened the door. They entered the flat, Harry locking the door behind them. I'm sure you'll think of something, my only. She looked around. So, where's this box? She asked. Don't tell me you don't have one. Harry took her hand, and led her to his bedroom. Harry, if my parents were to walk in. He rolled his eyes. Please, I'm 12. Not quite ready to do that. He cocked his eyebrow. Yet, he added impishly. Hermione looked at him, probing him with an intense stare. He shifted, slightly uncomfortable with Hermione blatantly checking him out. Plumbing's not quite ready for that. She relented, smiling warmly at him. Not a problem. I'm not ready to do that, either. Although when I am, I hope it's with you. Harry opened one of the cupboards in his room, where a tall shiny silver box rested. It was about 7 feet tall, 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep. On the top was a white light. Not a lot of room in there. Hermione commented. Harry arched a brow at her, making her nod in realization. Right, space expansion charm. Got it. He opened the door, letting her in. She got her first glimpse, and let out a tiny gasp. Inside the box was a large, well-lit room. In the center of the room was a round console, with some kind of technological device sitting on top. For a moment, she thought the blue spikes inside looked like interlocking fingers, before she made her way over, and looked at the console. There were a number of pieces of technology on the console. The only thing she truly recognized was a laptop computer, which appeared to be melded to the console. Harry, what is all this? Harry went over to the console, and tapped a few buttons. It's mainly Muggle electronics, charmed to work off magic. Have you heard of the GPS system? She nodded. Her dad had been desperate to buy one of the devices when it had been released a couple of years ago. From what I understand, satellites in orbit determine where you are, and give you your exact position, to a couple of feet. Spot on, Harry said, smiling at her warmly. There's a GPS positioning scanner inside the console. As such, we'll always know where the box lands. What else? Harry looked at the packed console. Well, the laptop's for interfacing with the GPS scanner, has a database I've been putting together. It's also useful as a CD player, and can play games on it. He looked at her, a little sheepish when he admitted that. That panel, he pointed to a large panel, with a shiny reflective surface, a few buttons and an odd funnel, is for communications. The mirror is the same as I gave you for last Christmas, the buttons are actually runes. That weird little nozzle is a connection to the flow system. You can't travel through it, but you can use it to communicate. Hermione ambled over, looking at a small numerical keypad. What about this? Harry glanced down. Ah, that hooks into the portable telecommunications network. Huh, it's a link into the mobile telephone grid. You can use that to contact any telephone line in the world. He grinned at the last part. It's free, too. Hermione glanced at him. And is that legal? She asked archly. Well, Harry glanced at her. It's not illegal as such. What about this bit? Hermione had abandoned her bollocking for the next panel. Ah, the internal dimensions. Harry said, eager to leave the telling off. Basically, it's another set of runes for manipulating the space enchantment charms. You can use that to expand the inside, or shrink it down. Hermione nodded. This is really cool, Harry. How did you make it? Harry picked a book up off the floor, and handed it to her. It was a runes textbook, an old one by the look of it. It's all in there. It took me a while to inscribe the runes. And, I had to use blood runes, so that only I would be able to use it. Hermione stared at him. And how does this console work with the box? If you make this into a portkey, wouldn't just the console go? Again, runes. Harry said. The center of this console is sitting on a well, I call it a runic keystone, which is etched into the floor of the box. That, and a permanent sticking charm. Hermione's brain began working through the details. So the console itself becomes the portkey, which takes the rest of the box, and whatever's inside it, to wherever it needs to go. Harry nodded. In a word, yes. The best part is, there's a small reactor inside the console, so it doesn't take loads of magic to make it work. Do you have blueprints? And the arithmancy formula you used on it? She batted her eyelashes at him. I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. I'll show you some other time. He grumbled. Making his way around the console, he jabbed a few buttons on the computer, then began typing. Okay, where should we end up? Hermione had opened the old textbook, and was starting to make her way through. Sorry, Harry, what was that? When we set off, where should we end up? Hogsmeade train station. Outside the main gates. The main doors. The Great Hall. Where should we materialize? Looking impish, Hermione grinned at him. I take it you want to make an entrance. Hermione. Harry looked innocently at her. I'm shocked and disappointed you'd think that of me. You know how much I hate my fame. Why would I do more to call attention to myself? She stared at him, hard, for a few moments. All right, fine, yes, I do want to make an entrance. He pondered for a moment. Well, a better entrance than shit for brains Weasley'll make, anyway. So, Great Hall. During the sorting would have the most impact. Harry tapped a few more buttons, setting the coordinates on the console. Okay, coordinates are set. All we'll need to do is activate it, and then we'll set off. It'll take about 10 minutes to go from here to northern Scotland, and the sorting usually begins at about 7, so we'll set off at 6:50, yeah. She nodded at him. Now, I'd better send Hedwig off. It's good manners to tell Dumbledore that we'll be a little late. He quickly scribbled a note. Oh, and let Crooks out of his basket, will ya? He'll be in an evil mood if he's in there for too long. Hermione complied, letting her cat out of the basket. Harry cleared his throat. Now, listen here, Furball. You destroy any of my curtains, and you'll end up singing soprano, is that clear? Crookshanks just gave him a nasty look, and leapt up to the back of the couch, before he promptly fell asleep. Harry, shaking his head, made his way over to Hedwig's cage. Hey there, beautiful. Can you take this letter to Dumbledore for me? Just let him know that we'll be a bit late. When you've dropped it off, head up to the Ollery for a sleep, okay? Hedwig nodded, before flying out of the apartment. So we appear to have several hours to kill, Miss Granger. He said, leading her into the living room. What shall we occupy ourselves with now? The two had occupied themselves with watching Bond movies, eating enough junk food to cause cavities and sneaking little keys while changing tapes. Hermione had tried to play Time Crisis on his PlayStation, but was utterly crap. She just didn't have the killer instinct necessary to blow the bad guys away. I'll need to change that for the future. At 6:30, Harry had Hermione try to get the evil cat back in his travel carrier. At 6:45, they finally succeeded, Crookshanks hissing and spitting a storm at Harry. Hey, don't pick of me, evil git. Harry spat at the cat. It's not my bloody fault. He glanced up at Hermione. Why did I pick him for you in the first place? He's gorgeous, Harry. Hermione said primly. He's a very nice cat. He's a twisted, evil little bastard. Harry mumbled under his breath. Honestly, he wasn't nearly this nasty to me the first time around. Actually, that's something to think about. He and Hermione bustled themselves into the portkey box, Hermione gently placing Crook's carrier on the floor, while Harry carelessly dropped Hedwig's empty cage. Are you ready for this? He asked. Hermione suddenly looked up. I thought this was supposed to be a smooth ride. Oh, it should be. Harry replied, before grinning at her. Did I forget to mention I haven't actually tested it yet? What? Is it safe? Harry didn't answer. He just jabbed a button the console. Underneath the floor, a loud, ominous clang was heard, as the blue fingers at the center of the console began to move up and down. What's happening? Hermione called over the noise. The gyroscope's starting up, Harry replied. It should quieten down. The noise faded to a background level. Right about now, the gyroscope needs to get up to speed. Basically, you spin at something like 600 revolutions per minute using a portkey, so the computer works out how fast the gyroscope needs to spin in the opposite direction, canceling out the nauseating sensation. The floor began to vibrate slightly, before evening out. Takes about 10 seconds for everything gets up to speed, and now we're moving through a magical vortex. The blue fingers in the console moved up and down regularly, a faint wheezing, groaning sound coming from them. So, we should be there in about 10 minutes. Harry said, stepping back from the console and sitting on one of the chairs, bolted to the railing surrounding the console. Hermione let go of the console, and sat on the chair next to her boyfriend. Harry. Yes, gorgeous. He replied, noting that she yet again blushed at the compliment. I swear I'll be good around Lockhart this year. Hermione, please, leave it. We've had the discussion, it's sorted, over, forgotten. Let's worry about the fop if he does anything annoying in future. For now, it's me and you, my only. Me and you. She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Me and you, Harry. She replied. I just wanted you to know, though. I know, sweetie. In the Great Hall, moods were strained. Ron Weasley's unorthodox arrival had sent Snape into a massive rant on foolish Gryffindors. It didn't help that McGonagall agreed with him, assigning Weasley a month of detention with Mr. Filch. Of course, when Ron had told McGonagall and Snape that Harry and Hermione couldn't get through the barrier, but had refused to join him, they became a little worried. That worry faded when Harry's owl arrived, bearing a note saying the two would be arriving by Portkey at around 7 p.m. Dumbledore had read the note, one bushy eyebrow raising up, as he wondered how young Harry would get hold of a portkey, or how he expected to portkey through the heavy wards surrounding the school. He wasn't too worried, though. When Harry couldn't get through, he'd be able to go and get him, thereby earning himself more points with the boy who lived, and getting himself one step closer to being able to guide the boy in the direction he needed to go. McGonagall led the first years into the hall, and took up her customary place at the side of the stool with the sorting hat on. She was about to call out the first name, when a wheezing, groaning sound filled the air. All the teachers, and several of the older students, drew their wands. Quickly looking around, McGonagall saw a flashing light in the corner of the hall, just next to the stage and staff table. As the sound got louder, a tall silver box began to appear, filling slowly as the sound reached a crescendo, then became silent. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Harry Potter, carrying a trunk, and Hermione Granger, holding a pet carrier with a spitting animal inside. Harry waited until Hermione was out, then shut the door, and waved his wand. The box made a strange, blip, noise, the light on top flashing once. Before the wheezing groaning sound started up, the box gradually began to dematerialize. Harry took Hermione's free hand, and led her to the Ravenclaw table, ignoring the odd glances he was receiving from the rest of the students. "Thank you, Harry," Hermione said as she sat down. Harry looked up at the staff table, smiling at Dumbledore's gobsmacked expression. "Good evening, sir. Sorry we're late. Had a bit of problems getting onto platform 9 3/4. "Oh, of course, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore replied. "Still, you're here, now." He turned to his deputy. "Please, carry on with the sorting, Minerva." Harry watched the sorting with ambivalence. Most of the people there waiting to be sorted were in the right houses. There was only one that Harry wanted to influence. When the name was called, Lovegood, Luna, Harry sat up marginally straighter in his chair. When the hat fell on her head, Harry swore he could hear the sorting hat start to giggle. "This one is different." The hat sent via legilimens to Harry's mind. "She is, isn't she?" A thought occurred to Harry. "Adrian, can you do IQ tests?" "Yes, I can. In fact, I do. I measure everyone's intelligence when they place me on their head." After a moment, the hat started up again. "In case you were wondering, your IQ is 196. And Hermione's 202. Only 3 people smarter than her in the history of my sorting." Out of idle curiosity, who were they? Rowena Ravenclaw, Wendelin the Weird, in 1487, and Lily Evans in 1971. Huh, curious. You're wondering about Miss Lovegood, I assume. She's 199. She's Ravenclaw material, definitely. Well, that was my first instinct as well. I assume, since your knowledge of the future includes her, that you know she's different from most people. Very much so. She was one of my best friends. I hope she'll be that again. Very well, m'lord. Ravenclaw. The hat shouted. Luna stood up calmly, taking the hat off, and placing it back on the small stool. She calmly skipped down the aisle, causing several people to laugh, before she stopped directly in front of Harry. He looked at her, curious as to why she'd stopped there. "I've been told to tell you something," Luna said in that sing-song way. Harry's brow arched. "Oh, yes," Luna replied. All of a sudden, her dreamy air vanished, as her eyes turned jet black. This was a new one to Harry. When she'd channeled visions before, her eyes turned pure white. Never black. Her voice became harsher. "The stream has been diverted by your actions. The lessons you learned have become unraveled." She grabbed his face with both hands, her fingertips resting against his temples, as she leaned forward. "Embrace eternity, warrior, and learn." She key-ed him. Out of her eyes and mouth, streams of yellow energy pulsed into Harry, who after a moment started to scream into her mouth. He dropped to his knees, Luna dropping right with him, as the energy transferred. Hermione leapt to her feet, drawing her wand from her sleeve. She couldn't think of what spell to use, as anything she shot at Luna could hit Harry. "Stop!" she shouted. At the head table, Dumbledore leapt to his feet, making his way around the table, closely followed by McGonagall, Flitwick and Snape. They stood behind Luna, very aware of the energy fluctuations she was causing. In the background, all 400+ students in the hall could hear a 4-note drumbeat, repeating over and over. The instant it stopped, Harry slumped backwards, closely followed by Luna. Hermione dropped to her knees, pulling Harry's head into her lap. "Harry, are you okay?" Luna slowly, almost painfully, pulled herself to her knees, panting heavily. Hermione shot daggers at her. "What did you do to him?" she spat. Luna's determined air was replaced by her conventional serene madness. "I don't know," she said, her voice back to its dreamy normality. "I didn't understand the words." "What words?" Hermione asked quickly. Luna fixed her with a gaze. "I was told to email an upgrade to him. I don't know what that means." "It means you were passing information to me." Harry's dry, scratchy voice suddenly spoke up. He opened his eyes, hissing in pain before he closed them again. "Oh, migraine, migraine." As if on cue, Madame Pomfrey entered the hall, rushing straight to Harry with her bag. "What's wrong?" she snapped. "Headache potion, please," Harry requested, keeping his eyes closed. A vial was pressed into his hand, which he quickly swallowed, gagging for a moment on the revolting taste, before his headache began to fade. He sat up, quickly wriggling, to make sure everything was working. He fixed Luna with a sharp gaze. "Luna?" he asked calmly. "Yes, Harry," Luna sing-songed. "If you ever feel a need to do that again, bloody warn me." Harry slowly pulled himself to his feet, before slumping onto the bench. Hermione quickly sat next to him, squeezing his hand. He pulled it loose, and wrapped it around her shoulder, pulling her close. "I'm all right." Luna sat on the bench next to him. "I'm sorry, Harry." "I know, Luna," he replied. "A bit of warning would have been nice, though." Dumbledore cleared his throat. Harry looked up. "Oh, sorry, sir. What is happening, Mr. Potter?" he asked. "Damned if I know, Headmaster." Harry replied casually. "From what I can tell, Luna passed something, some kind of knowledge into my brain. Could just be a recipe for a perfect chicken soup, as far as I can tell." Luna shook her head. "It's not. I don't like chicken soup." Harry closed his eyes. "Treacle sponge pudding," he said after a moment. "It's very fattening, you know, Luna. Especially if made with proper custard." She just smiled, looking at Dumbledore curiously. "I believe we should continue this conversation later." Dumbledore replied firmly. "Wouldn't be any point, Headmaster." Harry said, equally as firmly. "Whatever this is, it's protected. I can feel it integrating with my mind, and there's a hell of a lot of protection mixed in with it." Dumbledore just walked away, shaking his head in disappointment. "Harry," Hermione whispered from next to him. "Later, Hermione," Harry said, gesturing to the student population, who suddenly seemed to find Harry so very interesting. "Too many people around here." After the puddings had vanished from the table, drawing a tiny mow, and of protest from a certain own first year, Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a new year here at Hogwarts. Now that we're all fed and watered, I have a few start-of-term announcements for you. All students, especially the Gryffindor 4th years, should note that the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds. That's why we call it the Forbidden Forest, instead of the you shouldn't really go there forest. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors. The list of banned items has now reached 221 items. The entire list can be seen in Mr. Filch's office if you so desire. This year, we have a new teacher. Please welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart." The irritating man stood up, waving around and smiling that inane grin at anything female. Harry felt, rather than saw, the mood in the room change. A cloud of pheromones rose up, choking the hall. Deciding to be irritating, Harry rested his head on his fists, and stared at the man, sighing dreamily. Padma looked up. "Harry." He looked at her, and sighed. "He's so pretty," he said, getting a few odd looks from the people sitting near him. Hermione leaned in to whisper in his ear. "You look like a bloody idiot, Harry." He stared at her, arching an eyebrow. She nodded, grimacing slightly. Yes, I know I was one when I met him in the bookshop. I'm better now, promise. Padma realized she was being a bit obvious with her crush, so just helped herself to a glass of water. She glanced around, noting that even some of the teachers were staring at the new professor. She leaned towards Harry. Do we all look that bloody stupid? Harry nodded, grinning at her. She decided, there and then, to ruthlessly stamp the crush out of her system. When the feast had ended, Harry and Hermione vanished to the first empty classroom they could find. As expected, Hermione was positively bristling with questions. Harry cut her off before she could begin. Hermione, let me tell you what I know. But, this information has to be kept secret. Not just for me, but for everyone. She nodded, a bit put out that he'd interrupted her rant. Luna is a seer. Not a fraud like Trelawney, but a genuine seer. She has visions of the future. When she key, me and I know you didn't like that. I didn't either, she passed some of that knowledge on. I don't know why. Hermione thought for a moment. So she gave you a vision of the future. Harry pondered for a moment. I think so. Divination's such a woolly bloody discipline. The future's not set, though. There's no fate but what we make for ourselves. A man looks one way and coughs, the world lives. He looks another way and coughs, the world dies. Chaos theory. Something like that, Harry said. But temporal mechanics scares the crap out of me. I mean, I've got an image in my head. We live, we die. I don't know the difference. I do see an explosion, though. Hermione bit down on her lip, causing Harry's usual distraction whenever she did that. So what are you gonna do about it? Not a lot I can do. Harry replied, running his fingers through his hair, causing her distraction, as usual. I suppose just carry on as normal. What about Luna? Hermione asked in a small voice. Harry pulled her into a tight hug. You're still my only, he said into her hair. You'll always be my only. He breathed deeply, smelling the faint vanilla in her hair. But, I think we should stick close to Luna. She nodded, breathing in his musky scent as well. When Harry dropped into bed, he started to pick through the emailed upgrade Luna had given him. It contained a series of scenes, a montage of sorts, of the next couple of years. Dumbledore stood in the Great Hall, wearing dour black robes. Black banners hung from the roof, and a somber mood permeated the air. We are gathered here to pay our final respects to one of our students. Harry Potter. Whoa, Harry thought. I'm dead. How the hell did that happen? He closed his eyes, immersing himself back into the memory. It is the first time in the history of Hogwarts that a student has lost their life during a Quidditch match. Evidence shows that the bludger which hit Harry's head was tampered with. Officers from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be here tomorrow. I would like every student to give them their full cooperation. Harry sat up, fuming. Dobby, he screeched. Dobby kills me. Little bastard, after everything I did for him. He let his aura flare for a moment, before he pulled himself under control. There was more to see. Students, this is the second time this year we have gathered to pay our respects. Ginevra Weasley and Penelope Clearwater will be missed. As we have been unable to contain the Chamber of Secrets, Hogwarts will not reopen for the next school year. We have arranged with the Board of Governors for an alternative site in the Ministry building be made available. Harry breathed a heavy sigh. Without him around to stop the attacks, Blink the Basilisk had apparently run rampant through Hogwarts, killing Ginny Weasley in the Chamber of Secrets. But, there was one more memory, that simply didn't belong in that future. From the looks of it, it was at some point in Harry's third year, and it involved Sirius Black. Which is fine, but if I died in second year, how the bloody hell can I be alive in third year? Harry looked about the memory. The email from Luna seemed to work like a pensieve, allowing Harry to pause, rewind and fast-forward the memories. Harry jabbed several buttons on the console, talking to another person, out of view in the memory, before Harry dropped to his knees, ripping a panel from the console. He recognized the room as being a more advanced, more complete version of his portkey box, but he didn't understand why he'd be using it with Sirius. He pulled his head out of the console, shouting something, his face a mask of panic. He shouted a word at the other person, before pulling away from the console, which began to spit sparks as small explosions rocked the surface. The glowing column at the center of the console stopped, leaving the floor to rock. A flash of light. The memory ended. Luna, what the bloody hell did you saddle me with? The following morning, Harry woke up early. Before heading outside for a jog. After a mostly sleepless night, he had a lot of energy to burn. He warmed up, before starting on a fairly high pace, jogging round the lake. He'd spent the night wondering how the Quidditch game could have killed him. Thanks to Hermione, he had Quidditch armor, with additional protective measures from Susan, Blaise and Padma for his birthday. It's odd, the only way a bludger could kill me is if it hit my head at full speed, but even Dobby wouldn't want to do that. He wants me at home, not dead. Silly bugger probably made a mistake with it. He made a mental note to keep a strong shield charm up whenever he was on his broom. In the second vision, Penelope Clearwater was dead, but it's odd. Nobody died the first time. Petrified, yes, but not dead. And why Penny? She was with Hermione. Realization slowly crept into his mind. Unless Hermione wasn't in the same place at the same time. It was her mirror that helped Penny. No, Hermione equals dead Penny. Better keep an eye on that one, as well. He circled the lake twice, before slowing to a walk to cool off. As he got to the doors, he noticed Luna stood there, watching him make his way back. "Hello, Harry," she said dreamily. "Luna, you're up early," Harry replied. "So are you. Spot of exercise. Healthy body, healthy mind and all that bollocks. How come you're up?" "Oh, I don't need a lot of sleep. If you're up early enough, you may catch a glimpse of the Nargles." "Really?" Harry asked. "I thought they were mainly nocturnal. Don't they follow the moon patterns?" Luna's face lit up with glee. "You read the Quibbler?" Harry nodded. "Yes, you learn all sorts of things in that paper. My daddy's the editor. I do a lot of the research for him." "Sounds like fun. Didn't I read that you're going to be looking for the crumple-horned Snorkack next summer?" Again, Luna's face lit up and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, me and Daddy are going to look for them in Sweden." He's very excited. "Try Greenland," Harry suggested. "They prefer a slightly cooler climate." He tried to give her the hint, without actually telling her she'd found them in 1999, hiding in Greenland. "I'll tell Daddy," Luna said, humming happily to herself. "Luna, would you like to join myself and Hermione for breakfast?" Luna's eyes cleared, as she stared at Harry intently for almost a minute. "I'm sorry, Harold, but I won't be able to join your harem. I'm not that way inclined." Harry grinned, before turning it into a mock pout. "Really? Are you sure? It could be fun." Her eyes glazed over again. "It's strange, you know all the futures that I can see have Hermione in them. In one, she's your wife. In another, she's your mistress, while you are in an Immortentia-fueled relationship with Ginevra. In another, you are her South Avenue. Another, she is your South Avenue. However, there is always love between you." "Really?" Harry was impressed. "Cool. There is something about you, Harry. You are not who you say you are, and yet you are. You do not belong here, and yet you do. You are an enigma, wrapped in a mystery and shrouded in confusion, and yet you are an open book." Harry just grinned. "There's worse things to be, Luna." "Yes." Her eyes turned silver. "The 7 deadly sins walk these halls, Harry. They shall be assembled when the Snake Lord returns. The 7 virtues will need to be gathered. 6 stand together now, with the 7th on the outside." Harry stepped closer, resting his hand on her arm. "Are you one of them, Luna?" She swiveled her face towards him. "Like all beings, Harry Potter, I have the capacity for good and evil. I could be a sin or a virtue. Only when the choice is made will the future reveal itself." Nodding slightly, Harry led her into the school. "Come on, Luna, let's get something to eat." Luna wrinkled her nose. "Go and shower first, Harry. You smell." Chuckling to himself, Harry ambled back to his dorm room. Love her or hate her, she'll always tell you the truth. Harry showered and dressed, meeting up with Padma and Hermione in the common room, before heading back down to the Great Hall. On the way down the stairs, he met up with Neville and Susan. The quintet stopped in the entryway, waiting for Blaise to make his way up from the dungeons. As the group of 6 entered the Great Hall, they ambled over to the Ravenclaw table, the other house members deciding to eat with the Claws. As they sat down, Harry noticed Luna standing near them, just out of range. Harry met each of his friends' eyes, flicking them slightly towards Luna. One by one they nodded, giving their approval. "Luna, come and join us." She smiled warmly, a genuine smile, as she sat down next to Padma. "Thank you, Harry." Not a problem, Luna. Harry said, reaching for a platter of bacon. So, remember at my party, I said we should start training. The 5 who were at the birthday party nodded, each giving a quick glance at the newcomer. Don't worry about me, Luna said. I know you 6 are the ones who'll fight. No, Harry said. We 7 are the ones who'll fight. Hermione glanced at him. Harry. Luna placed her cutlery down. You need to talk about me. It's okay. I'll leave. Padma placed a hand on Luna's arm. There's no need to run away, Luna, was it? The bee, nodded. We're not gonna bite. Not unless you ask us to. Blaze deadpanned, arching his eyebrow at the girl. Luna turned her silver eyes on Blaze. You're unique. You don't want people to get to know the real you. You're afraid if they do know you, they won't like you, so you hide behind impassiveness. You shouldn't, you know. Your friends, your true friends, will like you for you who are. Harry covered his mouth with his napkin, not wanting to show off the manic grin he was wearing. Trust Luna to introduce her gift in the most dazzling way she can. The bee, turned to Neville. Your mother's very proud of you, you know. She may not be able to show it, but she loves you, and wants to come back. She's fighting it, but the damage is severe. She will return to you in time, Neville. Be patient. She smiled at the group, and stood up. If you'll excuse me. She turned and skipped away. The group, sans Harry, stared at each other in shock. Hermione was the first to speak. I like her. She's interesting. Blaze added. How does she know about? Neville trailed off, as he realized carrying on with that sentence would lead to questions he really didn't want to answer. Ah, bless her, Harry said, finally wiping the grin off his face. She's unique, isn't she? She's odd, Padma said bluntly. But interesting. She's a seer, Hermione said. That's what you said last night, isn't it, Harry? After she dumped a bloody vision of the future in my head, yeah. Harry groused. I think she'll be useful to us. And a good friend. He looked down the Great Hall. I get the feeling she's not had many friends in the past. Well, she's got 6 friends now. Susan said, daring her friends to contradict her. Ah, Hufflepuff loyalty. Gotta love it, Harry thought, before beginning to shift uneasily in his seat. He looked up at Padma and Blaze, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table to him. Pad, can you do me a favor? She nodded at him, quirking an eyebrow. Have a look at the Gryffindor table. Am I being stared at, by any chance? Nonchalantly, Padma looked up, glancing around the Great Hall, before sighing and carrying on with her breakfast. Ron Weasley's staring holes in your back, and that new redhead in Gryffindor staring at you. She looks like she's about to start dribbling. Harry and Hermione shuddered together. Ginny Weasley. Harry grumbled. God damn it, I was hoping to avoid this. Ooh, is this gossip, Harry? Susan asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Share with the group. Harry pouted at her for a moment. Fred and George told me about her. Apparently, she's in love with the bloody boy who lived, and thinks I'd make the perfect husband for her. He grimaced. The fact that I'm in the top 10 of richest families in Britain probably doesn't help matters, either. Ah, bless. Padma cooed. Ickle Harry afraid of the tiny little girl. When the little by.ch uses Amortentia, yeah, I am. Not at all, Harry replied, because I have a secret weapon against stalker fangirls. Blaze smirked at Harry. Do you? Me. Hermione replied coolly. If she makes a move on my boyfriend, she'll find herself in a world of hurt. The group smirked at the thought for a moment, before seriousness raised its ugly head. So we include Luna, yeah? Harry asked, getting nods from the rest. Blaze cocked an eyebrow. She should liven things up a little. That's one way of putting it. Harry mumbled. Luna's nice, but she's very direct. She'll say exactly what she means, regardless of who she's talking to. She said something else, though, when I saw her outside before. Harry offered, not sure about this at all. She said, the 7 deadly sins walk these halls. She also said, the 7 virtues will need to be gathered. 6 stand together now, with the 7th on the outside. Do you guys think she meant us? Hermione was the first to respond. Well, the 7 deadly sins are lust, gluttony, envy, wrath, pride, sloth and greed. Let's be honest, in a school full of teenagers, it's not exactly hard to find those things. I've heard of the 7 deadly sins, Blaze said, but not the virtues. The group made various negative noises. A voice behind them called out. The virtues will know who and what they are when the time is right. Luna, please don't sneak up on people, Harry said, the only one of the 6 who didn't jump when Luna spoke up. Please, join us. She sat down next to Padma again, who smiled warmly at her. Welcome to our team, Luna, she said happily. It's nice to meet you. Thank you, Luna replied dreamily. It's different, having friends. The group grinned at her. You'll not be alone again, Harry offered. We'll stick together. While the group was finishing their breakfast, Professor Flitwick approached Harry, handing out the class schedules. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Ah, Professor Flitwick. How are you this morning, sir? I'm doing very well, Mr. Potter, thank you. He passed over the schedule. The headmaster has asked to see you, Mr. Potter, when you've finished your breakfast. Since Charms is your first class, you have my permission to be late. Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. I'll be as quick as I can. Passing out the rest of the schedules, Flitwick made his way down the table. What is it about you, Harry? Padma asked. The second day here, and you're called to the headmaster's office. Harry grinned. Well, I can predict, with a reasonable amount of certainty, that he has 2 questions for me. 1. What the hell happened during the sorting ceremony last night? And 2. How the hell did I manage to portkey into Hogwarts, considering that he didn't make the portkey? Both valid questions, Blaise said, arching an eyebrow at his friend. Yes, they are, Harry said, smiling slightly. You're not gonna tell us, are you? Susan asked, pouting. Maybe someday, Harry replied, making the others groan. Padma turned to Luna. What about you, Luna? Care to explain what happened last night? No, not really, Luna replied dreamily. Luna, Harry said, nodding slightly at her. Fine, Luna replied, rolling her eyes. Harry is different than everyone else at Hogwarts. True, Hermione said, winking at her boyfriend. He's chosen, for lack of a better phrase. Fate both likes him and detests him. So, Fate used me to pass some information that he will need. Yep, that's me, Harry sighed dramatically. Fate's by.ch. She prefers to think of you as her minion, not her by.ch. Luna replied, smiling slightly. I get these flashes, sometimes. People, events, places. Things that need to be done, and things that need to be stopped. Since Harry is one of the nexus points of space and time, it's necessary for me to pass these flashes on to him. And cause a migraine, too. Harry muttered. You're chosen, Blaise asked. Is that how you managed to assault the troll last year? Yeah, I've been wondering about that, too. Susan asked. I've heard the rumors, and I saw that weird little memory show spell you did, but I don't understand it. I heard people talk about it in the common room last night. Luna added. Apparently, it's quite famous here. Oh well, it's kinda difficult to explain. Harry replied, looking a bit confused. In basic terms, I infused my body with magic. But you're a wizard. Your body's always infused with magic. No, Harry corrected gently. As a wizard, my body has magic flowing through it. What I did was to infuse every cell with raw magic. For a brief time, my body was harder than diamond, and I was equally strong. There are, however, 2 rather drastic problems with doing it. Which are? Hermione and Padma asked together, with Luna a close second. Ravenclaws. Well, I've done it before, and I timed it. I can only hold the power for just under 5 seconds. And secondly, it's extremely draining. I ate nearly a week's worth of food after that fight. It burns up your reserves like you wouldn't believe. So, it's useful in a one-on-one fight, but during battle it's a hazard. Blaise concluded. Makes sense you'd use it against the troll. Can anyone do it? Neville asked quietly. Harry shrugged. I suppose so. It's difficult to begin with, 'cause your body doesn't want to change like that. And it's dependent on your power level. The more powerful you are, the longer you can hold it. If someone's too low on power, they probably couldn't do it. Hermione had discreetly pulled out a quill and parchment, and was scribbling notes. Harry finished his mug of tea, and stood up. I'll see you guys later. Better go and see what His Headliness wants. Ah, Harry, won't you come in? Lemo. Drop. Dumbledore offered. Thank you, sir. No, I've just finished breakfast, Harry replied as he sat down. You asked to see me, sir. Dumbledore nodded, leaning back in his chair and King on a lemo, drop. I did, my boy, yes. First of all, you've settled in, have you? Harry rolled his eyes discreetly. Sir, I'm missing charms for this meeting. What was it you wished to speak to me about? Very well, Harry. I would like to talk about your encounter with Miss Lovegood during the sorting last night. Really, sir? I admit, it was an odd way for her to introduce herself to me, but I think she accomplished that quite nicely. I need to know what it was she showed you, Harry. If you have information, you will need to share it with me for the greater good. I need to know. With respect, sir, you don't need to know. That information was passed to me in confidence, and I will treat it as such. I'm sorry if that response upsets you, Professor, but I have no choice in the matter. For the greater good, the information must be kept secret. Dumbledore frowned. Harry had turned his favorite reason back on him. Harry, I must insist. Anything that affects the students of this school is my business, and I need to know. In your opinion, sir, you need to know. That opinion is not mine, and I will not share. I have told you, several times now, that I will share pertinent information with you at the appropriate time. This is not that time. Dumbledore's tone was cool. And do you believe that you're the best person to decide what information is pertinent? Yes. Harry replied simply, leaning back in his chair. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Harry, I have tried to explain to you that I work for the greater good. As such, I need this information, in order to make sure that the greater good is served. Harry shook his head. One day, Headmaster, you and I shall have a conversation about the greater good. Again, however, this is not that time. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, or can I go to charms now? I will agree to put this on the back burner for the moment, Mr. Potter, but I will get this information. Dumbledore replied sternly. You're welcome to try, Headmaster. My second query was with regards to your arrival last night. Oh, yes. That device. What was it? Need to know, Headmaster. Harry replied. You don't have one. Any object that can penetrate the defenses of this school, Mr. Potter, needs to be confiscated and studied. In this instance, your opinion of whether I need to know or not is irrelevant. No, it isn't. The box allowed me to travel to school when I missed the train. Unlike Weasley, we were not seen by Muggles, and have not broken the statute of secrecy. As for penetrating the school's defenses, we did not. The school allowed us access. I did not authorize your transit, Mr. Potter. The school did, Headmaster. In this instance, your approval is irrelevant. Dumbledore sighed. Why couldn't he just buckle down and be a good weapon? I really must insist, Mr. Potter. Yes, 'cause that's worked for you in the past, Headmaster. Harry replied calmly. Where is the device now? Dumbledore asked. It's in my dorm room, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded. Very well, Harry. You're dismissed. Hurry along to class, now. Harry stood, nodded slightly, and headed out of the door. He'd be willing to bet every canute of the Potter fortune that Dumbledore would shortly be making his way to the Ravenclaw second year's dorms. He'd be in for a little surprise. Harry ambled down the corridor briskly, heading for Charms' class. Unfortunately, Charms was a four-house class, meaning he had to put up with annoying Gryffindors Weasley and Finnegan, and the irritating Slytherins Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Davis Hell, all of them except Blaise. He entered the class, interrupting Flitwick's lecture. He quickly sat down in between Padma and Hermione, and dug out parchment and quill. Sir. Malfoy's irritating whine spoke up. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Flitwick looked up at the interruption from the bee-owned Ponce. Aren't you going to punish Potter, sir, for being late? How is that any business of yours, Mr. Malfoy? Flitwick's tone was cool at Malfoy's presumption. You're showing favoritism to your house, sir. He was late. He should get a detention, or at least lose points. Harry looked up at Malfoy, seeing the bee-owned smirk at him. Yeah, you know what favoritism is, don't you, Ferret? Snape would have probably awarded you points if you came in late, while stripping the rest of the houses of their points. Perhaps, Mr. Malfoy, you should mind your own business. I know why Mr. Potter was late, and that is not something that you need to know. Focus on your own task, Mr. Malfoy, and allow me to focus on mine. Go, Flitwick. Go, Flitwick. Harry sang mentally, winking gleefully at Malfoy, who glared mincingly at him. So, what did Dumbledore want? Hermione whispered after a few moments. As I said at Brecci. He wants to know about the Portkey box. He asked me where it was. It's in my dorm room, sitting in a corner. He's probably up there right now. What? Hermione hissed loudly, causing Flitwick to look up at her, one eyebrow raised. Sorry. She waited until Flitwick was carrying on with his lecture, before turning back to Harry. And you're just letting him rummage around. Harry shrugged. Well, yeah, it's not as though he can get inside. The Magi lock on the door will keep him out. At the moment, only you and I can get inside. Even then, it wouldn't do him any good, since he wouldn't know how to work the technology, and it's bloodbound to me. Hermione nodded at him uncertainly, before getting back to taking notes. The charms class lasted all morning. As soon as the lesson finished, the 6 friends left the room, heading for the Great Hall for lunch, before their defense against the dark arts class immediately afterwards. Harry was looking forward to this, for obvious reasons. They settled in at the Ravenclaw table, grabbing sandwiches and juice, apart from Harry, who grabbed 2 pots of tea. As they started to eat, Harry sensed Luna approaching, then stopping a few feet away. Come on, Luna. Sit down. He called out. With a small smile, Luna sat on the bench next to Hermione, who grinned at the younger girl. Stop flinching, Luna. We're not going to attack you. She nodded, and reached for a sandwich. Looking forward to Dada, girls? Harry asked after he'd demolished 2 sandwiches. Predictably, Susan blushed prettily, followed by Padma. I'll take that as a yes, then. It's just he's so famous. And handsome. Susan sighed. Harry, Blaise and Neville rolled their eyes and won, before grinning. Excuse me. A voice called excitedly from behind Harry. A flash of bright white light, and the smell of rotten eggs, greeted Harry, as he turned round. His wand was in hand and stunning curse on his lips, when he realized what it was. Hi, Harry. A hyperactive voice near shouted in front of him. Colin F. King Creepy. I mean, Creevy. Shit, I forgot about him. 1 minute. I'm blind at the moment. Harry replied, closing his eyes. While I'm waiting for my vision to return, why don't you tell me who the hell you are, and why you felt a need to try and blind me? Oh, I'm Colin. Colin Creevy. Well, Colin Creevy. I'd say it's nice to see you, but that would be a lie since I'm blind thanks to your sterling efforts. Harry. Hermione's voice said coolly. Be nice to the creepy stalker. I just wanted to take your picture. Colin said defensively, a bit put out by the 7 people in front of him glaring at him. Well, 6 people glaring at him, and 1 blinking furiously. Look, Colin, Harry said, now seeing vague shapes in front of him. Did it ever occur to you to ask for a photo, instead of sticking your camera in my face? No. Saints preserve us. Well, now you know. Please, feel free to walk away before I can see you well enough to hex you. Creevy gathered the tattered remnants of his courage. I was hoping I could take a picture of you, and then you could sign it for me. Hell, no. Well, Colin, as much fun as that wouldn't be, I have to refuse. I don't do signed photos. Or signatures. Sorry. Signed photos, Potter. A new voice entered the conversation. Oh, joy. Bad faith. Something you want, Ferret, or are you looking for a signed photo, too? Signed photos. Who's giving out signed photos? The fake, foppish voice of the great pretender entered the area. Good God, am I being stalked by weirdos? Harry whispered to Hermione. Shouldn't need to ask. Harry Potter, we meet at last. Too bloody soon. Harry muttered. Tell you what, Mr. Creevy, why don't you take a picture of the both of us, and we'll both sign it, Can't ask for more than that, can you? Lockhart draped his arm across Harry's shoulder. Colin nodded uncertainly, seeing the thunderous look on Harry's face, and raised his camera. Creevy, your finger touches that button, and I'll shove your wand so far up your ass, it'll pick your nose, and give your brain pan, such as it is, a much overdue cleaning. Are we perfectly clear? Colin nodded, before turning tail and running from the Great Hall. Why are you touching me? Harry suddenly demanded of Lockhart. I don't know you, and you're draping yourself all over me. Is there a reason? Come with me, Harry. Lockhart said, trying unsuccessfully to sound authoritative. Well, I usually get dinner first, Professor. I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I don't just go off with strange men. He ripped Lockhart's arm off his shoulder, and took a couple of steps away, standing next to Hermione. I was covering for you back there with young Creevy, Harry. If he took a picture of the two of us together, it wouldn't look so bad. Giving out signed photos at this stage of your career looks a tad big-headed. Harry shook his head in disbelief. Had I given out a signed photograph, Professor, your rebuke may have some merit. Since I didn't, it's rather pointless. He glared at Lockhart. And, on the off chance I were to start handing out signed photographs, why on earth would I want to be in one with you? Harry, don't you understand? I'm trying to help you, here. I neither need or require your help, Professor. Harry retorted, watching the older man look at him with puzzlement. Sweet Merlin, the silly bugger doesn't get it. Prick. Don't you have anything better to do than chase me round? Like leave. I'm sure there's some other small boy in this castle you can go and grope. Harry turned his back on Lockhart, and started to walk away with his friends. As Harry left the Great Hall, a flash of light from the main staircase caught his attention. Creevy. Harry spat, watching the younger boy run in terror. Ah, children today, Harry. Blaise asked quietly. Blaise, have I told you recently how much I really don't like you? Harry retorted instantly. Ooh, not for, Blaise s. Ked air through his teeth, almost 3 hours, now. So, I'm way overdue. I hate you, Blaise. Ah, give us a key, Harry. Blaise mocked, before taking a subtle step back upon seeing Harry's glare. I didn't think photographers would put you in a bad mood. Hey, I have no problem with photographers. They're just like every other psychopath. If I could think of a way of killing them without being caught, I'd happily comply. Hermione took his hand, squeezing softly. Come on, Harry. Calm down. The group started to amble towards the library, one of the few areas they could gather together outside of lessons and the Great Hall. Honestly, photographers, solicitors and taxmen should kill them all for the good of the species. He muttered as he stalked along the corridor. Harry. Hermione said reprovingly. And Poncy gits, he called suddenly, glancing over his shoulder. As expected, Lockhart looked up, locking gazes with Harry. He turned to Hermione. You see, he answered to it. Proof. You're planning on destroying him, aren't you? Luna asked, out of the blue. Well, yeah, Harry said. Hermione reached up with her free hand, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Are you gonna leave anything? Any traces? Harry pondered the question. I'll leave enough gristle for us all to piss on. That work for you? Why, though, Harry? Susan's quiet, soft voice called up from the back of the group. I mean, he's done so much good. Haven't you read his books? Repressing a snigger, Harry stopped, and turned to face Susan. Yes, I have. Marvelous works of fiction they are, too. Fiction? The ladies asked. Oh, please, Harry said mockingly. Do you really believe that man could face down a banshee? I bet he's piss his pants if he came face to face with a werewolf. He snorted. Christ, he'd piss himself if he came face to face with Crookshanks. Harry pondered for a moment. Although, I can certainly understand that one. Harry, my cat is not evil. Hermione said sternly. Of course, dear, Harry said patronizingly, patting the top of her head. He's just misunderstood, right? Oh, honestly, Hermione scolded. He's a perfectly agreeable cat. Yeah, provided he's not agreeing with me. Harry muttered, getting a rap on the back of his head from his girlfriend. So you think Lockhart's a fake? Susan asked, looking upset. I didn't say that, Harry answered. I know it, but I won't say it yet. The group carried on down the halls, until they entered the library. As Harry passed over the threshold, another flash went off. Right, that's it, Harry snarled. Accio, creepy little stalker. True to form, Colin flew through the air, only to land in a pile at Harry's feet. Harry picked him up, physically holding him in the air, while he snarled into his face. Did you not listen to me when I said you should ask for a photo? Why, yes, Colin squeaked. So, tell me why you feel a need to take a picture of me, not once but twice, less than 10 minutes later. I was hoping to catch you unawares, Colin stammered. Hermione placed a hand on Harry's arm, the simple touch calming him down. He looked at her, watching her shake her head slightly, before he looked back at Colin. Fine, you can take 2 pictures. One of me and Hermione, and one of the 7 of us. The group assembled and posed, watching as the CLS took the pictures. He was about to dash away, when Harry grabbed his wrist. Oh, and Colin. Yes. Colin trembled. If I find those pictures in the Daily Prophet or them being given to anyone else, I will emasculate you on general principle. Are we clear? Colin's head bobbed up and down, making him look like Dobby. Excellent. I'll give you 5 sickles for 2 copies of me and Hermione, and 7 copies of the group shot. And the negatives. Harry smiled winningly, showing a lot of teeth, and chuckled when Colin dashed away. You're cruel to that poor boy. Susan said reprovingly. Creepy little stalker. Harry and Hermione said together. They made their way over to the group's table, slumping into place. Harry. Blaise asked. What was that odd contraption thing that you arrived in last night? Yeah, I was wondering that, too. Padma added. Hermione let out an uncharacteristic giggle. It was fun. Harry turned to stare at her. Fun. That's all you can say. Fun. He clucked his tongue. Hermione, I'm shocked. Shocked and dismayed. As a sterling example of maturity, Hermione stuck her tongue out at Harry, who just crossed his eyes at her. Well, explain it then. That, ladies, gentlemen and Blaise, Harry winked at his friend, who gave him the finger, was a dimensionally transcendental, runically powered armored portkey transit device. Huh, was the general response. Harry scratched his head. It's a very fancy portkey. He explained after a moment. But, with mine, you don't end up splattered on the ground in an undignified heap. Ah, how does it work? Padma asked. I mean, I've used portkeys before, but I've never seen anything like that. Not surprising, half of the technology in magical theory hasn't been invented yet. Inside the box is a console, which is a portkey. The portkey activates, dragging the box, and anything inside it, to wherever it needs to go. He smiled. And it's currently sitting up in my dorm room, with Professor Dumbledore trying to get inside it. Luna looked at him. Aren't you going to stop him? Did ya notice the word, trying? Harry asked, grinning. He can't get in. The box won't let him. I just hope he doesn't try and blast his way in. He'll make a bloody mess in my dorm room. You said, runically powered. How did you do that? Padma asked. Ravenclaws, at least it's better than listening to gossip about Teen Witch Bloody Weekly like her sister. I've used runes to make a sort of magical reactor in the heart of the console. I was originally going to use antimatter reaction technology, but I figured that probably wasn't the best solution. What's antimatter? Blaise asked. At that point, what Harry had said filtered through Hermione's brain, causing her to shriek in protest. Are you serious? You were thinking of using antimatter? She stared at him. Where the hell would you get it from? Harry looked at her oddly for a moment. Kent State University in Ohio. They're the ones who've been working with it. You'd blow up the school. Hermione exclaimed loudly, getting loud clucks from Madame Pants. No, I wouldn't. Harry replied, shaking his head and chuckling. No, with the amount of antimatter needed, it'd more likely destroy Scotland. Hermione was about to start at least a 30-minute rant, then thought better of it. Since he hadn't used such a dangerous power supply, there wasn't really any point. Harry turned his attention onto Luna. So, how was your first class? The bee. Owen smiled at him. It was interesting. Did you know Professor McGonagall's actually a cat, and only acts human? Hermione was about to correct her, but Harry smoothly interjected. We know. She's a devious little kitty, isn't she? Grinning, Luna nodded. Yes, it's often been suspected that some of the staff at Hogwarts are actually animals masquerading as human. The potions master's an animal, too. Bat. The other 6 said in unison, causing Luna to smile widely. You're gonna fit right in, Luna, Padma said, wrapping an arm around the younger girl's shoulders. Right in. Harry glanced at his watch, noting that there was 15 minutes of lunch left. Before we head off to class, there's something else we need to talk about. Do you remember on my birthday, I said we'd start on some training? The group nodded. The first thing we should work on is occlumency, 'cause frankly, Snape is completely untrustworthy. He routinely scans students, just by looking into their eyes. So, after dinner, we'll meet up in the common room, and get started. He gestured to the shelves. There's some books that will come in useful. We should get those. Whose common room? Susan asked. Well, out of the 7 of us, 4 of us are Ravenclaws, so it makes sense to use ours. Harry pointed out reasonably. He led the others to the books they'd need, signed them out, and headed off to class. Harry had been looking forward to this ever since he'd arrived back in the past, over a year ago. The chance to irritate Gilded Ball's Flowfart was just too tempting to pass up. He sat in the very front of the class, doing his best to look studious and attentive. To his delight, second-year Dada was held with the Gryffindors, so he had ample opportunity to annoy Ron Weasley and set him up for embarrassing incidents. Really, he couldn't ask for better. Hermione took the seat next to him, with Padma and Neville on the seats behind them. Without warning, Harry suddenly cackled, rubbing his hands together, making the other students near him jump in surprise. "Behave," Hermione snapped, swatting his shoulder. "But, Hermione," he whined playfully, "I'm just so excited to be meeting such a fine figure of a wizard." Hermione just started rubbing the top of her nose again. "Should have stayed in bed this morning." The door to the office opened, and Lockhart stepped out, resplendent in his fine yellow robes. "Good morning, all," Harry grunted. "I see you all bought a complete collection of my books." Lockhart crowed, looking around the room. "Considering we didn't have any bloody choice," Harry muttered, just loud enough for Lockhart to hear him, but quietly enough for Lockhart to dismiss it. "Well, let's get started." He grabbed Hermione's copy of Gadding with Ghouls. "Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League." "Only 'cause you're not actually qualified to be a proper member," Harry muttered, again just loud enough for Lockhart to hear. "And 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award." He smiled at them, showing off his perfect teeth. Harry leaned in close to Hermione. "How, exactly, does that qualify him to teach defense against the dark arts?" She shrugged. "But, enough about that," Lockhart said suddenly, turning round to smile charmingly at the class. "I didn't defeat the Bandon Banshee. At all," Harry muttered. By smiling at her, he waited a moment for them to laugh. None did. He cleared his throat nervously. "Before we get started on today's lesson, I thought we could have a little quiz, to see how much of my books you've managed to remember." "Joy," Harry deadpanned loudly. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I'm glad to see that you're eager," Lockhart complimented, smiling at the more famous child. "If that's the way you want to interpret it, Professor, don't let me stop you," Harry replied, smiling thinly at the fop. Lockhart was confused for a moment, but then brushed it aside. He handed out the papers, letting people take one and then pass them back. "You have 30 minutes to answer the questions. I'm sure I could find some house points for the winner." "Ooh," Neville and Harry mocked in unison. "Begin." Harry opened the parchment, and started to write his answers. For the most part, he didn't really give a shit what the useless fraud thought of him, but he was oddly proud of some of his answers. When Lockhart called out, "Time," he made a duplication of his questionnaire, and sent it back up to Lockhart. Lockhart sat patiently, reading through the quizzes. By a strange coincidence, Harry's quiz was the bottom of the pile. As he was reading through, marking them, he began making odd comments. "Hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac." What? He looked up. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor," Harry replied innocently. "What's this?" Lockhart held up the quiz. "My answers, sir. I don't think this is quite right, do you?" Lockhart gazed at the young man with a pathetic expression. Harry smiled dangerously. "The answers may not be what you have written in your books, Professor, but I don't believe them to be inaccurate." He reached into his robes, and pulled out the duplicated parchment. He quickly read them through. "I don't see a problem here, sir." Gilderoy's face became red. You don't see a problem?" "No, sir. I'll tell you what, sir. Instead of reading them all out, how about I just copy it for the entire class to read, sir? That way, we can carry on with the lesson." Harry flicked his wand, sending a copy of the parchment to every student. Unknown to Lockhart, it was to every student in the school. Hermione received her parchment, and quickly read through it. Several statements stuck into her mind as she read Harry's answers. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Anything that doesn't clash with his long, flowing owned locks. Poncy Git. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To own the largest harem of little boys the world has ever known. From what I've heard, he's currently in second place. What in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Creating a series of books that are so expensive, it would bankrupt several small countries, and then successfully getting them part of a mandatory reading list. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite animal? Anything that has achieved something and is susceptible to a memory charm. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's advice to young celebrities? Carry a big stick and pummel irritating questionnaire writers. What is the most important thing to remember when facing a dark creature? Only face an enemy whose name can be used with some alliteration to create an irritating book title. Has Gilderoy Lockhart ever suffered from any illnesses? Well, he's afflicted with verbal diarrhea, but he isn't the one who's suffering. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite spell? I can't remember. Isn't that a clue? Where was Gilderoy Lockhart born? In a box near the fire. His mother probably barked during the whole thing. How did Gilderoy Lockhart track down the Gladstone ghoul? He went to where the ghoul was reported, and asked someone high-tech, or what? How many people did Gilderoy Lockhart save during his encounter with the ghoul? I'm so sorry. Fell asleep. What was that? How did Gilderoy Lockhart defeat the Gladstone ghoul? According to his book, he used a reducto curse. However, we all know that ghouls cannot be harmed with a reducto curse. So, the question becomes, how did Albrahim Meyer, the wizard who did defeat the ghoul, do it? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's recommendation for preventing hair mussing when facing ghouls? Severus Snape's Slime It Down hair gel. Guaranteed to style it or dissolve your hair, or your money back. What was the charm used to defeat the Wagga Wagga werewolf in Wandering with Werewolves? Well, it sure as hell wasn't his natural charm. Personally, I reckon the werewolf saw the git had bigger teeth than him and ran away. I know I want to. Far, far away. What has Gilderoy Lockhart found to be the best use of the homorphous charm? Selling barely literate, high-priced dodgy fiction to schoolchildren with mandatory book lists. What is the best way to deal with a werewolf on a rampage? Be 35,000 feet in the air on a Muggle plane. Werewolves tend to have issues at customs. How was Gilderoy Lockhart able to defeat the werewolf in hand-to-hand combat? Is this question for real? A werewolf, a creature with far superior strength to a human, and he thinks he can beat it in hand-to-hand. More likely the werewolf saw him coming and fell over laughing. What was the secret weapon Gilderoy Lockhart used to defeat the Yeti? While hanging upside down in the Yeti's lair, he used the Force to summon his lightsaber, before chopping off the Yeti's arm. Hang on, no, that's Star Wars, huh? How did Gilderoy Lockhart track down the terrible Yeti? He asked the villagers. Moron. How did Gilderoy Lockhart defeat the Yeti? He shit his pants when he saw it. The stench of bowel-loosening terror killed the Yeti. Poor thing. How does Gilderoy Lockhart recommend keeping a perfect manicure when facing a Yeti? Well, I don't know about Flowfart, but I would recommend, if fighting for your life against a Yeti, that worrying about your bloody cuticles is a waste of time. Although, moisturizing is supposed to help. What spell did Gilderoy Lockhart use to gain access to the Banshee's lair? Early morning breath that could cut through bank vaults. How did Gilderoy Lockhart defeat the Bandon Banshee's right-hand minion? Flash blindness from those bloody awful aquamarine robes. How did Gilderoy Lockhart defeat the Bandon Banshee? Well, he was gonna try and gag her with his manhood, but the damn thing's so tiny, it could only be used to floss her teeth. On the plus side, she now has a better smile than he does. In Voyages with Vampires, how did Gilderoy Lockhart defeat the leader of the vampires? He ate some garlic bread, and forgot to brush those huge chompers. The stench managed to make the leader of the vampires keel over. What curse did Gilderoy Lockhart cure the Transylvanian villagers from? Himself. He left. The villagers cheered, and made mad passionate love to all the animals in the area. Gilderoy was jealous when he found out, 'cause he missed out of the sheep. How does Gilderoy Lockhart recommend keeping your robes wrinkle-free during a confrontation with a vampire? Albus Fondlemore's Sticky Semen Starch, guaranteed to make your robes hard as diamond, or a full refund. What was the secret spell Gilderoy Lockhart used to defeat the vampire clan? A secret only known to the Romanian warlock who defeated the vampire clan. If it was told to everyone, it wouldn't be a bloody secret, would it? You're really a bit of an ass, aren't you? How many lives has Gilderoy Lockhart saved in his adventures? I was unaware that Gilderoy Lockhart saved anyone. I must have blinked and missed it. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? and what would his ideal birthday gift be? I don't care, and his ideal birthday gift would be to have the bloody day named after him. With a muffled sigh, she looked over at Harry, who was grinning at her. She nodded her head in grudging acceptance, before turning back to Lockhart. Well, Miss Granger scored the highest marks on the test, by getting every answer correct. So, 10 points to Miss Granger. Thank you, sir. Hermione replied dutifully. So to business. My job is to prepare you all to face the darkest and most deadly creatures in the world. You may find yourselves facing your worst terror in this room. We already are. Harry muttered, making Neville snigger behind him. You should all know that as long as I am here, no harm will come to you. Lockhart completed smoothly. Of course not. Anything that comes for us will pick on him first, since he's so weak. Harry grumbled. And he's supposed to teach us pathetic. Hermione elbowed him, causing him to yelp. He glared at her, before deciding to tone down on the ribbing. I have brought a group of creatures to class today. They're very dangerous. If you scream, they may attack us. He made his way over to a cage on his desk, which was shaking slightly. Behold. He ripped the cover off, revealing a cage full of electric blue creatures, each one about 6 inches tall, and slightly satanic looking. Pixies. Seamus Finnegan laughed. You think pixies are dangerous? Lockhart smirked. Let's see how you deal with them then. He called out, flicking the door of the cage open. The pixies, not being as stupid as Lockhart, made their break for freedom, deciding to trash the classroom before departure. Every student, bar one, leapt under their desk to escape the little menaces. Hermione glanced up, seeing Harry sat casually at his desk, reading through one of his textbooks. Harry, she hissed. Harry asked, looking down at her. What are you doing down there? The pixies. Hermione shot back, ducking as a low-flying pixie nearly hit her. Harry glanced round the room, noting the pixies wreaking havoc. To Harry's glee, they'd grabbed Ron Weasley by the robes, hauling him up to the ceiling, so he could dangle from the large dinosaur skeleton hanging there. Yes, they look to be having fun, don't they? Why aren't they bothering you? Hermione asked, drawing her wand. Notice me not charm, keyed to them. Harry replied, going back to his book. Without looking, he drew his wand, tapping it on Hermione's head, then flicking it twice behind him, casting the charm on Neville and Padma. We should help the others. Hermione said, glancing around the room. Well yeah, we could. Harry said reasonably. Or, we could watch the pixies pick on Weasley. He leaned back in his chair. I know which one I pick. Weasley. Neville and Padma replied, slipping back into their seats. Hermione just huffed and rolled her eyes, but sat back down. The rest of the combined Gryffindor-Ravenclaw class stared at them, before ducking and rolling again from the pixies. If you four would just nip them back into their cage. Lockhart said from under his desk, where he'd taken refuge after the pixies had stolen his wand. Hermione turned to Harry. The immobilist charm should work here. She is about to cast it, when Harry placed his hand on her wrist, grinning at her. This'll probably work better, he said. He stood, letting loose a shrill whistle through his teeth. To the astonishment of everyone, bar Harry, the pixies stopped dashing around the room, staring at the being that had caught their notice. Attention! Harry barked. The pixies flew to Harry's desk and stood there, in 3 ranks of 4. Right face. The pixies turned to their right. At this point, Harry's activities had caught the attention of the class. They'd tried to fight off the pixies, only for a little drip like Potter to get them to obey his orders. Potter! Ron shouted, still hanging from the skeleton. Get me down. Harry looked up with a smirk. Sorry, Weasley can't help you. He turned back to the pixies. Return to your cage. I'll take you down to Hagrid's later, so he can let you free. The pixies, with a small amount of grumbling, took off, flying neatly back to their cage, where they resumed their parade ground rest. Lockhart looked up from under his desk, seeing the danger had passed. The other students were warily climbing into their seats. Excellent work, Mr. Potter, he stammered. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Harry nodded. Thank you, he said politely. For homework, describe how you would have defeated the pixie invasion. Gilderoy smarmed, before releasing the class. As the group was leaving, Harry burst out laughing. Pixie invasion. That man's lost the plot. I mean, seriously. He calls a dozen mischievous little pixies as an invasion. Harry led Hermione, Neville and Padma away from the classroom, only to stop when he came face to face with an irate Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan. In his hands, the cage of pixies watched the confrontation with mischievous glee. "Potter," Ron snarled. "Why didn't you get me down?" Harry smiled innocently. "You're a wizard, Weasley. Why couldn't you get yourself down?" Ron blushed, but kept up his assault. "They took my wand. So why didn't you get Finnegan there to help you down? Why should I get off my ass to help you? You've been nothing but rude to me since I arrived here." Finnegan snarled. "You've been rude and arrogant, Potter. Parading around as if you're better than everyone else here." Harry raised an eyebrow as he stared coolly at Seamus. The Irishman had been a fickle friend the first time around, and was proving to be a bit of an ass in this incarnation. "You can think what you want, Finnegan. Your opinion really doesn't mean shit to me." He was about to turn and walk away, when a thought occurred. "How did your trip go, Weasley? I understand you managed to destroy your dad's car, and get him a fine. What's the matter? Can't drive? Or are you just completely incompetent?" Ron's wand was in hand, and Harry saw the spell tape holding it together. He tutted. "Shame nice wand like that, I hope it doesn't backfire on you." "Eat slugs," Ron intoned, flicking his wand. Just like last time, the spell backfired, covering Ron with a sickly green light as he flew backwards. He opened his mouth to complain, only to have a 6-inch long slug fly out of his mouth. Harry, Neville and Padma were on their knees, howling with laughter, while Hermione stood staring at the sight, a small grin battling to show itself on her face. Seamus leaned down to come to his friend's aid, when another barrage of slugs erupted over his shoes. Harry started crying as his ribs protested, but he couldn't stop laughing. Seamus finished pulling Ron to his feet and leading him to the hospital wing. Almost 10 minutes later, Harry had himself under control. Man, where's Colin with his camera when you really need him? With the odd chuckle here and there, Harry picked up the cage of pixies, and led his way outside. After dropping off the pixies, and retreating from Hagrid's offer of rock cakes, Harry disappeared into the kitchens. The house elves quickly packaged up a basket of food for him, which he took back to the Ravenclaw common room. As he passed through, he saw his friends waiting on the sofas near the fire. Making his way up to the dorm room, he dropped the basket onto his bed, and quickly scribbled a short note. "Dear Padfoot, enclosed is another basket of food for you. I trust that you're keeping yourself well, and not dwelling too much on your confinement. I know the Dementors can be a bye.ch to deal with, but focusing on something else can help save your sanity. Speaking of which, 17 down, 4 letters, elongated, soft-bodied invertebrate. It's been baffling me for ages. Keep the faith, Sirius. Stripeclaw." He slapped the parchment onto the basket with a sticking charm, then turned the basket into a portkey. With a tap of his wand, he sent it on its way. "That reminds me, I'll need to get working on Grimmauld Place at some point this summer. When he breaks out, he'll need a safe place to go. Shit, need to deal with creature. Little traitorous bastard." With those cheery thoughts in mind, Harry descended the stairs to the common room. He slumped on the sofa next to Hermione, taking her hand in his automatically. The touch calmed him, allowing him to speak to his friends without snapping. "So you're going to teach us occlumency?" Blaise asked. "I've heard about it from my father. Apparently, it's an extremely potent discipline, and takes years to learn." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I think we'd be better doing this in my dorm room," Harry said, glancing round. "There's a few too many people around for this discussion." After retreating back to his bedchamber, Harry conjured chairs for everyone, and sat down. "Right, quick overview. Occlumency is an art of defending the mind from external penetration. Another benefit is that it allows the user to more accurately operate their mind, giving them increased attention span, improved memory retention, and faster thought processes." "Why isn't it taught, then?" Hermione asked. "If it's so useful, why not teach it to everyone? Occlumency is one of a pair of mind magic disciplines," Harry explained. "They're classified as restricted because of the potential for abuse. Occlumency is the defense, while legilimency is the attack. If it's restricted, should we be learning it?" Susan asked. "I mean my aunts in the DMLE. Learning occlumency is not restricted, as such. It's frowned upon, because legilimency is needed to test the shields. Skilled legilimens can glean surface thoughts, just by looking into your eyes. Snape does this every time he can. One of the reasons he hates me with a fiery passion is that he can't scan me, since I'm already a reasonably proficient occlumency. So, learning occlumency is okay, but learning legilimency is restricted. Susan clarified. Yep. Harry wondered whether or not to reveal the next part. Personally, and don't quote me on this, I think one of the reasons that occlumency is not taught is because Dumbledore likes being able to scan students. I could be wrong, but it would make sense. Dumbledore probes students' minds. Neville asked. That's just wrong. He doesn't do it often. Harry defended weakly. He could see Hermione gearing herself up for a rant. But, that's beside the point. Teaching occlumency is fine. Harry drew his wand, and placed it on his bedside table. There are two ways of teaching occlumency. There's the vaccination way, and the long, hard way. I'll explain both. The long, hard way involves meditation to sort through your mind, moving your memories into files, which you then lock behind shields. This process can take quite a while, but the results are definitely worth it. The other way, what I call the vaccination way, is quicker, tough, and remarkably inefficient. The teacher repeatedly attacks the mind, so that the body can build a natural defense against intrusions. However, during the process, the teacher is effectively mind-raping the student. Let's not do that, Padma said quietly. Of course not, Harry confirmed. Even though that's what Snape tried to do to me last time, now, once you've sorted your mind, and started to construct your shields, you can go a step further, and develop a mindscape. I've managed to do this. That's what I want to show you all tonight. Now, I can't do the legilimens spell. I simply don't have the knack for it. So, I need you guys to perform legilimens on me. Once you do, you'll be brought into my mind. I can then hold you there while I show you what you need to see. Hermione, predictably, was the first to react. Isn't that illegal? No. Harry shook his head, grinning. Teaching you how to be legilimens is illegal. You using the spell to gain access to my mind in this way is permitted. They group nodded. Luna cleared her throat quietly. How do we do this? Well, doing it one at a time would be very dull. Harry replied. So, if you all place the tip of your wands on my forehead, and cast the spell together, hopefully, all 7 of us should be inside my mindscape. Then I can show you around. Susan began to cackle suddenly, rubbing her hands together. Oh, this'll be fun. Harry asked. Harry, do you have any idea how many girls want the chance to get into your mind? Groaning slightly, he grimaced at her. Getting into my mind is one thing, it's the ones who want to get into my pants that are distressing. I've had people come up to me in the street offering me a blowjob. I mean, it's just not right. I'm 12, and they weren't. Hermione gazed at him imperiously. We'll talk about this later, Harry. Yes, ma'am. Harry replied meekly, before letting his backbone reassert itself. Anyway, put your wands to my forehead, and let's get this show on the road. 6 pieces of wood pressed against his head, as 6 teens chanted, legilimens. Hermione opened her eyes, and let out an eep of panic. Never blessed with a love of heights, finding herself apparently floating in space was enough to induce a mild panic attack. After getting herself under control, she looked around the void, seeing the others floating close by. Well, this is different, Padma said, looking round. Where are we? You're in my mind. A voice came from the darkness. Harry. Hermione called out. Where are you? I'm right in front of you. Where? Blaise asked. I can't see anything. That's the point. Harry's amused voice called out. How can you attack something if you can't see it? The invisibility cloak is the first layer of defense. Well, can you remove it? Hermione shouted. In front of them, a massive saucer-shaped object appeared. It was far larger than them, at least 50 meters across, and almost 20 meters high. You may notice the green shimmer surrounding the ship. Yeah, all 6 of them murmured. Those are the primary shields. They can withstand a concentrated attack from the legilimens. I'm going to lower them so you can get closer. The shimmer surrounding the object flickered and vanished. The ship, as Harry called it, maneuvered closer, and turned. There should be a door opening to the side. Come on it, but don't try to go any further. How do we move? Blaise asked. Luna shot by, floating gracefully through the void. This is fun, she yelled gleefully, grinning like a lunatic. She landed neatly on the edge of the door frame, before stepping forward. This is cool, Harry. Remember, this is a mindscape. I make the rules here. Just picture yourselves moving forward. With sheepish looks, the other 5 smooth sailed through space, landing on the deck. Behind them, the door that had opened slid shut. In front of them, another door opened. Come on in. If you'll go down the corridor until you get to the 3rd door on the left, I'll let you into the prefrontal cortex. Moving cautiously down the corridor, they quickly approached the door. It opened, revealing a bright, spacious room. In the center was a chair, with some kind of desk. All around the room were sleek consoles, lit up with information. What was truly amazing was that there was a person sitting at each console. One figure, wearing a dark red bodysuit, approached them, wielding a long knife. Identify. Harry. What's going on? The figure sitting on the chair in the center of the room turned round, smiling when he saw his friends. Each of these figures represents a personality aspect. He gestured to the red-suited figure. Tactical. A personification of my aggression and combat abilities. He pointed to a figure in green. Medical. An anthropomorphic manifestation of my immune system and health. Another figure, wearing white. Altruism. A figure in hot pink, which made the main Harry wrinkle his nose. The counselor. My emotions, made manifest. Suffice to say, he stays locked up, most of the time. Hermione made her way over to him, running her hands through his messy hair. Oh, you look good in pink, Harry. Main Harry just rolled his eyes. There's a few others lurking about. I think Paranoia's hiding in the bar. I know Angst was crying in his quarters. Conscience was loitering in the core room a bit ago. This is really weird, Harry. Padma said, looking over the medical console. I mean, it's so detailed. I know. I don't normally see it this way, but it's a good way of making decisions if you allow your personality aspects to chew it over. So, your entire mind's set up like this? Hermione asked, still stroking her hands through the counselor's hair. He was purring at the attention. Pretty much. Come on, I'll show you guys to the computer room. That's where my memories are stored. They followed the black-clad figure, who they found out was the Gestalt being, into a room with a large monitor and 7 chairs. This is where my memories are stored. Obviously, unimportant stuff, like sitting in history of magic, are stored at the top, whereas more important things are kept lower down. They can be accessed pretty easily, if you know the passwords. He led them onto another room. Inside this was a massive glowing blue column of energy. The core room. This shows my magical core. He pointed to a thick beam of energy, a tiny fraction of the main column. That stream of magic is what maintains the shields outside. Each time I cast a spell, energy gets diverted from the core. What's the point of all this, though? Blaze asked. Yeah, it looks pretty, but what does it do? Control, Blaze. Harry replied. I can access any memory I choose. I have near-perfect recall thanks to this. By setting up my mindscape, and performing several different exercises, I'm able to increase my connection to my magic, meaning that I can cast spells easier, and also more efficiently. Plus, my secrets are safe and secure. But who's gonna try and access your secrets, Harry? Hermione asked. It's not like there's loads of enemies about. Oh, but there are. Harry replied. Snape has tried over 100 times to gain access to my mind. Each time, he's been defeated. Dumbledore tries every so often, but he gets repelled. When Quirrell was possessed last year by Voldemort, he tried to gain entry. This is one of the reasons I do so well in class. I can read a book with almost perfect recall. I can work on magical control. This is what I want to teach you. You won't all suddenly develop into a super-powered version of yourselves, but you'll gain control over your magic, possibly even equal to Dumbledore. That's not possible, Hermione stated. Dumbledore's the greatest wizard in the world. Harry looked torn between ripping into the old bastard, and acknowledging his accomplishments. All right, let me put it another way. Who is more powerful, magically speaking, Dumbledore, or Voldemort? Dumbledore. Susan replied quickly. He's the only wizard you know who was afraid of. Do you all agree? The group nodded slowly, except for Hermione, who looked pensive. Well, Voldemort has way more raw power than Dumbledore. I mean, a lot more. Possibly as much as a third. Then why was you know who afraid of Dumbledore? Susan asked. Dumbledore has far greater control than Voldemort. Yeah, Old Snakeface can throw a lot of powerful curses, and his shields are top-notch, but that's about all he does. Dumbledore uses his skills to make up the difference. Hermione nodded. So Dumbledore can't match Voldemort for power, but using tricks and skill, can draw him to a standstill. In a word, yes. Now, picture a wizard with Voldemort's power and Dumbledore's control and knowledge, and you've got a pretty scary opponent. With training, I think all of you could be a match to Dumbledore. Harry smiled. Now do any of you know how to get out? The group shook their heads. In that case leave, he shouted, banishing them backwards. Hermione opened her eyes, noting that she was lying on the floor in Harry's dorm room. Around her, her other 6 friends were beginning to stir. Luna began giggling. That was fun. Harry rolled his eyes. Only you would think swimming through my mind could be fun, Luna. He turned to Hermione. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hermione replied after a moment, then she grinned at him. I know what I'm getting you for Christmas, though one of those hot pink suits. You looked so cute. Rolling his eyes again, Harry snorted at her. I'll never wear it. He returned his attention to the group as a whole. Now, I've got some literature for you to read, so you can learn how to start the process. For the moment, don't look Snape or Dumbledore in the eyes. They can pluck surface thoughts from your mind. He passed out the duplicated books, and was about to send them back to their common rooms, when Susan spoke up. Harry, do you think you could teach us to fight? He looked at her imperiously. Why, Susan? She blushed, but looked up at him. Well, I'm starting to receive some unwanted attention, from some of the older students. Harry looked at her blankly. 113 years old or not, he still could not understand the vagaries of a 12-year-old girl's mind. She means, Luna said, smiling dreamily, that now she is developing B.Ests, she's being stared at by people. Ah, Luna once again, you say things as they really are. Harry thought, staring at Susan's face, while Neville and Blaze's eyes dropped for a fraction of a second. I'm not exactly an expert at hand-to-hand combat, Sue. I just know a few moves that can make a difference. Can you teach us? Hermione and Padma asked. Being intelligent young women, they knew that the possibility of encountering a gentleman with less than honorable intentions was always a possibility. Sighing, Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll need to set something up, but I can teach you what little I know. As he lay down to bed that evening, he pondered what he had begun. I've been trying to keep the timeline mostly intact and here I am, buggering it up completely. I still have to deal with Dobby, Lockhart's crap teaching, being exposed as a parcelmouth, having the school shun me, the attacks on Muggleborns by Blink Hagrid's removal, Fudge's incompetence, Malfoy, and this doesn't even cover doing my school work. I am so f***ed, it's untrue. With that comforting thought in mind, Harry fell into a troubled sleep. Harry woke up the following morning, a crick in his neck and a knot of tension in his stomach. Retreating into his mindscape, he quickly located the source of his doubts and worries. Bloody useless git, he groused. On the bridge of his mental ship, Harry's tactical side pummeled the counselor into unconsciousness, releasing the pit of tension. What better way to get rid of angst and misery than some good old-fashioned violence? He smirked to himself. Hermione always used to say that I should get in touch with my emotions. Wonder if she meant I should hold it down while punching 7 shades of shite out of it. He sat up from bed, stretching. God, I love occlumency, he muttered, clambering to his feet. Right whiz, toothy pegs and shower. Harry completed his ablutions, scoffing at the dreadful mess his hair was, before dressing and heading into the common room. Hermione, Padma and Luna were waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. Harry paused for a moment. Good Lord, he muttered. A vision of beauty, poise and grace. All 3 girls blushed prettily, before Hermione stepped forward, giving Harry a tight hug. You shouldn't keep saying things like that, she said breathily. We'll all be spoiled. Actually, I was pointing at the mirror. The girls all looked around to see a blank wall, and a smirking Harry. I can't help saying things like that when I see you, Hermione. Your beauty inspires me, and makes me hornier than a dog at a Miss Lovely Legs competition. Yeah, right. Hermione mumbled into his neck. She squeaked as Harry pinched her hip lightly. Say that again, Hermione, and I'll be most upset. He pulled back slightly, resting his forehead on hers. You're the most perfect female in the history of ever, Hermione. Please stop putting yourself down. She sighed. I'll try, Harry. If you don't stop, I'll give you a jolly good tickling. Harry joked, smirking at her. The gleam in Hermione's eye scared him. Anyway, he turned to Padma and Luna. Ladies, you're looking particularly eye-catching this morning. Shall we go and partake of the delicious array of Hogwarts breakfast foods? The foursome left the common room, heading down the stairs. So, Luna broke the silence. What breakfast entertainment can we expect this morning, Harry? He turned to her, plastering an innocent expression on his face. Luna, you think I'm planning some kind of entertainment? I'm shocked and appalled. What makes you think I'm planning anything? We know you. The three girls chorused in unison. Harry glanced around, nodding to Neville who was coming from the stairs. Don't you think it's curious that Dumbledore wasn't at lunch or dinner yesterday? I'd be willing to be my entire family fortune that he's still suffering from the boxes, snitch, system. Snitch system? Neville asked. Morning, Harry. Morning, ladies. Hey, Neville. The four chorused. Harry carried on. Yeah, the snitch system. Basically, it highlights someone attempting to break in. If I'm right, and the joy of being me is that I'm always right, it'll be fairly obvious. Not wanting to contradict Harry's rather egotistical statement, since so far, he had always been right, the group carried on in silence. Susan joined them as they carried on, meeting Blaise on his way up from the dungeons. Harry, Neville. Good morning, beautiful woman who set my loins on fire. Blaise maintained his deadpan air, looking over everyone. Harry let out a HMPH. No one ever tells me how I set their loins on fire. He mock-pouted, folding his arms across his chest. I feel so ugly. Hermione grabbed the back of his head and pressed a chaste key on his lips before standing up on her tiptoes to whisper something into his ear. Harry's eyebrow shot up. I'll keep that in mind. He cleared his throat as he saw the other five fanning themselves. Right, breakfast. Once sitting down and eating, Harry kept an eagle eye on the door. He was waiting for Dumbledore to come in and ask for the counter-curse to the box's defense. So, what do we have today? Harry asked while watching. Herbology, isn't it? Susan nodded. Yeah, Professor Sprout popped into the common room last night to let us know. We're gonna be in Greenhouse 3. Apparently, we're doing mandrakes today. Harry groaned. Noisy little buggers. It's like being near the kiddie section in a pub. I hope we're not repotting them. They always fight back. He took a swig of his tea, as if it would somehow provide a potent shield against baby mandrakes. And they're ugly little bastards. I bet it's what the Malfoy nursery looked like a few years ago. A loud snigger drew everyone's attention to the door, before two Muggle-born students screamed. It's a Terminator. It's here to kill us all. Albus Dumbledore was stood in the doorway to the Great Hall, eagerly scanning the occupants. When he saw Harry and his friends sitting calmly enjoying breakfast, he sagged slightly in relief. What made this pose more interesting was the fact that Dumbledore appeared to be comprised entirely of a silvery liquid metal, clad in bright purple robes. He ambled forwards, calmly ignoring the sniggering, pointing and jeering. Mr. Potter, he said coolly. Could I speak to you for a moment? Harry looked up. Ah, Headmaster. You're looking shiny this morning. Would you care to join us for breakfast? Perhaps some nice WD-40, keep the old joints lubricated. Harry was having trouble keeping a straight face, as the Weasley twins had conjured magnets and were trying to stick them to the Headmaster. Mr. Potter, I would appreciate it if you would remove this silly prank spell from me. Dumbledore struggled to maintain his dignity. Casting such spells on the Headmaster carries a hefty punishment. Only if I'm caught, and I'm far too much a marauder for that. I haven't cast any spells on you, Headmaster. Harry replied politely. I did, however, ward a propriety, registered personal object. With a non-harmful ward. The fact that you were attempting to gain access to my personal property is the reason you're now shiny silver. Dumbledore sighed. Mr. Potter, I explained to you yesterday morning that I would need to inspect and confiscate anything that was capable of breaching Hogwarts wards. And I explained to you that I didn't breach the wards. Harry replied, still remaining polite. However, you seem to be glossing over your attempted break-in of my personal property. I would rather discuss that. Did you know that, in the Muggle world, breaking and entering can get you arrested and jailed? Count yourself lucky that nobody's tried to scrap you. Anyway, please, explain your breaking and entering. I explained, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore snapped. Now, reverse this spell immediately. Harry's wand flashed once, not speaking the incantation. By you command, Centurion. Hermione, as a Muggle-born, cracked up at this, as he did resemble a Cylon in a dress. I would strongly recommend not attempting that again, however. You've had the first warning. They get a little nastier from here on in. Including an impotence curse. How good are you at playing snooker with a rope? In the other timeline, he'd found out that Dumbledore had dosed himself with a love potion, specifically lusting after Pomona Sprout, who was nursing a massive to match her own body-sized crush on Dumbledore. The idea of massive meeting ancient in a sweaty URK. I feel ill. Dumbledore glanced down at his now flesh-colored skin. Mr. Potter, this changes nothing. I will still need to confiscate your device. If necessary, I will contact the Aurors and the Department of Mysteries in order to break whatever enchantments are on the object. It would be easier all around if you were to simply surrender it to me now. No, Harry replied, sitting up straighter. Hogwarts School Rule 316, personal property that is registered cannot be confiscated without just cause of a clear and present danger to the school or its occupants. And like Stone Cold said, Harry 316 says if you try anything, I'll kick your ass. Sometimes, Harry found himself remembering the most obscure and useless information he possessed, but when it came to it, he'd rather know too much than not enough. Now, I know you think you can use that rule against me, but since there is no danger to the students, you lose. Remember our agreement from the summer, Headmaster. I wasn't joking then, and I'm not joking now. This is not over, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said as he stalked away. I'm not going to rue the day. Harry looked at his friends, who looked more shell-shocked than anything else. Seriously, would it take too much for someone to point a wand at me and tell me, you shall rue this day, Potter? Harry. Hermione asked. She'd been a little intimidated by the conversation between two clearly powerful and implacable men. Harry sighed heavily. He doesn't like the fact that the box we really need to come up with a better name for it can come and go from the school. He likes knowing who goes where and when, and why, and the box stops that. He shrugged. I think it's the why that bothers him the most. If he can't see how something can benefit him, he just doesn't want to give an inch. Are you in the wrong? Susan asked, prompting an angry glare from Hermione. No. Harry sighed again. There's a very simple reason why I can just pop through the wards like they're not there, but it's not something I'm particularly eager to reveal. More secrets, Harry? Luna asked, smiling dreamily at him. You should share some of your burdens. Keeping everything inside is not good for you. Some things have to be kept secret, Luna. Harry replied. Others, like this, just don't matter. He looked at his friends. It's not a matter of trust. Really, it's not. It's just not relevant. He drained his tea. Come on, let's go and beat the shit out of the mandrakes. As the six approached the greenhouses, Luna peeling away to attend a potions class, they saw Lockhart stalking away, grinning smarmily. You could see him dripping giddism from his pores. That man scares me, Harry muttered, making sure to not look at him. Morning. Sprout grunted as they got closer, clearly in a bad mood. Not surprising, considering Lockhart was about. We're in Greenhouse 3 today. She stomped off, not waiting for her class to follow, looking like the love child of Mother Earth and Beelzebub. Once inside the greenhouse, wearing the horrible brown projective jackets, Sprout threw earmuffs at everyone. Before Lockhart had annoyed her, she probably would have thrown them to people, but the man just had that effect. Today we're going to be repotting mandrakes. She spat testily. Who can tell me about mandrakes? Predictably, Hermione's hand shot up. Miss Granger. The mandrake, or mandragora, is a member of the nightshade family and can be used as a powerful restorative, Professor. However, its cry is fatal to anyone who hears it. 5 points to Ravenclaw, Miss Granger. Sprout nodded, calming herself now she was back in her own domain. Now, our mandrakes are still babies, so they won't kill you, but if you don't cover your ears, you'll have a nasty headache when you regain consciousness tomorrow. So, make sure you cover them. There was a bit of a mad dash as the other 5 tried to get round Neville's tray. They knew he was the expert in herbology. Unfortunately, Harry and Hermione were furthest away, and hadn't resorted to elbowing people out of the way yet, though they made no promises for all year, and had to sit at another 4-person table. 2 students approached them gingerly. Hi. One said. I'm Dean Thomas. Harry extended a hand. Heard of you, Dean. Apparently, you're really good at art. Dean nodded slowly. Yeah, how do you know? I know everything, Harry replied, shaking hands, before turning to the other newcomer. You're Justin Finch Fletchley, yeah. The snooty Hufflepuff nodded. Yes I am. Heard all about your defeat of you-know-who, Potter. Good work. Hermione covered a snorting laugh by coughing. Harry, using superhuman effort, managed to avoid rolling his eyes. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate your support. No problem, Justin replied, completely missing the sarcasm. You're muggle-raised, aren't you? Was down for Eden myself, but the chance to grace Hogwarts with my presence, well, I couldn't resist, really, and it wouldn't have been fair to the others, really. Oh dear God, he's like a mini Lockhart. Harry mused while putting his earmuffs on, clearly ignoring Justin. It's a shame he gets petrified. Well, a little shame, anyway. Peaceful for the rest of us, though. After the grand and glorious battle against the Mandrakes, I wonder if Lockhart would write a book about that. Harry mused. With minimal casualties all around, the group trooped back into the school, intent on showering the mulch and compost off themselves. Free afternoon. Neville cackled to himself as the group assembled in the Great Hall. Sweet Merlin, I love free afternoons. Do y'all fancy some flying practice this afternoon? Harry asked, wolfing down a plate of sandwiches. Politely, of course. Hermione nodded absently, as she stared up at the head table. Harry, Dumbledore's staring at you. I don't think he's gonna let this rest. Harry looked up at the staff table, seeing Dumbledore glare daggers at Harry. Not certain why, Harry turned round, spotting several Gryffindors staring. At the same time, good God, I feel popular. He muttered. Fine, let's get this sorted out. He wiped his mouth on a napkin, casually tossing it onto his plate. He stood up, stalking towards the head table. Dumbledore spotted him coming, and somehow managed to extend his frown and disapproving air. Ignoring the old man, Harry turned to Flitwick. Professor, as my head of house, would you be willing to perform an inspection on a piece of personal property that is currently irritating the headmaster? He turned to McGonagall. As the deputy headmistress, would you supervise? Frankly, I'm getting sick of him glaring at me. He lowered his voice. It's making me feel uncomfortable. It looks pretty inappropriate, a headmaster staring unblinkingly at a good-looking second year. Dumbledore cleared his throat, ignoring McGonagall's quiet giggle that she was covering with her hand. I can perform any inspections that are necessary, Mr. Potter, he informed him patronizingly. And I will also be able to issue a receipt for the confiscation of the object. Harry turned to him. You will not be confiscating it, sir. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will be able to confirm what I've said, after they've completed the inspection. Now, please leave it alone. I'm sick of fighting with you, and I've only been back at school 2 bloody days. McGonagall cleared her throat and stood up. I'll be pleased to escort you, Mr. Potter. Please let me know when you are available. Now, Professor, Harry replied. I, and most of my friends, have a free afternoon. He turned to Dumbledore. And then, Professor, you and I shall have a little chat, which will clear the air. His voice turned cold. Otherwise, me and you will have issues. I look forward to it, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said magnanimously, before turning to Minerva. Please deliver the object to my office upon the completion of your inspection. He stood. Good day. Harry led the 2 professors and his friends, bar Luna, to the Ravenclaw common room, before heading up to his dorm room. Flitwick stepped closer to the box, drawing his wand and casting several diagnostic spells. Curious, powerful defenses, but non-fatal. He looked up. Differential triggered wards. Impressive spell work, Mr. Potter. Thank you, sir. Harry replied dutifully. I must ask you not to physically touch it, though. The defenses will kick in unless you're keyed in. Flitwick nodded. Understood. And nicely done, by the way. He stepped back. Harry placed his hand on a section of the door, waiting for a moment until the Magi lock recognized his magical signature and palm print, before opening. Harry pushed open the door, and stepped back. After you. The group ambled inside, extremely impressed with the console room. Flitwick looked down at the grating on the floor. Oh, that's fabulous work. He Ned in pleasure. You've managed to subvert the natural floor of the device. That's mastery-level charms work. McGonagall looked around, pulling out her wand and casting her own diagnostics. Transfigured and conjured metals. Permanent conjuration. She looked at Harry. That's beyond Newt level, Mr. Potter. Harry just nodded. Flitwick, while McGonagall had been looking at the metalwork, had wandered over to the central console, where the reactor was pulsing with wild, barely restrained magic. Not barely restrained as in, this could be a bit dangerous, but more of a, yippee, nothing can stop me now. Feel. He didn't know what it did, but he knew that messing around with anything in here could be fatal. And embarrassing. Flitwick lowered his wand. While this certainly looks very impressive, Mr. Potter, I must ask, what exactly does it do? Why is the headmaster so eager to confiscate this device? Harry clicked his fingers, closing the doors with a loud clang. This device, Professor, is an extremely sophisticated portkey device. But it's so much more. In the right hands, its tactical value is immeasurable. Also, it's a home away from home. A self-contained portkey. Flitwick repeated. And it passes right through Hogwarts wards. I can understand the headmaster's concerns, Mr. Potter. The box isn't the problem with that, Professor. Harry sighed, slumping into one of the chairs next to the console. The problem is magical signatures. Any portkey that I choose to make will pass through Hogwarts wards like they weren't there. The box is irrelevant to that. McGonagall frowned. The only way that could happen is, her eyes widened in realization. Are you? Harry nodded. I am the heir of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. As such, Hogwarts herself allows me to come and go as needed. Flitwick dropped his wand, while McGonagall stepped backwards. Good lord. Harry's friends, sans Hermione, were equally stunned. Blaise stepped forward. What does this mean, Harry? Shrugging, Harry made a face. It means that I can come and go from the school as needed. That's it. No secret vaults, no secret powers, nothing like that. It just means that my ancestors were partly responsible for creating the school. Susan cleared her throat. Is this one of the secrets that needed to be kept, or one that didn't matter? Doesn't matter. Harry replied. It's irrelevant, really. I think Dumbledore already knows about the Potters being descended from Gryffindor. Not many people know that Godric and Rowena were married, since she kept her maiden name. Personally, I reckon Dumbledore's still trying to exercise control over me, prevent me having unrestricted access to the school, or, even worse, from coming and going without him knowing, and being able to allow or forbid. Why? I don't know, or really care. But it's gonna stop. He stood up, leading the group through a door at the back of the console room. Quarters, a dining room, a training room and gym, and a bathroom. He pointed out each room. Like I said, it's like a home away from home. And it's utterly harmless. Unless someone's been in the bathroom and not hit the freshening charm. He cast his mind back to the previous timeline, remembering Hermione's love of curry, and Harry's love of the bubblehead charm the next morning. He led them all back to the console room. Now, I want to speak to Dumbledore. He's really getting on my pecs with his behavior, and I want it to stop. He turned back to the professors. Would you please escort me so I don't explode him? McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Don't you mean, explode at him? Harry shrugged again. If that's what you wanna think, Professor, don't let me stop you, but I'd prepare to cast Scourgify, just in case. He began jabbing buttons on the console. Why don't you let me show you what my baby can do, He grabbed a large brass lever, sliding it down with a manic grin. With a loud thump, the blue fingers at the center of the console began to move. Dumbledore was sitting in his office, king on a comforting lemo, drop while he pondered the situation involving Harry Potter. Although he'd agreed to back off on certain issues, Potter's introduction of a device that could breeze through the school's formidable defenses changed the game, and allowing the boy free rein to come and go, without him knowing where, bothered him. I cannot allow the boy who lived to learn anything that could lead to him going dark. The fact that this involved most of the potent offensive magics didn't cross his mind, virtually hamstringing Harry in the fight against Voldemort. A wind began to blow throughout his office, blowing pieces of parchment from his desk everywhere. A wheezing, groaning sound with no clearly definable source filled the air, before the strange object from the sorting began to materialize in his office. The light on top of the box blinked on and off, casting his office in a strange glow. After almost 10 seconds, the grinding sound stopped, the box fully solidified. Ah! Dumbledore thought to himself. Minerva has delivered the object to me. Excellent. I shall investigate. It may come in useful when Voldemort returns, a portable command center that would allow me to face the Death Eaters, bringing them back to the light. He stood up, grabbing his hat as he stepped to the doors. He was about to reach out and touch it, when he remembered the effect from last time. The doors in front of his opened, revealing an impossibly large room, with 8 people stood around an odd table of some type. "Come in, Headmaster," Harry called out in a no-nonsense tone. Dumbledore tentatively placed a foot inside, waiting to see if he was attacked or vaporized. He stepped inside, scooting forward when the doors began to close behind him. "I'm glad to see that you have agreed to surrender this device to me, Harry." "I haven't," Harry replied, jabbing a few other buttons. The gyroscope began to rev up as the dematerialization sequence began. Once in flight, Harry sat down. "Now, Headmaster, I've explained to these people how this device is able to pass through Hogwarts wards, and they are satisfied. Will you accept their assurance, or do you require me to explain it to you as well?" Dumbledore subtly checked his wand was available if it became necessary to subdue Harry. It never occurred to him that he was trapped inside a technological device he could never hope to operate. "If you would explain, Harry." Harry jabbed a few buttons, watching the console accept the commands. "Tell me about my history, Professor. The history of the Potters. Where are we descended from, originally?" Dumbledore asked, looking confused by the request. "The first Potters came from Godric's Hollow in Wales. The first recorded Potter was in 1013. His family name came from his occupation. They were clay workers, using magic to create some of the most exquisite artworks." "Why is Godric's Hollow so named?" Harry asked, keeping his eye on the console. "It is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, Harry." Dumbledore replied, annoyed. "This information is available in Hogwarts, a history. I don't see how it's relevant to our conversation. The Potters weren't exactly contemporaries of the Founders, Headmaster, because they were descended from the Founders. Godric's son Moraine became the first Potter. As such, I am a descendant of Gryffindor." Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspected that the Potters were linked to the Founders. And that is why I can portkey through the wards. Anyone with a Founder's blood can seek sanctuary at Hogwarts. This device," he gestured to the bulkheads around him, "uses my blood and magic to pass through the wards. Because it uses my blood and my magic, it can only be used by me. It is still capable of penetrating Hogwarts defenses, Harry." Dumbledore replied, his hand inching towards his wand. "As such, it must be confiscated so that I can study it." Harry picked up a piece of wire off the console, and tapped it with his wand. The wire glowed blue for a moment. "This is now a portkey that will breach Hogwarts defenses. Here, study this." Harry tossed the wire to Dumbledore, who caught it, and then dropped it on the floor. "A piece of wire will not breach the school's defenses. No, this box, Harry, must be given to me. I shall study it and determine its use. If it can be used as a command post, then I shall use it thusly. I cannot allow this device to remain in the hands of a student." "Okay, Headmaster. You agree?" "Certainly." Harry nodded, and stepped away from the console. "By all means, take command. Bring us back to your office, and, when we get there, I shall surrender the box's command codes to yourself." Dumbledore rushed towards the console, a victorious smile plastered on his face, which collapsed and crumbled on the floor when he saw a massive amount of dials, switches and levers in front of him. He pointed his wand at Harry, and gestured him to the console. "You shall pilot this device, Harry. It will be a part of Hogwarts resources, and you shall pilot it where and when I deem necessary for the greater good, and teach me how to do the same." "No, Albus," Flitwick said. "This device is Mr. Potter's personal property, and is not a danger to the school. I will contest any attempt to confiscate it." "As will I," McGonagall added, glaring at her boss. "Now, before I take us back to Hogwarts, I want a chat, Headmaster," Harry said firmly, gently pushing Dumbledore backwards. "Frankly, you've been getting on my tits recently, and I've had enough. I've told you many times that I will not stand being manipulated or controlled. Last New Year, you agreed, then by summer, you were right back to your old ways. Over the summer, you tried again. Poppy and Minerva tried to stop you, and scant weeks later, you're doing it yet again. Dumbledore sighed. Mr. Potter, there are certain actions I must take to ensure the safety of our world. I realize that these actions may not be to your liking, but they are necessary for our security. You need to learn that not everything will go your way, just because you wish it to. The oblivious old man didn't see Minerva's lips thin so much, they disappeared, nor that she had a firm grip on her wand. People who trade freedom for security deserve neither, Headmaster. Harry quoted. Now, you've been dicking about with me for the last year. It stops now. You've already said that you'd do so, and have broken that word. I want something stronger. Several eyes flitted to Harry, Dumbledore's included. What do you mean? Harry took a deep breath. This was going to be difficult. I want an unbreakable vow from you, in front of these witnesses, that you will make no attempt to manipulate me. Ever. That you will answer whatever question I ask with the complete truth, whenever I ask it. If asking the question violates another oath, you will tell me who that oath was made to, and why. He saw Dumbledore's mouth open. This is non-negotiable, Headmaster, and a one-time only offer. Otherwise, I send us back to Hogwarts, pack my stuff, and leave. You ask too much, Harry. Dumbledore said firmly. You forget, you are just a student. I do not have to answer to you. Fine. Harry shrugged. I'm setting the coordinates back to your office, Headmaster. I'll drop you off, then pack up my gear. I will not allow you to leave, Mr. Potter. I am acting for the good of everyone. In time, you will come to see the truth. Dumbledore drew his wand, only to have it blasted out of his hand by Flitwick's well-aimed Expelliarmus. Filius. You need to understand that Harry needs to be under my guidance until I am satisfied he can make the right decision without my supervision. Your control, you mean? Harry was ignoring this byplay. So, Hermione, do you want to come with me? I can hire tutors to get us educated. We'd be able to take newts as soon as we're ready. Hermione nodded. I spoke to my parents in the summer. They agreed to do whatever I felt was best. Harry turned to his friends. What about you guys? Susan's jaw flapped for a moment, before she gathered herself. Auntie Amelia'll be pissed, but I'm sure once I explain that I'm doing it to escape the headmaster's manipulations, she'll come round. Gran'll want to kill me, Neville said, smirking. Then she'll come and kill the headmaster. I'm in. Padma hesitated. I need to speak to my parents before I can say anything, Harry. Wait, McGonagall said firmly. This is going too far. She turned to Harry. Your oath is a little excessive, Harry, but only in the wording. She turned to Dumbledore. Albus, at the risk of being crude, you need to extract your head from your nether orifice. You're risking losing at least 6 students, possibly more when you consider the Weasley twins and their friends. When the press finds out you're hounding students out of the school, including the boy who lived, other parents will pull their children out, too. If you continue on this path, Hogwarts will be closed down. Dumbledore looked offended. I cannot simply allow a student to dictate terms, Minerva. I have duties and responsibilities that could be compromised if I agree with Mr. Potter's oath. Filius cleared his throat, holding out a piece of parchment. I have taken that into account, Headmaster. I believe this will be an adequate oath to satisfy both parties. Harry took the parchment, and read through it. Albus Dumbledore will abandon any plans to manipulate or control Harry Potter. Any attempts to influence Harry Potter will also be abandoned, except in the matters of his education. All educational plans must be approved by the deputy head teacher and Harry Potter's head of house. Albus Dumbledore will answer any relevant question directed by Harry Potter at the time of asking to the best of his ability. Relevant questions will only be in the following categories: Harry Potter's personal history, Harry Potter's educational requirements and conduct, Harry Potter's past and possible future dealing with Lord Voldemort. If Harry Potter asks Albus Dumbledore a question that would contradict another oath, he will explain who that oath is with. If the other oath contradicts the relevant questions that Harry Potter is allowed to ask, Albus Dumbledore will explain the exact circumstances of that other oath, and why it must be upheld. Harry finished reading, then looked up at Dumbledore. This oath would be acceptable with me, Headmaster. Dumbledore read through it, paling when he considered the ramifications of such an oath, but he recognized that it would allow him to retain influence with Harry, and more importantly, would ensure the young man remained at Hogwarts. Very well. He sighed dramatically. I am still dreadfully disappointed at this complete lack of trust, Mr. Potter. You really need to listen to your elders, Harry. When we look out for your interests, I have only the best of intentions for you. No, you don't, Harry thought, saying nothing aloud. You don't have best intentions for me. You just want to make sure that Voldemort gets defeated any way possible, no matter the cost to me or my friends. I will bond your oath, gentlemen, McGonagall said, pulling out her wand. Harry held out his hand, waiting for Dumbledore to take it. The old man did, after a few moments of piteous looks, both men dropping to their knees in the ritualistic pose. Albus Dumbledore, will you promise to abandon any plans to manipulate or control Harry James Potter? McGonagall asked. I will. A tendril of white flame erupted from McGonagall's wand, wrapping itself around the men's combined hands. Will you make no attempts to influence Harry Potter, except in the routine matters of his standard Hogwarts education? I will. A second tendril came from the wand, interlinking itself with the first. Will you answer any question that Harry Potter asks, in full, provided it deals with him directly? Or any possible future actions with the wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort? I will. A third tendril joined the first two, forming a glowing white chain. If any question asked by Harry Potter would contradict another oath, will you explain that to him, detailing who the oath was made to, and why? Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, before sighing. I will. A fourth tendril joined with the previous three, before burning white-hot for a second, then vanishing. So mote it be, McGonagall added, not a part of the ritual, but to let everyone know it had been completed. Harry pulled back his hand. Well, job's a good un. He stood up. Now, I'm gonna go back to school. Headmaster, I'm sure that we can have a discussion at some point that will be very enlightening. Dumbledore bowed his head in defeat. I never wished for this enmity, I only ever wished the best for you, Harry. Quote. Harry looked down at Dumbledore, deciding to throw the old man a bone. It would be the only one. I don't hate you, Professor. I don't even dislike you. I dislike interference in my life. I dislike people attempting to manipulate me. Now, I'm a no second chances kind of guy. I don't want to break with you. I want to get along with you. You're a good man, sir. Please, don't make me walk away from Hogwarts. Hermione stepped over, wrapping her arms about his waist, and resting her head on his shoulder. Sir, from what I've heard about you, you're the greatest wizard in the world. I respect that. But, you seem to have lost sight of the people. I agree. Flitwick spoke up. You've been fighting so long, Albus, that you see the battles, the war, the sacrifices and the goals. You've lost sight of the people involved in those positions. Perhaps you should redirect your attention to where it will be useful. I will try. Dumbledore offered as he climbed to his feet, wincing as his knees cracked. I will try. After the excitement of the afternoon, dinner seemed almost dull in comparison. Luna joined them, fresh from a riveting afternoon of potions. Snape had been his usual unpleasant self, but after Harry's actions, the man was pretty much harmless. Rude, obnoxious and stinking, but harmless. I miss all the fun. Luna pouted, slumping in her chair. Fun, Neville squeaked. I about pissed my pants when Harry threatened to leave the school. I thought Dumbledore was about to blast us all. He's not evil, Neville. Luna said airily. He's just misguided, from what I've heard. He's a sneaky old bird. Harry muttered quietly. I just hope he gets his head out of his ass. Anyway, Hermione drawled, getting everyone's attention. Any plans for the weekend? Harry pulled out his schedule. Let's see Friday tomorrow. Oh, bugger. Double history of magic and astronomy. On a Friday night. Proof that there is no God. Hermione ignored her boyfriend. Flying practice was mentioned earlier. I wouldn't mind doing that. Maybe we could have some speed drills or stuff like that. Or, we could go and hack off the Quidditch teams. 5 Galleons says Ollie has his team out there at the crack of dawn practicing. Harry smirked evilly. I've not had a chance to wig Ollie out for almost 3 months. He laughed loudly. From the sound of it, he'd been spending hours working on his evil laugh. Oh, I love doing that to him. Behave, Hermione commanded. You shouldn't pick on him. Good Lord, after that last Quidditch game, he wouldn't come near you. She reached out and grasped his hand. His loss my gain. Harry turned to her, his eyes in the familiar adorable puppy dog pout. Please, Hermione, let's go and annoy Oliver. It'll be fun. Unable to resist Harry's sinister yet pleading looks, Hermione folded, sagging neatly into her chair. Fine, I'll help you annoy Oliver. Neville smirked. I'll come along too, if you don't mind. God knows I could use the flying practice. I think we all could. Padma admitted, sighing. It's definitely not my preferred method of magical travel. It's better than flow. Harry spat. Horrible way, that is. Always end up ass over tit. Hermione giggled, ignoring Harry's pouting glare. It's true. He does. It's quite funny. Anyway, the gang gathered on Saturday morning, yawning and scratching as they grabbed brooms from the school storage shed. Harry kept his in his trunk, not trusting people not to damage it. As he led them to the field, he spotted the Gryffindor Quidditch team staggering out of the locker room. Harry's face lit up when he saw the Scottish sixth year. Hi, Ollie. He purred. Wood stopped instantly in his tracks when he heard that dreaded voice. Gathering all his Gryffindor courage, he turned to face his tormentor. Potter. Harry pouted. Is that all you have to say to me, Ollie? I'm hurt. Fred and George had coached him. He was ready for this. He could do it. He would do it. Oliver strode forward, thrusting out his hand. No, that's not all. It's very good to see you, Harry. I missed you. Not missing a beat, Harry grasped Oliver's hand, smirking inwardly when he felt Ollie stroking his knuckles. Ah, you have missed me, haven't you? He said in his say-wiest voice. Let me guess, you got your team up, and now you're cracking the whip. I've never wanted to be a Gryffindor so much in my life. Oliver didn't even blink. Don't need to be a Gryffindor for me to crack a whip, Harry. Ooh, promises. Harry and Oliver broke down laughing at the same time, pumping their hands once before dropping them to their sides. You did well there, Ollie. Didn't let me get you down at all. Yes, well, I figured that if I could handle your come-ons, the Slytherins, booing wouldn't affect me at all. Harry gasped dramatically. You're just using me. He sniffed and turned away. I'm hurt, Ollie, really. Ollie patted the top of Harry's head patronizingly. Yes, I am. Good man, Ollie. I'm proud of you. Still, that means I'll have to find another way to distract you during the game. I'll think of something. I'm very good. Harry grinned. So, you got your entire team out of bed, entirely too early, on a Saturday, and have now filled their heads with plays and tactics. He looked over at the twins, who were leaning against each other, bravely fighting to stay awake. Wood faced his players. Yep, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for action. He grinned at Harry. We'll be kicking your ass come game time. Angelina's head dropped into Fred's lap as she succumbed to sleep. Fred didn't even blink as he raised his trapped hand, resting it on her shoulder. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Hermione stepped closer, protectively wrapping an arm around her boyfriend. Oliver Wood, are you flirting with my man? Yes, ma'am. He replied politely, nodding his head respectfully to her. I can't blame you. Hermione replied, pulling Harry closer. Harry, try not to tire him out too much. Oh, shite, Oliver muttered, looking over their heads. Harry and Hermione turned together, not breaking contact, to witness the thugs and Neanderthals that made up the Slytherin team, clad in their bright green robes. What do you want, Flint? As Flint opened his mouth to speak, Hermione shuddered. Harry leaned in closer. I know he looks like a shark, doesn't he? God, your parents would be having wet dreams over what they could charge to fix that. New seeker? Wood asked, holding open a note. You've got a new seeker. Who is it? B. Own-haired arrogance pushed its way through the players at front, revealing a personification of bad faith. Me. Malfoy's eyes were locked on Harry, who responded in atypical fashion. He raised an eyebrow and grunted. Flint was not happy with everyone's lack of response to their wonderful news, so he decided to up the ante. And that's not all. Look what Draco's father donated to the team. Each of the Quidditch players raised a shiny black-handled broomstick, each of them clearly expensive. Nimbus 2001. Hermione read off the handle. Harry, how much are those? Harry closed his eyes as he fought to remember. About 34,000 pounds. That's, quick bit of mental arithmetic, 690 galleons each. And 7 of them is about 4,800 galleons. £250,000 to put his son on the Quidditch team. Man, you dad's got more money than sense, doesn't he, Malfoy? Hermione sneered weakly at him. It really wasn't her best expression. Malfoy's face turned puce incredibly quickly. No one asked for your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. Oliver, Padma and Susan gasped loudly, shocked at the vile language the scion of a noble house was using. Hermione, on the other hand, didn't care what crap Malfoy spouted. Is that really the best you can come up with, Malfoy? Mudblood. Honestly, I would have thought you could come up with some intelligent insults. See, even a Muggleborn can do it, inbred gibbering idiot, or arrogant little streak of piss. Come on, Draco, make it fun for me. Clearing his throat, Harry drew the attention back to him. I don't understand why he bought those brooms, though. Harry, Oliver asked. What's wrong with them? They're good brooms. They're racing brooms, Ollie. In a flat-out speed run, they're about the best on the market at the moment. But for Quidditch, nah. It's a shame that Ravenclaw will be hanging onto the Quidditch Cup this year. Wood was intrigued. How do you mean? Harry smirked. Even though he hadn't let Malfoy's comment about Hermione's blood status get to him, Malfoy would still be paying for saying it. And he knew the perfect way, too. The 2001 is fast and maneuverable, and a good 10% faster than my 2000, but they pay a price for it. Its stability's pretty poor, and it's about 35% less maneuverable than the 2000, and 20% less than most of the clean sweeps. Trying to pull off any Quidditch maneuvers at speed will cause them to snap. In the Slytherin's hands, each of the 7 broomsticks was snapped cleanly in half, rendering £250,000 of Malfoy money into kindling. No one noticed the imperceptible twitch of Harry's pinky finger. Snap. Harry concluded smoothly. Oh, dear, see what I mean. These brooms are absolutely no use for Quidditch. At least, not anymore. I'll get you for this, Scarhead. Malfoy squealed, drawing his wand. You don't want to do that. Harry said in a tone of ice. I have done nothing to you, Malfoy, and I have not drawn a wand. Fire a curse at me and you will die. Are we clear? While he was speaking, everyone except Oliver, who was far too engrossed in watching the Slytherin hopes snap, Hermione, who wasn't afraid of Harry's temper, and Malfoy, who was glaring at Harry in what he thought was a menacing fashion, had stepped back, clearly afraid of a small second-year student. Malfoy thrust his wand back into his pocket, before spinning on his heel and mincing away, followed by the Slytherin team, each of them holding onto the shattered remains on the new brooms. What the hell was that? Oliver asked in a whisper. Harry shrugged. They all broke, Ollie. I told you. The 2001 isn't that great a broom for Quidditch. Hermione leaned in close to him. Harry, if I was a suspicious person, I'd think that you broke those brooms because Malfoy was rude. Raising an eyebrow, Harry looked down at his girlfriend. You always were a smart girl, Hermione. Of course, I would never admit to such a heinous deed. She smiled at him. Thank you, Harry. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry replied innocently. The person who did that, whoever I may be, should be thanked, though. He turned back to his friends. So shall we fly? 2 hours later, the group had finished doing their flying practice. Harry was the only one who could be considered competent, but the others had potential. Of course, Harry had been flying for over a century, and was used to handling brooms at least twice as fast as his Nimbus, but Hermione, surprisingly, managed to perform some good maneuvers. When she got a better broom and some experience, she'd be a hell of a flyer. Padma stretched out. I can't believe it's so tiring sitting on a piece of wood. And my arms are killing me. She slumped onto the grass, sitting next to Susan and Blaze, both of whom were too tired to get up the energy to complain. They all watched Harry standing there casually. The bastard hadn't even worked up a sweat. You know, it always makes me laugh when someone says that Quidditch builds up rock-hard bodies. Why? I mean, sure, throwing a ball will build up the muscles in one arm, same for the beaters, but a six-pack. How many times have you seen the Wimborne Wasps doing ab crunches on a broom? Harry looked at the others, who looked knackered, except for Neville, who appeared to be dozing. Why don't we pop over to Hagrid's? It's closer than the school, and we can have a sit-down. Hermione suggested diplomatically, while using her toe to subtly nudge Neville awake. She, like the others, was knackered, but didn't want to appear weak to Harry. Yeah, Harry exclaimed cheerily. Let's go see Hagrid. Double time. 6 identical groans reached his ears. Hagrid was out working on his crops when the youths approached. Since it was early September, Hagrid was busy working on the school's pumpkin patch, in preparation for the Halloween feast that was a scant 2 months away. "Ello, there," Hagrid called over, waving his huge arm at the kids. "What brings you lot down here?" Harry smiled at his first friend. "Just popped down for a visit, Hagrid, if you're not busy." Hagrid smiled warmly. "Never too busy for you and your friends, Harry. Come on in. I'll pop the kettle on." After serving tea and his version of biological weapons or rock cakes, as he called them, Hagrid settled down. "I've got a bone to pick with you, Harry." Snarling, Harry interrupted. "If I hear one word about autographed photos, Hagrid, I'm going to be mightily annoyed." Hagrid just chuckled. "Yeah, the fop was down here earlier. He offered to sign my copies of his books." "You don't own them, do you, Hagrid?" Blaise asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nah," Hagrid replied. "With the forest behind me, I've never needed kindling that badly." The youth snickered. "He told me that he'd be happy to sell me a set." "How'd you manage to avoid that?" Neville asked. "That man seems awfully pushy to get rid of his books. Gran says that they're rubbish. She objected to buying them." "We all objected to buying them, Nev," Harry replied. "Unfortunately, mandatory reading lists make that one hard to avoid." He turned to Hagrid. "So how'd you get out of it?" I couldn't read," Hagrid replied, grinning widely. His jaw flapped for a minute, then he stalked away. Harry tutted loudly. "Hagrid, that was devious, sneaky and worthy of a Slytherin." "Well done," seconded. Blaise added, smirking at Hagrid. "We'll have you in silver and green before you know it." "Here, now, there's no need to be insulting," Hagrid protested, grinning at Blaise to remove the sting from his words. "So, what do you think of the pumpkins?" "Coming along nicely, they are. Should be ready for the feast." Hermione eyed his suspiciously. "They seem awfully big, Hagrid. Bigger than pumpkins should be." "Why is that?" I might have helped him out a bit," Hagrid admitted shiftily, his eyes automatically flitting to his pink umbrella, dropped untidily in the corner. "Just to get him ready." "I thought you couldn't use magic?" Susan asked, looking suspiciously at Hagrid. Well, I can, but my wand was snapped. I kept the pieces, though." Harry could not have asked for a better opening, considering that he knew what was coming in the near future. "Yeah, I meant to ask you about that. When we went shopping in the alley, you told me you were expelled in your 3rd year, but you never actually said why." "I was just wondering." Hagrid's gaze dropped. It's not something I like talking about, actually." He took a long draught of his tea. "Bad situation it was, bad. Please don't ask me again." "Don't worry, Hagrid, I have a plan." "Okay, Hagrid." He smiled warmly. "So who do you fancy for this year's Quidditch season? And, more importantly, the Sock Quidditch League?" Finishing with Hagrid, the 7 made their way back to the main doors, intent on a shower and some lunch. At least, that was the plan. As with all plans, it disintegrated before first contact with the enemy. In this case, it was Severus Snape and Draco Malfoy. "Potter!" Snape roared upon spotting Harry, grabbing his wand. "You'll pay for this." Harry maintained his calm. "Professor Snape, lower your wand." He stared impassively at the older man until the wand dropped a fraction of an inch. "What will I pay for, sir? You destroyed 7 highly expensive broomsticks. I'll see you expelled for this." Harry yawned widely. "This again. I think you need to investigate a situation before pulling a wand of me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm hungry." He made to walk past Snape, only to have his arm grabbed painfully, and shoved against a wall. "You will not walk away from me, Potter." Snape snarled, leaning in close to Harry's face, spittle and rancid breath washing over him. Harry felt himself swooning, and not in a good way. "Mr. Malfoy has stated that you destroyed his father's donation to the team. I shall be confiscating your broom, and billing you for them." Arching an eyebrow, Harry stared at the greasy potions master, almost begging him to try legilimency. "And you have already made a decision, based on your little shit's whining." "I don't think so." Keeping the painful grip, Snape yanked Harry towards the stairs. "We'll be going seeing the headmaster about this, Potter. You'll be out of here by dinner." Yanking his arm free, Harry turned back to his friends. "I'll catch up with you guys later." He yelped as Snape grabbed his arm again. Without another word, Harry pulled his arm free, spinning around and grabbing Snape's wrist. He tugged down, causing Snape's arm to straighten out, before Harry launched a single forearm punch. Snape howled in agony as his elbow was destroyed, bending his arm completely the wrong way. His face paled as he dropped to his knees. Harry knelt down next to him. "You touch me again, Snivellus, and I won't stop with your arm. You have been warned that if you try anything with me, I will finish it. You assaulted me, I returned the favor." Harry smirked at the man's pale face. "You can never beat me, Snivellus. I suggest you save yourself a world of pain and don't try." Snape's howls had summoned a number of people, McGonagall, Flitwick and Dumbledore amongst them. Harry's friends hadn't moved from their spot, enthralled with Harry's move. "Mr. Potter!" McGonagall near shrieked. "What is going on here?" With a sigh, Harry drew his wand, casting a numbing charm on Snape's destroyed elbow. "Perhaps we should discuss this in the headmaster's office. We were on our way there anyway." "Very well." Dumbledore sighed heavily. He just knew it was gonna be one of those days. After heading to the hospital wing to get Snape a pain-relieving potion and a cartilage repair draft, the group of 4 teachers and 2 students congregated in the headmaster's office. Harry sat on one of the hard wooden chairs, Malfoy sitting as far from him as possible. "Mr. Potter, would you please explain what happened?" "No," Harry replied. "I believe Snape and Malfoy should go first, sir. They wanted to bring the initial complaint." Dumbledore nodded, before turning his twinkling blue eyes to the Malfoy scion. "Mr. Malfoy." Malfoy puffed up his chest, glad to be able to speak to the top dog. "My father made a donation of brooms to the Slytherin team, sir. When we went out to the pitch to try them out, Potter destroyed them, sir. I want him expelled, and also reparations made." Nodding slowly, Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Severus." The man was still a little pale, but the pain-relieving potion was working well. "Mr. Malfoy came and told me about Potter's actions. I waited for him to return in the entrance hall. I was telling him that we were coming to see you, and he attacked me in an unprovoked assault. He should be expelled immediately, and charges filed." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "In your version of events, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled, before turning to Snape. "You see, Snivellus, this is how it should go. It's called investigation. You should try it sometime." He turned back to Dumbledore, ignoring the now puce grease ball. "I was out by the Quidditch pitch with my friends, and I saw the Gryffindor team. I was chatting with them when the Slytherin team came out, stating that they were going to take over the pitch because they needed to train a new seeker." He paused for a moment. "If the Gryffindors have booked the pitch, why can Snape just authorize their team to use it whenever they want?" McGonagall cleared her throat. "They can't. I shall ensure that teams are only allowed on the pitch when it has been booked. Please, continue." Anyway, Malfoy came over, bragging about how his daddy bought the whole team brooms. When Hermione pointed out that Lucy had more money than sense, he called her a mudblood. While not really relevant to the discussion, it was fun just to drop Malfoy in the shit. "I was talking with Oliver about the brooms, saying that they were delicate. At that point, the brooms all snapped. It was very strange." "You snapped them, Potter?" Malfoy shouted. "When my father hears about this." Harry's face was hard as stone. "Send him to me, Malfoy. I'll happily deal with his little tantrum." He turned back to Dumbledore. "It really was a dreadful coincidence, sir. Must just have been a bad batch." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "And what happened with Professor Snape?" "I was coming back from seeing Hagrid, when Snape accosted me in the entrance hall. He drew his wand, something that I have warned him about, and he threatened me. He then physically assaulted me. Like a muggle, he shot Snape a pitying look, then tried to drag me away. I pulled my arm free of his grasp, and told my friends I'd see them later. He then assaulted me again, which prompted me to retaliate." Dumbledore nodded again. Based on what he knew of Malfoy and Severus, it was the more likely explanation. "Can you supply proof of your innocence, Mr. Potter?" "Can they supply proof of my guilt, Professor?" Harry retorted instantly, then decided to be generous. "Since we're now working in a spirit of cooperation, Professor, I'll extend an olive branch. I will submit my memories of both encounters for us all to view in your pensieve. If you can prove I destroyed their brooms, I'll pay the 5,000 galleons to replace them. If not, then I want a public apology from Malfoy for the false accusation, and from Snape for assaulting me. And no, I won't call him Professor. He added the last when he saw Dumbledore's mouth open. That seems fair to me, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said. The accusations were both public, so the apologies should be, too. Dumbledore said nothing, just got his pensieve out from its cupboard. Without being told, Harry drew his wand, putting it to his temple and pulling out a silvery strand that plopped into the bowl, before pulling out another one. He then offered his wand to Dumbledore. While they're loading, why don't you do a priori incantatem on my wand? Taking the wand, Dumbledore pressed his to it. An arithmancy equation, comprised of white smoke, floated up and however in the air. Dumbledore squinted at the smoke for a moment. The numbing spell, a second wand tap, and a new equation appeared. Charms class on Wednesday, Flitwick offered. First class of second year. Another smoky equation floated up. Dumbledore scrutinized it for a moment. That appears to be a shrinking spell. He looked up at Harry. Did you reduce your trunk before you came to school? Yes, sir, Harry replied, looking bored with the whole procedure. Dumbledore tapped Harry's wand, ending the presentation. I think that is sufficient evidence, Mr. Potter, and I appreciate your candor. If we now watch the memories, we should get this whole matter cleared up. The group, bar Harry, sank into the pensieve, their features glazing over while their conscious minds were inside the mythical device. Wiggling his finger, Harry switched Snape's underwear with Malfoy's, and tied his shoelaces together. Simple little pranks, but they would keep him amused for a while. He debated doing the same switch with Dumbledore and McGonagall, but decided against it. He was trying to get Dumbledore to behave, and pranking the man wouldn't do him any favors except make him laugh. 5 minutes later found Harry engaged in a furious staring contest with Fawkes, winning this one since his eyes were bigger than the bird's. The other 5 people in the office suddenly began moving. Mr. Potter is correct, Mr. Malfoy. There is no evidence of his destroying your team's brooms. It must have been a bad batch. Your apology will be delivered at dinner this evening. Dismissed. As Malfoy got up to walk out, Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus, you attacked a student, more importantly, you attacked the head of an ancient and noble house. Mr. Potter may press charges on you for your assault. Snape's mouth dropped open at what he was being told. He attacked a teacher. I want him expelled. You attacked him first, Severus. McGonagall said sharply. Lord Potter, will you be pressing charges against Professor Snape? Harry shook his head. No, ma'am. Honor has been satisfied for the moment. However, if Snape attempts to assault me again, it shall be met with appropriate force. Understood, Lord Potter, McGonagall said firmly, before turning to Snape. Your apology will also be made at dinner. You're dismissed, Severus. Please leave. Snape stood to leave, falling forward as he realized his shoes were tied together. With a roar, he pulled his feet apart, snapping the laces as he stalked away. McGonagall sighed as she turned to Dumbledore. Albus, that man is trouble. I suggest keeping a very close eye on him in the future. I will. Dumbledore replied quietly, before turning to Harry. Thank you for not killing him, Harry. Harry shrugged. I meant what I said though, sir. If he tries anything, I will retaliate. And I'm willing to bet I can be a damned sight more vicious than he can. I've given enough warnings, and let enough go, that he's now run out of chances. The ice is cracking underneath him. His next misstep and he goes down. Is there anything else we need to discuss, Harry? Dumbledore asked slowly, wondering just how far that repaired bridge would reach. I don't think so, sir. Harry replied casually. Unless there's anything you wish to discuss with me. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. Actually, there was one thing. It's about your box. Flitwick and McGonagall groaned in unison. Dumbledore ignored them. How does it work? Harry smiled. This was a side of the headmaster he liked. Not the manipulative old man, but the big kid inside, the one who wore silly hats on Christmas, the one who would eat lemo drops all day. You remember that circular console in the middle? Dumbledore nodded. That's a programmable portkey. Can go anywhere. It's attached to the box, which means that wherever the console goes, the box goes with it. Makes it very smooth and comfortable. Ah, how did you come up with it? I've taken a portkey, and I wanted to throw up afterwards. It made sense to see if I could find a way to smooth out the ride. So, it's self-contained. Works for me. Ingenious, Dumbledore sighed. It's nice to see the youth of today working on society's problems. Yes, may I be dismissed, sir? I'm quite hungry. Dumbledore looked up. Of course, I'm sorry. Please, go and get some lunch. Harry stopped at the door. Sir, I'm glad that we're able to work together. He vanished through the door. I'm glad too, Harry. Dumbledore said, looking up at Minerva. Go on, then. He sighed. He's a good young man, Albus. McGonagall scolded lightly. Work with him, and I think we'll all be happier. September had two important meanings for Harry. The first was the return to school, enjoyable because he truly liked Hogwarts, and the second, and more important, was Hermione's birthday on the 19th. He'd managed to find her a useful on-the-day present, since the cat from hell was her main present, and waited until he saw her. As she came down the stairs, he smiled widely at her. Good morning, Hermione. My goodness, you look stunning. Happy birthday. Hermione blushed prettily, as she did every time Harry complimented her, before she wrapped him in a hug. Good morning, Harry. Thank you. He grabbed something from the couch, presenting it to her with a flourish. Here you are, girlfriend. Harry, you shouldn't have. She scolded lightly. You already got me a present. Speaking of which, he glanced around warily. Where is the demon? He squeaked as something gently pawed the back of his leg, warning him that, next time, claws could be extended. Oh, morning, Crookshanks. The cat glared at him, before mewing piteously at Hermione's feet, looking up at her. She leaned down, scooping the animal up and hugging him. Crookshanks gave Harry a superior look as he was cuddled. Yeah, eat it up, furball. Harry murmured. Anyway, here. Hermione put Crookshanks onto the couch, taking the book from Harry. She ripped open the paper, seeing a book. Familiar magic. She looked up at him. What's it about? Since demon cat's your familiar, instead of just a pet, you can use him in some spells and rituals. That book shows most of them. Ooh, Hermione was about to sit down and start reading. However, how about Brekkie first? Harry asked, spotting the signs of an impending Hermione read-a-thon. She blushed, rushing up the stairs to her dorm room to drop the book into her library trunk, before dashing back downstairs. So party tonight? Harry asked, leading her through the portrait hole. The time passed quickly. The lessons with Lockhart were so far beyond worthless, Harry had forgotten what it looked like on the way past. The only thing he remembered about almost 2 months of lessons was the blindness incident. Harry sat stoically, watching Lockhart flounce about the front of his classroom. This, children, is how to defeat an enemy that is intent in blinding you. The class watched as he almost blinded himself, flailing his wand about. Harry stood. Professor. Yes, Harry. Will that technique work against any opponent? Of course it will. In fact, I used it against. I'd love to see it in action. Harry whistled between his teeth, and Hedwig came soaring into the room, a streak of white against the dingy dark roof. Hedwig, the professor is demonstrating a technique to defend against opponents trying to blind him. The owl narrowed her eyes, staring at the bright yellow target. I would love to see it in action. So, he trailed off, and smiled. Go get him. She shot off his shoulder like a rocket, the avian equivalent of a smart missile. Lockhart, seeing the fearsome bird of prey even when about to be killed, his rider's instinct kicked and stumbled backwards. As he fell to the ground, Hedwig flared her wings, landing gently on his chest and pecking him once on the head. I have to be honest, Professor, it doesn't look that effective. Ever since Hermione's birthday, nothing had happened. No random attacks on Muggle-born students. No massive legilimency-induced headaches. Nothing. Harry, even with his excellent memory, was beginning to worry. He couldn't really remember what had happened during the 6 weeks between Hermione's birthday and Halloween in the original timeline, and that bothered him. Deciding not to worry about it, he'd been helping his friends begin their work on occlumency, not to mention some general physical fitness and broom skills. They groused, by chetandmo.ned, but each of them completed their assigned homework. What hadn't helped with Harry's continued sanity was that, with him and Hermione being recognized as a couple, some of the more bigoted and stupid witches had decided that the line of Potter did not need to be dirtied for a second generation by mixing Potter blood with a Muggleborn. Regardless of the fact that they were 12 and 13 years old, people had decided that Harry and Hermione, in the words of Cho Chang, must not breed another dirty mongrel. Harry must have an appropriate pureblood to cleanse the taint from him. The girls had decided to act on this one day, and Harry had not been impressed. So were all agreed. We get Potter alone, and show him what proper witches are like. Cho Chang was looking forward to this. Harry Potter should be dating her, not hanging around with a human-beaver hybrid. She was fairly certain that she would be able to tempt him away on her own, but if not, then, honestly, what teenage boy was going to turn down the idea of a group of girls, his for the taking? She was even jealous of that new weirdo first year. How dare she just snog him after her sorting? That boy should be mine. Yeah, I'm still annoyed at Granger for keeping him off the market. Bloody muggleborns. They don't know what it takes to please a real wizard. Luna was sitting at the next table, doing her homework. That statement was plainly ludicrous. Her mother had ordered a package from a Muggle service, where she learned something called Victoria's Secret, and her father had been smiling like a maniac for a week afterwards. She wasn't quite certain, but she was very interested in learning what the secret was. It's Wednesday, right? Second years have herbology as last lesson of the day, don't they? Marietta nodded. She wasn't particularly interested in Potter, but he was obscenely wealthy, and that worked for her. Yeah, why don't we ask Granger for some herbology help? Greenhouse 3, I think. The girls all nodded. Greenhouse 3 was where Professor Sprout had managed to cultivate over 20 of the rare Assyrian plant Mimbulus mimbletonia, which looked like a cactus, but, rather than spines, had pustules of a defensive toxin, harmless to humans, that was appropriately named, stink sap. Perfect. Let's head on down now. Hey, Granger, you got a second? Need your help for this homework in Greenhouse 3. Hermione looked at Harry, and nodded to him. I'll catch up to you in the library. He smiled at her, squeezed her hand, and then wandered away, while Hermione wandered over to the back of Greenhouse 3, where a group was gathered. As one, the group of girls all poked their plants, allowing the torrent of stink sap to fly into the air, where it all fell onto Hermione. Hermione felt the tears well up. What did I do to deserve this? She asked herself, blinking rapidly to clear the tears away. One of the girls approached her, keeping a hand over her nose. Now, maybe you'll understand. The girl hissed. Stay away from Potter. He deserves a real girl, not some ugly little know-it-all freak like you. A coughing from behind Hermione drew everyone's attention. Hermione spun round, to come face to face with her best, truest friend. Harry was stood there, staring at Hermione, before he shifted his glance to the group of girls. When looking at Hermione, his eyes were full of love. Not pity, or sympathy for her predicament. Just a support and love that left her almost breathless. When he shifted his gaze, his eyes seemed to ignite with flames. Standing there, Hermione could almost feel the heat of Harry's rage, directed at the girls who had done this to her. Why? He asked, his voice a sharp contrast to his eyes, icy cold. One of the girls, a third year with far too much cleavage, swayed over to Harry. Harry, darling, she simpered, setting Hermione's teeth on edge. Why would you want to be with this thing? She asked, staring at Hermione with disgust. Harry stepped around her, conjuring a tissue, which he used to wipe Hermione's face with. She looked at him, feeling very scared at being so close and smelling so vile. Harry leaned close, completely ignoring the smell. Because of his actions in the previous timeline, he was used to smells that would render most people sick. A little stink sap was nothing. He stared into her eyes, smiling softly at her. Harry, how can you stand to be so close to me? Hermione whispered. His smile widened slightly. No matter what, Hermione, he whispered, you are always beautiful to me. With that, he leaned closer and at her. It wasn't a snogfest that curled her toes, or left her breathless, but it was gentle, tender, and filled with passion. After a moment, Harry stepped away, waving his wand at her. The stink sap was banished away, and air-freshening charms made breathing a lot easier. She smiled warmly at him, raising her hand to her tingling lips. Harry looked up at the group of girls stood there, gaping at him. With a jolt, he gave his thoughts on the matter. Bye, Chess, leave. He snapped. As one, they fled from the greenhouse, not wanting to get on his bad side. Halloween was rapidly approaching, leaving Harry to wonder what the hell to do. His best plan was to carry on with copying the original timeline, which meant attending Nick's Death Day party. He didn't really want to do that. It was awful last time, thanks to the array of dreadful smelling food laid out. More to the point, he wasn't sure how he could wrangle an invite. Since nearly headless Nick was the Gryffindor house ghost, and he was a Ravenclaw, Nick had no reason to invite him. He decided to seek him out, and see what happened. Harry found the Gryffindor ghost loitering in one of the classrooms near Gryffindor Tower, reading through a translucent letter. "Blast them, Sir Nicholas," Harry called out politely. "Is everything okay, sir?" Nicholas looked up. "Ah, young Potter. Delighted to see you, dear boy. Is there something I can do for you?" "I was just having a wander around the school, sir. Heard you cussing. Is everything all right?" Nick slumped. "My request to join the Headless Hunt has been denied again. You'd have thought being hit in the next 47 times with a blunt hatchet would have qualified me, wouldn't you?" Harry nodded diplomatically, before a crazy idea occurred to him. "Sir, why don't you just remove it? I mean, you're already dead, so it won't hurt you." "And how do I do that?" Nick snapped. "As you so rightfully pointed out, I'm dead, and I don't have a sword. The Bloody Baron does, sir. Why not get him to take it off the rest of the way?" Nick looked introspective for a moment, before shaking his head. "The Bloody Baron, Mr. Potter, would not help me. It's against his philosophy to render assistance." He sighed. "It was a good idea, though." Harry held up his hand. "I might have an idea. What would you be prepared to do in order to join the Headless Hunt?" Nick floated closer. "Almost anything, Potter. What do you have in mind?" "Walk with me, Sir Nicholas." Harry led the reluctant house ghost to the first floor, a set of rather dingy girls' toilets. Inside, they could hear the sobbing and moaning of the appropriately named ghost. "Harry, we really don't want to go in here," Nick warned gently. "She's not the most sociable ghost in Hogwarts, even at the best of times. Risk is part of the game if you want to sit in that chair." He muttered to himself as he pushed open the door, before wincing. Why was he remembering movie quotes? "Come on, Nick. Don't get if you don't try." He led the ghost in. "Myrtle, you in here?" Harry called out. "I'd like to speak to you." He stopped in the middle of the room, resisting the urge to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and kill the serpent inside. "What do you want?" Myrtle snapped, her head just visible above one of the toilet bowls. "This is a girl's bathroom. You're both boys." Sir Nicholas straightened up. "I assure you, madam, that I am no boy. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. You're still male." Myrtle snapped. "And what do you want?" "I'm busy." Harry cleared his throat, getting the attention of the bickering ghosts. "Myrtle, I'm Harry. I apologize for intruding on your time, but I have a favor to ask of you, and possibly something to offer in return." Myrtle stared at Harry. "What? Would you be kind enough to steal the Bloody Baron's sword and remove what's left of Sir Nicholas's neck?" Myrtle gaped. "What?" Harry resisted the urge to groan. "I am speaking in English, aren't I? Didn't look at the snake not speaking French. Would you be willing to complete Sir Nicholas's beheading, so that he can join the Headless Hunt?" She looked at Harry, then Nick, then back to Harry. "What's in it for me?" She pouted. "Would you wait for a moment?" Harry gestured Nick over, so he could whisper quietly to him. "Nick, this is your chance." Nick nodded. "What does she want, though?" "Nick," Harry wasn't sure how to continue. Well, she looks to be about 16 or so, and you know what 16-year-old girls are like nowadays." The old ghost reared back. "Absolutely not. It's not proper." Harry just shrugged. "Okay, then. If you don't want to lose that last little bit of neck." Myrtle drifted over. "Well, Nick looked extremely unhappy. "I might be willing to offer you something in return." Ning Myrtle's eyes lit up. "Ooh, I know just the thing I want, too." She looked him up and down ashamedly, making Harry shudder. "Okay, well, Myrtle, if you'll go and grab the Baron's sword, we can get this over with. And then you can do whatever it is you want to do." Myrtle was gone before he'd finished speaking, presumably to track down the Bloody Baron and nick his weapon. "I'm really not sure about this, Harry," Nick said pathetically. "I mean, we're from two different eras. In my day, we wouldn't just do this sort of thing." "Look at the plus side, Nick," Harry said, sort of supportively. "You can join the Headless Hunt. You can spy on all the teachers. Whatever you want. And, yes, you have to do Myrtle a favor, but I'm sure it won't be that bad. Besides, it's not as though she's unattractive." He smiled warily. "And well, I'm sure it's been a while for you." Myrtle reappeared, wielding a wickedly sharp sword and a manic grin. I'm ready. Nick took a deep breath, ironic for a ghost, and nodded. Myrtle was already swinging, her aim perfect to cleave through the quarter-inch of next holding his head in place. It passed through, completing a job 500 years in the making as Nick's head fell to the floor. Myrtle had already dropped the sword, grabbing Nick's head from thin air as it fell. Harry, Nicholas shouted, come to my Death Day part on Saturday. Bring your friends. Myrtle placed Nick's head on the floor. Harry was already retreating from the room as he saw Myrtle begin to crouch over the head. It took 2 days for the mental image to clear itself. Each time Hermione came close to Harry, he began to shudder, before getting over himself and hugging the stuffing out of her. Friday dawned as a drizzly overcast day. The group attended lessons, ate dinner, and lazed about the common room. Before the group split up for the evening, Harry stood up in front of Hermione. Now, my dear, I want you to have one thing in mind when you go to bed tonight: I will avoid trolls. I will avoid trolls. He looked at the rest of his friends. Come on, guys, say it with me. I will avoid trolls. I will avoid trolls. Hermione rolled her eyes and stuck her tongue out at Harry, but she remembered something she'd read in one of her very first magical books: words have power. Only mildly protesting, she joined his chant. I will avoid trolls. I will avoid trolls. Hufflepuff loyalty prompted Susan to begin chanting, I will avoid trolls. I will avoid trolls. Neville grimaced as he remembered that during Halloween of the previous year, he, along with Weasley and Finnegan, had attempted to claim the credit for Harry's rather dashing heroic rescue. I will avoid trolls. I will avoid trolls. I will avoid Ron Weasley, which is pretty much the same thing. Harry smiled at Neville's addendum. I'm right there with you on that one. Pretty soon, Harry had the whole of Ravenclaw house chanting, I will avoid trolls. It was, after all, rather good advice, and Ravenclaws were not stupid. Saturday the 31st of October 1992 was a less than pleasant day. As always, Harry spent a few moments thinking quietly, wondering what his life would have been like if he'd grown up with his parents. Bloody hell, I don't think about this stuff for 364 days a year, and every bloody Halloween, I turn into a pathetic little child. Come on, Potter S.K. it up and get the job done. He got up, showered and dressed, and headed down to the common room. Unlike most mornings, where all 3 Ravenclaw girls were waiting for him, he was, after all, male and therefore genetically incapable of getting up early. Only Luna was there. He had a rough idea of what was going on when she turned to face him, her eyes glowing a shiny white. Morning, Luna, Harry said casually. Anything new for me today? The track remains on course. Luna replied in her ethereal voice. The changes made do not affect the flow of the river, warrior. What was will be, now will be as then, and what is will be no different. That's good to know, he replied. Any more information on that brain dump you gave me? The diverted flow remains, yet all is as it will be. That's no bloody use whatsoever. Have you thought about writing the greetings for birthday cards? Luna's eyes faded to their normal pale silvery color. Oh, good morning, Harry. How are you doing today? Morning, Luna. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Harry replied politely. And yourself? I'm a bit sad, to be honest. One of my friends just lied to me. It's quite upsetting. Hermione and Padma came charging down the stairs, busy tucking in blouses and buttons. Morning, Hermione replied, bounding down into Harry's arms. How are you doing today, Harry? I'm fine. No, really, Hermione insisted. Padma gazed at him with pleading eyes, while Luna smirked knowingly. Harry wilted under the pressure. Okay, fine, I hate Halloween. Always have. Something bad always happens on Halloween. That's why we were having that lovely communal chant last night. Your friends are here for you, Hermione promised, squeezing him into a Hermy hug, followed by Padma and Luna. Harry accepted the hugs in the spirit they were given, loving support for a friend. Aw, thank you, he sniffed, sounding suspiciously moist. He cleared his throat. Time for breakfast. On the stairs down to the Great Hall, Harry was pounced upon by Susan Bones, who attempted to strangle him and break his neck by throwing him downstairs. After accepting her hug and trying to realign most of his vertebrae, Harry shook hands with Neville, and carried on, spotting Blaise waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs. Harry nearly drew his wand and cursed his friend when he saw the book tucked under Blaise's arm. What the hell is that? Blaise smirked. I thought I'd read this fascinating little book my mother sent me. Apparently, Harry, you're a little famous. Something about well, I'm sure that somebody somewhere has heard of you before. Have they? Harry deadpanned. Marvelous. Once inside the great hall and seated, Harry tore into his breakfast food. After a few mouthfuls, he turned to Blaze. I've not read that. Why don't you tell me about what happened on Halloween, according to, he broke off the read the writer's name, Eva A. Blowhard. Blaze opened the book, flipping through to the chapter that truly affected Harry's life. He cleared his throat, before speaking in a dramatic tone. The wizard known as He Who Must Not Be Named apparated to the Potter's hidden house in Godric's Hollow, appearing right outside their door. Harry mused. Wrong, but please, continue. With a casual flick of his wand, he blew the door to the cottage away, storming inside to catch the Potters completely by surprise. Again, wrong, Harry replied. James Potter was killed instantly, facing the Dark Lord as he fumbled for his wand. Harry pulled the book away angrily. Where the hell did this guy get his information from? He quickly read through the text, committing it to memory. This is all bollocks. How does this author know anything about what happened that night? There are only 2 witnesses, one of whom has never been asked, and another who's floating about Albania as a spirit. Susan cleared her throat. Well, you were only a baby, Harry. It's not as though you can remember what happened back then. A slowly rising eyebrow was her only response. Can you? Her voice was trembling slightly. I have pretty much total recall for my entire life, Sue. Practically everything, with a couple of minor exceptions, that I've ever experienced is all filed away in my brain, available to watch in my mind. Harry suddenly became aware that several other people were listening into the conversation. So, yes, I remember Voldemort's attack on Godric's Hollow. What exceptions? Hermione asked immediately. Unconsciousness. Harry replied, then grinned sheepishly. Or extreme boredom. Which is why I don't remember Flofart's original lessons. I do recall having to act out scenes from his useless fiction. An irritating voice behind him grabbed his attention. Why so glum, Potter? Today's a great day. It's the anniversary that you know who was killed. Cheer up. Harry didn't need to turn round to know that it was Ron Weasley irritating the shit out of him. I don't understand why he's such an arsehole this time around. Did being my friend tone him down originally? Or did I just not notice? I remember him being a dick later on, but not this early. He began to run through his memories of the original Ron, stopping when a non-too-gentle jab in his back refocused his attention. I was speaking to you, Potter. Ron's voice had grown harder. You will not ignore me. Slowly, Harry turned round. You were speaking, to me, or, at me, Weasley. He shook his head sadly. Are you a complete ass, or are you just hamming it up for me? What? Don't you celebrate the day that the worst menace to Wizarding Society was vanquished? He looked down haughtily at Harry. Can see why you're not a Gryffindor. Harry just snorted and turned back. Another jab, this one even harder, prompted him to turn round again. I didn't dismiss you, Potter. I was talking to you, and I require an answer. No, Weasley, you weren't talking to me. You were spouting off without thinking, something I've heard you do quite a lot. Now, I'm going to go back to my breakfast, and you will stop touching me, or I'll break your wrist. You have now been warned. Harry slowly swiveled on the bench, just waiting for Ron to try again, as he inevitably would. Ron was pissed. A mere little prick like Potter was dismissing him. He drew his wand with his right hand, before reaching forward to poke Potter again with the left. Fortunately for his continued good health, a pair of red-headed guardian angels appeared, each of them grabbing one of Ron's wrists. Why don't you sit down and eat your breakfast, Ron? Fred said in a voice of iron. Perhaps pissing off the guy who vanquished the worst menace to Wizarding Society, as you put it, is not a good idea. Eat and be silent, Ron. George said in an equally hard voice. And put your wand away. We don't pull wands on our friends. Potter's not my friend. Ron spat viciously. Pathetic little loser like him doesn't deserve my friendship. You keep thinking that, Ron. He does, however, deserve ours. The twins replied in unison, pushing him back to the Gryffindor table. They quickly returned to Harry's side. Mind if we join you for breakfast? Harry gestured to the bench. You two are always welcome, guys. They sat down, one of Harry's left, and the other on Harry's far right, sitting next to Hermione. Out of curiosity, does that invitation extend to any other Weasleys? Harry pondered for a moment. Well, your mum seems cool as long as your dad washes his hands after playing with his rubber ducks, he's welcome, too. I've never met Bill or Charlie, so I don't have a problem with them, and I suspect that Percy's a bit of a dark horse. Percy's got a stick up his ass the size of the Whomping Willow, but he ain't a bad guy. Fred said. Yeah, George added, once he gets laid, he'll probably be much cheerier. But, Harry continued, your two youngest siblings aren't exactly impressive. One's a dick, and the other squeaks at me when I'm near, and stares at me when I'm not. To be honest, she creeps me out a bit. We did warn you about Ginny. They said in unison. Yes, Harry sighed. I'm sorry to say there won't be a big Potter Weasley wedding in this generation. Don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against squeaky fangirls, but they don't exactly make me all tingly inside. Fred clapped him gently on the back. Don't worry about it, mate. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Don't want to force anything. He grabbed a coffee pot. Now, what were you saying when we came up? George cleared his throat. Actually, before you say anything, we know that Halloween's a good day for most witches and wizards, but we know that today's the anniversary that you lost your parents. We're sorry. Harry gripped Fred's shoulder, and reached round Hermione to do the same to George. Thanks, guys. As Harry's hands dropped to his sides, Hermione squeaked loudly. Oh, sorry about that, Hermione. With a fiery blush, she mock-glared at him. Behave, Harry. So, Susan said, realizing where Harry's hand had gone on its way past. You can remember what happened that night. Yes, Harry replied quietly. Everything. It's not something I want to discuss at the moment. I've never talked about this. Fred and George realized that everything was getting a bit depressing, and decided to lighten the mood. So, Harry, what are you going to be beating up tonight? Harry chuckled at the irreverent twins. Not sure something'll turn up, though. It always does. I just hope it's not a giant or a dementor. Oh god, not a werewolf. Bet the bugger'll try and hump my leg. The sour mood over, people chuckled. Oh, I forgot to mention, Nearly Headless Nick invited us all to participate in his Death Day party tonight. Not seen him about for a while. The twins said in unison. We thought maybe he'd moved on. Harry paled. No. I sort of did him a favor, I think he's been paying for it. Oh, Hermione asked. Yeah, I persuaded another one of the ghosts to lop the rest of his head off. Unfortunately, the other ghost was Myrtle and I think she squeezed her payment out of him. Padma nodded slowly. Yeah, she's been particularly loud the last couple of days. Living up to the ning of her name. No one dares go near her bathroom. If you want to keep your sanity intact, and your eyeballs from melting, I strongly recommend you don't. Harry replied sharply. What I saw her do, man, it's enough to put me off for life, and I'm only 12. In body. If it wasn't for my Hermione's obscene mind, I'd have been corrupted forever. Do I want to know? Hermione asked, sighing at yet another Harry changes everything moment. No. He shuddered lightly. Believe me, if I'd known, I'd never have suggested it. He shivered again. So, do we fancy going to see hundreds of ghosts playing head hockey and walking through moldy food? Ooh, you make it sound so appealing, Blaze deadpanned. It's necessary. Luna interjected suddenly, her eyes glowing. Oh, bugger, Hermione muttered. I hate that look. She took a quick glance at everyone, who nodded slightly. Yeah, we're in. Hell's carrots, you coming, too? Excellent. Hermione said in a polite yet threatening tone. We'll pick you up outside your tower before it's due to start. Yes, Hermione. They sighed in unison. So the game's afoot. The remainder of the day passed fairly slowly. Harry had disappeared after breakfast, and wasn't seen at lunch. During the early afternoon, the friends gathered together to look for him, heading up to his dorm room. They saw the door to Harry's portkey box open, and tentatively stepped inside, all of them falling behind Hermione as she stepped forward. Bloody cowards, she muttered. Harry, you in here? In front of the console, a head appeared from the floor. Yellow. He called out. Hermione, what's up? Is something wrong? No. Hermione replied, stepping forward and perching herself on the edge of the console. What are you doing? Tinkering, mainly. Harry replied sheepishly. I've never liked Halloween, just felt like doing something with my hands, really. Fred and George spoke as one. Harry, I'm sure you could have come up with something better to do with your hands that play with what is this thing? Harry smiled. Welcome, gentlemen, to my dimensionally transcendental runically powered armored portkey transit device. And yes, I know, it needs a better name. You portkeyed through the Hogwarts wards. Twin 1 asked. How'd you manage that? Twin 2 completed. Right, that's it. Harry snapped. Which one are you? He demanded, pointing to the twin on the left. Veritas. I'm Fred. The twin replied, looking surprised as the word left his mouth. With the faintest glint of light, Harry created a small blob of neurologically encoded paint on Fred's forehead. Only he could see it, but he'd forever be able to tell the twins apart. Finite Veritas. Cheers, Fred. And yes, I portkeyed through Hogwarts wards. As to how, I'm the heir to the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw lines. Wicked, they breathed together, before Fred continued. Can anyone with Founders' blood pass through? 'Cause about 15% of the older wizarding families are connected to Hufflepuff. No, only direct heirs. Harry corrected. As to who Hufflepuff's direct heir is, I don't think there's one anymore. The main lines died out. As to anyone, Hogwarts is quite protective. She'll only let people pass through who don't mean harm to the students or school. At the moment, that's pretty much me. And that's why Voldemort never just portkeyed in and killed everyone. Cheers, Arcs. You're more than welcome. Bugger forgot you can listen in. Harry thought for a moment. If Tom tried to come in here and kill people, would you fight him off? My powers are limited, heir. I could seal doors and corridors, even activate some of the defenses, but I was never designed to fight alone. I am the tool, not the wielder. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. George leaned over the hole in the floor. So, what are you tinkering with? We're quite good with tinkering. Harry glanced down at the mess he'd created in the floor. I'm trying to figure out how to hook up a couple of spells to a computer console, so that they can gain power from the engine without damaging the electronics. What spells? Hermione asked excitedly. Padma caught Susan's eyes and grinned. A Revealo and a Point Me spell. I'm trying to create a sensor array. Also, if I can figure it out, I'd like to add a ward detection and analysis charm. But, I'll be damned if I can figure this one out. That sounds complex. Hermione offered after a moment. Harry grinned. So is the Marauder's map. Think about it, though. A piece of parchment that has the ability to track every single person inside an ancient, massive, mystical castle. That's a hellishly complex piece of magic, and 4 fifth years made it. Oh, George asked, leaning a little closer. You're the son of Prongs, you've told us that, but you never said who the others were. I know, Harry replied, winking at the twin. Maybe one day, George, if you're good. Meanie. George pouted. But, if I could find a way to replicate that, add those charms into the computer, think of what I'd have. The GPS can be used too. Scan everywhere on the planet. Combine that with the recognition charms on the Marauder's map, and you can find anyone anywhere. A kid goes missing, just tap into the sensor array, and you can find them. It sounds good, Padma said supportively. Do you know how to do it? Not a bloody clue, Harry replied casually. But then again, part of growing up is learning how to make things work. I'll probably figure it out one day. Hermione pondered for a moment. What about adding in ordnance survey maps? That way, you've not only got tracking, but 3D imaging as well. Harry chuckled. One step at a time. First of all, I need to decode the map without damaging it, then replicating those spells into the box. He glanced down piteously, as though if he stared at it long enough, it'd just create itself. Well, he grabbed the side of the flooring, hauling himself up. All 4 females present saw the muscles on Harry's arms flex as he pulled himself up. He wasn't Arnie, that was true, but he was wiry and strong, especially for his age and previous history. Hermione absently noted that when she was older, she'd like to explore those muscles a little more closely. She came back to herself as she heard Harry speak. Get something to eat before we go to Nick's party. I doubt we'll want to eat anything that's there. We'll go down to the kitchens, then. After sending Fred and George down to the kitchens to grab food and drink for all 9 of them, no point in sending Hermione off on her SPEW quest quite so early. They slumped into one of the new rooms in the box. Halfway through her sandwich, Hermione asked a question that had been bugging her for hours. Anyone else got a bad feeling about today? Everyone else raised their hands. Of course, Harry's wasn't just a feeling, but actual knowledge and experience. He was aware, though, that of all his Hogwarts years, this one had the potential for things to go very badly. A mistimed glance at the basilisk's eyes would mean that the victim would be killed instead of petrified. He knew that he had to keep away from the basilisk, or the victims in order to save their lives. I hate this, why can't I just kill the bloody thing now? Bloody causality. I hate quantum theory. He sat and stewed until Neville cleared his throat, telling him it was time to head down to Nick's party. Let's be careful, but let's get it done. The group ambled downstairs, heading for the dungeon where Nick was holding his party. As they walked in, they saw the Hogwarts ghosts ambling round, all of them looking politely bored. Then again, considering that they spent all their time together during the year, a social gathering celebrating someone's death would probably get boring over the centuries. The living mingled with the dead, not really enjoying meaningful conversation, until the sound of a herd of horses filled the air. The headless Hunt galloped into the room, leering at the humans, until they came across Nick. "Ah, Nicholas," the lead writer said jovially. "How's it going? Still hanging in there?" Nicholas calmly removed his head, tucking it neatly under his arm. "No." "Ah." The horseman looked utterly defeated. "Well, about time. Play nice," Harry said in an ice-cold tone. The horseman glared at Harry. "Do you know who I am? I would hazard a guess that you're Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore, the leader of the Headless Hunt." Harry answered smoothly. "And, if I'm honest, I think you're a bit of a prick." Sir Patrick laughed. "You have gumption, boy. Let me guess you're here to tell me how Nick's so very scary." Harry shook his head. "No, I'm here because Nick asked me to be here. Unlike some I could mention, Sir Nicholas is a man of grace and breeding. Poise and elegance. True. Gentlemen," he looked Sir Patrick up and down. "What's your excuse?" The ghost huffed for a moment, realizing that a live had got the better of him, before turning his horse round. The Headless Hunt turned as one and rode over to the buffet, passing through it in an attempt to taste the food while shooting Harry dirty looks. "Hillocks," Harry muttered, turning back to his friends. "I don't know about you, but this party's kinda lost its appeal." He turned to Luna. "We been here long enough." She nodded slowly. Fred and George smiled. "I think we'll stick about for a bit, Harry. All sorts of pranking opportunities with the dead." "Okay." Harry turned to the rest, who were only too eager to leave the cold and damp dungeon. The smell of the rotting food was getting to everyone. "Let's get out of here." The group left the dungeon at a brisk walk, heading down one of the deserted corridors on the first floor. Hermione cleared her throat nervously. "Remember that bad feeling I said I had?" Susan and Padma nodded jerkily. "Well, it's back, and bigger than before." The dim lighting in the corridor only exacerbated the feelings of uneasiness. Harry nodded slowly. "I'm right there with you, my only. I think heading back to the common room would be a really good idea right about now." Padma squealed loudly, scaring the crap out of everyone else. "Can you hear that?" she groaned. As one, they all stopped, listening for any sound that might help them figure out the sense of foreboding. "Let me kill, let me tear, I smell food, big food, I'm so hungry, let me eat you." "There," Susan whispered. "Can you hear it? Some kind of noise," she finished pathetically. I can't tell what it is." "I can. It's Blink, enjoying her freedom after 5 decades of boredom. I only hope it's just a petrified Mrs. Norris. This would be a good time to make like a shepherd and get the flock out of here." Harry replied firmly, striding forward into the gloom. "Let's not hang around." As they passed the dark corner, they could see the lights were on in the main corridor, revealing several things. The floor was flooded, there was writing on the wall, and something was hanging from one of the wall sconces. He approached cautiously, just in case the basilisk was still loitering about. Focusing his magic, he let out a massive pulse, acting as magical radar, bouncing off anything with a magical core. He quickly processed the results. "Okay, 14 signatures in the immediate vicinity, that's right, 1 slightly magical cat, 6 other people and 7 wands. Slight trace to the left, that's probably Myrtle loitering about her pisspot, there it is. The chamber's closing. Damn, that was too close." Realization struck him with the force of a bludger. Shit, Blink was still here. Holy F.K., she could have killed us all. Blaze cleared his throat. "We really should leave here, Harry." Harry was about to nod, when he felt the change in the ambient magical flow of the castle. This usually happened when classes were let out, or feasts were finishing. It meant hundreds of magical cores were moving. Too late, now. It's a little late for that, Blaze. With a sigh, he leaned against the wall, managing to avoid smearing the bloody writing. This could be a problem. What's that? Susan asked, pointing at the straggly mass hanging from the wall sconce. Chuckling softly, before realizing that was a bit morbid, Harry answered. I do believe that is Mrs. Norris. He replied casually. And by the way, that writing. It's written in blood. Do try not to get it on your clothes. It's not human, though. Doesn't smell metallic enough. Why you can tell human blood by smell? Neville asked shakily. Bled enough times. Harry said, not looking up. Dumbledore's coming. Make sure you don't touch anything. The sounds of dozens of well-fed children stampeding through the corridors assaulted their ears, as the feast finally let out, the students heading back to their corridors. What is going on here? An angry voice shouted. Harry didn't need to look up to know Filch had just appeared on the scene. What mess have you made now? There, on the wall, scrawled in chicken's blood was the message, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. I'll see you all expelled for befouling the castle. Filch sneered, before he stepped round Harry, seeing his beloved cat hanging from the sconce. His face contorted into a mask of rage, but whatever he was about to say was cut off as the scion of bad faith appeared in the hallway. With long-practiced dark arts experience, he took in the scene in front of him. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Harry's pinky twitched, sending a couple of non-verbal spells at Malfoy. Harry was certain that he'd find that anal itching hex and burning urine hex quite sufficient to keep him occupied, before he straightened up. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. The old man pushed his way through the gaping students, quickly taking stock of the situation. All students returned to their common rooms. Mr. Potter, you and your friends remain behind, please. No one moved. Now. Dumbledore's voice didn't get any louder, but that single word snapped every student to attention as they near ran back to their dormitories. You killed my cat. Filch snapped at Harry. I'll kill you. Touch me and you'll lose your arm. Harry replied nonchalantly. If you use the brains God gave a concussed duck, you'd be able to see that your cat is not dead. Indeed. Dumbledore, who'd been inspecting the cat intently, looked up in surprise. In your conclusion, Mr. Potter. She's still alive. He grimaced. Sadly. He added the last word in a whisper only Hermione heard. It appears, though, that her life processes have been put on hold, I would guess. She appears to be frozen, but she's not cold. It's like she's in stasis. Very strange. Lockhart minced up, his face still scratched from Hedwig's demonstration several weeks earlier, immediately deciding to help. My office is nearest, Headmaster, just up the stairs. Please, feel free to, he cut off as Dumbledore had already picked up Mrs. Norris and was striding towards Lockhart's office, Filch following him, fat tears streaking down his face as he looked at his beloved cat, hanging lifelessly in the old man's arms. I wonder if those rumors about him dressing her up in a tutu, and Harry trailed off as he felt bile rise up in the back of his throat. Never mind. They arrived at Lockhart's office, where the portraits were preening themselves. Harry saw several with hair in rollers, and one of them looked suspiciously like he was wearing a mudpack on his face. Shaking his head, he watched Dumbledore place the cat on the desk, examining it carefully, while McGonagall was waving her wand, casting several diagnostic charms over the prone body. It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmigrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Lockhart trailed off as Filch let out a crying whimper at the word torture being used to describe his beloved cat. In the original timeline, Harry's main worry at this point was that he would be blamed and expelled. Now, he was worried about the fact that he hadn't even spotted Blink when she was still out in the corridors. A basilisk must have an immense magical presence. Why didn't I spot her? Remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou, said Lockhart, a series of attacks, the full story's in my autobiography, which I'm sure you've all bought, of course. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets which cleared the matter up at once, and, he let out a yelp, and then turned around, scowling at Snape. Harry, Having heard enough from Lockhart to last both his lifetimes, had realigned the mirror that was on the wall, and shot a wandless stinging hex at it, which ricocheted and hit Lockhart in the bum. Thinking that Snape had hexed him, he spun around, thankfully distracting him from carrying on the shite that was spilling from his mouth like a sewer. "She's not dead, Argus. She has been petrified," said Dumbledore. "Ah, I thought so." Lockhart spoke up, and Harry shot another stinging hex off the mirror, hitting the pompous windbag in the crotch. The bee-owned collapsed, clutching his groin and weeping piteously. "Severus." Dumbledore looked annoyed at his potions professor. "Please, refrain yourself." Snape looked livid, and started to protest. "I haven't done anything. It was probably Potter, the attention-seeking." Harry strode forward. "Silence, idiot. Don't you know that it's better to be silent and considered a fool than to open your mouth and prove it?" He handed his wand over to Dumbledore without asking, the old man immediately knowing what he wanted. A quick casting of Priori Incantatem revealed that Harry's most recent spells were from Transfiguration classwork, nothing dark, and nothing that could be remotely classed as an offensive or combat magic. Harry has nothing to do with Professor Lockhart's sudden incapacitation, and certainly nothing to do with the petrification of Mrs. Norris. "I am curious as to what Potter and his cronies were doing down that corridor, and why they weren't at the feast." Snape slimed. "It's certainly out of their way. We were at Sir Nicholas's Death Day party. We were on our way back to Ravenclaw Tower for the evening when we discovered Mrs. Norris. Without any supper." Snape's voice was oilier than triple-thick mayonnaise. "I rather doubt the ghost served any food fit for the living. We ate in our dormitory before we attended the party, thank you. We asked Sir Nicholas about food last week, and knew beforehand that we should eat before we arrived." "Ha! Deal with it, slimy." Snape just sneered at his new nemesis. "Headmaster, it is obvious to me that Potter here has something to do with this situation, and is simply being dishonest." His sneer escalated as he stared at Harry through hooded eyes. Perhaps if he had some of his ill-gotten privileges removed until he decided to come clean, it might prompt him to be more honest. "Since he has already been implicated in sabotaging Slytherin equipment, I suggest removing him from the Ravenclaw Quidditch team until he is ready to tell us the truth. My wand has been checked, showing I had nothing to do with any of this. I've answered all of your questions with satisfactory answers that can be checked with a third party to confirm their veracity. It's been proven, without a shadow of a doubt, that I had nothing to do with that unfortunate," he stopped for a moment to snigger, "which infuriated the potions master no end, incident with the brooms, and you publicly apologized to me for that the next day. In the instance, I must agree, Severus, there is no evidence in this matter that Mr. Potter was doing anything other than merely walking down the corridor and discovered the scene. You will not discuss this matter with anyone, and you will not do anything to Mr. Potter. Do you understand?" Although Dumbledore liked to project the image of a kindly grandfather, in this instance, there was a thread of iron in his voice, and Snape knew immediately that the only answer here was the one Dumbledore wanted to hear. "Of course, Headmaster. Argus, Professor Sprout has a crop of mandrakes currently growing. As soon as they have matured, she will harvest them, and I will have a potion made that shall restore Mrs. Norris. I'll make it." Lockhart butted in. "I must have done it 100 times, I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep." "Excuse me," said Snape icily, "but I believe I am the potions master at this school." "True, you are a potions master, and a very good one, but you're an absolutely wank teacher." "May we be excused, Professor? We'd like to return to our dormitories now," Harry asked, his face and tone the very personification of innocence. "Yes, Mr. Potter. You and your friends are dismissed." The students quickly left, splitting up to their various common rooms, but not before Susan had hugged the stuffing out of Harry, and both Neville and Blaise had slapped him on the back, leaving him quite touched. Hermione was sat in the common room, Padma and Luna sat near her while Harry was pacing in front of the fireplace. She smiled brightly. "In my defense, it wasn't a troll." Harry stopped his pacing, looked at her for a moment, and then smiled, before breaking out into laughter, his serious mood broken. No, it wasn't. Well, let's get some sleep. It's sock Quidditch tomorrow. Got some people to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. The Underground Quidditch League is proud to present the first match of the season. Last season's shield holders, beware of the Badgers, against the first team in sock Quidditch, Norfolk Enchants. I'm Lee Jordan, and with me are the Weasley twins. This evening's entertainment is brought to you by the Quibbler, the best source of information that isn't the Daily Prophet. Lee put down the parchment he was reading from, and smiled at the crowd. Here come the mighty Norfolk Enchants. They've got a change in lineup this season, replacing 7th-year Nymphadora Tonks with 1st-year Luna Lovegood as a beater. The other beater is Hermione Granger, 2nd-year Ravenclaw with a wicked eye and deadly aim. That's right, Lee, we've watched her in training, and she's lethal. We should keep an eye on this girl, we can expect great things from her in the future. Fred smiled. That, and she threatened to brain us with her beater's tube if we said anything bad about her. George added. The keeper for the Enchants is Blaise Zabini, 2nd-year Slytherin. This guy is cool, calm and collected, a master of stoicism. Will the Slytherin Spock be able to keep a clean sheet? Lee put down the parchment again. Anybody who knows what a Spock is, please, let us know. The chasers for the Enchants are a triple threat attack force, spanning 3 houses, Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor, Susan Bones of Hufflepuff and Padma Patil of Ravenclaw. Last season, these 3 developed tactics that were quickly adopted by other teams. Will these 3 be able to wow us again? Absolutely, Lee, the captain has been them hard to get them into league-winning shape, and you can tell, they look hungry out there. The captain of the Enchants is the ever-cheerful, unless you catch him first thing in the morning, Harry Potter of Ravenclaw. The creator of the UQL has been studying the other teams, and he's shown some pretty good tactical acumen, nearly as good as our own Oliver Wood. Indeed, Lee, who knows what would have happened if Oliver Wood and Harry Potter were on the same team. We would introduce Diggory's Beware of the Badgers, but Professor Flitwick is calling for the 2 captains to come forward and shake hands. The hands are shaken. Diggory's pulled his hand back, scrubbing it on his pants. Don't worry, Diggory, he probably won't sneak in your dorm later on. Harry Potter has immediately spun backwards, eyes searching for the very elusive snitch. Enchants, chasers are striding forward, rapid passing making it pretty pointless for me to shout out names, because by the time I've said their name, somebody else has it. Patil shoots. 1-0 to the Enchants. It seems that Enchants, chasers have been training hard, George, leaving them in top shape. I couldn't agree more, George, they're like a well-oiled machine. Aren't you, George? Yeah, probably. Lee Jordan looked at the twins. Even though he was in his 4th year of schooling with them, they still confused him. Well, anyway, during that fascinating analysis by Hogwarts, premier pranksters, Longbottom has put in another goal, while Zabini has saved a shot, leaving the Enchants 2-0 up. Potter is streaking across the pitch in a hurry. Looks like a uniform malfunction. Hey, Harry, get a tan, you'll end up blinding someone. Timeout for the Enchants while their captain tries to cover his ass with a new pair of shorts. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. For any statistic fans out there, this is the 7th match that our charms professor has refereed, and he's already had to go to Madame Pomfrey twice for calming drafts. And the game restarts. Diggory's spotted something, appears to be going after the snitch. Meanwhile, Zabini forces another excellent save, with Granger managing to accidentally hit someone in the crowd with a bludger. Not to worry, Lee, it's only Ron. Luckily, the bludger managed to hit him the head, so there's no damage. I don't think she likes you like that, Ron, so I guess that hand gesture is all you'll be doing tonight. Bones has managed to put the quaffle in the goal, and it's 3-0 to the Enchants. They're still looking strong out there, while the Badgers appear to be tiring already. You see, Lee, this is where conditioning pays off. If you've seen the muscles in Granger's legs, and judging by some of the shouts coming from Ron, he has, and ooh, that looks like it had to hurt. Yet again, it appears that Hermione's had an equipment malfunction, as once again, a bludger has managed to hit Ron in the face. Absolutely, George, that looked uncomfortable. Anyway, while Ron tries to put his nose back into shape and stop the bleeding, the game continues, with both teams put seriously. Ron, just pinch it, you don't need to flick blood at laughing first years. The game's getting good, and was that the snitch? Yes, Potter's chasing after it, he's firing at it quickly. Look at that snitch go. Diggory's spotted the snitch but he's badly out of position. He's heading towards it, blocked by Bones, who just happened to have wandered into his path. Oh, get up, Diggory. Potter's still chasing, and yes. Potter shoots the snitch, and wins the game 18-0. Well, that was an entertaining game. We saw excellent play, good sportsmanship, and Ron Weasley got hit in the face twice. Thanks, Hermione. I'm Lee Jordan, saying goodnight. For the next week, the only thing that Hogwarts students could talk about was the petrification of Mrs. Norris. The cat was soundly hated by the students of the school, since she always grassed up their not quite within the rules activities, but none of them truly wished her harm. Out of the school, definitely, but not harm. Harry had observed Ginny Weasley sitting unhappily in the Great Hall, her brother Ron sitting as far away as possible from her. If I didn't know the little by.ch better, I'd be inclined to go and sit there next to her. He mused sadly. His friends quickly came and sat next to him, sharing of breakfast. After breakfast, the second years headed for History of Magic. Harry settled himself into his seat, preparing for 2 hours of napping while his auto-quill took notes for him. He was finally dozing, when Hermione raised her hand. It took almost 4 minutes to Binns to notice her arm waving in the air. Yes, Miss Granley. It's Granger, sir. Hermione replied, managing to avoid rolling her eyes. You've been here for a long time, haven't you, Professor? Binns nodded, a little shocked that someone had actually asked a question. I have, Miss Granger. He replied after a moment. This is my 86th year teaching here, 41 of them as a ghost. You know you're a ghost. Blaise blurted out, before slamming his hand over his mouth. Binns turned slowly to Blaise. Contrary to popular opinion, Mr. Zabini, I'm not completely stupid, nor am I ignorant. He snorted. You think I like teaching endless classes on goblin rebellions? No, unfortunately, this is what the ministry has mandated that I must teach. Harry propped his head on his hands. Is that why you always deliver your lectures in a monotone, sir? Pretty much, Mr. Potter. Binns nodded. I've been teaching the same damn thing for decades. Sweet Merlin, even I'm bored with it. He turned back to Hermione. Now, Miss Granger, you had a question. Hermione was a bit flummoxed. I wanted to ask you about the Chamber of Secrets, sir. Or would you like the official version, or the actual truth of the matter? Binns asked. By now, every student was paying attention to the old ghost. Both, Harry said quickly. Official first, then the real answer. Very well. Binns took a moment to gather his thoughts. As you are all no doubt aware, Hogwarts was created 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of their age. 1,005 years, actually. Harry said. Mr. Potter, you asked for the official version. Binns rebuked sharply. Please allow me to continue. Sorry, sir. Now, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw built Hogwarts. For over a decade, they worked together, teaching magic in safety from the Muggles. At that time, there was very few people living here in northern Scotland. That's why they picked this area, and warded it as heavily as they could. However, an argument rose up between the Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. According to rumors, Slytherin built a secret area, with a monster inside, that would purge the school of all those who were not worthy of learning magic. Naturally, the school has been searched many times, and no Chamber of Secrets has ever been discovered. He leaned back slightly. That is the official version. There is no chamber. And the truth? Hermione asked, leaning forward in her chair. This was riveting stuff. Never had history of magic been this interesting. The truth, Miss Granger, is a beautiful and terrible thing, Binns said heavily, and is often subject to reinterpretation. However, the truth of the matter is this. He turned to Harry. You seem to have knowledge about this, so feel free to chime in. Harry nodded. In 985 AD, the founders gathered and began their work on constructing Hogwarts. This included warding the area, planting the Forbidden Forest and digging the lake. It was intended that the forest and lake contain a wide array of magical creatures. The school opened in 987 AD, with a mere 9 students. The famous argument between Slytherin and Gryffindor has been reinterpreted over the centuries. No one really knows what it was about. Binns looked at Harry. Do you know, Mr. Potter? Yes, sir. Harry replied dutifully. As I said in the Great Hall last year, Slytherin believed that Muggleborns should be taken from their families and raised solely in the wizarding world. He believed both worlds should be completely separate from each other. Binns nodded. I understand his point. However, Gryffindor disagreed. He believed that Slytherin's views were extreme, prompting the separation. At this point, he hesitated. 50 years ago, the rumors regarding the Chamber of Secrets came up again. One of the students was killed, and another student expelled for the actions. However, no one really knows for absolute certainty if the chamber is real. That is the real story. Binns sighed again. Now, shall we return to our goblin rebellions? Even Binns didn't look impressed. Actually, no. I've a better idea. Each of you will need to read the textbook, and provide the appropriate essay on its due date. Instead, we shall discuss more relevant history. We shall start with the formation of the Ministry of Magic in 1215. That evening found the group in the library, hunting mercilessly through the stacks for more books on the history of Hogwarts and any information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione had even had the idea of looking through old copies of the Daily Prophet, hoping to find information about the dead student. She'd opened the archive for 1942, deciding to start at exactly 50 years, and work her way forward, quickly scanning through the obituaries. Harry was sitting quietly, having finished with his work when he noticed Susan rolling her shoulders repeatedly, looking very uncomfortable. He leaned in close. Susan, you okay? The redhead shook her head, glancing round. Not really. She trailed off, starting to blush. Susan, why are you blushing? He saw her rub her shoulder, right over her beep strap, and he started to understand. I'm guessing that you need a shopping trip for underwear with a better fit. She nodded, then winced as her bust moved with her, pulling the straps tight. Well, I'm not Gladrags or Madame Malkins, but I can do permanent conjuration, and I can make something for you that should last you until you can go home for Christmas, or contact your aunt. How will you make it the right size? I don't want to take my robe off. With the shirt I've got on, they're a bit prominent. I'll just use my wand to take exact dimensions. I warn you, it'll tickle, and I'll probably blush as I conjure it. Could you? Yes, he will. Hermione leaned in, having noticed Susan's discomfort, but not realizing that Harry could help. Come on, Harry, the poor girl's in pain. Okay. Harry got his wand out, performing some subtle scans of Susan's upper torso, measuring everything. He almost forgot the measurements as Susan felt the spell tingling around her body and started giggling. Over here. Harry led Hermione and Susan back to the stacks, where nobody could see them. Okay, let's see how good I am. He pointed his wand at the table, focused with all of his mind, and a black lace beep appeared on the table. It was perfect, functional, form-fitting and why enough for a teen to appreciate it, without Amelia Bones issuing an immediate arrest warrant for him. I'll set up a repelling ward, and stand guard out here. Hermione can keep an eye out while you try this on. Susan, while normally very shy, decided that it was pretty, and lace, and her chest really hurt, so she agreed, sliding her robes off her shoulder, putting on the new bra. It was perfect, millimeter perfect and very flattering. It supported her chest like nothing she'd ever felt before. What do you think? I think with beeps like yours, you'll never be single unless you want to. Hermione suddenly looked shocked, slamming her hand over her mouth. It looks fine. Susan laughed, putting her top back on and carrying her robes over her arm. A flick of Hermione's wand dispelled the repelling wand, and they approached Harry, who was waiting. Susan immediately kissed him on the cheek and whispered in his ear, before heading back to the table. What did she want? Hermione, luckily, didn't do jealousy, at least, not with her immediate friends. They'd all got the back off, he's mine vibe. Or, more accurately, Harry's back off, I'm hers vibe. Matching knickers. Another time, I think. Can I come and see you when I need clothes? Harry hugged her close, his hands squeezing her hips gently as she leaned into his hands. I'll be happy to make you whatever naughty underwear you want. She blushed, stammered and headed straight back to the table, a private smile on her face. Ron Weasley had sauntered into the library, looking for someone he could copy homework off, as he had 4 assignments due in the next day, and he hadn't started yet. He saw Potter's study group in the corner, and headed straight over, knowing that they had the best grades in the year. Hello. Ron's eyes fixed themselves on Susan's chest, which appeared to be clad in black lace under a white top, and looked delicious. He stretched his hand out, to get a firm grasp on those glorious globes, when a massive tome, the size of a tombstone, suddenly crashed down on the table, unfortunately crushing Ron's hand and breaking his wrist. Here we are, Susan, Chastity Charms and Amorous Idiot Castration Hexes, by Hans Offno and I. Said no. Harry saw Ron drag his busted wrist out, it hanging limply and already starting to swell to an impressive size. Do you mind, Ronnie? You're in my seat. He quickly pushed the gonk out of the way, sitting down. Anyone find anything yet? He heard Ron whimpering as he staggered away. Padma looked up. Nothing on the Chamber of Secrets that Professor Binns didn't tell us. She closed her book with a slam. This is just weird. How can it be such a huge legend without more being written about it? I just don't get it. Blaise spoke up. Perhaps we should return to the scene of the crime. A more in-depth investigation may be beneficial. Harry shook his head. Way ahead of you, Blaise. I checked the area already. There's nothing there. That bloody message is still on the wall, though, which is curious. Blood should have dried by now. Could just be scrubbed off, but it's still there. That is curious. Blaise said. Do we know why? I suspect that when Blink looked at it, she petrified the blood onto the wall. That'll need to be cleaned with the Mandrake restorative draft when it's made. Don't have any definitive answers. Harry replied. I could speculate, but I don't like doing that. Hermione leaned in closer to him. Share, Harry. Very well. Harry sighed dramatically. I suspect that whatever petrified Mrs. Norris also had an effect on the blood on the wall. That's why it can't be removed. However, without most people knowing what petrified her, it's a lot more difficult to say. And that's nearly true, as well. Most people, Harry? Blaise asked. Harry nodded. Well, whoever or whatever was doing the petrifying, they'd know. And so do I, but that's not really relevant. I hate mysteries. I'm the type of guy that likes to turn to the last page in the book to find out who did it. A fact that really annoyed my Hermione in the future. Padma leaned forward. Okay, so we can't answer the how it was done. Let's see what we can do. Why is also a difficult question. Where is pretty obvious. Although, a sub-question of why there could be asked. Very logical, Padma. Harry complimented. Unfortunately, there's no real way to know for sure why that particular location. I believe the most relevant question we should be asking is, who? Who would want to set a monster loose? Especially considering the old legend that Binns told us about. In recent history, it's been recorded that Slytherin hated Muggles and Muggleborns, wanting to remove the taint of anyone other than a pureblood. So, who would set a monster on people? My first bet is Malfoy. Neville said. Did you hear him in the corridor? You'll be next, mudbloods. Just reeks of evil to me. True, Susan replied. And he doesn't like half-bloods or anyone he considers blood traitors. He's from an old, pureblood family that have been in Slytherin for as long as anyone can remember. It's not Draco Malfoy, Harry said absently, reaching for another book. And how do you know? Hermione asked. Harry didn't even need to think. Because Draco Malfoy is lacking two key personality aspects to pull off an attack of this nature, self-control and patience. If he really got control over a mons, he trailed off. Okay, I refuse to call it a monster. We're not 5 years old here. If he had some creature that could petrify or kill people, he would just unleash it and let it purge every first generation in half-blood here. He wouldn't stop with just a cat. It's not flashy enough for him. Padma, Blaise and Hermione nodded, with Blaise speaking up. True, in a well-reasoned analysis of Malfoy. Thank you. Harry sighed. No, there's someone a lot smarter pulling the strings here, and I have to say, I don't really like it. Smart people with the magical equivalent of a weapon of mass destruction make me nervous. Maybe we could stake out that corridor. Susan offered. Aunties told me about stakeouts. And die horribly. Nah, I don't really see the point, Sue. Harry replied nonchalantly. We don't even know if the attack happened there. I mean, the cat was hanging from a wall sconce. How the hell would a cat get up there? Another good point. Blaise admitted. It's a shame we don't see this fine, logical mind during everyday activities, young Harry. Piss off, Blaise. Harry shot back, without any heat. I know I've not told you I hate you for several days, so here it is, I hate you, you smug git. Ah, Young Harry, some of us have every right to be smug. Blaze replied, deadpan. Sod off. You're only 5 weeks older than I am. Harry grinned. And we both know that youthful stamina will always beat old age. Ah, but old age and trickery will always beat youthful stamina. The two snickered between themselves. When you're quite finished, Hermione said in a haughty voice. Shall we return to the minor matter of figuring out what's attacking our school? Both boys slumped in their seats, muttering, sorry, Hermione. Right, then. Let us conclude what we do know. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets appears to be true, but we have no way of confirming this, nor do we know where it is. We don't know who is behind this attack, nor do we know how it was done. We don't even know where it was done. In short, we don't know a bloody thing. Hermione leaned back in her chair. Not exactly a motivational speech, I know. Harry cleared his throat. Allow me, Hermione, we know that whatever did this is powerful. Petrifying someone takes very powerful magic. We know that whoever or whatever did this is capable of writing. That means that there is a human somewhere in the mix. The rumors of a monster in the chamber must be true, if the chamber is real. Ergo, we have a person controlling said monster, and leaving messages. Since Mrs. Norris was hanging from a wall sconce, chances are that someone put her there. Again, reinforcing the human element. He cocked his head for a moment. Do you need something, Headmaster? Behind them, the old man appeared from under a disillusionment charm. Good evening, Harry. How did you know I was here? I could smell your lemo drops, Headmaster. Harry replied. May I assume you were patrolling the school, and decided to check the library, or were you spying on me? The former, Harry, I assure you. Dumbledore replied, both him and Harry aware that the unbreakable vow would compel him to tell the truth. However, when I heard you discussing the situation, I felt compelled to eavesdrop. Harry lifted his foot, and pushed out the last free chair at the table. Well, take a load off, then. You know more about this school than anyone, I would imagine. Dumbledore sat down, pulling out his bag of lemo drops. Would anyone care for a lemo drop? For the first time, Harry reached into the bag. Are these the normal ones, or the ones laced with calming potion? Normal. Dumbledore replied nonchalantly, before realizing what Harry asked. How did you know I lace some with calming potion? A school full of emotional and angsty teenagers. Harry snorted, popping the lemo drop into his mouth. I would. Or sedatives. Dumbledore popped a lemo drop into his own mouth, waiting for the others to take one. Seeing Harry take a sweet, the rest of the group followed suit, and soon all 8 of them were casually king the sour candies. Now, Harry, what can I do to help? Harry took a moment to think. You were here 50 years ago, sir. Is the Chamber of Secrets real? I do not know for certain, Harry. Dumbledore said after a moment. I suspect that there is, although the school has been searched top to bottom many times over the last 10 centuries. No one has been able to locate it. Do you agree with my assessment that there has to be a person behind this attack? Indeed. That drew my attention, and I certainly agree with your conclusion. The only problem, however, is determining who that person is. In order to command such a creature, they would need to be immensely powerful. What about this, heir, comment? Susan asked, out of the blue. I mean, we know that Harry's an heir. Who else? Neville clicked his fingers, reaching for a book on the table. I was looking that up myself. I couldn't really find anything. The most recent one I could find for Slytherin stopped at someone called Gaunt, at the beginning of the 17th century. Dumbledore paled slightly. Indeed. Harry glanced down at his watch. Anyway, I need to grab some sleep. Got Quidditch in the morning, and I don't fancy trying to play without much sleep. He looked at the headmaster, deciding to test the old man. If you can think of anything regarding this situation, sir, please let us know. I will tell you anything I can, offered Dumbledore. However, there is little concrete information or evidence available. As I said, I believe the chamber is real, and that it has been opened before. Anything I discover, I will share with you. Good enough. The group stood and put their books away, before heading out of the library. Harry, Neville asked after a moment. Yeah, mate, why are you playing Quidditch tomorrow? I thought it was the Gryffindor-Slytherin game. Harry nodded. Oh, it was. But after that unfortunate incident involving their brooms, which I still maintain I had nothing to do with, they protested loudly that they needed time to order replacements, so the teachers voted on who should take their place. We lost, so we're playing the Griffs tomorrow. Ah. Hermione smirked. And will you be scaring Oliver Wood tomorrow? Harry's smirk was far more evil than Hermione's. Would I really do a thing like that? During breakfast, Harry pondered the data dump he'd received from Luna over 2 months ago. Dumbledore stood in the Great Hall, wearing dour black robes. Black banners hung from the roof, and a somber mood permeated the air. We are gathered here to pay our final respects to one of our students. Harry Potter. It is the first time in the history of Hogwarts that a student has lost their life during a Quidditch match. Evidence shows that the bludger which hit Harry's head was tampered with. Officers from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be here tomorrow. I would like every student to give them their full cooperation. Ah, Dobby, you little bastard. Try anything, and I swear I'll give you an encounter with a bludger you won't forget. He was grateful to his friends. Thanks to Hermione, he had Quidditch armor that would stop a bludger, and Blaise, Padma and Susan had given him the arm's guards, goggles and crotch protector. I wonder if I'll keep my arm intact this time round. If I see Gilderoy Lockhart anywhere near me this time, he sighed and buttered himself some toast. Luna watched him closely, almost able to read his mind. She stiffened, prompting Padma to flail her legs at Harry under the table. Incoming. The juncture has been reached. Time will bend or break this day. Thanks, Luna. Harry replied. I understand. Hermione leaned in closer. Is this the one? She asked, grateful that Harry had told her about what he'd received from Luna 2 months ago. The bludger. Yeah, I'd guess so. Harry replied. Still, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen. The booming voice of Lee Jordan rang through the Quidditch stadium. Welcome to the first Quidditch game of the season. I am your announcer, Lee Jordan. Today's match is a replacement to the traditional Gryffindor-Slytherin match which usually takes place at the beginning of the season. The reason for this is the unfortunate fault on the Slytherin team's broomsticks. A terrible shame, from what I hear. Jordan. McGonagall's voice filtered over the magical microphone. Sorry, Professor. Instead of Gryffindor versus Slytherin, we have Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, a bit of a grudge match since they wiped the floor with us last time. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Announcing the teams, first up it's Ravenclaw, with the tried and tested Captain Roger Davies, with Cho Chang and Bradley Erickson as their chaser line. They're beaters, who are not quite as good as the Gryffindor teams. Jordan. Eddie Carmichael and Robert Lucas. Lee carried on as though never interrupted. In goals, the second best keeper in Hogwarts, Sarah Fawcett. Jordan. Stop being biased. Okay, Professor. And playing Seeker, the youngest Quidditch player in the last century, Harry Potter. Most of the crowd cheered, including one slightly chubby young lad in the Gryffindor stands. An irate redhead glared at him. And now, the Gryffindor Lions. Captain and keeper Oliver Wood, the best keeper in Hogwarts. A pair of unbeatable beaters, Fred and George Weasley. Jordan. The extremely lovely, but still rejecting me, chaser line of Spinnet, Bell and Johnson. Behave, Jordan. And finally, at Seeker, Cormac McLagan. His voice trailed off as he announced the Gryffindor Seeker, proof of how utterly ineffectual he found the third year to be. And Madam Hooch is at the center now, as both captains shake hands. And what's Potter doing? Did he just wink at Wood? Something you're not telling us, Harry. No, sorry, I don't swing that way, so there's no point in making that gesture at me. Jordan, for the love of Merlin, Will. And they're off. The game began as usual. The Ravenclaw team raced forward, managing to snatch the quaffle from Alicia Spinnet, thanks to Harry flying with his distraction moves. As the chaser line moved towards the Gryffindor end, Harry made a long sweeping circuit around the pitch. He heard the bludger begin its attack, and decided to play for a while. His Nimbus 2000, no longer the best broom on the market, was still up there in the top 3. With a burst of speed, he raced round the Gryffindor goalposts, sticking out his foot to snag the pole on the way past. In effect, he performed a handbrake turn, accelerating down the pitch to his broom's top speed of 135 miles per hour. By summoning up his magic and lacing it throughout his broom, he managed to get another 11 miles per hour, making him the fastest player on the pitch. Fortunately, the bludgers only had a top speed of 80 miles per hour, even when punted by the horrifically strong and accurate arm of a Weasley. This won't be too bad. As long as I can keep the damn thing on my tail, I should be okay. He swooped under Katie Bell, noting the bludger neatly duck under her as it followed him. Let's have a little fun with it. Harry began to fly completely randomly, moving in and out of players, round the stands, and even through the supports of the stands. Winding round, Harry raced up to Eddie Carmichael, who'd just punted the non-tampered bludger at Angelina. "Hey, Eddie," Harry shouted as he shot past. "Get rid of this bloody thing, will you?" Eddie glanced over, seeing the bludger racing towards him. He span his broom round, drawing back his arm. With a grunt, he slammed the bat into the iron ball, sending it cannoning away. "That to you, Potter." "Cheers, Eddie." Harry kept his broom floating alongside the older boys for a moment. "That's not right," Eddie muttered, as he saw the bludger loop round, heading back towards them. "Back up, Potter." Little things just being annoying, Eddie reached down, pulling all his strength up for another punt. The bludger slammed into the bat, to be knocked away, before performing a U-turn. "Potter, go. I'll chase this." Harry nodded, before sending his broom forwards, accelerating to top speed almost instantly. He raced towards the other bludger, noting that it was sailing straight towards him. I wonder as soon as the bludger was in range, he performed a sloth grip roll, the iron menace passing over him. To his shock, the rogue neatly rose up over its companion, still chasing Harry. This is gonna be difficult." Harry straightened his broom, and began a Wronski, hoping he could persuade the ball to bury itself in the ground. Eddie floated over to his captain. "Rog, that bludger's been tampered with." Roger spotted Harry performing his feint, noting that McLaggen was following him down. Less than 2 feet from the ground, Harry pulled up his broom, the bludger neatly following him, while Cormac decorated the field. "Time out," he called out to Hooch. With a blow on her whistle, Hooch stopped the game, prompting the 2 bludgers to stop in midair. The team quickly assembled. "What's going on, Potter?" he demanded. "I'm being stalked by a rabid bludger." Harry replied. "Seems to want me. Not entirely certain why. Are you saying it's been tampered with?" Harry looked at him incredulously. "You're supposed to be a Ravenclaw, Roger. Do you really think a bludger would lust after me like this if it hadn't been tampered with? If we call for an investigation, we forfeit the game," Cho said, glaring lightly at Harry. "If Potter can't handle it, back off," Harry replied. "I'd like to see you handle it." He turned back to Roger. "Keep playing. I'll deal with the little bugger myself." Without bothering to wait for a response, Harry shot off, keeping his eye on the rogue. In the stands, Hermione was watching her boyfriend perform stunts that no sane man should ever try. "That's not right. Guess today really is the day," she muttered as she watched the bludger try and murder Harry. "Luna, can you tell us anything?" She pondered for a moment. Duck's quack does not echo. Anything relevant to the game?" Hermione shot back, exasperated. Luna looked over at Harry, who was running his broom flat out. "He can do this, Hermione. Have faith in Harry, and he will win. Go, Harry, be safe." Harry continued his mad dash around the pitch, noticing that the bludger was now able to keep pace with him. This should not be possible. Bludger's top speed is only 80. How the hell is it matching my broom? Dobby, I swear I'm gonna rip your little nuts off for this. Harry continued to circle, ducking and diving. At this rate, I can't catch the pissing snitch. At least it's only Cormac. I doubt he'd see it, even if it was hovering 6 inches in front of his nose. He started another Wronski, before changing his mind and performing a sudden vertical climb, pushing the broom for its maximum performance. "Oh, I hope this works." Once he got to about 1,000 feet, he leveled off, no longer looking for the snitch, but trying to keep himself alive. He spotted the bludger approaching. With a quick gulp, he willed the broom to cut all its power, allowing himself to begin a free fall. Without any aerodynamic life, he began tumbling about like a leaf in a storm. He approached the ground rapidly, noticing the bludger heading straight for him at full speed. A second from impact, he re-engaged the broom, shooting straight forward and climbing. The bludger planted itself in the ground with a dull thud. "Yes, have it." Harry's celebration was cut short as the rogue yanked itself free and maintained its pursuit. By this time, the rogue bludger had gained everyone's attention, prompting the crowd to subside into a kind of shocked silence. Right, this. Harry stopped his crazy maneuvering, and headed from the bludger, full speed. He gripped the handle tightly as he hiked up his legs, squatting on the broom before shakily standing up. The bludger altered its course slightly, heading straight for Harry's head. And this is where the story ends, Harry thought. As soon as the bludger was close enough, Harry jumped up, somersaulting over the rogue. His broom continued flying, slowing as it approached the boundaries of the field. Okay, the broom's safe and I'm 300 feet in the air. Harry wandlessly cast a low-powered Leviosa on the soles of his shoes, lowering himself to the ground, while summoning two beater's bats. Fred Weasley and Robert Lucas both protested as the bats flew out of their hands, landing neatly in Harry's. As soon as he hit the ground, Harry infused the bats with a sizable portion of his own magic, making them glow a bright green. Come on, he tracked the bludger which was racing for him. Come on, come to Papa, you little son of a ch. He reared back, focusing his strength, before slamming the infused bat forward, causing the bludger to explode. A piece of shrapnel slammed into his chest, fortunately protected by his armor. Dropping the bat in his left hand to the ground, he put two fingers in his mouth and whistled, while summoning the broom back to him. Absolute silence reigned throughout the stadium as Harry stuffed the beater bats under his arms, remounted his broom and shot into the sky, passing a bat to Robert and the other to Fred, before shooting past McLaggen, grabbing the snitch from the sky. Potter destroys a bludger, unprecedented in Hogwarts history. Oh, and Ravenclaw wins. Lee deadpanned. In the background, Harry could almost feel Dobby's annoyance and desperation. Don't try it again, dipshit. Any further thoughts were cut off as a bushy-haired missile tackled him, pushing him to the ground. Aw, things could be worse. Come on, Hermione ordered bossily. Straight to the hospital wing with you. Don't know what you were playing at. Escaping from the madwoman's clutches was relatively simple this time. Harry simply proved to the evil queen of medicine that he wasn't hurt, bleeding, broken or otherwise incapacitated. To his immense surprise, he was pulled into an intense hug, then given a stern poke in the arm for worrying her. He escaped after promising that he'd never explode a bludger again, then retreated. Once back in the common room, Harry racked his brain, trying to remember what was to come next. He knew that Colin Creevey was the next person to be petrified, then had a totally inappropriate thought. Little shit never did bring me those pictures he took. There's an excuse to go and find him. Hauling himself to his feet, he headed for the exit, leaving the rest of his friends behind. The things I must do. Heading up to the 7th floor, he near squealed when he found himself dragged into an empty classroom. His wand was in hand, and a stunner lit the tip, before he recognized his abductor. Harry Potter should not have returned to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The little voice complained. Can it, Dobby? Harry snapped. You nearly killed me, you little shit. Not kill you, sir. Never kill you. Dobby just wanted to make sure you went home. A bludger to the head will splat it all over the damned field, Dobby. I'd have been sent home in a pissing box. Never do anything like that again, or I swear to Merlin, I'll rip your head off and spit your bloody neck. The elf sighed, before hauling himself onto a chair. Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby receives them 5 times a day at home. Yeah, well, Lucius Malfoy's a wanker, Dobby. Dobby looked up, his eyes wide. Harry Potter knows Dobby's family. Yes, Dobby. I also know that Lucius Malfoy slipped a dark artifact into Ginny Weasley's cauldron back in August, and is attempting to return Voldemort to power. Sir is a great and powerful wizard. The elf exclaimed dramatically. Save it, Dobby. Harry replied, tired. I'm really not in the mood. Now, this plan of Malfoy's must be stopped, yes. Do you agree? Dobby nodded, before squealing and trying to bash his head against the back of the chair. Harry grabbed him by his pillowcase, dangling in the air until he stopped trying to beat himself. So, Dobby, tell me this, how the hell am I supposed to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux if you've put me in the hospital wing or the morgue? Dobby must help keep Harry Potter safe. No, Dobby, I order you to leave me alone, or I will have to put you down, do you understand? I will stop Malfoy. Try and free you, if possible, but I won't tolerate any more interference. Dobby sighed dramatically. Dobby understands, Harry Potter sir. Dobby will stay away. Good. Harry dropped Dobby lightly onto the chair. Now, go back, and keep a low profile, Dobby. I'll be in touch. Without waiting for a reply, Harry stalked out of the room, heading for Gryffindor Tower. Oh, bugger, was Harry's thought as he got onto the 7th floor. Lying in the corridor was a clearly petrified Colin Creevey, clutching his camera to his chest. I just know I'm gonna be blamed for this. His prediction was accurate as Snape came stalking onto the corridor, Argus Filch hot on his heels. And the day gets better and better. Potter. Snape sneered widely. What's this? Attacking students now, are we? I know I'm good looking, Snape, but there's no need to be following me around, is there? Harry returned Snape's sneer with interest, standing against the wall, his arms folded across his chest. So, you gonna try and blame me for this? Oh, I don't need to. Snape replied, a sick glee on his face. You stood over the poor boy is all the proof I need. Really? Severus. The voice of Albus Dumbledore filtered over the hallway. Behind him was Professor McGonagall, looking down at Colin with a fretful expression. So, an accusation is synonymous with guilt now, is it? Headmaster, what more proof do we need? Snape asked, in what he thought was undoubtedly a reasonable tone. Potter here is clearly guilty of attacking poor Mr. Creevey. Harry, without being asked, handed over his wand. Dumbledore performed his now standard priori incantatem, watching as routine classwork spells came out of the end. Enough of this petty grudge, Severus. Unless Mr. Potter is capable of ridiculously powerful wandless magic, or has a second wand, I will hear no more about it. Well, I am capable of ridiculously powerful wandless magic, although I'll never tell you about it. Harry maintained an innocent expression while looking at Dumbledore, then winking rakishly at Snape. The man turned puce, before turning back to Dumbledore. This is the second incident with Potter being involved, Headmaster. Do you not think this warrants investigation? Dumbledore sighed. I have investigated, Severus. I have checked Mr. Potter's wand, and it clearly shows, as it did after the first attack, that he cast no spells that could cause this kind of injury. Perhaps. Snape conceded. However, how do we know that Mr. Potter does not have a second wand? Oh, for the love of Merlin, give it a rest. Harry snapped. I did not petrify Creevey, or the demon cat. The fact that I was the one to find them is coincidence, nothing more. Now, leave me alone. He turned back to Dumbledore. Sir, do you have any idea what this could be? McGonagall spoke up. He still has his camera, Albus. Perhaps he managed to take a picture of his attacker. Dumbledore nodded, pulling the camera from Colin's hand, and opening the back. A hiss of smoke, not to mention the rotten smell of burning plastic, assaulted the corridor. McGonagall watched the film flash into smoke, before looking at the headmaster. What could do this to magical film, Albus? It's nearly indestructible. She glanced down at the camera. What does it mean? It means, Dumbledore sighed heavily. It means that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened, Minerva. We already knew that, Harry thought. Sir, may I be dismissed? Dumbledore looked up. Ah, yes, Harry. Please, return to your common room. The days following that were some of the most uncomfortable Harry had experienced during his second run-through of his Hogwarts days. Someone, Snape, obviously, had revealed that Harry had been seen standing over poor defenseless Colin Creevey when he was attacked. Harry had immediately told his friends what had happened, then retreated into his portkey box, officially working on upgrades and new systems, but in reality, he was hiding. He was unaccustomed to dealing with this many hostile stares. It seemed Snape and Malfoy had really been riling up the students, prompting sneers and nastiness. And it's only gonna get worse, he mused sadly, poring over the Marauders map. 3 weeks after the incident, Harry was slumped in armchair in the common room, idly leafing through Casino Royale, while Hedwig was reading intently over his shoulder. She hadn't read this one before, and knew that her human pet had enjoyed it. Hey, Harry, look. Harry looked over at Hermione, who was pointing over at the notice board, a gleaming new sign written in lilac ink taking pride of place. There's going to be a dueling club. It's tonight in the Great Hall. Wonder who they've got to teach it. Hermione shrugged. Well, Flitwick was a 5-time dueling champion when he was younger, so it could be him. I'd love to learn from him. Padma smiled as she flopped on the couch near Harry's chair, Hedwig sparing her a glance before going back to the book. Good book, Hedwig. She snuffled appreciatively before going back to reading. Harry, you want to tell me why your owl is reading a book? Harry didn't even bother to look up. Because the movie stars David Niven, and it's crap. It makes no sense, the plot's pretty complex and doesn't survive the screen, and he shrugged. Trust me, the book's better. Allow me to rephrase, then. Why is your owl reading? Owls don't read. Hedwig barked suddenly, the rebuke clear. Okay, I guess they do read. Padma leaned into Hermione, whispering in the brunette's ear. Are we sure she's an owl? Honestly, no. But don't voice it too loud, she knows things. Harry saw the two girls whispering, knowing that they were talking about Hedwig and her abilities. Well, shall we go and have dinner? We can then go to the dueling club. Harry and his group of friends were watching the Great Hall, teeming with students, all of them looking forward to dueling lessons, maybe from Flitwick, and possibly from Dumbledore, one of the greatest wizards in the history of the school. The students were all going to be disappointed when they found out that the club would be run by me, Gilderoy Lockhart. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see me? In those robes. Merlin, they'd be lucky to miss you. Hey, Hermione, I think I'm going to go back to the common room. If this gets teaching, then I'm out of here. There's nothing this Ponce knows that I want to learn. Harry headed for the door, only to be spotted by Lockhart, who immediately called him. Ah, Harry, good to see you here, although I'm fairly certain that you know a little bit about defense. Lockhart suddenly smiled. You can watch myself and my assistant during the first duel, then perform a demonstration duel for us. Ooh, such a tempting offer. Harry thought, then cheered up a little. And it's a chance to hex Snape him. Decisions, he nodded slowly, knowing this had to happen in order to keep the timeline relatively intact. Relative, being the operative word. Lockhart pranced up onto the dueling platform, his robes making most people wince from the sheer luridness. You all know my assistant, Professor Snape. A few of the Slytherins gave a half-hearted clap, while the rest of the students remained studiously silent. Snape mounted the platform, his face its customary sneer. Don't worry. You'll still have your potions master when I've finished with him. Lockhart proclaimed loudly. Yeah, but will Snape leave anything of Lockhart apart from a greasy spot on the floor? Harry whispered to Hermione, who giggled quietly, before passing on the comment to Susan and Padma. Now, we duel, Lockhart proclaimed, brandishing his wand at Snape, who'd already loudly intoned, Expelliarmus. Lockhart flew backwards, his wand flying out of his hand, but to the surprise of all, Snape also flew backwards, crashing into Millicent Bulstrode and Theodore Nott. No one noticed Harry's hand twitch. Lockhart pulled himself back up to his feet, looking over at the slumped Snape with astonishment, then a kind of sick pride. Harry could almost see the fop thinking, I did that. He decided not to disabuse him of the notion. As you can see, we both used the disarming charm, Expelliarmus. That's why our wands flew out of our hands. He took his wand back from a heavily blushing lavender brown, before remounting the stage, and turning back to the audience. Professor Snape, can you think of a suitable opponent for young Mr. Potter's demonstration duel? Snape sneered. I'd be more than happy to duel Mr. Potter. Lockhart laughed nervously. I rather think that you might be too much for a student, Professor. Perhaps one of your students. Malfoy. The greasy man gestured, and Malfoy, smirking mightily, got up on the dueling platform, his wand held loosely in his hand. Scared, Potter. Harry, as soon as Draco had decided to challenge him, had moved up to the dueling platform. He had very little time for the Slytherin, he was ineffectual as an opponent, and there was little point in getting upset as his usual diatribe, but the chance to hex him without punishment. Far too much fun to ignore. Yes. Harry deadpanned. Absolutely terrified. Look, you can see my hand shaking. He raised his left hand, wiggling it about comically. I may even have soiled myself. He paused for a moment. How are you doing with that, by the way? The itching gone. Malfoy's face turned puce, a truly unattractive color considering his pale complexion and almost white hair. Lockhart was standing in the middle of the platform, announcing to the crowd and combatants. The duel is to disarm only. After the count of 3. Good luck, gentlemen. Snape was furiously whispering into Draco's ear, probably trying to teach the half-squib a spell quickly. 1. Harry raised his wand in a salute, while Draco scowled. 2. Draco's wand was already moving, while he shouted out, Serpensortia. A large brown cobra erupted from the end of the wand, landing in a heap in the middle of the platform, hissing angrily as it hit the ground. It immediately began to read up, opening its hood, hissing angrily. Its eyes focused on Justin Finch Fletchley, and started to slither its way towards him. Harry gritted his teeth for a moment, not eager to go through the prejudice the students heaped on him the first time around. Bollocks to it. Leave him. Everyone, including the snake, turned towards him, looks of horror on their faces. Justin, take one step backwards. Harry spoke calmly, but firmly, prompting the Hufflepuff to take one step backwards. His movement caught the snake's attention, raising itself up. Do not move, Harry commanded, making the snake pause for a moment. Justin, one more step back. Slow and steady. The terrified lad took another smooth step backwards. Let me eat him, the snake hissed, looking up at Harry. No, you will stand down. Harry shook his head. Justin, 2 steps back. Again, slow and easy. Justin took a step back, then another. Come with me, Harry commanded, taking a step forward. Justin, 3 steps back. You should be okay, now. He didn't both to watch. Stand down. The snake pulled in its hood, lowered its head, and started moving towards Harry, who knelt down, extending his non-wand hand towards the snake. Climb up. I shall take you to a forest, where you can find food and shelter. Thank you, Speaker. Harry picked up the snake, letting the fearsome creature wrap itself around Harry's arm, resting its head on Harry's shoulder. He turned to his opponent. You know, Malfoy, I'm not sure how things happen in your house, or what kind of utterly crap education you've had, but in the rest of the world, 3 comes after 2. And when someone says, on 3, they mean that you wait until you've heard the 3 before casting your spell. I also don't know if you're aware, but the charm is pronounced Expelliarmus. Not quite sure why you thought it began with an S, but that's okay. Harry smiled magnanimously at the confused student, before turning to his most hated teacher. Professor Snape, I'm most curious as to why you're teaching dark and potentially fatal spells to second-year students. Something to ask Professor Dumbledore, I'm sure. The cobra watched comfortably from Harry's arm as he moved through the crowd towards Hermione, who was watching everyone scatter away from Harry like roaches. Apart from his friends. Harry, what's going on? You're a Parselmouth. Neville looked, not afraid, but surprised. I was taught that all Parselmouths are dark wizards. Guess that's another thing the books are wrong about. Harry felt a rush of gratitude towards Neville for that statement. What's a Parselmouth? Hermione looked upset. Harry realized that there was something which, looking at the rest of the students in the hall, was important, and she didn't know what it was. A Parselmouth is somebody who can speak to snakes and, to a lesser extent, other reptiles, like dragons and lizards. The skill is considered very dark. Blaise looked at the snake appraising Ly for a moment. Oviphus monticola. Beautiful. He stroked a finger over the cobra's head, which appeared to enjoy the attention. And, if memory serves, quite deadly. Possibly. I think a trip down to the Forbidden Forest might be in order. I think my friend here would like the forest rather than a dorm room. But why is being a Parselmouth considered dark? Hermione asked, not sure why this sort of thing was so terrifying to the students. Neville took this one. Some of the darkest magic around requires snakes, either bits of them as ingredients, or the willing cooperation of a snake, which only a Parselmouth can get. You know who was the last Parselmouth around, and he used snakes to do some truly evil things. Neville suddenly blanched. Oh, bugger. What is it? Susan, who was actually playing peek-a-boo with a poisonous snake, suddenly looked at him. What's wrong? Slytherin was a Parselmouth. They called him Serpent Tongue. He gestured towards the badge of Blaise's robe. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a snake. Remember what Binns said in history class. The Chamber of Secrets holds a monster that Slytherin's heir can control, to eliminate all those who aren't worthy out of the school. Harry can portkey through the wards of the school, something only a founder's heir can do. Everyone's going to believe that Harry Potter, boy who lived, is the heir of Slytherin, and a future Dark Lord. I'm in trouble, Harry said, a wry smile on his face. Must be Tuesday. As Harry walked into the Great Hall the next morning, he saw the entire room suddenly quieten down, staring at him as if they expected him to start his campaign of torture and murder right there and then, summoning snakes to do his evil bidding. Good morning, everyone. How are we all today? One of the fourth-year Hufflepuffs shrieked, and hugged the boy next to her, crying about how she didn't want her parents to die at Harry's hands. Merlin, people, get over yourselves. Je parle français, aussi. He saw people looking at him confusedly. I speak French, too. Does that mean that all of a sudden, you should fear me because I speak the language of France? He sat down at the Ravenclaw table, watching people scurrying away from him. Hey, Justin. The boy turned in his seat, looking at Harry intently. You were about to be bitten by a poisonous cobra yesterday. Did it bite you? No. And you know why? Because I told it not to. I told it to come to me, and I would take it to the forest, which I did last night. You're all safe, because of me. You're a dark wizard, Potter. You should be in Azkaban. Harry rolled his eyes as he heard Ron Weasley's voice behind him. You know, Weasley, I've worked out how you're as thin as you are. Despite how much you eat, all that jumping to conclusions and flying off the handle must be pretty tiring. Sod off, Potter. You're a dark wizard. I bet you're the heir of Slytherin. Going to kill off all of the mudbloods in the school. Ron suddenly flinched as something hit him on the cheek, quite close to his eye. Harry smiled as he saw Blaze wrap another elastic band round his finger, ready for another shot. Unfortunately, everyone around him appeared to be murmuring about the same thing. Harry Potter must be the heir of Slytherin, and he should be in Azkaban. Have none of you bloody looked up the heir of Slytherin? Harry asked incredulously. Several students muttered in the negative. Well, here's a plan for you, then. Harry announced. Why don't you go and bloody well look it up in the library? For people like Ron Weasley who are so thick it's untrue, that's the room on the third floor with all the pretty books in it. I'll accept your apologies when you come back. It's you. Ron snapped loudly. Harry ignored the redhead, and whispered something to Hermione. Her eyes opened widely. Really? She, in turn, whispered to Neville, Susan, Padma and Blaze. Luna just smiled, indicating she already knew. Do you know who it is, Potter? One of the Hufflepuffs shouted. Yep, Harry replied casually. But I'm not telling you. Go and look it up. He ignored the clamoring and slumped down at the Ravenclaw table, noting that the students quickly moved out of the way. He was glad that his 6 core friends were standing by him. In the original timeline, only Hermione had stuck with his steadfast, with Ron being a little distant, since he hated Slytherins with a fiery passion. As if on cue, Hermione leaned closer to him. We know the truth, Harry. That's all that matters. She squeezed his hand, before reaching for the coffee pot. Well, I must say, Harry, when you surprise people, you do it in a most spectacular fashion. Thank you, sir. I do aim to please. Harry was sat in Dumbledore's office, Professor Snape, Flitwick and McGonagall also in chairs around the office. I have to be honest, though, sir. I'm wondering why Snape taught Malfoy a spell to summon a snake. At what point could that be considered the disarming hex? I did not teach that charm to Mr. Malfoy. I do not know where he could have learned it. Why don't you put your hand on your wand and swear that on your magic, Snape? I'd love to see you turn into a squib. Mr. Potter, please refrain yourself. Dumbledore turned towards Snape. Well, Severus, you were seen talking to a student moments before he cast a hex that is not taught at this institution, one that could have and, for all you knew, would have severely injured or killed Mr. Potter, a student we all know that you despise and have a grudge against. Do you have any way of proving that you did not teach Mr. Malfoy that hex? Snape just sat there, saying nothing. Very well. I am deducting 100 points from Slytherin for Mr. Malfoy's hex, which could have been fatal. I am also putting you on probation, Severus. I've been willing to tolerate your personal foibles, but this is beyond the pale. Any other action against Mr. Potter, and your fate shall be decided by Phileas. Flitwick looked up, gleeful at the prospect of facing Severus at the end of his wand. Any questions? Snape shook his head, stunned at what had happened to him. Ever since Potter arrived at this school, I've been persecuted by the faculty. That boy needs to be taken down a peg. I shall follow your directions, Headmaster. May I leave? Dumbledore nodded, and Snape left the room. Albus, he's getting worse. We could easily have seen a student in the hospital wing, or even a student death. McGonagall was getting into her stride. I would recommend that Severus be at least suspended and a full review of his years here be started immediately. I trust Severus Snape, Minerva. It just appears that he has a bit of a blind spot with young Potter. Severus needs to be here teaching. He saw his deputy eye his with disdain in her eye. Do not worry yourself, old friend. I am keeping an eye on him. With me in this school, nothing bad will happen to Harry Potter. Harry almost laughed at the statement. If there's ever a way to cause a problem, that's it. It's like saying, hey, watch this. Or, what could possibly go wrong? I'm so screwed, it's not even funny. Harry wandered into the Great Hall for dinner that evening, having gone through a very routine set of classes for the day. As he sat down, he could hear students muttering about him being the evil Slytherin trying to destroy the school. Right, that's it. Harry stood up on the bench, looking around the hall. Okay, who here went to the library and looked up at the Slytherin genealogy? Silence. And yet, you all have the nerve to accuse me of being the bloody heir. Harry snapped. I have looked it up, and I do know who the heir of Slytherin is. This garnered the attention of the vast majority of the Great Hall. In the genealogy section of the library it talks about the old familial lines. He gazed down at them. I'll give you a hint. Being a Parselmouth is a trait that is only seen in the Slytherin line. However, this gift is not native to the Potter line. Hermione's brain, probably the fastest in school, worked it out first. Your scar, she whispered. Harry clicked his fingers as his hand shot out to Hermione. There it is. He smiled warmly at her. My scar gives me my ability to speak Parseltongue. Percy Weasley stood up. You mean the heir of Slytherin is you-know-who? Harry actually growled on the stage. Through clenched teeth, he spat out a response. No, Percy, I don't know who you're talking about. He means he who must not be named, Potter. One of the Hufflepuff prefects shouted. Harry theatrically turned to Dumbledore. Sir. Yes, Harry. Dumbledore looked down at one of his favorite students with a twinkle in his eye. Do you know who they're talking about? Dumbledore pretended to think for a moment. I do believe they're talking about Lord Voldemort, Harry. Ah, Voldemort. Indeed. Harry ignored the pathetic little yelps from the rest of the student body. Yes, Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin. I am not. He thought for a moment. However, this dragged everyone's attention back to the present. I suppose thinking about it I could be classed as the heir to the magic of Slytherin by the ancient rites of combat since I destroyed Voldemort's body back in 81 inches. That's not true, Harry. Dumbledore spoke up loudly. In order for you to become the heir by combat, you would have needed to kill Voldemort. Oh, Harry said, looking back at Dumbledore. You mean he's not dead yet? He winked at Dumbledore. No. At the moment, he is banished, existing as nothing more than a spirit mist in the wind. Until he dies, you cannot be the heir. Oh. Harry sounded oddly disappointed, before he turned around to face the students of the school. So, you've just heard from Professor Dumbledore, probably the greatest wizard in the world, that I cannot be the heir of Slytherin. He smiled warmly at the school, which was quickly replaced by a mask of cold anger. So, if you could all stop pointing, whispering, sniggering and generally being offensive towards me, I'd appreciate it. But, what about your ability to speak Parseltongue? Ron Weasley shouted from the Gryffindor table. Doesn't that prove you're a dark wizard? Harry just glared at him. Were you even listening to me, Weasley? He snapped. I just told you that the Parseltongue ability was passed to me during Voldemort's failed killing curse 11 years ago. How can that make me a dark wizard? Ron Weasley, never the sharpest crayon in the box, shouted what he thought was the perfect response. Because you speak Parseltongue. Fred and George took that moment to launch a full broadside of bread rolls at their little brother, pelting him with the hardest ones they could find, until he finally shut up. As Harry drifted off to sleep, a conference was started between a group of people who didn't exist on the bridge of a vessel that wasn't there. Why is it every time I choose something over in my mind, this lot turn up? Harry pondered, as he found himself on the bridge of his mindscape. Because it makes things easier. Tactical replied. What better way to thrash out an argument than to actually thrash it out? If you want, we can get the counselor in here to be beaten up. Harry grinned. As much fun as that would be, I think we'll be needing him. As if on cue, the counselor walked on the bridge, his hot pink jumpsuit blinding. He stopped when he saw Harry and Tactical staring at him. I'm not gonna get beaten again, am I? Depends on how fast you can run. It's looking like a good bet, though. Tactical replied, cracking his knuckles. But not now. It seems our leader here, he pointed to Harry, wants to have a chat about something. Should I call for everyone? The counselor asked. That won't be necessary. Harry replied. But lately I've been pondering things. We know. Tactical and the counselor replied in unison. We're part of you, remember. I'm such a smart ass sometimes, Harry thought to himself. Okay, so, tell me. Just recently, you've been coming to the conclusion that you've been acting like Dumbledore. The counselor said, brusquely. You've allowed things to happen that you could have easily prevented, all in the name of the greater good, something that annoys the living piss out of you when it happens to us. True, Harry admitted. Right now, you're thinking about radically changing things, so that people aren't affected. Stopping Ginny from using the diary would be a very good deed, even though it'll rob us of using the basilisk parts. It did have an impact on her. Not using the diary, which we all know she doesn't remember, but the whole, saving her from an evil basilisk, thing. Harry advised. It was one of the reasons that she became that obsessed fangirl. I have the power to stop it. But, you're worried about changing the timeline. Tactical interrupted. We understand, but things have changed from the first run-through already. When we first got here, we said that we'd keep the timeline intact. Since then, we've buggered it up royally, haven't we? Only little changes, Harry tried to defend. Little changes. Little. Good gods, we changed everything. The counselor proclaimed shrilly. It only takes a single pebble to start an avalanche. Where the hell do I start? We left the Dursleys, which changed the Dobby situation. We moved into Diagon Alley. We got emancipated. We met Hermione far earlier. We corrupted her into a Choco fiend on the Express. We ignored Ron Weasley. We defeated the troll differently. Need I continue? Tactical smoothly carried on the diatribe. What about the longer-lasting differences we've made? Susan, Padma and Blaise were never friends in the original timeline. Acquaintances, yes, but never friends. I'm not even going to begin to touch on the ship. And Percy Weasley. That compulsion will change his entire future. And all for the greater good. Harry concluded sadly. Sweet Jesus, I'm as bad as Dumbledore. Hang on, angst man. The counselor said. You've not sacrificed anyone, or royally screwed people over. You've interfered. The only manipulation you've made is Percy, really. You could explain it to him, or simply remove the compulsion. It's not been on him long enough to become long-term. Harry nodded. I had such good intentions, but, then again. The road to hell. You also need to send a letter to Padfoot. Tactical advised. Explain that you know he's innocent, but you don't have enough physical evidence to prove his innocence. You know that Fudge will block any attempts to get a trial. He may have to go on the run. I could explain, using general terms. Harry offered. You know, explain that I have knowledge about the future since I have access to a seer. That's not a lie. The counselor smiled, and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Do the right thing, Harry. That's all we can do. The hand suddenly shot away as the counselor left the bridge at a dead run, Tactical chasing after him with what looked suspiciously like a pool cue. Harry woke up, refreshed after an hour and a half's sleep, a new spring in his step. Okay, time to get things done right. First up, a letter to Padfoot. Dear Padfoot, first of all, I must apologize to you for my conduct over the last year. The reason I'm apologizing will become clear as you read through this missive. I'm really not sure how to go about writing this. There are so many things I need to tell you, but they're the kind of things you can't really write in a letter. Sometimes, you have to say it in person. First of all, allow me to reiterate something I said to you a year ago. I know that you are not guilty of the crimes that you have been imprisoned for. You were not the Potter's secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew was. You did not blow up that street back in 81, again, that was Pettigrew. I know this, and you know this. However, I cannot prove that you are innocent at the present time, and therein lies my problem. Now, you and I both know that by using your animagus form, you can protect yourself from the Dementors, since they work by sensing emotions, and Padfoot's emotions are more primal than serious. Since you've been poorly fed over the last decade, Padfoot's very thin. You could escape by squeezing through the bars of your cell, or wait until the Dementors deliver your food, and then swim back to the mainland. While this would be a very useful thing to do, you will be hunted, sparking the biggest international manhunt in the history of the magical world. The information that I can share with you at the present time is limited, but I can tell you this, Lord Voldemort will return, within the next few years. His Death Eaters will return to him, and the Blood War will start. When that time comes, you will be needed, Padfoot. Not to fight, but to act as a moral compass for Harry and Moony. The essence of the Marauder still exists. The spirit's gone, the comic relief's a traitor, but the brain still lives in Moony, while the Marauder's heart still beats in your chest. Young Harry has the potential to join your ranks. As to how I know this, one of my companions is a seer, and I'm no slouch myself. You'll be needed to help keep Harry's spirits up. After all, who can resist a Marauder? Okay, apart from Lily in 4th year, but James had snuck a dung bomb in your drawers, and charmed it so that you couldn't smell it. Evil. Yes. Brilliant. Absolutely. There is a sequence of events that I've been following. We know that you'll escape at the right time, and that's important. The right time won't be for several months, though. And this brings me to my dilemma. I want you out of prison, but it'll affect our plans, and could be very costly. This, however, should not be a factor in your decision. We both know that you could walk out of the door at this very minute, and it has to be your choice. If you escape from Azkaban, it'll start the manhunt, which could drive the servants of Voldemort into action before we are ready. Unlike Dumbledore, though, I'm not prepared to say, it's for the greater good, Sirius, that you stay. There. It has to be your choice. If you agree to stay in Azkaban, and I know it's a thoroughly unpleasant place, I've been there myself, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone except Death Eaters and Voldemort, I will continue to send you food and clothing. If you decide to break out and go on the run, I will continue to send you food and clothing. If you're willing to stay, and I know that I seem to be pushing that, I'm not, honestly. It's your choice then. When Minister Fudge does his next prison inspection, late June or early July, I think he will stop by your door. Ask him if you can have his copy of the Daily Prophet. Tell him you miss doing the crossword. When he gives it to you, there'll be an extremely interesting picture on the front page. When you see that picture, Sirius, it's time to go. Whatever you do, however, don't react to the picture in front of Fudge. He'll make things difficult for us all. If you do decide to leave Azkaban, make certain that you aren't seen. Fudge will send the entire Dementor force after you. I do, however, have one order for you, though I don't think you'll mind it. Take care of yourself. Stripeclaw. Harry read the finished note, and nodded to himself. What he'd written warned Sirius about the article, told him about the possibility of escape, but also told him the best time to escape. However, he'd put in a good warning about escaping too soon. I hope it's enough, Sirius. He got out of bed, showered and dressed, and headed for the kitchens. Fortunately, it was still dark out, and the human residents of the castle, as well as the portraits, were still sleeping soundly. The basket of food, with a strapped-on note, quickly vanished. Padfoot woke up, growling lightly, as something materialized in his cell. His canine nose quickly detected the wonderful scent of chicken, prompting him to turn back into his human counterpart. He grabbed the note while he munched away on a chicken leg. I admit, I've thought about just sneaking out by using Padfoot, but there's something here that's almost he's telling me to wait until I see Fudge, and then I'll know to escape. Throwing the now meatless bone out of the window, he quickly grabbed another. Thanks to the occlumency and Padfoot, I can certainly withstand a bit more time here. The Dementors don't really affect me anymore, Padfoot even less. As much as I want my freedom, I get the feeling that it could be far more expensive than I know. He threw the next bone out of the window, grabbing a huge pork pie from the basket. I really wish I could speak to this guy. I'd love to know what Harry's up to. Poor pup. He came to a decision. I'll stay. When I next see Fudge, I'll wait for my sign. I'm not so far gone that waiting to murder Pettigrew can't be put on hold for a few months. Hundreds of miles away, an old man in a child's body sighed in relief, without knowing why. After sitting in the common room for an hour reading yet another of his beloved Bond books, Harry put it back into his trunk, which he then secured inside his portkey box, before heading down to the Great Hall. He was a man on a mission. Once in the Great Hall, he immediately sought out Professor Sprout, McGonagall and Flitwick. The three were conspiring together, sitting closely, presumably about Snape. "Good morning, professors. Do you have a moment?" he asked politely. Looking up, McGonagall noted that the young man in front of her was the very personification of determination. Is this a Harry moment, or a Mr. Potter moment? McGonagall asked. It's a bit of both, Professor. Harry replied. Sprout, on the other hand, looked scandalized at the familiarity. Well, then, Harry, Flitwick said, leaning forward, what can we do for you today? I've been having a bit of a think about the petrified student situation, professors. It took me a bit of time, but I've found a way to help them much sooner. I'd like your permission to leave the school, and I need an escort on my mission, professors. Harry said, there's a small farm in Tibet that produce ingredients, and they have what we need. While I'm there, I'd appreciate Professor Sprout's assistance. A potion ingredient? Sprout asked, confused. What sort of ingredient? Fully grown mandrake, ma'am. Harry replied. They always have them available. I plan to go and collect some for Colin and Mrs. Norris. Maybe take Neville, if he's available. And why do you feel the need to collect some mandrake, Harry? Flitwick asked. Pomona's will be ready in the next 4 to 6 months. We can have our petrified student back then. That's certainly true, sir. Harry replied. But, poor Colin will have missed out on 6 months of schooling. His first year, too. And Mr. Filch will have been without his pet for that length of time. I need to do this, Professor. I knew something bad was happening when Colin was petrified. I could have stopped it. Sprout leaned closer, her Hufflepuff sense of justice coming to the fore. Mr. Potter, are you saying that you had advance knowledge about these attacks? Sprout demanded. If so, you should have come to a member of staff immediately. Dumbledore cleared his throat from behind the 3 professors. Good morning, professors. Good morning, Harry. He slid into his chair. Pomona, I have already spoken to Harry about this. We have shared out information about these attacks, and any possible actions. Our conclusions are the same. He reached for the tureen of kippers. What is it you're planning, Mr. Potter? I found a mandrake farm in Tibet, sir. I've got the coordinates. I go there and grab some mandrake, and brew up the restorative draft on the way back. Colin and Mrs. Norris can be unpetrified by lunchtime. The old man nodded. A fine plan. What lessons do you have this morning? Potions, sir, followed by history of magic. Ah. Dumbledore chuckled. The irony of using your potions lesson to create a mandrake draft. I think you'll earn an outstanding this morning, Harry. Thank you, sir. Harry replied. So, can we go? McGonagall looked at Dumbledore, who inclined his head slightly. Very well, Mr. Potter. How exactly do you propose we get to Tibet to obtain this ingredient? Harry just smiled. As he led the 3 teachers to the 7th floor to collect Neville, Harry pondered to himself. I should have stopped this, not let it get to this stage. I only hope Luna can keep up with any changes to the timeline. The small group spotted Percy coming out of the portrait hole, clad in his robes and with his prefect's badge shining on his chest. Realizing that this was an opportune moment, Harry wiggled his finger, removing the compulsion charm from Percy. The young man blinked for a moment, before greeting the professors. McGonagall authorized the group to enter the Gryffindor common room, leading them to the couches in front of the fire. Harry sat down on his favorite chair. Ah, I've missed this chair. I wonder if I could nick it and stick it in the Ravenclaw common room. While Harry was settling into the chair, McGonagall sent Percy up to the second-year dormitory, to wake up Neville. A few moments later, a barely dressed Neville appeared at the bottom of the stairs, bleary-eyed and still half asleep. Morning, Neville, Harry said cheerfully. You're far too awake for this time of day. Neville grumbled. What do you want? Get dressed, you lazy git. Harry replied nonchalantly. Going collecting some mandrake from Tibet, and need your green thumb. Tomorrow. Neville slurred, before turning and heading back up the stairs. Come on, Neville, Harry said chirpily. Big day. Gonna wake up Creevy and the demon cat. Need your help. Tomorrow. Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall snapped, stepping forward. Get dressed, and be back down in 15 minutes. He stiffened slightly at the less that friendly tone in his head of house's voice. Ma'am. Neville slumped away. While they were waiting, Harry called across to Percy, who was sat on the couch, looking into the fire. Hey, Percy. Yes, Harry. The prefect, who was polishing his badge yet again, looked over at the younger boy. Can I ask you something? Sure. If a situation arose where you had to choose between your job and your family, what would you pick? Percy looked taken aback for a moment. What on earth made you ask that? Harry shrugged. Just curious, I suppose. I'm actually kinda jealous of you. You've got all those siblings, and loving folks sometimes, I just wonder what that'd be like. Nodding slowly, Percy pondered. Well, I suppose my family, I mean, they've supported me for years, helped me become what I am now. He stared at Harry. I admit, I've never really thought about it that way before. Living in a large family, especially my family, it's always been a bit of a mission. Fred and George pranking everyone, hearing Ron complain about things, listening to Ginny. He trailed off as he looked at Harry. I presume Fred and George have told you about Ginny. What, the whole future wife bit? Yeah, Harry grimaced. To be honest, Perce, from what I know of her, I doubt that'll happen. Percy shrugged. Your choice. He sobered up a little. I've never thought about it from the orphan point of view. As much as my family irritates me, and living with Fred and George is irritating, they do support me. He placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. You've given me a lot to think about, young Harry. Thank you. Harry shrugged again. Just something to ponder, Perce. Neville came staggering back into the common room, wearing a pair of mud-streaked pants, a dirty shirt and a pair of dragon-hide boots. Right, I'm dressed for battling evil mandrakes. Where are we going? Harry nodded at Percy before standing up. Going to Tibet, Nev. They have mandrakes available. Fully grown ones. And why? He trailed off as his face split in half from an immense yawn. Can't we wait until Professor Sprouts are done? Because that won't be for another 4 months, at the earliest. Harry replied, leading Neville to the portrait hole, where the professors were waiting impatiently. Besides, we can go there, get the ugly little bugger, make the draft and be back inside 3 or so hours. Joy. Neville yawned again. How we getting there? Your box. Yep. Once in the Ravenclaw common room, Harry saw Padma and Luna waiting at the bottom of the stairs, with Hermione just coming down the stairs. Good morning, beauteous ladies. Harry proclaimed loudly, startling them. Morning, Harry. Hermione came over, pressing a chaste key to his lips. What's going on? Harry gestured to the professors behind him. I've had an idea about curing Colin and the demon cat, so we're just nipping out for some potion supplies. Won't be more than a few hours. Oh, she looked at the impatient professors. Do you need any help? Harry looked torn for a moment. As much as I enjoy taking trips with you, my sweet Hermione, best not this morning. We shouldn't be too long. Leading the small group up the stairs into his dorm room, Harry was about to enter the box when Sprout stopped him. Mr. Potter, I realized that both you and Miss Granger were inside this object when it appeared in the Great Hall. However, I am a little bigger than Miss Granger, and I'm not certain that we could all fit in there. Harry chuckled and placed his hand against the door, bypassing the defenses. The door opened with a creak, revealing the cavernous interior. I don't think there's a problem, Professor. Once the group had made their way inside, Harry dashed to the console and slid a lever up, closing the door with a clang. He moved round to the monitor, and began tapping away at the keyboard. OK, setting coordinates 31037, north, 87054, east. Harry tapped a few more buttons. And, initiating gyroscope, he pulled down a small lever, prompting a wheezing, groaning sound to fill the cavernous interior. Dematerializing, there was a minute tremble in the floor paneling, signaling the ship was in flight. Mr. Potter. Sprout spoke up. Could you explain to me what's going on? Harry smiled at the friendly herbologist. Basically, Madam Sprout, this object, as you called it, is my ship. We're going to Tibet to recover a fully grown mandrake. Now, I'm not saying that your mandrakes are inferior, quite the opposite. However, it will take months for them to be ready. So, we're going getting a pre-prepared one. Taking a portkey would get us there, but we'd all be feeling sick as dogs afterwards. This ship means we can enjoy the trip in comfort. Perhaps even partake of a nice beverage or 3. Ah, very well. Sprout retreated to one of the chairs near the console. Deciding to take pity on the professors, since he'd interrupted their breakfast, Harry disappeared through the door, quickly putting the kettle on while throwing some tea bags into the teapot. Making the brew, Harry quickly poured 5 cups, returning to the console room. Once everyone had been served, Harry busied himself with one of the banks of controls. Neville sidled up. "What ya doing?" Harry smiled to himself. "I'm altering the runes that control the internal configuration to build a small potions laboratory. And a sick bay. It's fairly easy." He stopped his tapping to look up at Neville. "You know, Neville, we haven't really spoken much. I don't know a great deal about you. I mean, I know that you're Frank and Alice's son, you live with your gran and you're frighteningly good at herbology, but I don't know a lot else. You know quite a bit about me, 'cause my life's an open book." Neville looked a bit nervous, but answered. "Well, what would you like to know?" Harry resumed his tapping. "According to the rumor mill when you first started, and this is mainly Malfoy spouting off, you're considered a near squib. Now, I know better than that, but I was just wondering why that sort of thing would be bandied about the school." Neville's nervousness increased. "Well, I'm not very good at performing magic," he replied. "You've seen me in potions, and I'm pretty pants at transfiguration. Not too bad in charms, though." Harry stopped tapping. "What utter bollocks, Nev. You're a very powerful wizard, I can see it. You just lack confidence. Not surprising, really. Mr. Potter." McGonagall stepped forward. "Why do you say, not surprising?" Harry looked up, realizing that the three teachers had been listening in. "Well, ma'am, his grandmother's Augusta Longbottom. From the scuttlebutt I've heard, she's old school strict. Powerful, but quite steeped in tradition. Plus, there's the whole Bellatrix thing." Instantly turning white, Neville stepped backwards. What? Bellatrix Lestrange." Harry glanced over at Neville, who looked to be on the verge of a panic attack. "Would you like me to help you with your confidence, Neville?" "I do know a way, but you won't like it." Neville was torn. Harry was extremely powerful, and had near miraculous control over his magic, but the merest mention of the evil Bellatrix Lestrange had thrown him off. What do you mean?" Harry took a deep breath. What he was about to do was a rather cruel, but extremely effective course of action. "You remember Bellatrix Lestrange, Neville. She's the one who tortured your parents to insanity right in front of you, forcing you to watch." "Stop it," Neville hissed. "Why?" Harry plastered an evil smirk on his face. "You're too weak to stop her, Neville. When she gets out of Azkaban, and she will get out, you'll be no match for her. She'll take everything you care about and destroy it utterly." "Mr. Potter." McGonagall spat, drawing her wand. "Stop it, Harry," Neville snapped angrily. "Don't talk about things you don't understand. Is Whittle Baby Neville gonna fight me?" Harry sing-songed in an eerie copy of Bellatrix. "Just like his Whittle parents." Neville roared, thrusting his hands out. He began to glow with a bright white light as a bright red beam arched from his hands, slamming into Harry and throwing him into the wall of the console room. Hitting heavily, Harry dropped to the floor like a stone. "Now, that I respect," Harry replied, shaking his head as he tried to clear the cobwebs. He hauled himself to his feet, staggering back to Neville, smiling gently at him. "Yeah, mate, you're a weak wizard. A near squib who just threw me across the room with wandless magic." Neville looked down at his hands, then back up at the grinning Harry. "I hate you, Harry. That was cruel." "No, you don't hate me, Neville," Harry replied without missing a beat. "But, you've just realized that you have power. Power to protect. Power to deliver justice." He winked. "Now, since we've got an hour to kill, let's see what else we can do." McGonagall holstered her wand. "Mr. Potter, you will explain yourself this instant." Harry just looked at Neville. "Well, mate," the young Gryffindor sighed. "I hate you," he replied in a small voice. "That was a dirty trick, Harry." He turned to McGonagall. "Professor, Harry was just proving a point." "What point?" McGonagall demanded. "Control, Neville," Harry replied. "Willpower. Focus. When I was running my mouth off at you, you wanted nothing more than to stop me. You had a clear goal in mind, and your magic made it happen. Now, imagine being able to harness all that power in class, with a wand, and you'll prove that you're not weak." Neville looked at Harry, then at McGonagall. "Professor, could I have a matchstick?" McGonagall blinked, then conjured a matchstick, passing it over to Neville. He drew his wand, and tapped the matchstick once. It instantly shifted into a perfect needle. No wand movements. No incantation. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom," McGonagall said, taking the needle and looking closely at it. "Perfectly done. I will expect to see this level of focus in my classroom." Yes, Professor. Neville replied, then glanced back at Harry. That was still a dirty trick, Harry. Yes, it was. Harry agreed amiably. I like dirty tricks, you can't deny they're effective. Combine that focus with your occlumency, and we'll have you into a warrior wizard in no time. He turned back to the console. Now where was I? The rest of the trip was extremely routine. Neville got into a pitched fight with the mandrake, which didn't want to leave its cozy little soil home, until Neville punched its nose and hauled it up. Once back in the potions lab in the box, which was little more than a workbench with a cauldron sitting on top, Neville began stewing the mandrake, slicing it into little pieces. Harry always had trouble with dealing with mandrakes, since they had little faces and a definite personality. Still, he left that part for Neville. He opened the door to a cupboard, pulling out an old potions textbook. With Sprout's help, the three began brewing the mandrake restorative draft, completely ignoring the fact that it should have been Snape who was making it. It took just over an hour, pulling ingredients from wherever Harry had secreted them throughout the box. Once the vile smell filled the air, Neville pronounced the cauldron full of tan goop complete, and poured out 2 goblets. Harry put the remaining goop under a stasis charm, just in case. The box began to rematerialize in the hospital wing, the noise prompting Pomfrey to come bustling out with her wand drawn. She'd not been at the opening feast, and hadn't seen the box before. What the devil, she began, only to smile when she saw Harry come out of the box, a small tray with 2 steaming goblets on it. Madame Pomfrey, what an utter delight to see you, Harry said joyfully. And it's even more delightful that I'm not here at your less than tender mercies. She smiled warmly at him. Agreed, Mr. Potter. What have you got there? She did a double take as she realized what he'd said. You cheeky little scamp. Harry grinned at her, then glanced down at the tray. Thank you. And this is just a little mandrake juice for Colin and the demon cat. Should have them up and about fairly soon. Oh, Pomfrey looked a little uncertain. I thought Professor Snape couldn't make it until Pomona's mandrakes were ready. Harry walked past Pomfrey, placing the tray on Colin's bedside table. Grabbing one of the goblets, he winced as the pungent smell of mandrake filled his nose. Yeah, kinda ignored him. Neville brewed most of it, really. Neville. Poppy stammered. Mr. Longbottom made a potion. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, Neville. When he's not got tall, dark and greasy loitering over his shoulder, he's a surprisingly good brewer. Thanks, Harry. Neville appeared in the doorway to the box. I'm certain that was almost 10% compliment in there. Oh, I'd say 15, Nev, in a bad light with a god that takes pity on you. Harry replied, grabbing a small funnel from the tray and forcing it into Colin's mouth. Holding his breath, he began pouring the noxious brew into the funnel, hearing it sink into Colin. As the fluid hit the young boy's skin, it began to undo the petrification, turning near stone back into soft flesh. He turned, handing the small tray to Pomfrey. I'll let you do Mrs. Norris. Skinny little runt doesn't like me. Scowling lightly, Pomfrey took the tray. Thank you, Harry. I appreciate your delegating this task to me. Smiling, and putting a full-power puppy dog look on his face, he nodded. No problem. Predictably, Poppy melted at the look. Fine. It'll take a bit of time for these to work, so you might as well head to lessons. What would you like me to tell Mr. Creevy when he wakes up? Harry shrugged. Nothing. Let him think it was your own prodigious skill that woke him up. He turned back to Neville. Might as well go and get dressed, Nev. Got history of magic in 20 minutes. Neville, Flitwick, Sprout and McGonagall trailed out of the box, before Harry strolled back inside. I'll take the box back and meet you outside history, Nev. Professors, thank you for your assistance. As he headed inside, the doors closed behind him, the wheezing, groaning sound filling the air. The next few days were extremely different, prompting Luna's eyes to glow randomly as she absorbed the changes to the timeline. Fortunately, she hadn't popped up to Harry and given him another migraine update, but she was turning into a remarkably effective nightlight. Harry headed to the library, where he knew a bunch of Hufflepuffs were sitting. He gave a grim smile as he overheard the same conversation as last time. He activated a disillusionment charm on himself, since it was more impressive fading into view than whipping off his cloak, and walked to the foot of the table, sitting down quietly, the movement of the chair imperceptible. Told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean to say, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best if he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin's been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let slip to Potter he was Muggleborn. Just actually told him he'd been down for Eden. That's not the kind of thing you bandy about with Slytherin's heir on the loose, is it? Hannah Abbott, Susan's closest friend in Hufflepuff, looked around anxiously as she leaned closer to Macmillan. You definitely think it is Potter, then, Ernie. Hannah, he's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who can talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. The group murmured to each other, looking furtive and scared. Ernie carried on. Remember what was written on the wall. Enemies of the heir, beware. Potter must have had some sort of run-in with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cats attacked. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter for photos, taking pictures of him randomly. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. Hannah looked a bit more sure of herself. He always seems so nice, though, and he's the one who made you-know-who disappear. Plus, he's one of Susan's closest friends. He can't be all bad. Ernie leaned in closer to his friends. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who. I mean to say, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. He dropped his voice until it was barely more than a whisper, and said, that's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other powers Potter's been hiding. Grinning wildly to himself, Harry allowed the disillusionment charm to fail, revealing himself. Hannah let out a quiet scream, while Ernie made a choking noise. Hidden powers. Well, I can cook. Sharp dresser, and one hell of a dancer. Harry said in a mockingly cheerful voice, before looking at the rest of the students. And how are some of my favorite Hufflepuffs doing? P. Potter. Ernie stammered. How long were you there? Long enough, Ernie. It's amazing the things you can overhear when loitering with intent in the library. Now, based on that conversation, I think you have some questions for me, don't you? Hannah nodded. Are you the heir of Slytherin? Harry looked at her, slightly annoyed. She flinched. You were there in the Great Hall when I told you all who the heir of Slytherin is. It's Voldemort, not me. How did you get into the Great Hall in that coffin thing? Ernie asked. I've read Hogwarts, a history, and it states that only the headmaster can come through the wards. Oh, Ernie, Harry replied in mock disappointment. Not only the headmaster. An heir can always find sanctuary here at Hogwarts. But you said you weren't the heir of the Slytherin. Ernie replied. Harry shook his head. Couldn't have had this conversation with Ravenclaws, could I? They'd have put it together so much faster. You're the heir to a founder? Hannah asked, leaning a little closer. Which one? Which two? Harry replied. But, yes, I'm an heir. That's how I got to school. Now, I am not the heir of Slytherin, and I'm not gonna tell you again. As to the Parseltongue and how I survived Voldemort's, he stopped as they flinched. Oh, grow a pair, all of you. It's only a bloody word. Anyway, oh, yeah. I survived the killing curse because of my mum. She protected me, a living sacrifice. Ernie, while pompous and irritating, was not dumb. They're illegal. Harry gave him an odd look. She was about to die, Ernie. I don't think she really gave a shit at that point. Are you telling me that you wouldn't do the same for your kid, when you have one? Hannah nodded. I would. I'm really close to my mum, and I know she'd do it for me. Exactly. He turned back to Ernie. Now, you seem to think that I was trying to make the snake attack Justin, instead of stopping it. Why? I told Justin to step back, and stop the snake. I picked it up, and it didn't attack anyone. Christ, Susan was playing peek-a-boo with it. Do you really think I'd attack a student? At that point, even the most die-hard Slytherin would be hard-pressed to think that Harry was trying to kill him. No, Ernie admitted grudgingly. But, Justin's still pretty scared of you. He's not fond of snakes. Harry nodded absently as he checked his watch. It's that time already. Now how to make this work in my favor, ooh. He flooded his eyes with magic, letting them glow green in the brightness of the library. Oh, shit. All of you, come with me, now. He turned and bolted from the library, the Hufflepuffs in hot pursuit as he bolted for the 4th floor. Luna looked up, her eyes glowing white as she read the future, seeing it change. You're changing time, yet she resists your attempts to bend her out of shape. Curious, she stood up, clicking her fingers. The rest of her friends noted her glowing eyes, sighing to themselves. There's about to be another attack. Harry's on his way to stop it. We must get to the 4th floor, main corridor, east side. The 6 were gone in the blink of an eye. Harry pelted down the corridor, seeing Justin calmly talking to now headless Nick near one of the corridor junctions. As soon as he saw Harry running towards him, several of his Hufflepuff year mates tailing behind, he froze, thinking Harry was coming to kill him while his housemates tried to prevent it. He never noticed the grinding noise behind him, nor the quiet hissing as something ancient prowled the hallway behind him. Harry pulsed some magic into his legs, using it to throw himself through the air, bodily impacting Justin and knocking them both down the corridor. Quickly spinning round, Harry thrust up his wand, creating a shield in the corridor, just before the junction. The remaining Hufflepuffs crashed to a halt as they hit the glowing wall of energy. The scream that filtered from the junction was enough to chill everyone's blood. The crackle of raw power flooding the corridor set hackles up, and a wave of static discharge filled the air. A ghostly green light filled the junction, before fading. Harry could hear Blink's unsatisfied hissing as she slithered away, upset that she'd missed yet another target. Underneath Harry, Justin was trembling, thinking that the heir of Slytherin was there to kill him. Harry stood up, tilting his head from side to side, making the joints pop. At that moment, Hermione and the rest of the gang bolted round, quickly taking in the situation. Justin lying underneath Harry, safe and clearly not petrified, the other Hufflepuffs behind a shield, looking on with undisguised awe and fear. Harry flicked his wand, canceling the shield. He kept his hand raised. Stay there for a minute. He stood, and poked his head round the corner. Oh, that's nasty, he turned back. Justin, before you think I just tried to kill you, you might want to take a look round the corner. Justin took a deep breath, peering round the corner. What he saw was terrifying. Now headless Nick was floating a few inches above the floor, his body blackened, blasted and burnt. His head had fallen to the ground, the eyes wide in a look of terror on his face. The vague smell of burning ectoplasm could be detected in the air. Harry flicked his wand at one of the speakers on the wall. Headmaster Dumbledore, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, Senior Healer Pomfrey, please report to the 4th floor, East Corridor immediately. Repeat, please report to the 4th floor, East Corridor. Thank you. He flicked his wand again, closing the channel. Justin looked at Harry, awe on his face. You saved me. No, Harry replied, not looking at Justin. Forget this, Justin. Although, if you could stop the rest of your housemates bad-mouthing me, I'd appreciate it. McGonagall, Pomfrey and Dumbledore appeared in the middle of the corridor, clearly using a portkey to bypass the pesky climb. All three had wands out, and stood in a trio back-to-back formation. Excellent response time, Professor. Harry complimented. What was that? 16 seconds. Pretty good. Dumbledore lowered his wand as he saw the two groups. What has happened? Another attack. Fortunately, I was able to stop this one. Justin would have been petrified. Nick got zapped by whatever's doing this. That's why I asked Madame Pomfrey to come. Maybe she can help. Pomfrey was waving her wand over Nick's prone form, quickly taking readings. How did you know about the attack, my boy? Dumbledore asked. Do you know who's doing this? Did you receive a tip? Hannah cleared her throat timidly. His eyes lit up, Professor. Thanks for that, Hannah. I'll bet he thinks I'm a seer, now. Indeed. Dumbledore stared at Harry intently. Tell me, Harry, did you see something? I knew to come here, Professor. Harry replied. I just knew. I knew it was gonna be Justin and Nick. To be honest, since Nick's a ghost, I didn't try and keep him out of the way. I know it sounds a bit heartless, but he's already dead. You just knew. Have you ever had flashes like this before? Perhaps seeing events happen before they do. I'm not a seer, sir. I've never had a flash, like you're describing, nor have I had a vision of the future. Then how did you know? I just did, sir. Anyway, Madame Pomfrey should be able to help Nick. Justin's safe and sound, no one's hurt. So, I'm going for a walk. Harry started to walk towards his friends. Harry. Dumbledore called out. If you have any more information regarding these attacks, or anything else that may be threatening the school, I would request that you share it with the staff. It's important that we know to protect the students. Sir, Harry replied, not actually answering. He carried on walking, his friends falling into formation around him. Harry headed back to the Ravenclaw dorms, slumping onto one of the couches. What have I done? He murmured to himself. His friends quickly gathered around him. Harry, Hermione asked. He looked up. I just wanted a nice, quiet time. Now I've got Dumbledore thinking I'm some kind of seer. Justin thinks I'm a hero. I didn't want this. Blaise, the cool, logical one, began to speak. Harry, what would have happened had you not gone to that corridor? Justin would have been petrified, same as Mrs. Norris and Colin. Nick got the zap. Harry replied. How do you know that it would have been a petrification? We still don't know what's doing this, do we? Harry looked guilty as he looked into Blaise's eyes. You do know. Harry looked at Luna, who nodded, then at Hermione, who snuggled a little closer on the couch next to him. It's a basilisk. King of serpents. I heard it hissing when it was moving. It was disappointed when it missed. A basilisk. Blaise repeated. Slytherin's monster is a basilisk. Marvelous. They can kill with a look. At the risk of being crude, why isn't anyone dead yet? Hermione thought back. Justin would have seen it through Nick, so the effect would be diffracted. Colin, didn't you say that his camera was melted? Harry nodded, impressed with the brightest witch of the age. It had taken her months longer to work all this out in the original timeline. And the cat, we still don't know about the cat, since we don't know where she was zapped. But, wasn't the floor outside Myrtle's bathroom flooded? She does it quite often. So, it's possible that Mrs. Norris saw the reflection. Padma concluded. The question now is, who's doing this? And where is the Chamber of Secrets? She looked at Harry. Do you know the answers to those questions? Harry looked up, panic on his face. Please don't ask me that. I promised that I would never lie to you, and I don't want to break that promise. Please. Neville rested his hand on Harry's shoulder. Have you been letting this happen? In a manner of speaking, yes. Before anyone else could speak, Luna cleared her throat. Harry is working for the greater good. Unlike the Headmaster's version of the greater good, where people are used as chess pieces, Harry is working to make sure that the people survive the upcoming war. For lack of a better phrase, he is a tool of destiny. I understand and support what he's doing. Hermione pouted prettily. I still wish you'd tell us what you're doing. I wish I could. Harry whispered. I really wish I could. He looked up at Hermione. Can I have a hug? The resulting 7-person pileup was the talk of the Ravenclaw common room for days. It took Harry 2 days to make his decision. He'd recover the Horcrux from Ginny Weasley, any way possible. Unfortunately for Harry, thanks to his prodigious memory, he recalled that Ginny wouldn't decide to throw the diary away until after Christmas, and he wanted to get it sorted out before too much time passed. In order to get hold of Ginny's schedule, he'd had to do something extremely unpleasant, talk to Colin Creevey. Oh, the kid was nice enough, playful and polite, but he was like an overexcited puppy. Harry half expected him to suddenly pee on the floor in pleasure. He'd managed to persuade the boy to give him a copy of the first year's timetable, and was now loitering outside the potions dungeon under his invisibility cloak. As the first years departed noisily, complaining about Snape being a bastard, a point of view Harry could readily agree with, he saw Ginny trudge out, clutching her bag like a lifeline. Damn it, Weasley, drop it, come on. Deciding to be helpful, Harry cast a weak cutting charm at her bag strap, making it fall off her shoulder. Success. The diary skated over the floor. A quick Accio brought it to his hand. Ginny frowned to herself as he bag snapped. Bloody second-hand bag, why couldn't I have had something new? She knelt down and picked up her books, looking casually for the diary. When she realized that it wasn't there, a full-blown panic attack occurred. She glanced round, noticing the book just beyond her reach. She watched with terror as it soared into the air, vanishing into a ripple of displacement. Oh, shit. Before she could think of anything else, her eyes flashed red, as a submerged personality aspect managed to take control of the body, watching the ripple vanish. So the Potter brat has managed to obtain his father's invisibility cloak. I had wondered why it wasn't at Godric's Hollow. No matter. I believe a little retribution is in order for this disgrace. With a tap of her wand on her forehead, Ginny Weasley performed magic no first year was capable of, as she vanished, her bag neatly packing itself and flying onto her shoulder, before it vanished too. Harry quickly headed back to his dormitory, making sure to avoid his friends. The last thing he needed was to get near Luna while carrying an evil soul fragment. He knew that she'd pitch a hissy fit of unparalleled magnitude. I need to get this back to the ship, and under lock and key where it belongs. Harry thought as he snuck through the corridors. I don't want there to be any chance of Ginny breaking into the dorm room to recover it. And even if she does break into the dorm room, even she, possessed by Voldemort, can't break into the box. As he approached the 5th floor, he whipped the invisibility cloak from himself, neatly shrinking it down and tucking it into his pocket. He could feel the pull of the compulsion on the Horcrux, the magic interacting with his own, trying to force him to write in the diary. The last thing he wanted to do was allow himself to open up to writing in the cursed object. He entered the common room, noting gladly that Hermione and the gang weren't present, and headed up the stairs to his dorm room. He heard the comforting hum of the box's reactor, ticking over since the ship was inactive. He could almost feel the vibration through the floor, the sensation soothing and comforting him. He pulled the diary from his robes, another wave of sickness washing over him. It was because of the diary that he didn't sense the other until it was almost too late. Harry span round, a Protega shield on his lips as he deflected a spell. In front of him, the outline of a small figure, disillusioned, stood by the door. Potter, the figure hissed. Surrender my diary now, and I might allow you to live. Harry summoned his wand to his hand, aiming it at the figure. I don't think so. You and I both know it's needed, so the odds of me giving it back. You're shit out of luck. He cast a Petrificus spell at the intruder, who blocked it casually. Then you leave me no choice. Crucio. Harry had learned a lot in his life. Spells cast in Parseltongue were substantially more powerful than their Latin or English counterparts, and were far more difficult to block. Harry didn't have time to form a shield or move an object into the path of the spell before it hit him. For a few moments, his nervous system was lit up like a Christmas tree as the evil energy washed over him. He dropped to his knees, completely unprepared for an unforgivable curse from an 11-year-old. He simply didn't think that Ginny's body had the power to cast a Cruciatus. The instant the spell ended, Harry raised his hand, but he was a fraction of a second too late to stop the Petrificus spell that came his way. Fortunately, it would only take a few seconds for his innate magic to overpower the curse. The disillusioned figure knelt down next to him, putting the wand away, before reaching into their robes for something else. I could let you live, Potter, but I like the idea of my vessel killing you. I've heard so much about you, and I want you to die a most horrible and painful death. Enjoy. Harry caught a glint of silver as it was plunged into his chest. The following morning, Hermione stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at the boys' staircase. Tapping her foot lightly, she glanced at her watch. This is curious, he's never this late. Not even on Sundays. Padma came down the stairs, tucking in her blouse and yawning widely. Merlin, I hate mornings, she muttered, looking round the common room. Harry, not up. Not yet. Hermione replied, checking her watch again. Maybe a couple more minutes. It's possible he got up early again to do another trip out. Luna staggered down the steps, pulling her jumper over her head, before pulling her robes on. As soon as she hit the common room floor, she glanced round, her face scrunching up in confusion. Her eyes glowed silver for a moment, as she scanned the room. Where's Harry? She asked, her voice ethereal and dreamy. Not down yet, Hermione said, staring at her. This can't be good, she thought. Padma cleared her throat. Luna, can you tell us anything? For a moment, Luna didn't respond, until her eyes widened comically, and she bolted for the boys' staircase. He's hurt. Move. The three began running, heading up to the 2nd floor, then down the corridor into Harry's room. The instant they entered, all three girls recoiled at the smell of blood. Hermione quickly took in the situation. Harry was laying on his back, facing the door, his wand lying next to his right hand. In his chest was a standard potions knife, buried up to the hilt, just above his heart. Surrounding Harry was a crimson pool, his robes soaked in blood, his face pale. Fortunately for Hermione, her constitution was strong, as she managed to force the urge to retch down. Luna, hospital wing, go. The B-owned vanished. Pad, Flitwick. The girl disappeared. Stay with us, Harry, Hermione muttered. While waiting for medical assistance, Hermione quickly scanned the rest of the room. Harry's trunk, where he basically kept his clothes so the house elves could easily access them, had been smashed, his clothing spread all over the floor. His textbooks from the previous day had been torn and sprinkled everywhere. Fortunately, the door to the portkey box was shut, and she knew from experience that only Harry and those he authorized could get in there. Taking a chance, she placed her hand on the door. The Magi lock clicked for a moment, before the door swung open. The lights inside were dimmed, making the console room look dark and sinister. That was not what distressed her, though. A single, tolling bell sounded, ominous in the darkness. This is not good, she thought to herself. She stepped outside, closing the door firmly behind her. Harry was still lying on the floor, but she didn't dare touch him. She knew next to nothing about medicine, but she knew that pulling out the knife would only make the bleeding worse. Slowly, she knelt down next to him, taking one pale and slightly too thin hand in hers. Harry, don't die. A tear dropped from her cheek, splashing onto his shirt. Don't leave me, Harry, please. Hermione's musing was cut off as several people appeared in the dorm room, Poppy appearing in the doorway, dashing forward and dropping to her knees next to Harry instantly. Her wand flicked as she performed basic diagnostic charms. Report, Miss Granger. Flitwick commanded brusquely. Harry didn't come downstairs this morning. Hermione said quickly. We came up here, and found him like that. Anything out of the ordinary? Flitwick asked, flicking his wand around the room. His trunk's destroyed, sir. Fortunately, he keeps everything of value inside the box. I don't think anything's missing. Flitwick murmured. Curious, there's evidence of some rather inappropriate spells. He shook his head. Poppy. The Medi-Witch was working frantically. The knife directly penetrated his heart. It's fortunate that whoever did this didn't pull it out. He'd have bled out long ago. As it is, he's in absolutely critical condition. She looked up. We need to get him to the hospital wing immediately. Hermione took a moment to think. Can he be moved, just a bit? Poppy looked at Hermione. It's very dangerous. Can you put him on his bed, and portkey that to the hospital wing? Flitwick's jaw dropped for a moment in the sense and potential speed for treatment. Yes, we can. Poppy, I'll levitate him onto the bed, then put the whole thing under. A stasis charm. Flicking his wand again, he slowly raised Harry up. It's a shame we can't use his moving cupboard, he murmured as Harry settled on the bed. Poppy, lie down next to him. Flitwick commanded. You know that portkeys tend to be shaky. You'll need to help keep him stable. Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, you too. All three ladies scrambled onto the bed. Miss Pottle, please make your way to the headmaster's office. His password is, Maltesers. Please ask him to head directly to the hospital wing. Grabbing hold of the bedpost, Flitwick tapped the bed with his wand, causing it to flash blue for a moment, before it disappeared in a blaze of color. Padma was already running out of the door, heading for the second floor. It took Dumbledore just under a minute to race into the hospital wing, Padma hot on his heels. As he passed through the doors, his countenance wasn't that of a kindly grandfather, or a lemo, drop-obsessed headmaster. It was that of a warrior, of a general. Report. He barked as he entered. Severe blood loss. Massive damage to the heart. Poppy replied, without breaking stride. He's gone into shock. Phileas. Evidence of high-level combat. The diminutive charms master replied quickly. An extremely powerful Protega, beyond a second year. Some kind of cruciatus. Thank you. Poppy exclaimed. That's why his nervous system's lit up like a Christmas tree. She quickly bustled to a cupboard, grabbing a potion and a rather large hypodermic syringe. We're going to need to inject anti-cruciatus potion into him. Whatever the curse was, it's still working on him. Phileas nodded, taking a step back from the bed. As I said, high-level combat. A cruciatus, with some kind of a boost to it. It's not surprising Mr. Potter was overcome. Also, the room had been searched, Albus. Badly. And what of the weapon? Dumbledore demanded. Reaching onto the bedside table, Flitwick plucked up the small knife. A standard potions knife, Albus. Every single student in the school has one of these. I've already checked. No skin traces, hair follicles or other identifying evidence. Dumbledore swore, loudly and at length. Hermione raised an eyebrow at the language, before focusing on the important thing, Harry. Madame Pomfrey, you can help him, can't you? she asked, a tremor in her voice. Poppy looked up, her face blank. I don't know, Miss Granger. I don't know, the damage is severe. These appear to be yesterday's clothes. Which suggests he's been unconscious all night. Hermione concluded. The stasis charm will be able to keep him alive as it is. Poppy informed her. It's basically a null field of space and time. In effect, he's not currently existing. But, to heal this kind of damage. Phoenix. Hermione blurted. Professor Dumbledore, you have a phoenix, don't you? Dumbledore nodded. I do, Miss Granger. However, he's not in the best of conditions at the moment. He's due for a burning day in the next few weeks, and he can't cry healing tears in the run-up to his burning day. Hermione completed. Bloody marvelous. She sighed. Is there any way to repair the damage to his heart while he's in stasis? Poppy shook her head slowly. No. The stasis field will basically prevent any changes. He's safe in there, but it'll stop us from working on him. Hermione turned to Luna. Get Neville, Susan and Blaise. They need to know about this. As Luna departed, she turned to Pomfrey. Will legilimency penetrate the stasis spell? Poppy blinked for a moment. That's a restricted art, Miss Granger. Hermione just waved her hand. Never mind that. Will legilimency penetrate a stasis spell? No, Dumbledore said, stepping forward. However, if we were to reduce the stasis spell, weaken it, it may be possible. Harry's mind, however, is impenetrable. He asked me to test his shields, and I could not get through. I don't intend to penetrate his shields. Hermione thought to herself. I intend to knock on the door, and see if he answers. Understood, sir. Madame Pomfrey, if Harry was able to slow down his life processes, would that give you more time to work on him? A sort of self-enforced stasis charm. Poppy shrugged. In theory, yes. However, I've never encountered anyone with that kind of biocontrol. In theory, if Harry could slow down his heartbeat, it would give us a little more time to work on him. Also, we'd be able to administer blood replenishment potions. Hermione nodded. Harry can do this. He has more self-control than anyone I've ever seen. She pondered for a moment. When the others get here, lower the stasis charm. We'll go into his mind. He'll trust us. We'll see if we can get you some internal help. Hermione opened her eyes slowly, feeling herself floating in the void that was Harry's mind. There was something different this time, though. Instead of floating alone in space, she found herself staring at the massive ship-shaped object that was Harry's mindscape. It was listing to one side, a large gash in the center bleeding out oxygen. To her left, Susan floated, the nearest person of their friends to a healer, since it was what she wanted to do after completing Hogwarts. On her right was Neville, brought along in case they needed some muscle. Without bothering to wait for a reply, Hermione willed herself forward, passing through the now non-existent shields, knocking on the door. After a moment, it opened a crack, just big enough for her to get her fingers in, and pull. Neville was there a moment later, gently pushing her out of the way as he jammed his fingers in the crack and pulled the door open. Once the gap was wide enough, Neville leaned back, allowing Hermione to head into the crack, Susan falling in behind her. After the trio was inside the small room, Neville quickly hauled the outer door back into place, before opening the inner door. Instead of the brightly lit corridors they were used to, half of the lights were off, while the others sputtered. This must mean that he knows there's damage to his body. Hermione pointed out to the others. Come on, let's get to the control room. That's probably where he's hiding. The deck they were walking on was skewed, leading each of them to lean against the walls as they crept forward. Anyone else think this is probably one of the weirdest things we've done on a Thursday? Susan asked, out of the blue. It probably is. Hermione muttered under her breath. God damn it, why is every door shut in here? Containment protocols. Harry's voice sounded. Designed to protect my mind even during a catastrophic emergency. Hang on, the door to the bridge opened, revealing a whole array of battered consoles, and several of the Harry doppelgangers loitering. Harry. Hermione squealed, wrapping the nearest figure in a hug. Hi, gorgeous. The normally attired Harry, the true Harry, replied. It's good to see you. And you. Hermione said sincerely. Do you know what happened to you? Harry sighed. My memories are a bit hazy. I was attacked by a disillusioned figure. Hid with me a Crucio and then stabbed me. I would hazard a suggestion that it was the heir of Slytherin. Another Harry stepped forward, clad in a green jumpsuit. The stab wound penetrated the heart. I managed to slow down the bleeding and increase production of red blood cells, but I'm at a dangerously critical condition. Hermione cleared her throat. Yeah, Madame Pomfrey had you under a stasis spell for a while, but she lowered it so we could come in here. Do you have any way of controlling your body? Short answer, yes. Longer answer, for the most part. Medical replied. What does she need? More time. Susan said softly. She believes that she can repair your heart, but it'll take too long. By the time the damage has been sealed up, you'll have, she trailed off, not even wanting to mention it. Died. The Harry in Hermione's arms replied bluntly. Yeah, we figured that part out. What would we need? Medical. Draft of living death would work. Medical replied. It'd basically slow down the body down to almost suspension. 1 heartbeat per minute, respiration every hour. Do you know how long Poppy needs? Probably a couple of hours. Susan said. She basically needs to repair the damage, accelerating the regrowth of the damaged tissues. They give you a couple of blood replenishment potions. What about anti-cruciatus? Medical asked. If untreated, that can cause. Already done. Susan interrupted. It'll take a bit of time to prepare the draft. It's not something that's routinely kept at school. Too much chance of misuse. Harry looked up. Make sure that Snape's not the one to make it. I wouldn't trust him not to make it so potent I'll never wake up. Hermione, could you make it? She nodded slowly. I think I could, but it's a pretty complex potion, Harry. Snape would be able to do it better than I can. You can do it, Hermione. We both know that, Harry replied. And I trust you. All the ingredients in a small lab are set up in the box. You could make it in there, then bring it straight to the hospital wing. Once that's done, Poppy can work on the surgery, and get everything squared away in time for dinner. Men, Hermione scoffed. Always thinking with your stomachs. Yeah, Harry and Neville said in unison. It's what we do. Hermione leaned forward and pecked Harry on the cheek. I'll get right to work on that potion, Harry. She was about to turn away, when Harry pulled her back, staring into her eyes before leaning forward slowly. She knew that he was being noble and gentle, but she wasn't in the mood. She leaned towards him quickly, fusing her lips to his. A moment later, her small pink tongue pressed against his lips, making him gasp. She quickly surged forward, licking his tongue before they started to duel. Both pulled back after a moment, panting. I'll see you soon, Harry. Hermione promised, before stepping back. The 3 interlopers vanished as they willed themselves out of Harry's mindscape. Damn, Harry muttered, seeing the smirking medical doppelganger. Shut it, you. Medical held up his hands, the smirk still in place. True love, isn't it grand? Harry nodded, before sobering. I'd still love to know how the hell Ginny managed to get the drop on us. Tactical appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, Harry knew his mind, and didn't jump. I have a few small ideas. Do share. With a wry grin, Tactical said, we both know that luck is a completely random factor. During our early years, we got lucky against Voldemort, even though he was far more powerful and trained than we were. Plus, we fell into the age-old trap of underestimating our adversary. Harry nodded. Yeah, I never thought Ginny would have the power or skill to cast a Cruciatus. It's been done for hundreds of years. Tactical said. People have been casting that spell, regardless of power or ability. He sighed. We were arrogant. We should have expected her to pull out all the stops. Then again, we know it's not her driving. But how's Voldemort managing to control her so early? Harry asked. I mean, it wasn't this bad the first time round, was it? We just can't know. Tactical said. Remember, we barely spoke to Ginny the first time until the end of 3rd year, when we were spending time at the Burrow before the World Cup. She's never spoken of her time under the diary. From what we know, she doesn't remember it. It's possible it was this bad the first time round. With a combination shrug, Tactical carried on. Also, with regards to the power, the Horcrux is carrying its own portion of magic, since the core resides inside the soul. Combine the Horcrux and Ginny and it's a magical powerhouse. Harry nodded. Here's hoping Poppy's as good now as she was in the future. He blinked. I'm fairly certain that sentence made more sense in my head. We're in your head. Medical replied with a smirk, ducking a swat from both Harry and Tactical. Hermione opened her eyes, his senses reconnecting with her body. The stale, antiseptic smell of the hospital wing, the endless bright white paint. She sat up, staring at Pomfrey. He wants the draft of living death, madam. Dumbledore took a step back. I will arrange for Severus to brew the potion immediately. No, sir, Hermione said firmly. Harry specifically requested that Professor Snape not make the potion. He asked that I brew it instead. Dumbledore frowned. Miss Granger, Professor Snape is one of the foremost potions masters in the country. His skill is unrivaled. He'll be able to make a perfectly acceptable potion. No, sir, she said again. Harry doesn't trust Professor Snape, sir, and neither do I. His actions towards Harry have been nothing short of criminal, and I will not allow him to prescribe medication to my boyfriend. Miss Granger, I assure you, I trust Severus and he. That is your choice, sir. Hermione said firmly. I, however, do not. And neither does Harry. I will make the potion, at Harry's request. The headmaster turned to Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, surely you can understand the need for Severus to make any potions that Harry needs. Poppy nodded. I can understand the need, Albus. She saw the hurt look on Hermione's face, but didn't let it affect her. However, the wishes of the patient take precedence over needs, sir. Mr. Potter is not mentally incapacitated, and has made his wishes clear. Miss Granger will make the potion that he requires. Slumping slightly, Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid I must insist, Madame Pomfrey. Harry is a student, and the school acts in loco parentis during term time. Professor Snape will make the potion. I will not administer it. Poppy said frostily. The patient has requested Miss Granger, and that is the only potion I will administer. She drew her wand. Now, sir, you are required to leave the hospital wing. With a disappointed look, Dumbledore turned and headed out of the door, intent on heading to the dungeons and arranging for Severus to brew the potion. Quickly, Miss Granger, Poppy said, keeping her eye on the door. Take Miss Bones and Mr. Longbottom and get brewing. If you need ingredients, come and see me, and I shall liaise with Professor Sprout. Hermione grabbed Susan's and Neville's arms, and fled the hospital wing. Collecting Luna, Padma and Blaise en route, Hermione headed straight for Harry's dorm room, where the box was ticking over. Doesn't this thing have defenses? Blaise asked, grabbing hold of Hermione's arm as she reached for the door. I'm keyed in, Hermione replied, pulling free and pressing her hand to the magi lock. After a moment, the door opened with a creak. The box was still dark on the inside, the tolling bell sounding in the cavernous room. Okay, this ain't creepy, Susan said, shuddering slightly. Come on. Neville pushed forward. Potions lab's just back there. As they rushed forward, Hermione stopped at the console, her hand snaking out and flicking two switches unconsciously. The bell ended on the first flick, while the lights came on thanks to the second. How do you know how to do that? Neville asked, stopping in his tracks. I have no idea, Hermione admitted, blinking in confusion. It's almost like it wanted me to. She shook her head. Doesn't matter. Need to get this potion made. Quickly finding ingredients, water and a cauldron, Hermione set the water to boil before adding ingredients. Blaise, you've got a cool and logical mind, she said casually. What do you make of this? Blaise paused from his chopping of the wormwood. I can see several possibilities, he admitted after a moment, resuming his chopping. First, one of the students didn't believe Harry's declaration that he isn't the heir of Slytherin, and attempted to stop the attacks themselves. Hermione nodded from her bench, where she was grinding Root of Asphodel. Logical. But, Professor Flitwick said there were high-level curses thrown about, including the Cruciatus. That implies an older, more powerful student. Agreed, Blaise said. Another possibility is that someone broke into the school, believing the same thing. Unlikely, considering Hogwarts is supposed to be secure. Supposed. Padma sniffed. She was grinding moonstone powder. Yeah. Wasn't Voldemort here last year? Yes. The other 5 agreed in unison. You're forgetting the most obvious, Luna said from the other side of the bench, where she was sterilizing stirring rods. The heir of Slytherin wanted to get Harry out of the way. Since we now know that Slytherin's monster is a basilisk, and Harry's a Parselmouth, they may have wanted to get him out of the way. Hermione paused her actions, looking up at Luna. How accurate's your gift, Luna? No, I don't know who it is, Luna replied. My gift seems to mainly focus on ripples in time. I can't see who it is that is carrying out these actions, unfortunately. Sighing, Hermione carried on. What else do we know? Neville cleared his throat. He'd been washing beakers in the small sink. We know that the Chamber of Secrets is not a myth. It's real. And the monster inside is a basilisk, the king of serpents. We know that there is a human behind the actions, although we don't know who that human is. We know that they must consider Harry a threat, since he's the only Parselmouth in the school. He corrected himself. The only other Parselmouth in the school. How's it getting round? Susan asked, out of the blue, looking up from the textbook containing the instructions. I mean basilisks, as the king of serpents, have to be bloody big. How else is it going to move around the school? A good question, Hermione said. Blaise, you got that wormwood ready. Passing across his chopping board, Blaise folded his hands together. The other way, Hermione. Add the wormwood first. He took a moment to think. Another question we can ask is, how did this person gain access to Harry's dormitory? Granted, the password system isn't infallible, but the portrait would have remembered someone else coming in, surely. Yeah, Flitwick already asked him. Hermione replied absently, stirring the wormwood water. Damn, I hate mysteries. Do you reckon Harry knows? No one had an answer. The potion was completed and delivered to Madame Pomfrey in short order. Once administered, she began work on repairing the damage. While working, Poppy's mind raced. It's not right, she groused. The poor lad's had more trouble and strife in his 12 years than anyone else has faced in a lifetime. Only Alistair Moody can come close to matching Harry's suffering. She ran her wand down Harry's chest, neatly slicing through the skin, which she carefully peeled back. Another flick of her wand removed 2 of Harry's ribs, which plopped casually into a kidney-shaped bowl that was lying on the tool table next to her. Finally, she could see it. The heart. It was twitching slightly, the draft of living death slowing his body to an amazing degree. One of the chambers had been pierced all the way through, which would require some seriously deep healing on her part. It's been a while since I've had to do this, she thought to herself, as she gingerly pushed her wand inside the rupture, and began to cast muscle knitting spells slowly. In the waiting room, Hermione Granger sat, chewing her fingernails down to the bed. She'd read up on magical medicine, of course, before she began attending Hogwarts. What she'd read had absolutely fascinated her. They were able to do so much. In the Muggle world, you had to be anesthetized, scrubbed and cut open to remove an faulty appendix. In the magical world, you took a potion, and had an uncomfortable bowel movement and that was it. Broken bones could be put back together with a flick of a wand, destroyed bones could be removed and replaced overnight. It was a marvel. However, stab wounds, serious stab wounds, required a little more work. It was necessary to repair each cluster of muscles, before regrowing the nerves. It was a lot of work, and was guaranteed to be extremely painful. She was still pondering the cause of this attack. Granted, Harry was the boy who lived, not to mention rich, powerful and handsome, but the sheer ferocity of the attack, not to mention the timing, was certainly a cause for concern. Why now? She wondered. True, the heir of Slytherin is attempting to attack Muggleborns, but what made them pick this time to stab Harry? A scary thought crossed her mind. Is it possible that the heir has access to some of Harry's knowledge? Or worse, a seer like Luna on their side? She sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but she needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. Her eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. Blaise was a cool, rational young man. Gifted, by many standards. But he was terrified out of his mind at the prospect that someone could calmly attack Harry. He'd only known the Ravenclaw for a year, but in even that limited time, he'd been impressed with how capable Harry was. If something could just sneak into Harry's dorms and near kill him, what the hell chance do the rest of us have? As a Slytherin, he knew an assassination attempt when he saw one. This wasn't even a warning. If it wasn't for Harry's truly impressive biocontrol, he would have been dead for hours by the time they were found. And that was another thing, how exactly did the attacker manage to penetrate all the security of Hogwarts? How did they manage to leave no traces of skin or hair on the weapon? How did they manage to use high-intensity dark combat magics in the school, without the headmaster being notified? He sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but he needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. His eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. Padma sat next to Susan, clutching her hand. She'd never seen so much blood before. The prospect was like a blast of cold water to the face. Yes, she knew that Voldemort had near ruled the country with a wave of terror just before she was born, but this. It made it all real to her. She'd pledged with Harry to fight, but like all children, she didn't really understand the concept of fighting. To her, it was dueling, except with slightly more dangerous spells. Two opponents would fire spells at each other until one was down. The prospect of death, disease and destruction never occurred to her. She realized, with a bit of morbid satisfaction, that she was better for this experience. Harry would live, they knew that now. But, she had received her trial by fire, in helping a dying friend. She knew what to expect the next time there was a fight, and she was better for it. Like Hermione and Blaise, she was concerned over the timing and nature of the attack, but was prepared to wait for more information. Like the others, though, she had questions. She sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but she needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. Her eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. Susan had seen blood before. Indeed, since her aunt was the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she'd come home several times injured and covered in blood. Seeing a close friend, practically a brother, dying on a stone-cold floor in front of her had still shocked her. Growing up the way she had, with an aunt since both her parents were killed in the First War with Voldemort, she had been a very lonely child. Sure, she'd made a few friends as she grew up, notably Hannah Abbott, but she was never an open, outgoing person. Until she met Harry. He'd breezed into her life courtesy of a marriage proposal. Instead of teasing her, as almost every other 11-year-old boy would do, he told her honestly and politely, another first, that he wasn't looking. Then he'd included her in his circle of friends, immediately dragging her into an adventure with a wayward dragon. He'd been supportive, kind and friendly to a girl who at the time, frankly, wasn't worth cleaning dung off his shoes. He'd raised her confidence and abilities to an extremely high degree. Most notably, he didn't do anything extraordinary. For him, anyway. He just made her a better person. And now, someone had attacked him. She knew she should send a letter to her aunt, since a tough attack of this nature really did require the attention of the Aurors, but she wanted to wait until Harry was awake, to find out what she should do. She sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but she needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. Her eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. Neville, like the others, was concerned. Like most magical children raised in the 1980s, he'd been indoctrinated in the belief that Hogwarts School was an impenetrable safe haven, especially with Dumbledore there. An attack like this, considering that Harry was the lord of an ancient and noble house, was truly terrifying. Whoever the attacker was had managed to either get into the school, or even scarier, was already a member of that school, a fact that was enough to drive the old Neville out of his mind. But Neville wasn't that scared, timid little squirt anymore. Ever since the trip out with Harry, where the annoying bastard had pushed Neville beyond his comfort, he'd been far more. He'd gained confidence, when he realized that he truly was a wizard, not a weak little squib. Harry's methods of gaining that knowledge were uncomfortable, true, but the result was worth it. Unknown to most people, Neville knew that his mother was actually Harry's godmother, while Lily was his. Both he and Harry had been robbed of their true childhoods, and were both loners growing up. Harry was turning out to be the big brother Neville had yearned for all his life, even though he was actually a day younger. Harry's confidence, poise and knowledge rubbed off on Neville, making him want to improve himself, especially considering their rocky start. He'd been following Ron Weasley around, since the family were confirmed light wizards, but Ron's attitude had disgusted him. Harry had generously given him a second chance, and he intended to make certain that the banner of Longbottom once again flew alongside Potter. But what could do something like this to a powerhouse like Harry? Especially with something as utterly mundane as a potions knife. He sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but he needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. His eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. The last of the 6 in the waiting room was Luna, and she was puzzled. Her gift of the sight, not confusing it with Trelawney's short sight, had never failed her to this degree. Why hadn't she seen such an immense change in the timeline? She sighed to herself. Harry was a nexus point in space and time, she knew that for certain. Not to mention his actions were affecting near everything. But to miss something so big. Because of her gift, she was able to view certain moments from the original timeline, the one that Harry had neatly destroyed when he'd taken his quantum leap. In that timeline, Luna Lovegood had been a friendless loser, retreating too far into herself, and never managing to come back. She'd died in battle, not taking it seriously enough. But as soon as she'd met Harry this time, he'd gone out of his way to befriend her. He hadn't known about her gift of the sight, not really. He knew that she was different, but he seemed to relish her differences as unique, instead of thinking her a freak. She was truly free to be herself with him, and that puzzled her. He didn't want anything from anyone. Well, that wasn't strictly true. He wanted them all to become capable. He had no ulterior motives in gathering his friends. He'd simply accepted them as they came calling, of which Blaze was a prime example. With her, though, he didn't expect her to use her gift to improve things. He didn't expect her to see what he wanted. He simply wanted her to grow into herself. And she was. The future she saw for herself was so different. She would be powerful, able to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. She had a gift that would be used to help others. But there were bad things coming, things even she couldn't predict. She'd need Harry's help, as well as the help of the rest of her friends. And she knew that she'd be standing by Harry's side through it all. Along with Hermione, Blaze, Susan, Padma and Neville. Who had attacked him? She couldn't see the answer to that question. Oh, she knew that Ginny was carrying around a dark magic item, true. She knew that she could try and take the blasted book. But that could have an inverse reaction on history. Future history. She sighed. Introspection was all well and good, but she needed Harry awake before any answers could be gotten. Her eyes drifted to the waiting room doors. Ginny Weasley blinked. She looked down at herself, wondering how the hell she'd gotten back to her dorm room, when the last thing she remembered was leaving potions. She sat up in her bed, pondering the situation. This wasn't the first time she'd had a memory fade out, and it was making her nervous. She quickly grabbed her diary, and inked a quill. "Hey, Tom." After a few moments, the diary wrote back. "Hello, Ginny. How are you today? Nervous? Oh, why? I've had another memory block. Another one? So soon? What's the last thing you remember?" Ginny nibbled on her bottom lip as she thought. "I was leaving potions, and my bag handle snapped. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in my dorm room. I don't know how I got here, or anything." There was a pause for a moment, before the diary wrote back. "Is anything missing?" Ginny made a quick search of her dorm and bag, spotting nothing out of the ordinary. "Not that I can tell. If it were me, and I was having blackouts like this, I'd probably run a few medical diagnostic charms on myself. Just to make sure. You never know what could have happened to you. Are you familiar with the spell? I know the basic health charm. Mum taught me when I was younger. Then cast it, Ginny. Better to be safe than sorry." Nodding, Ginny pulled her wand and cast the charm. The results floated in the air for a moment, revealing that she was in perfect health. "It says I'm fine. There is another spell, used for verifying your purity. It might be worth using that." Ginny was familiar with that spell. It was something her mother cast on her brothers every time they came home from Hogwarts, and she knew that she'd be added to the roster when she returned. It was a status check for pure. With a sigh, she cast the charm. She grinned to herself. "No, I'm still intact. I don't know what to do, Tom." There was another pause. "If it was me, I'd write down all the times you've had these blackouts. Maybe there's a pattern. Maybe it's after you're exposed to certain potions' ingredients, or maybe even something as simple as one of the caretaker's cleaning products. You never know." "That's a good idea, Tom. Thanks." She grabbed a piece of parchment, and began writing. Inside the diary, a malevolent presence chortled to itself. "Soon, you stupid little girl, you'll realize the truth. And then it will be too late. Without Potter around, there shall be none who can stop me except, possibly, Dumbledore. All need to get the old fart out of the school in order to be successful." Soon, it thought. Soon. In his office, Dumbledore was nearly crapping razor blades. His concern over the attacks was greater than anything he'd felt in a long time. If Harry dies now, he could barely complete the thought. If Harry dies now, who will defeat Voldemort when he returns? He is the only one that is capable of destroying that monster. Fawkes sang soothingly from his perch, but the noise wasn't nearly as comforting as usual. How did someone cast a Cruciatus curse within the school, and I didn't know? This was another point that was bothering him. The wards of the school reported to him and him alone, and the fact that someone could casually cast unforgivable curses was more than a little disturbing. Why didn't Hogwarts tell me? He glanced at his watch, noting that Poppy had been operating on the boy for a good long while by now. Another thing, why did Poppy side with Miss Granger? She knows that Severus is an expert potion maker. True, his grudge against James Potter is still very much alive and well and aimed at Harry, but he is a professional. It's almost as though they don't trust him. He sighed. He'd done as much as he could to protect Severus Snape. They know that he has my full confidence, even though he's been very childish with regards to Harry. That should be more than enough. Live, damn you, Harry. Live, you are needed by the world. Poppy sighed to herself as she ran her wand down Harry's chest, sealing up the 2 large flaps of skin. After almost 9 hours of gently poking and prodding, she'd managed to seal the hole in his heart. His recovery wasn't complete, though. He still had a number of nerve regeneration potions to take, not to mention time to rest. She went to the sink and washed her hands, scrubbing the blood off, before she cast a sterilization charm on them. Going over to the potion supply cupboard, she pulled out several vials of a thick, mud-like potion. Holding her nose, she flicked off the stopper, pouring one down Harry's throat, before adding a second, then a third. Stroking his throat to induce swallowing, she casually vanished the vials, before looking down at her patient. "What am I going to do with you?" she asked softly. "You're going to keep getting hurt, aren't you?" She reached up, brushing some of his unruly hair away from his head. "You get better," she said, smiling at him, before heading to the doors to the waiting room. "I've finished." The words penetrated 6 sets of ears, as Harry's friends jumped to their feet and rushed to the doors. Once inside the hospital wing, they quickly grabbed chairs and set up a vigil around Harry's bedside. "He looks so pale," Susan whispered. She was set next to Harry's waist on the right-hand side, with Neville to her left, sitting next to Harry's head, while Luna was on her right, resting a hand on Harry's knee. On the other side, Hermione had taken Harry's hand, while Blaise was across from Luna, Padma sitting across from Neville. "He lost a lot of blood," Poppy said from the bottom of the bed. "I've sealed up the holes and repaired the damage, but he'll be bedridden for at least a week, and dreadfully weak for almost a month." "No, he won't," the 6 chimed in unison. "You watch," Hermione continued. "He'll be out of bed within the next few days, and back to full strength within a fortnight." She snorted softly. "He won't let it be any other way." On board a ship in a place that only existed in a mind, Medical grinned. "It's done. All systems are showing green. We're back and as good as new." Harry nodded. "Excellent. Am I gonna be in pain when I wake up?" Medical nodded. "Probably a little bit, yeah. Still, pain's good, innit? Means you're still alive. Now, get your lazy ass up there." Harry's eyes fluttered open slowly, a groan building in his chest. Hermione was staring at him, the concern in those cinnamon orbs enough to send what little blood he had left in his body racing southwards. "Mornin'," he slurred. "You look good." Hermione blushed prettily, before pressing a chaste key to his lips. "You scared the crap out of me," she scolded. The sounds of the evil queen of medicine approaching scuppered any conversational opportunities. "So, you're awake," Poppy said, smirking nastily. "Oh, I have some absolutely vile potions for you to drink." Harry stared at her for a moment. "Love you too, Poppy." Blushing like a schoolgirl, Pomfrey ran several quick diagnostics. While she worked, she spoke. "You know, when you said you missed me, you didn't need to come in as a customer. I'd happily have had a cup of tea with you." "Wanted to prove it," Harry said, wincing as he moved slightly. "I assume that you fixed the ragged hole in my chest." "Of course," Poppy replied, sounding scandalized at the impugning of her work, however inferred. "It took me a long time, too. I'd like to make a request." He nodded, biting down on his lip as another wave of pain washed over him. "Don't get stabbed again. It's rather irritating, trying to stitch you up." "No promises." Harry half laughed, half winced. "Harry," Hermione snapped. "Don't joke about things like that." "I wish I was joking." Harry reached up to take her hand. "I'm sorry, Hermione. It's that hole. If I don't laugh, I'll cry, bit. I didn't mean to scare you." "How are you feeling?" Hermione asked tenderly. Harry took a deep breath, wincing slightly as he felt another wave of pain in his chest. Oddly enough, pretty lousy. But, a lot better. Good. Poppy said, handing him a vial of blood-replenishing potion. Drink this. You shouldn't need too much, but this should be enough to help you feel a little better. Harry took the potion, swallowing slowly until he felt the strange gagging sensation that told him he'd had enough. He passed the half-full vial back to Poppy, who nodded. So, what did I miss? How long have I been unconscious, anyway? Approximately 30 hours. Hermione said. You spent the first few of those unconscious on your dorm floor. We found you in the morning when you didn't come down for breakfast. I went up to your dorm room, and found the place messed up. Anything missing? Harry asked instantly. Not that I could tell. Hermione said, her eyes narrowing. Your trunk was destroyed and a couple of school books had been ripped up, but nothing major. I know you keep most of your important stuff inside the ship, and only you and I can get in there, so. Yeah. Harry nodded absently. Bugger, the Horcrux has gone then. Shit, Ginny must have it back in her possession by now. Any more attacks while I was out? No, nothing. Harry, do you know who it was who stabbed you? They were disillusioned. Harry replied. I couldn't see their face. And they spoke in Parseltongue. Hermione nodded. Which means you didn't hear a voice. Any guesses? Not at the present time. Harry replied. Since I already know who it was. So, you found me on the dorm floor. What then? Poppy wandered over to listen in while she ran a few more diagnostic charms. Well, I sent Padma to find Professor Flitwick and Luna to get Madame Pomfrey. We moved you onto your bed and portkeyed the whole thing to the hospital wing. Harry nodded. Makes sense. You couldn't really carry me with a knife in my chest, and you couldn't remove it without causing me to bleed out. He grinned. I love magic. Ah, you're awake, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. Instantly schooling his face to impassiveness, Harry looked over. Good, is it morning? He asked. Good day, Headmaster. You're looking well. Thank you, my boy. And yes, it is morning. Dumbledore glanced down at his watch. For another 12 minutes, at least. Are you feeling better? Harry nodded. It's remarkable just how good not having a hole in your chest can feel, sir. Any news on my attacker? Alas, nothing. Dumbledore said. I was hoping that you'd be able to provide us with some additional information regarding the attack. What can you tell me? Practically nothing useful, sir. Harry replied dutifully. The figure was disillusioned, meaning I couldn't see their face, and they only spoke in Parseltongue, so I couldn't even hear a voice. They did hit me with a cruciatus, which completely knocked me off guard. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Yes, Professor Flitwick reported that. I'm sorry you had to undergo such a thing, Harry. He sighed heavily. In that case, we are no further along in our investigation than we were before. There were no skin traces of follicles. No fingerprints on the attacking weapon. Nothing that can be used to tie it down to any particular person. What about priori incantatem, sir? Hermione asked. Surely that could be used. Dumbledore's eyebrow shot up. Indeed, Miss Granger. That's a rather obscure bit of knowledge. I like to read, Hermione said with a blush. Unfortunately, priori incantatem can only reveal the last few spells on a wand. If someone is in the know, and I believe that several people here at the school know about it, then it's next to useless. Simple charms, such as a Leviosa or even a simply personal grooming charm, can clear a wand. Unforgivable curses have a way of lingering on a wand, which could be detected, but after this length of time, the trail will undoubtedly be cold. So back to square one, with a potential murderer walking round the school. Harry replied, sighing. Very well, sir. Can I ask that if you do get more information, that I be notified? Of course, Harry. Any pertinent information will be shared with you in due time. Dumbledore nodded, before heading out of the door. And who the hell decides what's pertinent? Hermione muttered under her breath. Harry, are you sure you want to? She trailed off as she looked up at Poppy. I understand, Miss Granger. Poppy replied softly. I, too, have issues with Albus sometimes. Harry nodded. I'll play nice with him. He said slowly. But I'll never trust him again. Not after what's he done. Understandable. Poppy said. Well, Hermione sighed. You did say, no second chances. Again, Harry nodded. Poppy, you mind if I get up? I've got an immensely full bladder here. Poppy sighed and handed him a robe. Less than a day later saw Harry on his knees in front of Pomfrey. His friends stood by the door laughing their asses off. No, Poppy said flatly. Oh, come on, Harry grumbled. Discounting the fact that I feel much better, I'm bored out of my mind here. No, please, no, I'll pay you. I get paid by the school. I'll pay you more. I get paid enough. I've give you an extremely expensive present. No, I'll get you two extremely expensive presents. No, I'll run away and tell everyone you were torturing me. Do so, please. No, Poppy was enjoying herself immensely. Harry decided to bring out the big guns. He opened his eyes wide, and let his bottom lip quiver pathetically. As usual, Poppy couldn't resist the Potter charm, combined with a puppy dog pout. Fine, she sighed. It's on your head. Come back if you feel any weakness. Harry shot to his feet, wrapping the startled matron in a hug. Cheers, Poppy. He pressed a key to her cheek, and bolted for the bathroom to get changed. Poppy's hand raised up to her cheek, which was glowing with embarrassment. She glanced over at the 6 laughing students. Oh, be quiet. Once free from the lair of the evil queen of medicine, Harry cheered up. God, I hate the hospital wing. Don't get me wrong, I like Poppy, and I like that she's so good at her job. I just wish I didn't have to sit in there so bloody often. Hermione had linked arms with him while they walked away, and pulled him into a hug. We're all glad you're feeling better, Harry, she said softly, looking into his eyes. The other 5 turned away, not wanting to intrude on such a clearly private moment. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said, equally softly. Ah, Potter. Not dead yet. Malfoy's hated voice boomed up the corridor. Harry growled in his throat for a moment, before looking up. No, not yet, Ferret. You'll have to wait a little longer for that. It's no skin off my nose, Potter. Malfoy said airily. It's odd that you were so concerned, bad faith. Harry said. Then again, even with me in the hospital wing unconscious, I'm still better at Quidditch than you are. Flipping Malfoy the bird, the group walked past. Actually, that reminds me. Harry said. I must have missed a couple of practices with the team. Oh, that reminds me. Padma said. Davies said he needed to talk to you about something. Okay. Harry replied. I'll go and find him later. 2 hours later, Harry came into the Ravenclaw common room, where the others had gathered. You find Roger? Hermione asked, not looking up from her homework. Yep, Harry said shortly. And I won't be playing Quidditch anymore. Harry replied, sitting on the couch next to Hermione. Oh, why? Neville asked. Because until the whole Chamber of Secrets mess is cleared up, the Ravenclaw team feel that having a potential dark wizard on the team is a scandal they hope to avoid. Harry replied bitterly. Cho Chang will be playing as Seeker until further notice. Hermione's face grew red as a towering inferno of anger built up. Are they out of their bloody minds? She hissed furiously. Hermione. Harry said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Let it go. This is wrong. Hermione snapped. God damn it, Harry, you know that. It's only Quidditch. Harry replied. I still have my broom. Besides, at the risk of sounding arrogant, Cho's not as good a seeker as I am. And when this mess gets cleared up, I won't go back. Luna chuckled evilly. Oh, I don't think they have any idea what they've done. She let out a vicious cackle. It's a shame that Davies is too blind to see it. Said team captain chose that moment to enter the common room. He looked over at the sofas near the fireplace and cringed. Ah, Davies. Hermione said brusquely as she stood up. I'd like a word with you. Hermione. Harry said, reaching up to grab her arm, only to have it shaken off. What the bloody hell do you think you're playing at? With what? Roger asked, clearly scared of the little girl. Why have you banned Harry from the team? Roger looked at Harry, who shrugged as he put his feet onto the coffee table, leaning back. I told Potter. Until the scandal's cleared up, it's better for the team if he doesn't play. Oh, I see. Hermione snarled. Even though Harry already told everyone who the heir of Slytherin is. Even though you should know him better than this. Even though we're going to lose now that Chang's the Seeker. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you have any explanation for your stupidity? Roger drew himself up to his not inconsiderable full height. I'm the team captain, Granger. If I make a decision for the good of the team, that decision stands. Besides, when the scandal's cleared up, we'll allow Potter to come back, nothing else said. It's not permanent. Harry scoffed, but didn't say anything. Your loss, Davies. Hermione said icily. I just hope you realize what you've lost. What do you guys have planned for Christmas this year? Harry asked, out of the blue. It seemed almost strange, that he wasn't planning an excursion into the Slytherin common room this time around. Then again, he knew exactly who the heir was, and he knew there wouldn't be any attacks over Christmas, so it wasn't really a big worry. There were general mumbles. Hermione went first. Nothing this year, Harry. I think my parents wanted you to come to us this year. Why, do you have plans? He grinned at her. I've got something in mind, yes. My family usually returns to Italy during the holiday period. Blaise spoke up. We see the rest of the Zabini clan. I'm afraid I can't avoid it. No problem, Blaise. Harry said in a tightly controlled voice. I understand how important family is. I'm staying at school, Luna said, breaking the sudden silence. Daddy's off on an expedition this year. Hermione glanced at Harry, before nodding. I'm sure you can come with us, Luna. She offered to the strange little girl. Thank you. Me and Parvati are going home as well. Father insists we spend our time with our relatives back east. Neville just shrugged. Just me and my gran. Other than my usual appointment on Christmas morning, I've got nothing planned. Me and Auntie Amelia spend our holidays together. We're about the only family either has left. Harry took a moment to think. Well, why don't you and your gran, Neville, and you and your aunt, Sue, come with me and the Grangers? Assuming that Hermione's parents want to. I can put you all up and feed you, and I do have a devious little plan. Luna, you're welcome to come too, of course. She nodded, smiling at him. Thank you, Harry. I think my parents would be okay, Harry. What are we gonna be doing? It's a surprise. Your flat won't fit all these extra people, Harry. I know. We're sorry to interrupt, Harry, but I doubt I can get my gran to agree. We have a ritual that we perform on Christmas morning. I won't put it off. I understand, Neville, Harry said supportively. I know what it is, and I'll make sure that you're there to see them. I've recently found out where mine are, and I'll want to visit them, too. Neville's eyes widened dramatically as he realized what Harry was actually saying. I never knew. No one does. Harry said coolly. No one ever told me where they were. He shook his head. Anyway, I think a nice little holiday can be arranged. And more importantly, look at it from another perspective, no need to clean up the carnage. Sold. Susan replied instantly. I'll persuade Auntie to come along, too. She loves Christmas, but hates having to do any of the work towards it. After the group had filed out, Hermione scooted closer to Harry. What was that? Harry glanced round, making sure the two were alone, before leaning in closer. I finally found out where my parents were buried. It took a bit of time and research, but I found it. Oh, yeah, there's a small cemetery, not far from where my parents' cottage was. Harry said softly. Mum and Dad are buried in there. I've never actually been. And it was true, he hadn't. During the original timeline, Voldemort had been doing everything he could to demoralize Harry, which included putting the entire Godric's Hollow graveyard under a Fidelius, learning the secret, and then killing the secret keeper. Harry had never been able to go. This time, he would. So, you're going this year? Hermione said. It wasn't a question. Yep. Christmas morning, I plan to take the box to Godric's Hollow. Lay a few flowers on the graves, you know. If you don't mind, I'll come with you. Hermione offered gently. I'd like that. Susan, Neville, Luna and Hermione had sent their letters off later that same day. The replies came pretty quickly. My gran said, yes, Harry. Neville reported one morning during breakfast. As long as we can go and see Mum and Dad on Christmas morning, we're fine. Hermione had also received a reply. Mum and Dad are fine with it, Harry. They want to know if they're picking us up from the station again. Harry shook his head. I have a devious idea about what to do, Hermione. If you could ask them to pack for either hot or cold weather, and then take a train to King's Cross, we'll be able to go straight from there. Same for you, Neville. We'll be heading to either a rather warm place, or a rather cold one. Susan came up, clutching a piece of parchment. Auntie says that's fine, but as the director of MLE, she may be on call, and may need to rush back. Understood, Harry said. And that's fine. The box can take us anywhere on the planet within a couple of hours, so it shouldn't be a problem. Cool. Susan sat down, and began helping herself to breakfast. So, I was thinking either the Rocky Mountains, in Canada, or Florida Beach. Harry said casually. The Rockies are supposed to be really nice during winter. Cold as hell, but really nice. We could set up a nice fire pit and have barbecues. Same for Florida. Hermione pondered for a moment. I think the Rockies. It's winter, and it's supposed to be cold. I think having Christmas on a beach would be weird. I agree. Neville and Susan said together. Okay. Harry nodded. Where's Luna? The Rockies. Luna said, from just behind Harry's ear. Hermione, Susan and Neville jumped as the bee-one seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Bonus. Harry said. Looks like it's the Rockies, then. The last few days of school were a bit of a piss take, really. No one, bar Snape, was in the mood to work, and that attitude was clearly reflected in everyone. Even most of the teachers failed to assign holiday homework, again, bar Snape bloody Scrooge. On Friday the 18th of December, school let out. Just before he left his dorm, Harry entered his portkey box, and began to set coordinates and a timer. The box should, in theory, materialize on platform 9 3/4 almost the exact same time as the train arrived. Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones and the Grangers would been meeting the youths there, and they would all set off for their holiday together. Harry had no real reason to return to his flat, except to attend to the damned venomous tentacular Neville had given him for his birthday 6 months ago. And considering it was under a stasis charm, and could survive for years without trying to kill him, he didn't see a need. Hedwig had been getting more and more excited about the holidays, something that confused Harry. He didn't think she really understood about Christmas. Then again, she could read books and dance, so Harry didn't bother trying to work it out. You looking forward to the holiday season, Hed? Harry asked to his familiar, who was sitting on the head of his bed. She snuffled happily. Yeah, me too. Anything you want. Again, a snuffle, with a short bark. I shouldn't really feed you live mice, dear. Harry said slowly. Besides, you catch them yourself. Hedwig gave him what could only be described as a pout. Fine. Harry sighed. I'll get you some mice. Hedwig barked in gratitude, before hopping neatly into her cage. One day, I swear she'll transform in front of me, he muttered, as he picked up the cage in his lightened trunk. Everything was a blur as the 7 students gathered in a compartment. It was a bit of a tight fit, but instead of expanding the compartment, Hermione solved the issue by sitting in Harry's lap. Both of them were blushing, but neither wanted to break the moment. So, Padma coughed after a moment. Anything else interesting happen with regards to Davies, Harry? Nope. Harry replied casually. I told him that I was done. If they want me off the team just to stop a scandal, well, it's their loss. Actually, it could be yours. Blaise said. I mean, Quidditch scouts often attend our games in secret, and it's possible, since you are the youngest player in a century, that you'd be drafted. If you're not playing, then you run the risk of not being spotted. True. Harry admitted. But, there's something you're missing, Blaise. Oh. An eyebrow shot up. And what's that? I don't particularly enjoy Quidditch. Yeah, it's okay as something to do on a warm Saturday afternoon, but it's not my life. If I don't get to play, he shrugged. Besides, it makes Davies look like a complete and total arsehole for kicking me off the team. When the truth comes out about the heir of Slytherin, and believe me, the truth will come out, it always does, he'll look even more foolish. Vicious. Blaise said. I approve. I still think you're wrong to just let that go, Harry. Hermione said into his neck. Hermione, it's fine, he whispered soothingly. Besides, the more time I spent practicing Quidditch is less time I could be spending with you. She smiled. I'll let you off, then. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Harry mocked. Harry. Yes, Sue. Did you ask Tonks if she wants to come and spend Christmas with us? I did. Harry replied. She's spending it with her mum and dad this year. She said to drop by her parents' place sometime to swap gifts, so I figured we'd do that just before New Year's. Do you have all your shopping done? Hermione asked. Nope. Need to do that before we go. Harry replied. Also, need to stock up on food, too. Feeding 9 people for 2 weeks, especially Christmas dinner, can involve quite a lot. Oh, do you need a contribution? Susan asked. Nah. I'll just need to do a big food shop. He clicked his fingers. Actually, Hermione, you and your parents better come with me. Somehow, I just can't see the director of the MLE pushing a shopping trolley with a wonky wheel round Asda. He looked at Susan. You know I've never actually asked, where do witches and wizards go food shopping? Susan looked down. As a rule we don't. We send out our house elves to do it for us. Oh. Harry nodded slowly. But, what about those people who don't have house elves? You know, half-bloods and muggleborn. I don't know. Harry nodded. So, Asda it is, then. God, we're gonna need 2 or 3 trolleys. Bugger, I'll need quite a bit of cash, too. Arriving at King's Cross, Harry saw Amelia and Augusta standing together on the platform, chatting amiably. A few feet away, Dan and Emma Granger were stood, clutching onto their luggage, looking a little lost. True, they were professionals, and could always return home, and Harry had introduced them to life in the wizarding world at Christmas, but they were still a little uncomfortable with it. As they got off the train, Hermione bolted away, tackling her parents in a huge hug. Both Harry and Neville froze at the sight, before exchanging longing looks with each other. I wish, I know. With a sigh, the 2 boys carried on towards the assembled adults, Luna falling into step behind them. Blaise and Padma exchanged farewells, before heading off with their families. Ah, Harry, Emma said, her face lighting up. It's good to see you again. Harry nodded. You as well, Mrs. Granger. And you, Mr. Granger. Harry. Emma said sternly. Sorry, Emma. Emma turned to the sandy-haired lad next to Harry. So, you must be Neville, yes. Yes, Mrs. Granger. Neville Longbottom. Neville reached behind him, taking hold of Luna's arm, and gently pulling her around. And this is Luna Lovegood. A lady cleared her throat. May I present my grandmother, the Lady Regent Augusta Longbottom. Most eyes turned to see an imposing woman, dressed in a green velvet skirt suit, a tall witch's hat on her head. Fortunately, she'd foregone the stuffed animal on top. Charmed, she drawled in typical pureblood fashion. Or, Harry said impishly, her nickname, the Lady Formidable. Augusta's stern face cracked a little. It's nice to meet you again, Lord Potter. Harry grimaced. Please. I'm sorry. Augusta said. Yes, Neville said you don't like your title. You prefer to be known as, just Harry, yes. Yes. Harry nodded, extending a hand to Augusta. When she took it, Harry leaned forward and at the back. Susan stepped forward. This is my aunt, Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Susan gestured to each of the people. Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, Luna Lovegood, Hermione Granger. I'm sorry, she said to the elder Grangers, I don't. I'm Emma Granger, and this is my husband, Daniel Granger. Emma smoothly filled in the introductions. So, now we know who everyone is, I must ask, Harry, how are we traveling? Every eye turned to Harry, who was looking at his watch, and pointing at the end of the platform. Wait 12 seconds, and you'll see. Hermione was the first to hear the rippling noise, before a familiar wheezing, groaning sound began to fill the air. I just love how accurate this is. Harry murmured, as an object began to appear, the light flashing on top making the platform glow with an unearthly light. While the ship was materializing, Harry was already grabbing the Grangers' luggage. Good lord, what do you have in here? Rocks, he muttered, as he began to haul the suitcases towards his ship. Come on, folks, lots to see and do. He stopped outside the box, placing the Grangers' bags down, before heading to the back of the still steaming train, to grab the 5 students' trunks. How are we all going to fit in there? Emma asked from the corner of her mouth. Dan shrugged helplessly. Hermione just giggled as she pointed out her trunk to Harry, who hefted it easily. Susan's trunk was fitted with wheels, so he grabbed that and started tugging. Neville had already grabbed his trunk and Luna's, and was hauling them along. Hermione, will you grab the door? Harry asked. She nodded, placing her hand against the magi lock, and stepping back. Harry quickly entered the box, placing the luggage on the floor, before going back for the Grangers', then his own. While Harry was ferrying luggage, the elders had stumbled into the console room, and were eyeing it with curiosity. Bones and Longbottom, and the Grangers. Finally, everything was on board, prompting Harry to dash to the console, sliding up a lever. The doors closed with a clang. Okay. Harry stood by the console, his hands resting on the controls, seeming to draw strength from the machine. We were thinking about either a warm Christmas in Florida, or a cold Christmas in the Rockies. Personally, we voted on the Rockies. Dan and Emma nodded, completely out of their depth. What are the Rockies? Augusta asked. Mountains, in Canada. Harry replied helpfully. I know a lovely little spot where we can camp out. Of course, with this ship, we won't be lacking any of the comforts of home. He lowered his voice. Once I've been shopping. Amelia smiled. I think that could be nice. Of course, if it gets too cold, we can always use warming charms. Indeed. Augusta agreed. Mr. Granger. Mrs. Granger. What about you? Always wanted to go to the Rockies. Dan said. It's on my list of things to see before I die, so I don't mind. Emma. Harry asked. What is this place? Emma asked, still in shock over the portkey box. Complicated, was all Harry said. Tell me. Very complicated. Emma's eyes narrowed. I'm clever, and I'm listening. It's an armored, dimensionally transcendental, runically powered portkey device. Harry replied at once. In other words, a tank that's bigger on the inside than the outside, and can move from place to place almost instantly. That was something she could understand. Oh yeah, Rockies are fine. Harry nodded. Excellent. First of all, though, need to stop off and make a quick food shop. He began jabbing buttons and sliding levers. While I'm setting our coordinates, does anyone have any food preferences? He saw the blank looks. Is there anything anyone won't eat? You're cooking, Emma asked, her face lighting up. Damn, Harry, you spoil us. I'll eat pretty much anything you put on the table. You cook? Amelia asked, an eyebrow shooting up. No house elves. No, ma'am, Harry replied, not looking up. No house elves. And I've been known to dabble in the kitchen every once in a while. Augusta cleared her throat. Well, I'm not tremendously fond of pork, Harry. Neither am I, Lady Longbottom. Harry said. Beef, lamb and chicken are all fine, not to mention turkey on Christmas Day. He moved round to the laptop embedded in the console, tugging on a lever as he passed. In the center of the console, the glowing column began to move up and down, a wheezing, groaning filling the air. So, let's make a quick list. For breakfasts, I'm thinking cereals, fruit, porridge and fry-ups, yes. The group nodded, making various, sounds. Sandwiches and soups for lunches, he was typing out furiously. So, gonna need bread, butter, margarine, fruit, crisps, snacks. He looked up. What about drinks? Tea, coffee, hot chocolate, soft drinks and beer. Wines, maybe some spirits. More typing. Dinners, well, that could be anything. Need chicken, turkey, sausages, lamb, beef, mince. Are you gonna be making lasagna again? Dan asked excitedly. I suppose I could. Harry said coyly. Pasta, flour, tomatoes. This is gonna be a hell of a food shop. Bare minutes later, the noise in the console room began to change, becoming high-pitched as the ship materialized. Harry dashed round to the runic controls, expanding the area, making a sort of common room, where the rest could sit and wait while he did his shopping. Dan, Emma, Hermione, could you come with me, please? Harry pulled on the lever, opening the doors, revealing a car park. 2 hours later, Harry was leading a procession of 4 trolleys into the ship, each of which was packed with carrier bags. 1,300 pounds. Emma was seething. That's shocking. And that didn't include the plonk. Dan said, a little shocked. Another 250 for that. What's wrong? Amelia asked. Emma glared over at Harry. 1,500 quid for a food shop, Harry. How much is that in our money? Amelia asked. Harry closed his eyes for a quick bit of match. 32 galleons, give or take. On one shopping trip, Amelia asked incredulously. That's a bit pricey. It's fine. Really? Harry said, as he opened the door to the kitchen, beginning to haul bags from the first trolley. Hermione didn't say anything, but she was a little shocked that he'd spent so much on such a simple thing. She began to take bags from the trolley, putting them on the counters and work surfaces. Harry, you have to let us give you something. Emma said passionately. You can't go spending that kind of money on us. I agree. Amelia said, already reaching into her robes for her money bag. Stop. Harry said simply, biting his lip as he thought. Listen, the Potter wealth is considerable. I can afford this quite easily. Please, do not insult me by offering me money. This is too much. Emma protested. Harry sighed. I have a family fortune of approximately 60 million pounds, Emma. Over 1 million galleons of hard currency, plus quite a few properties and stocks. Please trust me. I can afford this. He ignored the looks of shock and awe, and carried on unloading the trolley. Neville came into the kitchen, and began unloading the second trolley. As soon as the trolleys were empty, Harry and Hermione took the trolleys back, actually putting them back into the trolley bay, instead of leaving them all over the damned car park too, and returned. Okay, brew time. Harry quickly put the big urn of water on for tea, and flicked on the coffee maker. As he began to unpack the shopping, putting the tins in the cupboard, he cleared his throat. Okay, there are a few rules of the ship to go through. He said. First, please don't touch the console. It's temperamental, and it only really likes me and Hermione. Second, try not to touch the doors on the outside. They won't like you, and they'll turn you silver. Third, please stay out of my kitchen. I'm possessive. By temperamental, you mean? Amelia asked. I mean, that's it based on blood runes, and only I'm linked in. Harry said as he threw several tea bags into a pot. The only reason that Hermione can use the console is that the ship likes her. Likes her, Augusta repeated. How can a thing like someone? Magic, Harry said with a grin. Seriously, though, the console's pretty much off limits. Amelia nodded. I'm curious, Harry, where exactly did you obtain the knowledge of blood runes? Or even runes in general. In fact, I'm curious about pretty much everything on board this object. Oh, Harry asked neutrally. In what way? You have a modified space expansion charm with subverted dimensions. You have Muggle technology working around magic without exploding. You have the ability to make portkeys, and I've been told you can apparate. She leaned back in her chair, her arms folded. To begin with, Hermione leaned a little closer to Harry. She'd wanted these answers for a while, and his recent actions and statements indicated that there was a fascinating story behind it. Where would you like me to begin? Harry asked. Let's start with this object. Call it a ship, Madam Bones. Harry replied, before leaning against the bar. Very well. The outer hull was crafted by the goblins, at my request and specification. Once it was completed, they sent it to me in pieces. I completed the construction in my flat in Diagon Alley. After the box was built, I cast a massively powerful space expansion charm, linked to a blood-based runic keystone, inscribed on the bottom of the box. How did you know how to do that? Amelia asked. That sort of rune work is post-Newt level. I had a textbook, madam. Harry replied. It showed me how to inscribe the rune, and then to fill it with blood to bond it to myself. All true, I just won't tell you that I read that textbook over 70 years ago. I see, Amelia nodded. It was curious, but certainly plausible. And what about the other parts? Harry shrugged. Subverting the floor was fairly easy. The console, which is comprised of Muggle technology, is shielded against magic, and charmed to draw from a techno-magical reactor at the heart of the console. And I'm sorry to say, you would never be able to understand the reactor. Oh. Amelia's tone was frosty. I mean no offense, Madam Bones, Harry said slowly, but you don't know physics, and trying to explain magical physics would take entirely too long. Is that all you're going to say? Amelia asked. Harry nodded. Pretty much at the moment, ma'am, yes. I have secrets. I've never hid that. I have things that I can't tell people at the moment. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to. Until that time, I'm afraid I must decline to answer. But, Amelia trailed off as Susan whispered something in her ear, gesturing at Harry frantically. I see, Harry, may I ask a question? You can ask, Harry said bluntly. Don't guarantee I'll answer it, though. Susan was telling me that you faced he who must not be named at the end of your first. She trailed off as she saw Harry's curled lip. What? He who must not be named? Madam Bones, I'm disappointed in you. Harry let out a slight sneer. Please don't tell me that you're afraid of the word, Voldemort. To her credit, she didn't shudder or make that annoying little squeal witches and wizards made because of that hated name, but there was the tiniest hint of a flinch. Fine. You faced Voldemort at the end of your first year. I did, Harry replied. He was riding around in the back of Professor Quirrell's head, underneath that smelly turban. I fought him, and he died in the fight. I even gave him 2 chances to surrender, something I wouldn't normally do. I don't do second chances. Hermione held up her hand. What about Professor Dumbledore, Harry? Harry Ked air through his teeth. Yeah, kinda lied to him, really. You lied to Albus Dumbledore. Augusta asked. How? Why? I told him if he pushed, that was it. He pushed. I am, however, pragmatic. I will allow him to continue believing that I will work with him. Rest assured, when it comes down to it, I won't. I don't trust him, or particularly like him. Harry said firmly. Partly, anyway. I don't hate him. I don't dislike him. I don't care about him. He's sneaky and manipulative. The lie was, I don't want to break with you. I want to get along with you. That was fiction. Now, I find some of Dumbledore's antics amusing, but I don't particularly like the old man. He's too into his own reputation. Is that a polite way of saying he has his head up his ass? Amelia asked, the faintest traces of a smile on her face. That's certainly one interpretation, Madam Bones. Harry said airily. Far be it that I, a mere second-year student, would ever question the director of the DMLE. He grinned at her. So, are we all clear with the rules? A general chorus of assent met his ears. Excellent. Now, who's up for coffee? While people were partaking of their beverages, Hermione sidled over to Harry. You got a minute for a personal question? Sure. What about Snape? Harry's eyebrow shot up. What about his greasiness? Well, you don't do second chances. True. And well, he's constantly pushing you. He is. What are you going to do about him? At the right time, I'm going to kill him. Harry said casually. What? Hermione gasped. Kill him. Several people looked up at Hermione's gasp. Kill who? Amelia Bones asked. Severus Snape. Harry said. When the time is right, he will die by my hands. Why? Most of the group was curious about this, except Luna. The things he has done. Luna said softly, her eyes glowing. The things he could do. Augusta cleared her throat. You know that Dumbledore will never allow action be taken against his pet Death Eater. Amelia sighed. During the Death Eater trials in 81 and 82, Dumbledore vouched for Severus. Stated he was a spy in his ranks. He was just Voldemort's spy, not Dumbledore's. I know the truth, Madam Bones. Before she could ask, Harry dashed her hopes. Unfortunately, this is still not the right time. And when will the right time be? Amelia asked, a bit peeved. Not too long, was all Harry replied. Emma cleared her throat. Could you really take a man's life, Harry? Harry frowned, deep in thought. It would depend on the situation, Emma. Severus Snape isn't a man. He's a liar, a thief, a cheat, a rapist and a murderer. Believe me, I would have no problems with ending that threat. That's cold, Harry. Emma said. That's life, Emma. Harry retorted. I know what Death Eaters can do. I've read the trial transcripts. I even know what's necessary to get the dark mark. If you have one, you're a murderer, at the very least. Severus Snape has a dark mark. You've mentioned them before, Harry. What are they? Dan asked. Harry sighed. The Death Eaters were a band of terrorists, primarily pureblood wizards. He glanced around the room, looking sharply at Amelia, Susan, Neville and Augusta. Forgive me, they looked confused for a moment. In November 1981, a group of 4 Death Eaters, Rudolphus Lestrange, his wife Bellatrix and his brother Rastabin, along with a young man by the name of Bartemius Crouch Jr., attacked a couple. They were seeking information about the recently vanquished Lord Voldemort, in hopes of returning him to power. They tortured this couple, driving them past the brink of insanity, forcing them to be committed to St. Mungo's Hospital, where they remain to this day. Other members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrived on the scene and managed to arrest the Lestranges, but Crouch Jr. escaped, and was apprehended later. At the site of that atrocity was a 16-month-old baby. Harry sighed softly. That couple was Frank and Alice Longbottom, and their son was Neville. Every eye flicked to Neville, who had tears in his eyes. They were good people, and they were destroyed because of the Death Eaters. Harry said. They defied Voldemort himself on a number of occasions, fighting the good fight. And the Death Eaters took them away. How do you know? Augusta asked. Like Neville, she was damp-eyed. I have access to a wide range of information. Harry said neutrally. Another example of the Death Eaters. A man by the name of Edgar Bones. member of a paramilitary organization to fight Voldemort. He and his wife, Lucille, were toughly murdered, along with Marlene McKinnon in August 1981. Their bodies were found 2 weeks later, and had to be identified through dental records. They left behind a young daughter, who was remanded to the care of her paternal aunt. Susan sniffed, but didn't say anything. James and Lily Potter, here, Harry's eyes were filling up. Attacked by Death Eaters on numerous occasions. Finally murdered by Voldemort himself on Halloween 1981. I still remember, Harry gathered his thoughts. Caradoc Dearborn, Benji Fenwick, Dorcas Meadows, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, Charles and Doria Potter. Need I continue? I could keep listing names of people who were murdered by Death Eaters. They're animals and butchers, and they need to be exterminated for the good of everyone. Harry took a comforting sip of his tea, and wished, for a moment, to have a comforting cigarette. He'd briefly taken up smoking after his Hermione had died, but quit shortly afterwards. He pressed on. Most of the Death Eaters are purebloods. They are people who kill, beat and torture, and manage to escape because they have the wealth necessary to buy their way out of trouble. Harry leaned back in his chair. Lucius Malfoy is an extremely good example. He bears the dark mark, but because he had the wealth to buy his way out, he claimed he was under the Imperius curse. There was no proof. Amelia said, frustrated. I was an Auror at the time, and there was nothing we could do about it. The evidence disappeared. Harry said mockingly. In a way, I feel most sorry for the Auror division. They had a hard job, protecting people that didn't deserve it. Amelia's eyebrow shot up. Oh, don't give me that look. Harry snapped. The sheep of the wizarding world weren't prepared to fight for themselves. They were afraid, but would rather cower. He scoffed. Then I came along. Voldemort met his downfall in me, and the world rejoiced. Bless Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Silence reigned in the sitting room. We should be arriving in Canada shortly. Harry said, standing up. I was thinking we could have hot dogs and salad for dinner this evening. He left, heading into the console room, to begin creating the bedrooms and other facilities that would be needed. Susan used her sweater sleeve to scrub her tears away. He's right, you know. Most of the wizarding world are cowards. Even now, people don't dare to speak Voldemort's name. Augusta leaned forward. He is planning a war, isn't he? She asked. The war's coming. Luna sing-songed. It will be here very soon. And we will not be ready. Susan. Amelia asked. I've already made my choice. She said softly. I'll stand with Harry. He's led us right so far, and I have no reason to doubt him. Same with me. Neville said. I know you're the regent, Gran, but when I'm of age, assuming I live that long, I intend to ally House Longbottom with House Potter. Augusta stared at her grandchild for a moment, happily noting that he didn't flinch or look away. Spending time with Harry Potter had clearly given the child some much-needed confidence. That won't be necessary, Neville. The alliance between Longbottom and Potter was never breached. It still stands. Hermione looked at her parents, who were still looking unsure. Yeah. They'd heard Harry at his birthday party earlier in the summer, where he told them, the flight of death, would be returning, but only now was it beginning to sink in. You said that he'll be coming for you, no matter what. Dan said suddenly. Yeah, Hermione uttered. I'm a first-generation witch, Dad. To their viewpoint, I'm a freak. I'll be killed, since a filthy little mudblood, like me shouldn't be allowed to use magic. You'd be exterminated for producing said freak. Charming. Dan grunted. But true, unfortunately. Amelia said. That attitude is still very prominent in our society. It's unavoidable. It's one of the reasons that a lot of Muggleborns leave the country after graduating Hogwarts. They don't wish to endure the prejudice anymore. We fight. Luna said. We stand against the darkness, and we fight. Hermione was about to comment when she heard the pitch of the wheezing, groaning noise change, indicating they were coming in for a landing. Come on. Let's go see where we are. It's beautiful. Hermione exclaimed. She was stood a few feet outside the ship, looking up at the stars. Around her, snow-capped mountains shone in the moonlight, with tall evergreens surrounding a small clearing. I know. Harry said, leaning against the side of the box. I saw this place in a satellite imaging map, and I thought it'd be perfect. The rest of the group trailed outside, stopping when they saw the incredible beauty of the place. They, too, were left speechless. Harry smirked to himself and quickly began grabbing rocks, creating a circle on the ground in the middle of the clearing. He discreetly conjured 3 long metal skewers and jabbed them into the ground, forming a basic tripod frame, from which he could hang a cauldron. He disappeared back inside the ship, grabbing several tins of hot dog sausages and a packet of buns, before ambling back outside. Shortly after dinner, Dan Granger made his way to Harry's bedroom. He knocked, and poked his head round the door. "Harry, do you have a minute?" Harry finished putting his clothes away, and straightened up. "Sure, Dan. What's up?" Dan sat on the edge of the bed, and began to fidget. Well there's something I was meaning to ask you, Harry. It's a delicate subject." "Come on, Dan," Harry said casually. "I'm sure there's nothing that delicate." Dan fidgeted, before looking up. "Well, given the disgusting child abusers that you lived with before, I'm sure they didn't well, I'm sure that no one's ever told you about the birds and the bees." Harry's casual smile fell off his face, shattering on the floor, as a look of object horror replaced it. Mr. Granger, I really don't think that's necessary." Dan raised his hands in a mollifying gesture. "I know it's uncomfortable, Harry, it needs to be done." He gritted his teeth. "You see, Harry, I already know." Harry blurted. "I know about the birds and the bees, Mr. Granger. Seriously, there's no need to have this conversation." Dan leaned back, an eyebrow raised. "Well, I'll tell you what, you tell me what you think you know, and I'll correct you, okay?" An evil smirk developed onto Harry's face, as he looked down on the man who, appearances aside, was only 1/3 of his age. "Okay." 20 minutes later, Dan replaced the lid on his pen. "They'll really let you do that?" he asked, looking down at the 4 pages of notes he'd made during the conversation. "If you ask nicely," Harry replied, his evil smirk still firmly in place. "And how do you know this?" Dan asked suddenly, looking up at his son-in-law to be. "I read a lot, Dan," Harry replied cockily, grinning widely. "No, seriously, I do read a lot. And I did pretty much everything on that list with your daughter, who, although prim and proper in most things, is absolute filth in the sack. God, I miss her. The rest as well, that's a conversation for another time and a lot of vodka." Dan exhaled heavily. "Okay, then tell me about your first time." "My first time? Does he know?" Harry panicked. "Excuse me, what are you gonna do during your first time?" "Holy shitballs, or I don't know." The ability to apparate was simply not possible inside the dimensionally transcendental space of the Portkey box, and Harry now wished, desperately, that it was possible. "Indulge me." Hermione cleared her throat as she reached for her cup of tea. A scream reverberated throughout the ship, prompting everyone assembled to draw their wands. Her hand flew to her mouth as she watched Harry bolt through the living room on his way to the console room. "He's mad, Harry. Why your dad birds and bees trauma?" Harry gasped, stumbling back as Dan entered the living room. "Dad, what have you done?" Hermione demanded. I was just asking a question," Dan said innocently. "I didn't think he'd take it so badly." "Daniel," Emma said sternly. "I just thought I'd do a little education about the birds and the bees, is all." Dan said gently. First time, Harry was still out of breath from his mad dash throughout the ship. "Questions, Daniel," Emma snapped. "Damn it, do we have to do this every Christmas?" "Do what?" Augusta asked. "What the devil is going on?" Dan quailed as he saw a number of powerful magic users holding their wands. I was just asking a couple of questions. He's too young for his girlfriend's father to be raking him over the coals," Emma said firmly. Just for that, she turned to Harry. "Do you have a spare bedroom?" "Several," Harry said slowly. "Good." She turned back to her husband. "You'll be bunking alone tonight, Dan." The days in the run-up to Christmas passed quickly. Harry was a charming host, and everyone felt belts and outfits become that little bit tighter when being pressed with such good food. On Christmas Eve, Harry assembled everyone into the common area. "Okay, tomorrow morning, we'll be heading to London, so I can drop Neville and Augusta off at St. Mungo's for a couple of hours. While they're there, I'll be heading up to Godric's Hollow to lay some flowers. After that, we'll come back here and enjoy Christmas dinner." Emma scrunched up his face. "What's at Godric's Hollow?" "My parents' graves," Harry said tightly. "No one ever told me where they were before. I was planning on going and paying my respects." "You've never been?" Susan asked, shocked. "Why not?" "2 reasons," Harry said in a tightly controlled voice. 1. Like I said, no one told me where they were. 2. My guardians at the time probably wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire. A trip from Surrey up to Wales. Not bloody likely. So, this will be the first time I've been. Hermione said she'll come with me in the morning. Harry concluded. I won't be long while I'm there, though. It's fine, Harry. Amelia said. If you don't mind, I would like to join you. I was an Auror with James back in the day. He was a good man. Thank you, madam. Harry replied politely. We'll be departing at 9 to get Neville there for 10, and should be in Godric's Hollow about 15:15. Pick up the Longbottoms at midday, then come back here. Have lunch at 1. He glanced about. Sound like a plan. A general chorus of ayes was his response, and he nodded. So mote it be. Christmas morning dawned in the Rockies. Harry, of course, had been up since 5 a.m., stuffing and part cooking the turkey, and also bleeding off some fat for the potatoes. He'd peeled, chopped, stuffed, basted and diced for over an hour, and everything was prepared. All he needed to do was turn on the oven, and he was set. He moved over to the hob, making sure the pans of vegetables were out of the way, and began grilling bacon and sausages. Several rounds of bread were loaded into the toaster, while the kettles were put on to boil. Pretty soon, people began appearing in the dining room, washed and dressed for the day. Augusta and Neville were clad in wizarding robes, ready to spend time with the fallen Longbottoms. Hermione, Amelia, Emma and Dan were dressed in suitable clothes to visit the cemetery, while Susan was clad in sweats and a thick woolly jumper. Luna was still rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, while clutching onto her cutlery. Harry began ferrying food into the dining room, the platters of bacon, sausages, eggs and a big tureen of baked beans, along with a plate of toast and 2 big jugs of tea and coffee. Once breakfast was finished, Harry made sure everything was packed up, and set the ship in flight. Harry knelt down in front of the tombstone, reaching out his hand and gently caressing the icy cold stone. He traced the letters, absently noting that his vision was getting misty. He knew he was crying, and he didn't give a shit. After dropping the Longbottoms off, he'd headed straight for Godric's Hollow, finding the grave of the Potters in short order. It's quite a nice stone," he said, muffled. "Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. I'm Harry." Hermione sniffed suspiciously. This was a side of Harry she'd never seen before. He was letting his emotions run free, completely. On the other hand, she could see he was drawing strength from this encounter. She knelt next to him, placing the 2 pale pink roses on the grave. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Potter," she said softly. "I'm Hermione Granger. She's my best friend," Harry said suddenly. "She's my girlfriend. You'd like her, Mum. Brash, brainy, bookish and beautiful." His arm snaked around her shoulders. "She's also devious and twisted, Dad. You'd like her, too." Hermione blushed. Yes, she was brash. She was certainly brainy, and if you looked up bookish in the dictionary, you'd see it was spelt Hermione. But beautiful. She conveniently ignored the devious and twisted comments, since she knew they were true. "I've heard a bit about you both," she said to the stone. "I think you'd be so proud of your son. He's a good man." "Thanks," Harry mumbled. I wish I'd known you. I've wanted to meet you for so long. To talk about pranks with Dad. Discuss charms with you, Mum. Play Quidditch and read. Chase a stag around the house. So many things." Hermione leaned closer to Harry. I wish I knew what to say to help, Harry." She whispered. "You're here," Harry replied. "And that's enough, Hermione." Harry keyed at his fingers before pressing them against the tombstone, and hauling himself to his feet, Hermione matching him at his side. He took a step back, watching Amelia step forward with a pair of yellow roses. "Jimmy Lils. I'm sorry I didn't come before now." She took a step back, not bothering to wipe away the tears in her eyes. "No one knew where you were. Every year on Halloween night, I look up at the stars, and I thank you for what you've done." She bowed her head for a moment, before looking up at Harry. "Come on," he said, scrubbing his eyes on his sleeve. "Let's get back to the ship." As Harry entered the box, he looked over at the marker. "The line is drawn. It shall not be crossed again. I won't let it." After collecting Neville and Augusta, the group sat down to the table, and scarfed their way through nearly 80 kilos of high-quality food. Stumbling from the table, Harry set the dishes to wash themselves, before slumping onto the couch. It's official. He groaned. I'm full up. If that means, full up, then I'm right there with you. Hermione replied, her voice low. I love Christmas, but I hate the pain from overeating a meal. She swatted Harry's arm pathetically. Damn you, Harry, for making such good food. Sorry. I'll make gruel next time. Harry closed his eyes. Shouldn't we do the present ritual? Neville asked, already beginning to doze. Later, Harry mumbled as he, too, began to drift off. Harry, Amelia asked, her eyes closed. Yeah, he slurred. How did you get to be such a good cook? As I understand it in the Muggle world, it's generally the women who cook, not the men. Especially not young men. Didn't have a choice, Harry muttered. He never noticed Amelia's eyes opening, nor Dan and Emma gesturing to the elder woman to take a short walk. When Harry awoke, his first priority was the bathroom. He needed to pee, quite desperately, and his mouth tasted absolutely vile. He quickly headed away, leaving the other youths sleeping on the couches. 4 minutes later, with a much smaller bladder and a minty freshness, he ambled into the console room, wondering where the adults had got to. He found them outside, sitting around the fire pit, each with another glass of wine. "Ello," he called out as he stepped through the doors. One look at their slightly guilty faces made him curious. Well, this looks uncomfortable. Amelia looked at Harry sharply. Why didn't you tell anyone what had happened to you? With a light glare at the Grangers, who flinched, Harry faced the director. What could be done about it, madam? The wizarding world most likely wouldn't take any action because they're muggles. Dumbledore would block any attempts, since he still wants to send me back to them, in the hope of resurrecting the blood wards, which I know don't work. He could be stopped, Augusta said sharply. While he does have a large power base in the Wizengamot, he's not infallible. Nor is he unbeatable. Harry shook his head. No, he's not unbeatable. I agree with that. But, in order for that concession to be made, he'd want me to give up my emancipation, and go and live with a family of his choice. And I'd bet 200 galleons of mine to 2 nuts of yours that I would end up spending time at the Dursleys. No, it's over with. They managed to escape. Amelia sighed angrily. There must be something we can do. Harry discreetly cast a wandless warming charm on himself. How much did Dan and Emma tell you? Augusta spoke up. In basic terms, what you told them last Christmas, and also what you told them at your birthday party this summer. You predict that Voldemort will return, and you plan to be on the front lines of the upcoming war. Harry nodded. Correct. My niece has already pledged herself to your banner. Amelia said. As has Neville. Augusta added. And Hermione. Dan and Emma concluded. Yeah, they're good people, Harry said with a smile. Now, for some reason, I seem to pick up magic fairly quickly, so I'm planning on training them in the fight. Occlumency first, then some basic spell casting and dueling, all the while teaching them some physical fitness. Since I know that as the director of the DMLE, you could get them underage exemptions from the restriction, you could allow them to train at home during the summers. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Oh, Harry chuckled. That's not why I invited you, ma'am. I don't want anything from you. The only benefit to me if the others have an exemption is that they'll be able to practice their spell casting, and thus, have a chance at being safer. That is my goal. I want them to be safe and happy. Augusta cleared her throat. Have you claimed the Potter seat in the Wizengamot? No, Harry said. I really don't want to get involved in politics, ma'am. I simply don't have the patience for it, plus, I find it a bit boring. But by claiming your seat, you'd have access to the Ministry archives. Augusta pressed on, which means access to the Wizengamot library. Surely such a thing would be beneficial to you in your mission. Not at the present time, ma'am, Harry said. Besides, need a good foundation to build on before you look at the more advanced stuff. At the moment, I'm content to learn more myself, and teach my friends. And when the war comes? Amelia asked. Then I shall fight, Harry replied firmly. And your friends? Amelia pressed on doggedly. I hope they have the good sense to run like hell, ma'am, Harry said with a chuckle. Being around me at that point will be dangerous. When Voldemort returns, he'll be coming for me. I'm an embarrassment to him. The boy who lived implies he failed, and that is something he will want to erase as soon as possible. We said we'll stand with you, Harry, Hermione said from the doorway. We meant it, too. Longbottoms have always stood with the Potters, Harry. Neville said firmly. It would be a disgrace to my parents, my grandmother, and 9 centuries of Longbottoms for me to do otherwise. I'll have your back during the war, until I'm no longer capable of fighting. He snorted. Besides, I owe Bellatrix. I owe it to my mum and dad. Susan whispered, but she could still be heard. They gave their lives to stand against the darkness, and I won't shame them by running away. Luna was the last to speak. You need me, Harry. I need all of you, he said softly, but that doesn't mean I want you hurt. Same for Blaze and Padma. You don't know you can't know what's coming. I have a pretty good idea. Amelia said sharply. Do you know when this will begin? Not exactly. Harry said diplomatically. I think, though, then when it does begin, we'll get a very clear sign. Amelia nodded slowly, allowing that subject to rest for a time. Tell me about the Chamber of Secrets. Harry blinked. What about it? Tell me what you know. Amelia said firmly. I understand that you have a rather large dose of knowledge about Hogwarts. With a shrug, Harry replayed the conversation Binns had first given. According to official records, there is no Chamber of Secrets. In reality, when Hogwarts was built, the argument that drove Salazar Slytherin from the school was that he believed that first-generation witches and wizards should be taken from their families and raised exclusively in the magical world. This was for protection. The other 3 founders didn't agree, and Slytherin left. And, Amelia asked. And before he left, Slytherin built a secret chamber, where he housed a monster. We now know that the monster is a basilisk. That basilisk would be used if the school were in danger to purge those who are unworthy. Emma's eyes narrowed. Didn't you say that people nowadays think that Muggleborns are unworthy? Now, yes, but not then, Harry said. The unworthy, back in the 10th century was non-magical people who'd invaded Hogwarts intent on destruction. Don't you think that's a little harsh? Emma asked. No, not really, Harry said. I'm unworthy of trying to perform a tooth extraction in your practice, Emma, since I'm not a qualified dentist. I'm unworthy of trying to arrest people for Madame Bones since I'm not an Auror. In that case, Emma, you'd call the police to have me removed. Madame Bones would have one of her Aurors arrest me. Back in the 10th century, there weren't any police, not really. So, they had to fight for themselves. And this basilisk has become active. Augusta asked. Why hasn't Dumbledore notified anyone of this? That, ma'am, I couldn't say. Harry said. However, we don't believe that the basilisk itself has become active. We believe that there's someone behind the scenes, pulling the strings. And what led you to this conclusion? Amelia asked. The writing, ma'am, Harry said. When we found the first petrified being, in this case, Filch's cat, there was writing on the wall, in blood. Last time I checked, snakes couldn't write. Have there been any other attacks? Amelia asked, whipping out a small notebook and a biro. 2 other attacks, Auntie. Susan spoke up. Colin Creevey, a first year, was found petrified, by Harry. There was an attempt on Justin Finch Fletchley. Harry was able to stop that attack. Now Headless Nick was attacked, though. Madame Pomfrey had to take him to the hospital wing. Amelia nodded. You were at the scene for the first attack, found the second victim, and stopped the third. If I was paranoid. Don't. Susan snapped. He was with us for the first. Besides, he's already told us that the heir of Slytherin is Voldemort. Amelia was nibbling her bottom lip in thought. Tell me about Quirrell, Harry. Voldemort had possessed him, ma'am, but a full physical possession. It included a manifestation of Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head. Because of the blood protection from my mother, Quirrell couldn't stand to be touched by me. When he attacked me, I placed my hands on either side of his face. He burned. Voldemort escaped as a spirit. Amelia nodded. Is it possible that the spirit is possessing someone else? The same way he did Quirrell. Harry's eyebrow arched up. I never thought of that. And he hadn't needed to, really, since he already knew that Ginny was being possessed by the Horcrux, but it was still a good thought. I don't think so, though. No one else is hiding themselves that way. If it is possession, then it's not the same as Quirrell. Has anyone checked the wards? Augusta asked. From my understanding, the wards surrounding Hogwarts scan every object going in and out. Surely someone bringing something dark in could be investigated. You'd have to ask the headmaster about that. Harry said. While I am an heir myself, I don't have access to the wards. He closed his eyes. I could possibly ask the school if there's anyone being possessed, but she doesn't have to answer me. Ask the school. Dan asked. How can you ask the school? Harry grinned. After 10 centuries of ambient magic and the emotional upheaval of so many teenagers, the castle's almost alive. She even has a name. Arxicipio. Fortress of Learning. Still, the headmaster is the one who'd be able to check more thoroughly than I could. Augusta glanced at Amelia, who nodded. Then when we return to Britain, we shall ask him. I don't like the idea that he hasn't notified the Board of Governors, nor the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She thought for a moment. Harry, do you need a contact in the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures? I know a man in there. Harry slowly shook his head. I don't think so, ma'am. I'm hopeful that the situation can be resolved peacefully. And how do you propose that? Well, I'm hoping that if I ask the basilisk to stop, they will. You're a Parselmouth. I am indeed. Harry hissed. Both Augusta and Amelia flinched slightly, before realizing that they looked like idiots doing so, especially when they saw the other for children smirking at them. Don't laugh. Amelia Mo.Ned. You have no idea how frightening it is facing a Parselmouth in a fight. You never know what they're gonna throw at you. True, Harry said. But, I'm hopeful that I can stop the basilisk from any more attacks. Just need to find the damn thing first. Unfortunately, practically no one knows where the Chamber of Secrets is. When it's found, then we can proceed. Amelia nodded, before moving on to her next point. What are your views on the dark arts, Harry? Well, hang on a minute, am I being interviewed, Director? Harry looked up at her, his eyes narrowed. Maybe a little bit, Amelia admitted shamelessly. Auntie, Susan snapped. It's okay, Sue, Harry said, holding up his hand. I understand. He smiled at Amelia. Devious and sneaky, ma'am. You must have been a Slytherin. Hufflepuff, actually. Amelia replied. And you didn't answer the question. No, I didn't. Harry nodded. Very well. The dark arts is a bit of a wrong name. I could find a use for almost every dark arts spell, ma'am. Oddly enough, most of them in cooking. Cooking? Amelia asked, completely surprised by the answer. Dark arts cooking? Yes, ma'am. That's where most of them were invented for anyway. Harry said. Take the blood removal curse. When it's performed on a person, they die within 6 minutes. When it's performed on a dead animal, it helps to prepare them for cooking. It was designed as an abattoir spell. Really? Amelia asked. Yeah. In non-magical abattoirs, the dead carcass is hung in the air with their throat slit, allowing the blood to drain out. Magicals don't do that. They simply vanish the blood. The excoriaturgum spell, which is horrific when used on a person to remove their skin, neatly removes the pelt off an animal. The cruciatus can be used to restart a stopped heart. The imperius can be used for dentistry. The AK can be used to kill animals in the abattoir. It's all intent, ma'am. There are some spells which have no light use, Harry. True. Those don't necessarily make them dark, though. I could use a tickling curse to drive someone to insanity. There is no truly dark magic. He sighed. Besides, most of the gray spells you're talking about were designed for a specific reason. The blood-boiling curse is excellent against vampires. Won't kill them, but it will stop them. The blood-to-stone curse is another one. Again, excellent against vampires, and possibly feral werewolves. Have you ever used any dark spells? Harry S. Ked air through his teeth. Once, ma'am. The cruciatus. I was attacked by a wild dog. I hit it for less than a second. It gave me time to get away from it. And it was true, as well. Bellatrix Lestrange was a mad dog, and that second of Crucio had allowed him to get away from her. True, it was because Voldemort turned up, but still. Amelia nodded. I've been hit by the cruciatus myself. It hurts. A lot. I would advise not using it if there are other spells available. Understood, ma'am, Harry said. Other than that, I haven't even tried to use an unforgivable. They're a little too easy to get used to. Again, Amelia scribbled something in her little notebook. What's your ultimate goal in life, Harry? Destroy Voldemort. Destroy the corruption in the Ministry and the Wizengamot. Have as many children as I can. He glanced at Hermione, who was blushing on his last comment. Live a long, healthy and happy life with my family. Amelia nodded, closed her notebook, and slipped it back into her pocket. Goals I agree with and support. You have my allegiance, Lord Potter. Thank you, Harry said, bowing slightly. Now who's up for throwing presents at each other? The return to Hogwarts happened fairly simply. Harry had returned the Longbottom Elder to her home, followed by dropping Amelia off at the Ministry of Magic. The portkey box landed in the Grangers' back garden, allowing them to simply enter the house straight away. The portkey box then landed on platform 9 3/4 at 10:45, allowing the kids to disembark and climb onto the train, leaving the box to head back to Harry's dormitory in Ravenclaw Tower. All in all, a successful Christmas. Once back at school, the group had managed to quickly get back into the swing of things. Naturally, all their holiday homework had been completed early, allowing them plenty of time to practice their occlumency exercises and more research into the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, the information on the Chamber of Secrets was just too limited. Practically nothing in the school library, even the restricted section when they'd snuck in under Harry's invisibility cloak, could tell them anything useful. On the other hand, there hadn't been any attacks during the Christmas period, which, for those people who were too dumb to know better, believed that was further proof that Harry was lying, and that he was indeed the heir of Slytherin. Some people never learn. Snape had been his usual cheery self, piling on as much homework as he could. Harry knew that it was mainly aimed at himself, since Snape had been made to look a fool in each of his encounters with Harry. True, it was very easy to make Snape look like a fool, since he was one, but he was still a potential danger to Harry's plans. Mr. Potter, would you remain behind, please? McGonagall asked at the end of their Transfiguration lesson. They'd been back at Hogwarts for 5 weeks, and had comfortably gotten back in track. Yes, Professor, Harry asked as he stepped up to her desk. I was wondering if you've heard anything more about the Chamber of Secrets, Harry. She asked, a little uncomfortably. We searched the school again during the holiday break, and we didn't find anything of use to us. Anything of use? Harry asked. That implies that you did find something, ma'am. McGonagall sighed. We found another broom closet, one that went missing in the 80s. Oh, Harry sniggered like the 12-year-old he was pretending to be. That's good to know, ma'am. Where is it? Never you mind, McGonagall said, a small smile on her face. You don't need to know about those quite yet. Of course, ma'am, Harry said solemnly, an effect which was ruined by the grin on his face. As to the chamber, I've not learned anything new yet. I'm getting so good at this misdirection bollocks. Harry thought. It's true, I haven't learned anything new yet. I need to be careful. I'll end up talking and thinking like Dumbledore soon. McGonagall sighed. Then we're at a loss, Harry. If there are any more attacks, we run the risk of Hogwarts being shut down. I'm not worried, ma'am, Harry said, before grinning impishly. With such a fine defeater of evil as Professor Lockhart here, I'm sure we'll be fine. I wish I shared your confidence, Harry. McGonagall replied, not smiling. This has been my home for many decades, and I have no wish to leave it. We need to know more. Are you sure there isn't anything else? Harry realized that she was genuinely scared, and that worried him. Even during the first time, she'd shown concern, yes, but fear. This was new to him. Ma'am, I swear to you, I will stop whatever is doing this. You have my word. She nodded slowly. I just wish there was more we could do. Harry took a step back, hoisting his back onto his shoulder. I'll take care of it, ma'am. Once outside the classroom, where the rest of his friends were waiting, with the exception of Luna, he leaned against the wall. Harry, is everything okay? Hermione asked tenderly, resting a hand against his arm. No, he said softly. McGonagall's scared. I've never seen her scared before. It's disconcerting. She asked you if you'd heard anything about the chamber. Blaise asked. She did, Harry confirmed. But she's worried about the school closing down. I told her. He realized exactly what he'd told her, and groaned inwardly. I told her I'll take care of it. Blaise's eyebrow shot up. And how do you propose to do that? At the right time, Luna said, approaching from the far end of the corridor. Harry, I know what you're thinking, and you can't, not yet. I know. Harry sighed. Damn it, I wish I could just fix all the world's problems. He pushed with his butt against the wall, levering himself back to his feet. Come on, let's get to potions. Later that evening, Harry was back inside his portkey box, tinkering. Even though he'd only had the box for 7 months, he'd comfortably focused on that as his new tinkering obsession. It was better than playing hangman. He'd begun to decipher the spells on the Marauders map, and was making notes, but he wasn't any closer to creating his sensor array. "Ah, I knew you were there," Hermione said as she stepped into the console room. "I was wondering." "Hey, girlfriend," Harry said softly. "How are you doing? How are you doing, Harry?" She volleyed back. "Come on, I can see it in you. You're worried about this whole thing as well, aren't you?" "I am," Harry admitted. "I just want to set things right, Hermione. And if I do, what happens then?" "I don't know," Hermione said. "But, Harry, no one person can make everything better. You know that." "I do. I want it done." She stepped closer and wrapped him in a tight, Hermy hug. As usual, it had the effect of calming him down. "Be patient, Harry. I'm sure everything will work out okay." "I hope so. By playing with time, I could end up destroying everything." Harry groused to himself. "When the time comes, Tom, I will wipe you out of existence for everything you've done." Harry knocked on the door to the headmaster's office, a little trepidation in his veins. Had Dumbledore scanned one of his friend's minds and found out that he wasn't really willing to let bygones be bygones? "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore's voice called through the wood. Opening the door, Harry let himself in, casually sauntering to the chair in front of the desk. "Please, sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said, reaching forward onto the desk and offering a bowl. "Lemo, drop." "Laced or unlaced?" Harry asked. "Ah, yes." Dumbledore reached into his desk drawer, pulling out a small white paper bag. "My apologies, I forgot about that. Unlaced lemo, drop." Harry plucked a sour sweet from the bag, and threw it into his mouth. Tucking it into his cheek so he could still speak, he asked, "What can I do for you, Headmaster?" Dumbledore tossed a sweet into his mouth, copying Harry's cheek trick. "I was wondering how your training was going with your friends, Harry. Specifically, their occlumency training." "Why, sir?" Harry asked politely. "While you've been training them now for several months, you haven't really been able to test their shields, have you?" "Not really, sir," Harry replied. "I'm incapable of performing legilimency. Not to mention, as the one who is teaching them occlumency, it's harder for you to search their minds. I was wondering if you'd consider allowing a legilimens to check their defenses." Harry's eyebrow shot up. "Why are you asking me, sir? It's their minds that you're asking to check." "True," Dumbledore agreed. "However, we both know that you are the leader of your group, Harry. If you were to authorize it, they would be more likely to agree." Harry considered it for a moment. "And who would you like to be the legilimens who checks their shields, sir?" "Oh, either myself or Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore replied. "We're the only registered legilimens here at Hogwarts, and both of us are very proficient in the mind arts." Harry repressed a snigger. "I'm sorry, sir. But, I can't speak on behalf of my friends. Not in this. If you wish their consent to check, you'll need to ask them. However, I will advise you that the request would probably go better if it were you offering to check, rather than Professor Snape. He's not very popular with the students." "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said sadly. "I understand that you and Professor Snape don't get along. The grudge he had with your father has clearly spilled over to you, and for that, I apologize. However, Severus is a trusted member of staff, and would not hurt anyone." "Except me, sir," Harry replied firmly. "You may trust Professor Snape, sir, but I don't. He has attacked and belittled me at every opportunity, and I feel no reason to allow him any more chances to do so." Dumbledore sighed. "I understand, Harry. However, don't you believe in being the bigger man?" Turning the other cheek, he gasped suddenly as the unbreakable vow he'd entered into with Harry began warning him that he was pushing the boundaries of his oath. "Turn the other cheek, sir?" Harry asked. "Why? So he can slap both cheeks?" "No, sir. I will deal with Severus Snape in my own time, and in my own way. If you want to check the others' shields, you'll have to ask them." "Very well, Harry," Dumbledore said, feeling the warning vanish. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss at the moment?" "No, sir." "Anything you wish to tell me, Harry?" "No, sir." Harry replied again. "Nothing I wish to tell you at the present time, sir." "Very well, Harry. Dismissed, sir." While Harry left, Dumbledore pondered the sharp pain in his chest while he'd been speaking to Harry. It was clear, since the vow had promised no manipulations, that he couldn't even appeal to Harry's better nature without being affected by the vow. This certainly bore watching. At the moment, he was impotent in his dealings with Harry, but there was now a question for him: just how far could he push Harry Potter? Harry met up with the others in the Great Hall. He sat down, pulling a plate of bread rolls closer. "Hey, guys. Hey." All six replied in unison, making Harry blink. Just come from a meeting with Dumbledore," Harry said after a moment. "He wants to check your occlumency barriers." He paused. "Well, him or Snape check your occlumency barriers?" Hermione's eyebrow shot up. "And what did you say?" "That he'll have to ask you," Harry said, wondering why she'd felt the need to ask that. "It's your minds, your choice." "Oh." Hermione nodded, feeling a bit foolish. "Sorry, Harry. No probs," he replied, reaching over for the lasagna. "He was also trying to get me to work alongside Snape. I thought his vow meant he couldn't manipulate you." Padma asked. "It does." He found that out when he got a sudden pain in his chest. Harry smirked. "But, I know Dumbledore. He'll start pushing, to see just how far he can go. I'm not worried, though. If he tries, then he'll end up a dead-on." "Oh dear, what a pity, never mind." Hermione continued with her lasagna, wishing she could get Harry to teach the cooks here his version. It was infinitely better. "Valentine's coming up soon," she said softly. All seven of them stopped eating for a moment as they looked at her. "Oh, no," Harry groaned as he looked up at the staff table. Sure enough, Gilderoy Lockhart was beaming as he looked out over the students. "What's wrong with Valentine's?" Padma asked. "Well, nothing, really," Harry replied. "Last year, I made two very good friends out of it." He beamed at Padma and Sue, who both blushed. "But, last year we didn't have Gilderoy Lockhart, the magical equivalent of Brad Pitt, running rampant at the school. 10 Galleons says he'll have something planned for the day." He sighed heavily. "Don't worry, Harry," Hermione whispered. "I'm not," he whispered back. "I already have an idea at what I'm going to get my beautiful girlfriend for Valentine's." Padma, Blaise and Neville coughed loudly when they saw Hermione blush wildly. "I get the feeling we really don't want to know the contents of that conversation." "No, you probably don't," Harry said blandly. "However, you might want to be in the Great Hall on Valentine's." "Oh, something special?" Neville asked. Harry smirked. "I hope so." On Valentine's morning, Hermione woke up. She didn't open her eyes, as she normally would. Instead, she breathed deeply, smiling widely when she smelt the delicate aroma of roses. As she opened her eyes, she spotted, instead of yellow roses like last year, they were pink roses. Hermione knew that these were a sign of romantic affection, but not as intense as red roses, which meant simply, "I love you." These flowers, of which there were 6 large bouquets, simply filled the room with sweet smells, and a message that Harry definitely cared for her. As Hermione looked around, she spotted a large teddy bear sitting on her dressing table, another rose pinned to its chest, and a small box of chocolates taped to its paw. "Harry, you little romance devil, you," she thought with a huge smile. One day, a knock on her door made her frown. She got up, grabbed her dressing gown, and opened the door a crack, peering through. Outside the door was Padma and Luna, both of whom were dressed and wearing little smirks. "We wanted to see if he slipped you anything," Padma said. With a sigh, Hermione opened the door, letting them see all the bouquets sitting round the room, and pointed to the teddy bear. "I'm going for a shower," Hermione said, grabbing her wash bag. After showering, dressing and heading downstairs, Hermione waited in the common room, intent on pouncing on Harry and thanking him properly for the gift. Taped to the wall, in between the staircases, was a note. Hermione pulled it down, noting that it was in Harry's chicken scratch. "Hermione, the rest of your present is down in the Great Hall. I'll see you soon. Love, Harry." Hermione showed the note to Padma and Luna, who squealed, "Luna squeals." Hermione asked herself before pulling her towards the portrait hole. Outside, Blaise, Susan and Neville were waiting. Harry said we had to meet early. Neville yawned. "Then escort you to breakfast." "Okay," Hermione said timidly. What the hell had he gotten her? Down in the Great Hall, they saw Gilderoy Lockhart clad in shockingly pink robes. Fortunately, the rest of the Great Hall looked normal. They'd half expected cheesy decorations all over the hall. Unknown to them, Harry had torn them down and gleefully tossed them into the fireplace earlier that morning. There was no need for tat, after all. Good morning, Lockhart boomed. I thought that we could all do with a pick-me-up, considering the unpleasantness of last term. I'd like to thank the 45 people who've sent me cards. He gestured to the doors, where a group of 6 surly dwarves were standing, each of them dressed in a ridiculous Cupid outfit. The 6 friends instantly felt sorry for them. The Cupids will be delivering your Valentines all day today, so if you see one, be sure to give it any cards you have. He gestured to the other teachers. I'm sure the other staff members would be glad to assist you on this, the most romantic day of the year. Professor Snape could surely tell you how to whip up a love potion. Snape stood up, glaring at Lockhart. The first person who asks me for a love potion will become the ingredient in a potion. He glared at the rest of the hall. Are we perfectly clear? The occupants in the Great Hall were clear. Lockhart cleared his throat. Yes, well, perhaps Professor Flitwick would be able. Leave me out of this disgrace. Flitwick snapped angrily. I really don't want to hear your suggestion. Perhaps sitting quietly and enjoying your breakfast would be better, Gilderoy. Cowed, the fop sat down, shuffling his chair slightly further away from the enraged Charms Master, who hopped onto his chair. Ladies and gentlemen, while we, the staff, certainly agree with Valentines, please do not allow it to go to your head. As I'm sure you're all aware, using love spells or potions against another is illegal and we will prevent this from happening. He sat down, staring at the hall. Next to him, Professor McGonagall tittered, before sobering. Hermione shook her head, unconsciously leaning her head down to sniff the pink rose she'd pinned to her robes, before heading towards the Ravenclaw table. I wonder where Harry is. She said to no one in particular. The band of angry dwarves were stomping throughout the Great Hall, delivering letters and cards to different people, each and every one glowing with embarrassment. Where is Harry? Neville asked out of the corner of his mouth. Although, considering the popularity of the boy who lived, I think I can understand him hiding. Not a clue. Blaise replied. I think that dwarf, pointing to a particularly annoyed-looking one, wouldn't mind finding him. The lights in the Great Hall faded slowly, ceasing all conversations instantly. What's going on? Hermione whispered. On the stage, a single male stepped out, clutching onto a magical microphone, with a small CD player and speakers in his other hand. Is that Harry? Padma whispered. Oh, my, Susan said quickly, having figured it out. Ballad time. Hermione's face lit up as a spotlight locked onto her seat at the Ravenclaw table. Even though she was very embarrassed, she couldn't deny this was very sweet. On the stage, Harry pressed play. An old tune, very familiar to the Muggleborns, began to play. Harry raised the microphone to his lips. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. He smiled at Hermione. A long lonely time. He stepped off the stage, slowly beginning to walk down the aisle towards Hermione. And time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much, are you still mine? Hermione's blush had escalated to epic proportions, but she wouldn't stop this for, well, anything. Did you know Harry's voice was this good? Susan asked Neville. He just shook his head, not wanting to interrupt. I need your love. Harry was now about a third of the way down the aisle, and halfway towards Hermione, who was grinning at him. I need your love. Draco Malfoy stood up, undoubtedly trying to ruin the moment, but a silencing spell from Daphne Greengrass quickly stopped him. True, she didn't like Potter much, but a romantic gesture such as this. It cut through even her Ice Queen act straight to the heart. Likewise, at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George Weasley quickly silenced their brother, placing a strong sticking charm on his robes so he couldn't get up. Godspeed your love to me. Harry reached out to Hermione, and took her hand, smiling warmly at her. She felt her heart melt at the gesture. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. He pulled her up to her feet, and wrapped his free hand round her waist. Lonely rivers sigh, wait for me, I'll be coming home, wait for me. Hermione pressed a key against his nose, snuggling into his side. Harry moved the microphone so they could share it, and complete the ballad together. Hermione blushed for a moment, before nodding. Whoa, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch, they sang together, still squeezing each other. A long lonely time, and time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much, are you still mine? McGonagall glanced at Flitwick, remembering the bet they'd made the previous year, about Harry and Hermione being married before they left Hogwarts. At this rate, they'd be married by the end of third year. She didn't mind, though. This was truly a beautiful moment, and she was honored that they were sharing it with everyone. I need your love, I need your love. The two turned to face the majority of the hall, and completed the last line. Godspeed your love to me. As soon as the song ended, Harry pressed a key to Hermione's lips before smiling warmly at her. Happy Valentine, Hermione Granger. The Great Hall erupted into applause. Even those students who thought that Harry was the heir of Slytherin couldn't deny that it was a beautiful moment. A number of seventh years were handing round conjured tissues. Harry smiled as he quickly walked up to the stage, grabbing his CD player. Excellently done, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. Truly a magic more impressive than anything we do here. Thank you, sir. Do you know any other songs? Harry paused. Quite a few, sir. Why? Would you consider performing another song for us? Harry froze. I'm not a professional singer, sir. Besides, I'm sure I've interrupted breakfast enough for everyone. No. The Great Hall near screamed, before a chant of, Potter. Potter. Erupted. Hermione looked up at Harry and nodded, wanting him to continue. With a sigh, he nodded. Okay, one more. Then, I want my breakfast. He quickly remembered what was on the CD, and smiled. I'll need 2 backing singers. At least one girl. He looked pleadingly at Hermione, who sighed and nodded. Luna stood up. I know the song, Harry. They calmly walked up to the stage, while Harry jabbed the controls on the CD player. A moment later, he took a deep breath. You never close your eyes anymore, when I key your lips, and there's no tenderness like before, in your fingertips, you're trying hard not to show it. Hermione and Luna quickly filled in the baby. Harry grinned. But, baby, I know it. All three sang together. You've lost that loving feeling, oh, that loving feeling, you've lost that loving feeling, now it's gone, gone, whoa. Harry continued. Now there's no welcome look in your eyes when I reach for you, and, girl, you're starting to criticize little things I do. He plastered a mournful expression onto his face. It makes me just feel like crying. Again, Luna and Hermione filled in the, baby. 'Cause baby something beautiful's dying. Again, all three sang the chorus together. You've lost that loving feeling, oh, that loving feeling. Bring back that loving feeling, now it's gone, gone, and I can't go on no. Stepping forward, Harry dropped to his knees heavily, extending his free hand to the crowd. Baby, I'll get down on my knees for you. Behind him, Hermione and Luna stepped forward, humming along as they each rested a hand on his shoulders. If you would only love me like you used to do, we had a love you don't find every day, so don't let it slip away. Hermione began singing, Baby, interspersed with Luna as they filled the musical, while Harry stared at the floor, before they joined together for the chorus. Bring back that loving feeling, oh, that loving feeling, bring back that loving feeling, now it's gone. Harry stood up, taking a step back and wrapping an arm around Hermione's waist as they concluded the song together. And I can't go on no. Bring back that loving feeling, oh, that loving feeling, bring back that loving feeling, now it's gone. The three trailed off as the music died. The instant the song was over, every person in the Great Hall, with the exception of Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy, who would never clap for a Potter, no matter what he did, hauled themselves to their feet, clapping, whistling and cheering. Harry shook his head before grabbing his CD player, and jumping off the stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that's all. That's all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. He near ran to his spot at the Ravenclaw table, sitting down and quickly loading up a plate of breakfast. Hermione and Luna sat next to him, Hermione near sitting on his lap. That was beautiful, Harry. Thank you. No problem, Hermione. Harry said softly. Happy Valentine's. Thank you. She smiled at him. You want to tell me how you got those things into my dorm room? No, not really. Harry replied. It was magic, Hermione. She snorted, and restarted her breakfast. Dumbledore approached them during breakfast, clearing his throat from behind Harry. That was excellent, Harry. Thank you for sharing it with us. sir. The gratitude out of the way, Dumbledore turned to the others. Ladies and gentlemen, did Harry pass on my request to check your occlumency barriers? He did, sir, Hermione said, speaking for the others. And what did he suggest? Dumbledore asked, genuinely curious. He suggested that we each make our own decision, sir, Hermione said firmly. However, one thing all 7 of us agree on is that we would never allow Snape to probe our minds. This is non-negotiable. That's Professor Snape, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said firmly, and please believe me, Severus Snape is a trusted member of the faculty here at Hogwarts. He would not hurt you or attempt to do anything other than check your barriers. Hermione snorted. By hurting Harry, Headmaster, he hurts us. Besides, we don't trust him, since he's done nothing to prove his trustworthiness. We prefer to investigate things for ourselves, sir, instead of blindly trusting someone's word. Dumbledore sighed. Do you not think that I have investigated Professor Snape? I know that he is trustworthy. However, I will not force the issue. Would you care for me to make the check? Why do we need this check, sir? Blaise asked. Building occlumency barriers is long and difficult work, Mr. Zabini, Dumbledore said. Harry informed me that he isn't capable of legilimency, so he would have no way of checking if your barriers were effective. When an official teacher is training a student, they frequently attempt to breach the barriers to check that they are solid. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Understood, sir. That would explain the little, tingle, sensations we get every so often, wouldn't it? Possibly. Dumbledore said slowly. When you received these tingles? Harry knew exactly when. During potions class. Every so often, sir. Hermione said dismissively, knowing that if Harry didn't trust Dumbledore, then there would be a very good reason, and she decided to follow his lead. You can check mine if you wish, sir. Dumbledore's twinkle became even more pronounced as he stared into Hermione's eyes. That's a novel approach, Miss Granger. Where are the books? Oh, you need authorization to read in my library, sir. Hermione said smugly. I assume you couldn't see anything. Well, I could see empty shelves and a desk, Miss Granger. Dumbledore said. That's an excellent setup. Instead of preventing access to the mind, you simply hide everything inside. That could be even more effective than Mr. Potter's. Thank you, sir, Hermione said, not glowing under the praise. She didn't trust the old man. The eye-twinkling thing told her that he did it far too often. Would anyone else like me to try? Susan nodded, looking into the headmaster's eyes. After a moment, Dumbledore blinked. Curious is that the hospital wing. An approximation, Headmaster. Susan replied. Of course, there's more active defenses available, should they be needed. Oh, yes, Madame Pomfrey with too many arms and a scalpel in each hand. Susan said with a grin. Truly the evil queen of medicine. Harry shuddered. There's a truly terrifying image. Blaise was next, staring at Dumbledore with that damnable Slytherin smirk on his face. A second after Dumbledore looked into his eyes, he took a step back, his face lighting up with fear. Won't you step into my parlor, Headmaster? Blaise asked, the smirk widening. An acromantula as a defender, Mr. Zabini. When have you ever seen an acromantula? Oh, you'd be surprised the things you can learn in the library, sir. Blaise said. What have you got? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Before you can get into my mind, there's a massive web. Blaise replied, still smirking. Bastard. And there's a 40-foot acromantula with my face on it. Creepy. Harry said, shuddering slightly. I don't like acromantulas. Most people don't. Blaise said airily. What better defender? True. Dumbledore said. Mr. Longbottom. Miss Pottle. Padma nodded slowly. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of anything, so I copied Harry's. I have no idea what his ship is, though, so I chose the Portkey box. Again, Dumbledore twinkled as he stared at Padma, shivering slightly. Yes, effective. I won't touch the outside of the box again. I remember what happened last time, he nodded, before turning to Neville. At Neville's brusque nodded, Dumbledore stared. Good Lord, Professor Sprout would be proud, Mr. He trailed off. Where is the exit, Mr. Longbottom? With a smirk nearly identical to Blaise's, Neville released the headmaster's mind. Dumbledore's head snapped back slightly. He reached up and began massaging his temples. Yes, that'll work, Mr. Longbottom. He looked at Luna. Would you like me to try yours, Miss Lovegood? Dumbledore stared at Luna for a moment, before trembling slightly. What the devil's that, Miss Lovegood? A crumple-horned snarkack, Headmaster. Luna said serenely. You might want to leave now. Mika doesn't like intruders. Dumbledore nodded, turning away and breaking eye contact. Excellently done, all of you. With some work, those barriers will become even stronger, keeping your minds impenetrable. He nodded once, before turning away. Ooh, I bet that pissed him off. Harry said, copying Blaze's smirk. He hates not being able to probe people's minds. Snape, too. The caw of the owls announced the arrival of the mail. There seemed to be more than normal, too. Then again, that wasn't really surprising on Valentine's until a small army of owls broke away and headed for Harry. Oh, crap, he muttered, slamming his head onto the table, fortunately missing his plate of breakfast. I hate this. By the time all the mail had been removed, Harry had 81 letters, cards and gifts. The others were no use, either, since they wouldn't stop sniggering. Bastards. Harry pushed his breakfast to one side, and began opening the mail. Marriage contract. Marriage contract. Thong ha. Marriage contract. Card. Marriage contract. Used thong ew. Hermione stopped laughing when she saw the underwear, realizing that it was a little more serious. Do you need a hand, Harry? She asked. Yep, he replied, putting another 2 marriage contracts onto the pile. I hate this. I'm the most eligible bachelor in the wizarding world, and I'm 12. It's just wrong. Oi, Harry Potter, an angry dwarf said, stomping up behind Harry. I've got a musical Valentine for you. Harry blinked. I'll give you 5 galleons if you don't deliver it. The dwarf shrugged. Deal. Fishing into his pocket, Harry handed the 5 galleons over, sending the dwarf on his way. So what else have we got? After sorting through the pile, 5 cards, his bank statement and 75 marriage contracts. Each of them would require a handwritten response in declination. Well, I know what homework I'm doing tonight, he said with a sigh. That evening, in the common room, Hermione cornered him. Here, I got you a card, she said with a blush. I didn't want to embarrass you by giving it you in public. You wouldn't embarrass me, Harry said softly. But, thank you. He took the card and opened it. Inside was a short simple message, in Hermione's impeccable handwriting. To Harry. You are my sun during the day, the earth beneath my feet, the stars during the night. You are my everything. Love, Hermione. He looked up, tears in his eyes. Thank you. He wrapped her in a tight hug, feeling his throat swell with unexpressed emotion. Hermione hugged him back fiercely, knowing that he wasn't good at stating his emotions, but knowing what he was trying to communicate. You're welcome. A few days after Valentine, Harry subtly made his way down to the first floor. As he remembered, the floor outside Myrtle's bathroom was flooded, and he could hear her sobbing inside. Taking a deep breath, and gathering a hefty portion of his courage, he entered the bathroom. Hey, Myrtle, he said cheerfully. The girl looked up, stopping sobbing instantly. Hello, Harry, she said, in what she thought was a seductive manner. Somehow managing to avoid wrinkling his nose in disgust, since necrophilia had never been one of his kinks, he swallowed back the bile. Are you okay? I heard you crying. I'm fine, Myrtle replied. I was sitting here, crying, someone came in, and threw a book through me. Threw a book through you? Harry repeated. That's a bit tasteless, isn't it? Not to mention bloody rude. I know, Myrtle agreed. Whoever it was, they were arguing, but I didn't hear anyone else. Oh, Harry nodded. Where's the book, then? The girl took it with her. Myrtle replied. By the sounds of the argument, she lost. So, she grabbed the book and left. Oh, bollocks, Harry thought. That means that the Horcrux has a tighter hold on her this time than originally. Is this because I took it from her? Is it possible that I advanced the timescale? Okay, Myrtle, do you need anything? Well, if you ever have some free time, come and sit with me for a while. Myrtle said. And when you die, you're free to share my toilet with me. Thank you, Myrtle, Harry replied politely. I'll keep that in mind. Nodding politely, he left the bathroom. This is not good. Need to find. No, Harry, Luna said, less than a foot from his back. You haven't altered the timescale. It will still happen as it did. Ginny's not as strong this time around. Probably because you didn't spend the summer with the Weasleys. Harry sighed. How do you creep up on people, Luna? He asked. No one really pays attention, Harry, especially to little loony Lovegood. I've never snuck up on you, though. I do pay attention, Harry replied. So, things are carrying on the same. Luna blinked for a moment, then nodded. Near enough, Harry. There is one more attack to come. You know which one? Yes, I do. Hermione, not this time. I won't let that happen, Luna. You know that. I do. The timescale has not changed for that attack, either. She smiled at him. You know where it will be, Harry. You know what to do. As February ended and March approached, the second years were instructed to choose their electives for 3rd through 5th year. Several of the older years saw the gang sitting on the couch, knowing that they were a fiercely intelligent bunch, and wandered over to offer some advice and support. Harry chuckled as one of the giggly 7th years offered advice. Well, you have 5 options. Arithmancy, which is basically a maths class, and really hard. Ancient runes, which is dull as dirt. Divination, which I took and I think it's fascinating. Professor Trelawney says I have a gift. Somehow, Harry managed to avoid rolling his eyes. It was a damned close thing, though. Then you've got care of magical creatures, but Professor Kettleburn's really old, and missing a good number of body parts, so I don't think he's the best teacher, really. Finally, you've got Muggle studies. I took that, too. Not sure if it's accurate, though. Penny Clearwater, the first-generation 6th-year prefect, snorted. It's really not. It's about 80 years out of date, and it's taught by a pureblood who, based on their knowledge, has never stepped foot in the Muggle world. Harry looked at his parchment. Well, that's Muggle studies out of the way. Besides, I'm non-magic raised. I could probably teach them a few things. Since I have knowledge of technology and computer code that would make them drool with envy. I don't fancy divination, either. You can't predict the future, and the idea of prophecy seems like complete bollocks to me. He ticked the remaining 3 options. I think I'm gonna pick arithmancy, 'cause I like math, ancient runes and care. Hermione looked down at her parchment, and ticked all 5, as Harry had known she would. Neville was looking at Harry closely. You know more than anyone else, Harry. What would you suggest for me? King Air through his teeth, Harry leaned back. I won't suggest anything for you, Neville. You'll need to make your own choice. But, I've looked into the subjects, so I can give you an overview of them, if you'd like. Please, Neville said gratefully. Okay. Harry steepled his fingers together. Arithmancy, as much as it's described as math class, is so much more. It deals with the mechanics of spell casting, the formulae of spells and magic. Personally, I like it because it means that you can, in theory, create new spells, or modify existing ones. Neville nodded slowly. Hard work. Very. But rewarding. It's taught by Septima Vector. Curious that the teacher has a math name, don't you think? One of the youngest arithmancy masters in the field. She gained her mastery 5 years ago, at the tender age of 24. The textbook we'll be using is Numerology and Grammatica. Hermione's got a copy in her library trunk. Neville nodded, before ticking his parchment, closely followed by Padma, Susan and Blaze. The next one is Ancient Runes. This is an incredibly complex subject, but the effects of runes are immense. Most of the Portkey box is based on runes, from the security features to the reactor itself. Runes are used in ward schemes, and is one of the main qualifications needed for a curse breaker. Again, this subject is hard work and difficult, but with the right materials, you can pick it up and create an immense number of useful things. The teaching is Professor Bathsheba Babbling, and she's the 3rd best rune mistress in the world. The 2 better currently work for the Ministry and Gringotts. The 4 second years again ticked their parchments, with Blaze looking up at Harry. You think we could see some of the runes you use on the box? Suppose. Harry said softly. They're complex, though. As in, post-mastery, level. Okay. Care of magical creatures pretty much speaks for itself. We all had to get a copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them at the beginning of 1st year. We'll end up dealing with most of the creatures in that book, from flobberworms up to hippogriffs. I don't know much about Professor Kettleburn, but according to the grapevine, he might not be around too much longer anyway. I think it's a useful subject because you never know when you might come across a magical creature. Again, the 4 were ticking their parchment. Harry glanced round the common room to see every second year listening intently to him. With a shrug, he carried on. Divination personally, I think it's a bloody waste of time, but that's just me. I mean, I know that there are true seers, but if you're not one, divination's no use to you. As a non-seer, learning to read tea leaves is a bit of a useless skill. Luna cleared her throat, smirking at Harry. The final subject is Muggle studies. I've looked at the textbook. Penny's guess at being 80 years out of date is accurate. There's only the haziest mention of cars and trains, virtually nothing on planes, nothing on television, CDs or the internet. No mobiles, phones, no computers, and having a pureblood teach it is pointless beyond belief. You should have at least a first generation teach it, or even better, a squib who's been living in the non-magical world. Like Arabella Figg, for example. What's an internet? Terry Boot asked. I've never heard of one. Harry shook his head. Terry, there is only one internet. Think of a library that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere. It has hundreds of reference sources, from cooking recipes to information regarding nuclear physics. Not to mention enough beep to last your lifetime. Terry nodded, suitably impressed, while several girls gave Harry dirty looks. What? I don't use beep. But I know it's there. So, in your opinion, Lisa Turpin asked, the best courses are arithmancy, ancient runes and care of magical creatures. Harry shook his head. I never said that. They're the best for me. If you've ever had a vision of the future, or a prophetic dream, sign up for divination. It's possible that course may help you enhance your gift. Don't just take my opinion on the matter. Look into it yourself, and see what you come up with. The portrait hole opened up, revealing Professor Flitwick. Mr. Potter. Professor. You're looking rather cheery this morning, sir. Can I assume that Professor Lockhart's had a horrific accident and will be disfigured and hospitalized? Harry looked hopeful. Several of the older girls glared at Harry, then at Flitwick when he answered, no, not yet. We can but hope, Mr. Potter. Indeed we can, sir. Indeed we can. So, what can I do for you, Professor? The headmaster has asked to speak to you, Harry, regarding your course choices. Oh. Harry rolled up his parchment, handing it to Professor Flitwick. I've already made my choices, sir, but I'll be pleased to speak to the headmaster. Ah, Harry. Good to see you. Won't you come in, please? Dumbledore boomed cheerily. How's your schoolwork coming along? Harry sat down, turning down one of the tainted lemo drops. Fine, sir. Thank you for asking. Professor Flitwick said you wanted to speak to me about my electives, sir. Indeed. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. I was wondering if you'd made your choices. The notice was only posted this morning, Headmaster. Harry said. True, but I know you, Harry. You've no doubt researched the subjects that we offer, and have already made your decision. Harry chuckled. I have indeed, sir. Excellent, excellent. May I ask what subjects you've chosen? Arithmancy, ancient runes and care of magical creatures, sir. They seemed the most interesting courses. Dumbledore nodded, a small smile on his face. Harry could tell, though, that the smile was definitely forced. May I ask why you decided against divination, Harry? Harry frowned slightly. Since I'm not a seer, sir, nor have I ever had a prophetic dream, I don't really believe in the subject. Seems very inexact to me, sir. I prefer something a little more factual. Dumbledore nodded again. Perhaps, Harry, perhaps. However, I believe that you would definitely benefit from taking divination. Oh, for what reason, Headmaster? Harry asked innocently, although he knew perfectly well why. He was hoping that if Harry was exposed to divination in Trelawney, he'd accept the existence of the prophecy more easily. You never know when a skill such as divination might be useful, Harry. Dumbledore said. And I believe, based on your past experiences, notably saving young Mr. Finch Fletchley, that divination would definitely help you in your scholastic career. As I told you at the time, Headmaster. I didn't have a vision regarding that. I just knew. I don't believe in divination, Headmaster, and considering that most magic requires strong belief to work, I would surely fail that subject. Dumbledore shook his head. I believe that studying divination would be in your best interests, Harry. You could learn a lot, and I'm sure you would excel in that class. I'm really not interested, Headmaster. Harry said firmly. Unless you can give me an excellent reason, I'd prefer to keep the 3 electives I've chosen. Dumbledore sighed. I really must insist on this, Harry. Divination will undoubtedly play a strong role for you in the future, and I must insist that you attend the course. That's certainly your right, Headmaster. Harry said. However, I have already made my decision on the matter. And you're stepping dangerously close to breaking that oath, sir. Not at all. Dumbledore said amiably. I vowed that I would not interfere in your life, except in the matters of your educational needs. As I stated, divination would be a benefit to you. Why? Harry asked, chuckling. Is there a prophecy about me or something? Dumbledore froze, exactly as Harry knew he would. What makes you ask that, Harry? Well, you seem to be pushing me toward divination, sir, even though I've said several times that I'm not interested in the subject. I just wondered if there was a reason. I ask that you trust me, Harry. Dumbledore said sagely. Please, drop either arithmancy or ancient runes, and take up divination instead. Sorry, sir. I've already handed in my selection to Professor Flitwick. Oddly enough, because I knew you couldn't help but try something like this. In certain instances, Harry, I can override a person's choices, if I feel that person's choices are not in their best interests. Dumbledore tried again. Now, which subject would you rather take? Arithmancy or ancient runes? Harry's face sobered instantly. I would advise, sir, that you don't try to do this. I have signed up for care, ancient runes and arithmancy, and those are the only subjects I will take. If you do sign me up for divination, I will have no choice but to not attend the classes. If you push me on this, Headmaster, I will have to look at other educational institutions. Dumbledore shook his head. You said that you wanted to work with me, Harry. Why do you distrust my judgment with regards to your education? I agree, sir, that I said I'd work with you, but I never said I would unthinkingly accept your decisions. I reserve the right to make my own choices. I have chosen. Harry stood up. Think about it, Headmaster, but think quickly. If you attempt to manipulate me through my choice of course, you will be in breach of the unbreakable vow. And you'll die. He turned and headed for the door. I will be relaying this conversation to the Board of Governors and to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, sir. He opened the door. Don't push me, sir. Dumbledore sighed as Harry slammed the door. He will need to learn divination. It will make the prophecy much easier for him to believe. He sighed again as he stood up. I will need to speak to Minerva and Phileas as soon as possible. Harry was fuming as he re-entered the Ravenclaw common room. Sneaky manipulative old bastard. Fortunately for Harry's blood pressure, Flitwick was still in the common room, answering questions from the other second years about what Harry had told them. Mr. Potter, Flitwick asked, are you well? You look unsettled. I'm bloody. Annoyed, sir, Harry said brusquely. Professor Dumbledore has decided that I must take divination, even though I told him I'm not interested. Flitwick frowned. For what possible reason would he want you in divination? Even he doesn't really believe it the subject. Why risk breaching the vow? I don't know, and I don't really care, sir. Harry replied. I just know that I won't take divination. I told him if he pushes it, I'm gone. Sir, do you think you could inform Professor McGonagall about this? I don't want him to do an end run around me. Flitwick nodded. I'm due to meet with her in an hour, Mr. Potter. I'll relay your concerns at that point. He looked at Harry with concern. Could I recommend that you go and relax, Mr. Potter? Yes, sir, Harry replied. I'll go and find a cricket bat and some china, I think. Minerva McGonagall sighed. All morning, she'd been advising her second years, with the exception of Neville Longbottom, about their career choices. Several of the older years decided to scare the second years with tales of horror and woe, notably about care of magical creatures. The Weasley twins were probably the worst, spreading a story about the dragons in the Forbidden Forest that were routinely fed with new third years. A knock on her door made her look up. Come in, she called. She smiled when she saw Flitwick's little head pop round the door. Is this a bad time, Minerva? No. Weasley troubles, McGonagall said with a sigh. They've been picking on the second years again. They pulled the same tricks last year, too. Flitwick let himself into the room, climbing up onto the chair in front of her desk. I've just had a meeting with Mr. Potter, after he returned from a meeting with the headmaster. McGonagall closed her eyes. And what is Albus trying to pull now? Flitwick chuckled at her immediate leap to the correct conclusion. He was trying to force young Mr. Potter into divination. He had to smile as McGonagall's lips thinned. She hated divination, and by association, Sybil Trelawney. For what possible reason could Albus be insistent on forcing Harry into that class? We all know it's next to worthless, and only the gossipy girls and people who want an easy grade even take it. Flitwick shrugged. I don't know. He just insisted, probably. I think we'll need to have a little chat with the headmaster, telling him that a student's electives are things they elect to take themselves. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. McGonagall glanced at the mirror on her desk, which had a partner mirror outside the door. It was a trick she'd learned from Dumbledore. It's Albus. She looked up. Come on in, Albus. The door opened, and Dumbledore stepped into the office. Ah, Minerva, Filius. I was hoping to speak to the pair of you. What a coincidence, Albus. Flitwick said firmly. We were hoping to speak with you, too. Dumbledore stepped closer, taking the other chair in front of McGonagall's desk. I imagine it's about the same subject, too. Harry Potter. Indeed. Flitwick said. Would you care to explain why you feel the need to force Mr. Potter into divination, Albus? He's already made and submitted his choices to me, and divination was not one of them. Dumbledore sighed. I have a very good reason for requesting that Mr. Potter take divination. Unfortunately, for security reasons, I cannot reveal this reason to you. However, in this case, I must insist that Mr. Potter's electives be changed to include divination. McGonagall slowly shook her head. We're going to need a better reason than, you have a very good reason, Albus. Minerva, I ask that you trust me in this matter, and carry out the changes I have requested. No, McGonagall said firmly. Harry has chosen against divination, and I have no reason to attempt to override that request. I believe Filius agrees with me. I do, Flitwick said, equally firmly. Can you give us a valid reason, Albus? Dumbledore sighed heavily. I cannot share it, but I do have one. Then we cannot, or rather, will not acknowledge this request, sir. McGonagall replied. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Albus? She grinned evilly. If you're this interested, I know of several second years who'd benefit from your wisdom in selecting their courses. She stood up. In fact, now would be an excellent time. Would you care to accompany me to the Gryffindor common room? Dumbledore stood up hastily. I'm afraid I'm rather busy at the moment, Minerva. However, I would ask you to reconsider my request for Mr. Potter. Divination will serve him well. No, McGonagall and Flitwick said together. When Flitwick relayed the conversation at the end of the following charms class, Harry grinned. Thanks, sir. My pleasure, Harry. Flitwick said with a smile. If Albus can come up with a good reason, I'll take you to one side and explain it to you, and then let you make a choice, okay? Fair enough, sir, Harry said. I wonder if the old man's willing to explain the prophecy about me. Nah, he kept it close to his chest last time. This time, even more since I'm not such a gullible little weapon. As he left, he took a glance at the calendar on the wall next to the door. Shit, it's tomorrow that Hermione gets zapped. No, tomorrow is the time she would get zapped. Not this time. While everyone else was preparing to attend the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Quidditch match, Harry was pulling on a set of fairly tight robes that would allow him to move quickly, just in case there was a fight on his hands. He'd seen Hermione carrying the mirror around, just in case she heard anything suspiciously hissy on the wanderings through Hogwarts. Harry made his way to the third floor, since McGonagall had said in the original timeline that Hermione had been found near the library. As he approached the doorway, he saw Luna, with Blaise, Neville, Padma and Susan, each with their wands in hand, and clearly dressed for action. What's going on? Harry asked. Luna, Blaise, Neville, Padma and Sue said together. She said to be here at this time. Something about it being necessary. Ah, Harry nodded. And let me guess, her eyes were glowing, weren't they? Yes, they answered together. And that's still freaky. Actually, I think it's worse when it's your eyes, Harry. Susan said. Hers glow white, but yours are green. It seems more sinister, somehow. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sinister. Me. Yes, sinister. You. Susan mimicked. We both know that you can be sinister. Remember, I've heard some of your evil cackles. Poor Oliver Wood. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. Shit. Harry thought angrily. Not now, old man. Not now. Swallowing back his anger, he turned. Headmaster, what are you all doing here? He asked amiably. I thought you'd be heading down to the Quidditch match. I'm just on my way there now. I'd be honored to walk with you. While we're heading down, I'm sure we'd be able to carry on our discussion with regards to elective selection. I'm afraid we have plans for the moment, sir. We decided to not attend the Quidditch match. Oh, Dumbledore asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. What are your plans? Maybe it's something I could help you with. After all, I've been here a long time, and have plenty of life experience. Harry snarled quietly. Not right now, sir. Got something to do, he trailed off as he heard a scream. In that instant, Harry had enough anger to perform an AK or a Crucio with absolutely no problems. Excuse me, sir. He set off at a run, heading down the corridor. When he came to the junction, he let out a pulse of magic, detecting blink already flowing down one of the pipes. He looked down, seeing Hermione and Penny Clearwater petrified. I could have stopped this if the old F.Ker hadn't got in the way. He thought angrily, glaring heavily at Dumbledore. The old man was pale-faced as he looked upon Harry's angry face. No, Harry said firmly. I won't let this happen. He looked up, summoning every inch of magic, before fixing Dumbledore in a glare. If you hadn't gotten in our way, Dumbledore, I could have stopped this. He pointed at the old man, his hand beginning to glow an oh-so-familiar green. The green of an Avada Kedavra. Last time on Quantum Leap. No, Harry said firmly. I won't let this happen. He looked up, summoning every inch of magic, before fixing Dumbledore in a glare. If you hadn't gotten in our way, Dumbledore, I could have stopped this. He pointed at the old man, his hand beginning to glow an oh-so-familiar green. The green of an Avada Kedavra. Harry suddenly looked down at Hermione, pressing his glowing green hands against her now rock-solid stomach. The magic in his hands began to pulse as it passed from Harry into Hermione. What are you doing? Dumbledore asked, shaken by the rage, by the pain, by the hatred he'd seen in Harry's eyes for that moment. For just a second, he didn't see Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He saw another former student, who'd embraced the darkness like a lover and been corrupted utterly. Is it too late to save the boy from the fate of Voldemort? He asked himself. Have I already failed? Harry didn't bother dealing with Dumbledore's foolishness at the moment. He was concentrating on the most important thing on the entire planet, Hermione. His Hermione. He was feeding all his raw power, which was considerably more than anyone else at Hogwarts, with the possible unlikely exception of Dumbledore, could command, directly into her body, attempting to reject the magic that was holding the petrification. Come on, Harry roared mentally. Harry, step away. Dumbledore said firmly, gathering his wits. We shall take her to Madame Pomfrey. I'm sure there is more of the Mandrake draft available. If not, Professor Sprout's mandrakes should be ready within the next 2 months. Luna couldn't help herself, she sniggered. When the others began to look at her oddly, she shook her head. He will not live 2 months without Hermione, Headmaster. 2 hours is too long. Her eyes began to glow as she stepped behind Harry, placing a hand on her shoulder. I give of myself, she said softly, channeling all the magic she could spare into her hand, so that it could flow into the fallen girl. Harry felt the boost in power, less than 1/10 of his own, but he appreciated the gesture. Thank you, he gasped, channeling the extra into Hermione. Underneath his hands, he could feel the battle that was taking place in Hermione's body. His magic, attempting to force the ancient and powerful magic of the basilisk out. Neville glanced at Blaise, who nodded, stepping behind Harry, and placing their hands on his other shoulder and back respectively. We give of ourselves, they intoned, copying Luna and forcing power into Harry's body, where it flowed into Hermione. Susan and Padma glanced at each other and nodded, before stepping behind Blaise and Neville, and sending their power into the lads to forward onto Harry. We give of ourselves. Dumbledore watched in shock and awe as Harry wielded the power of 6 witches and wizards. He knew the Muggle axiom of, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and having 5 additional cores feeding into his own would undoubtedly make him feel invulnerable. Not enough, Harry gasped, feeling the power pouring through him. Harry's thoughts regarding all that energy as his to command was radically different from Dumbledore's. He hated it. Every nerve felt like it was on fire, but even that wasn't enough to stop him trying to help Hermione. I call on the power of all those combined. Gathering his strength, he thrust one arm up to the ceiling. Arx, I need you. I am there, young heir. I give of myself to help your love. From the ceiling, a bolt of lightning erupted, landing on Harry's outstretched fingers. He screamed as it flowed down his arm, across his shoulders and into his other arm. Hermione's icy skin warmed dramatically as the energy entered her. I can only give you one more, heir. The risk to yourself is extreme. Do it, Harry commanded, forgetting that he was being rude to an extremely powerful magical artifact that could no doubt vaporize him in the blink of an eye. By your command. Another bolt of lightning erupted from the ceiling, causing Harry's hand to burst into flame. Wincing, Harry kept his hand extended, allowing the energy to pass into Hermione again. As soon as it entered her chest, she gasped, sitting up and coughing. Harry allowed his hand to drop, and slumped backwards. Hermione looked around, seeing Harry cradling his burned hand. What happened? You were petrified, Luna said matter-of-factly. Harry cured you. Oh, Hermione scuttled closer to Harry, taking his burned hand and looking at it. How? Harry chuckled mirthlessly. I infused you with all my power, trying to drive the petrifying magic out. The others helped, but it wasn't enough, even with all 6 of us. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Would you care to explain, Mr. Potter? No, Harry replied, managing to keep the growl out of his voice. Perhaps, sir, his tone was like ice, you should take Miss Clearwater to the hospital wing. Dumbledore straightened up to his not inconsiderable height. Allow me to clarify, Mr. Potter. You will explain what happened. What is, Arx? Hogwarts, Luna said softly. Harry called upon Hogwarts herself to help, and she did. Harry glared at Dumbledore. Now you know, Headmaster. Shouldn't you help Miss Clearwater? There is much for us to discuss, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said sharply. This kind of magic. Sir, this isn't the best time. Hermione interrupted. Harry's injured, and clearly needs to go to the hospital wing. She helped Harry to his feet, using his good hand. So do you, my only. Harry said softly, scooping her up into his arms, bridal style. Harry, I can walk. Hermione said, snuggling closer. Shish, he whispered soothingly. But this is nice, too. Hermione wrapped her arms around Harry's neck, keeping one eye on his burned hand. Come on. Neville cast Mobilicorpus on Penelope, following Harry down the corridor. Dumbledore scowled and fell into step behind them. He had questions for Potter. Oh, yes, he had questions. Once in the hospital wing, Harry carefully lowered Hermione onto a bed, while Neville placed the petrified Penny onto a second bed. What now? Poppy asked, exasperated. Harry looked up. Hermione was attacked by the basilisk, Madame Pomfrey. I managed to reverse the petrification, but I'd like you to check her out, just to make sure. Poppy blinked at the casual mention of a basilisk, but went to work. As she ran her wand over Hermione, she carried on chatting. Are you injured, Harry? Might have picked up a little burn during the procedure. Harry said, keeping his hand behind his back. It's nothing, ma'am. Hermione's the important one here. Poppy nodded absently, knowing that Harry was, at best, a piss-poor patient and at worst, an easy contender for mission, impossible-style escapes. I'll have a look at it when I'm done. What about Miss Clearwater? She's still petrified, ma'am. Harry said. I only had enough for one. And well, I understand, Harry. Poppy said, completing her scan. And she did. Even if neither Harry nor Hermione admitted it, they were completely in love with each other. Of course, had she asked Harry, he'd have admitted it, free and clear. Well, Miss Granger, you're in good health. However, I would strongly advise you not to cast any magic for the next few days. Oh, Hermione was suddenly scared. Why? Poppy chuckled. At this precise moment, your magical core is radically overcharged. You could probably levitate the entire castle into orbit. You'll need time to let the excess magic drain out. You'll also notice a marked drop in your appetite over the next couple of days, and you won't sleep either. I suggest you eat normally, regardless of how hungry you feel, and try and rest. Dumbledore was listening in at the door. Now that you know Miss Granger will be fine, Harry, I would like a word. It is important. Harry nodded as he held out his hand to Poppy, who winced when she saw the first-degree burns. "You may ask. What did you do?" Dumbledore asked brusquely. "As I stated in the corridor, I infused a good portion of my magic into Hermione to combat the petrification. Blaise, Neville, Padma, Sue and Luna did the same, except they channeled the power into me, and I passed it into Hermione." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I'm concerned that you know how to do such a thing, Harry. Manipulating your magical core like that can be dangerous. It can also help save a life, sir," Harry replied. "I know what you're worried about. However, this falls under our unbreakable vow, and I'll thank you to leave me alone for a time, sir. If you hadn't gotten in the way." He let himself trail off, biting down on his bottom lip as Poppy spread a wretched-smelling salve over the burns. Dumbledore shook his head. "What about what you shouted? Arcs. Is that some kind of spell?" "No," Harry grunted as Poppy began wrapping a bandage round his hand. "Then what is it? I've never heard it before. How very sad for you not being able to communicate with the castle." Harry thought. "She's a godsend. Thank you, Arcs." "You are welcome, young heir. How is your injury?" "Hurts like a bite.ch," Harry replied, before turning to Dumbledore. "I called on Hogwarts herself to help, Headmaster. She consented, and supplied me with additional power." Dumbledore reeled. "You took power from the castle itself." His face grew stormy. "Do you know what you've done?" "Yes. You could have allowed the wards to fail." Dumbledore snapped suddenly. "Harry, what you did was reckless, dangerous and foolish." "So you say, sir," Harry replied, his voice like ice. "But, you'll find that the wards haven't fallen, nor have I damaged the school in any way, shape or form." He flexed his fingers slightly. "Now, why don't you carry on with what you were doing, Headmaster?" "Do not speak to me like that, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice as cold as Harry's. "You are too young to understand the responsibility I have to my students. Such reckless stunts as what you did could have caused a problem for everyone. Never do it again. I believe it's time for young Harry to be re-educated as to his status here. I believe Severus will help me with this." Dumbledore turned on his heel. "You will have 1 month's detention with Professor Snape for these actions, Harry, doing whatever tasks he feels are a suitable punishment." "I don't think so," McGonagall said from the doorway, looking into the room. Beside her, Flitwick was red in the face in pure rage. "I received an automatic summons from the school, Albus, telling me to report here." Dumbledore scowled at her. "Deputy Headmistress, remember your place. Mr. Potter's foolish stunt could have had dangerous repercussions on everyone at the school. He will serve the detention I have assigned him." McGonagall looked up, closing her eyes for a moment. Harry could almost feel her communicating with the school, like a conversation in another room. "No, he won't," McGonagall said after a moment. "There was no danger to the school, Albus. Now, if you insist on pushing this, I shall have no choice but to escalate this to a higher authority." Harry cleared his throat. "You know, Headmaster, if you weren't so angry, you'd be noticing that pain in your chest right about now." Dumbledore knew very well that he was pushing the oath, but he let the pain in his chest fuel his anger. "Do not speak, Mr. Potter. You are in enough trouble. If you push me, even an inch, I will have no choice but to expel you for your utter foolishness." Albus, the school was in no danger. The only thing Harry did that was against the rules was performing magic in the corridor. Flitwick turned to Harry. 1 point from Ravenclaw for breaking a basic school rule. Dumbledore was livid. The boy is already performing dark magic, and they ignore it. Are they all blind? It is good I am here, ready to stop him. The hospital doors opened, revealing Padma, clutching a cauldron. "Harry, I brought the rest of that mandrake juice." He passed the cauldron across to Poppy. "Did you add me into the lock on the portkey box thing?" "Yeah," Harry said. "Over Christmas. All 7 of us now have full access." Dumbledore gasped as he felt an angry presence invade his mind. Since he was headmaster, he was anchored to the school, and he knew that it was angry with him. If he carried on with his present course of action, he knew he'd be facing problems. "I will forego the detentions at this time, Mr. Potter. However, I will be watching you. If you put another foot out of line, I will see you expelled and brought up on charges." "Sir," Harry replied politely. He held out his arm to Hermione, who looped her own arm through. "Madame Pomfrey, thank you for your usual wretched potions and meticulous care." You're welcome, Harry, she said warmly. You'll need to come back tomorrow to have the salve and bandages changed. Yes, ma'am. Harry looked at the teachers. Professors, if you'll excuse me. He led the 7 students out, leaving Poppy with a cauldron full of tan goop that she had to pour down Penny Clearwater's throat. McGonagall grabbed Dumbledore's arm and began dragging him out of the hospital wing, Flitwick falling in behind them. Once in the waiting room, and clearly out of everyone's vision, McGonagall released Dumbledore. Would you care to explain just what the bloody hell you're playing at? She snapped. Are you trying to annoy that young man? Dumbledore frowned, before letting his face fall into a disappointed mask, an expression he'd perfected over many years of staring over the top of his glasses at misbehaving students. Minerva, you know, in your heart of hearts, that what Harry did was wrong. Pulling magic from the school itself. You know the risks involved with that, and you know the possibility of it changing Harry. This kind of action is used by dark witches and wizards, and allowing him to carry on doing this is simply pushing him towards the darkness. McGonagall shook her head in sorrow. You're a bloody fool sometimes, Albus. He didn't pull magic from the school. You can't pull magic from Hogwarts. The wards themselves will not allow someone to drain them. Instead, he was given power by the school. I felt Hogwarts herself donate some of her surplus energy to Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. That's not possible. I would have felt it myself. Yes, you should have. McGonagall said. Perhaps because you were busy making up delusions about Harry turning dark, you didn't bloody notice. She sighed angrily. Now, I think you should apologize to that young man, again, for your pigheadedness. With a sigh, Dumbledore nodded. You didn't see his face, Minerva, when he found Miss Granger. I've only ever seen that rage before in one person. Harry is not Voldemort, Albus. McGonagall said. He couldn't be. It's simply not in him. His eyes, Minerva. There was such rage in them. Because of Miss Granger, Albus. If anyone tried to take Miss Granger from him, worry for them. Not for Harry. Never for Harry. He's as light as anyone I know, Albus. He will fight for the light, not for the dark. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap the old fool. Now, tomorrow, or Monday preferably, you will apologize to that young man, and you will mean it. No more accusations. While Hermione was having a shower, since it felt like her skin was crawling thanks to the excess magic, Luna pulled Harry to one side. Harry, I know what you're thinking. Luna said. Do you? Harry snarled. Yes, I do. You know you can't do this. Yes, I can. Okay, you shouldn't do this. Harry stopped, staring intently at Luna, who wasn't fazed in the slightest. She attacked Hermione, Luna. The little ch had the nerve to attack my Hermione. I know, Harry. And I know the rage that's pumping through your veins at this very moment. I share your anger. Obviously, not to the same degree, but you know that you can't do this. Not yet. Harry growled and slammed his fist into the wall. Ancient stone met calcium bone. His fingers were intact, the wall broke. It's wrong, Luna. What the K was I thinking? You were thinking that you wanted to make it all better. You did the right thing, Harry. But if you do this, here, now you'll be doing the wrong thing. You know that as well as I do. He sighed, resting his head on the wall. I hate this, Luna. I could do so much good, right now. And risk a greater evil, Harry. Luna said, resting a hand on his back. Go to Hermione, Harry. You need her, especially now. He chuckled dryly. She's having a shower. While I'd probably enjoy the show. You prat. Luna said fondly. When she comes down, Harry, give her a cuddle. It calms you down, I know it does. Yes, it does. Harry said fondly, before sighing. Why is Dumbledore so determined to have a conflict with me, Luna? Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer? Luna returned, smiling at him. Dumbledore will be sorted out in time, Harry. You know that as well as I do. Just be patient. Harry snorted. It's like the messy hair and green eyes, patience doesn't really fit into my genetic makeup, Luna. Over the next few days, Harry saw Dumbledore looking at him mournfully, but he casually blanked the old man. He was still utterly pissed at Dumbledore getting in the way when Hermione was petrified, and the accusations and attempted manipulations afterwards. On Monday, McGonagall held Harry back after class. Would you care to join me in my office, Harry? Following her into her sanctum, he sat down, and accepted her offer of tea and biscuits. "How's the hand feeling, Harry?" Harry looked down at the bandaged limb. "It feels okay at the moment, ma'am," he replied politely. "I think it'll be fine in a day or so." "Good, good," McGonagall said. "After you left the infirmary on Saturday, I spoke to Albus. I told him to apologize to you about his accusations. Has he done so yet?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet, ma'am," he replied. "But, he's been giving me piteous glances all weekend. I think he's trying to soften me up." "Indeed I am," Dumbledore said from the doorway. "I'm sorry, Harry. I know that I went too far. It won't work, though," Harry replied, not bothering to turn around. "Time and time again, I've been pushed, even though I've warned you. You just won't leave me alone. So, I've decided to leave you alone." Dumbledore sighed. "I'm sorry, Harry. I should never have accused you of being reckless. Professor McGonagall informed me that there was no danger." "As I did," Harry said, looking over his shoulder. "Let me guess, you accused me of embracing the dark, didn't you?" How do you know? You think that I enjoyed having all that power racing through me?" Harry said sagely. "I didn't. It burned, Headmaster. We were never meant to wield that kind of power. I know that. I'd just as soon never do that again." "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore said mournfully. "I believed that there was a genuine danger, to all of us." Harry shrugged. "I can't help your beliefs, Headmaster. But, it doesn't matter anymore. From this moment forth, I will have nothing to do with you, unless it directly relates to my schooling. I revoke my invitation to my home and any association with you." Dumbledore's head flashed for a moment as the knowledge of Harry's flat in Diagon Alley was removed. The old man reeled for a moment as he realized he'd lost something. "Harry, I no longer recognize your right to call me by my first name," Harry said. "From now on, I am Lord Potter, second-year Ravenclaw student." Nothing more. McGonagall sighed, but she couldn't really blame Harry. The meddlesome old man had done this to himself. "Don't worry, Professor," Harry said supportively to her. "I still like you. You're free to call me Harry." "Thank you," the old woman said, feeling oddly touched by his casual statement. Dumbledore wasn't prepared to let go. "Harry, I understand that you're upset with me, but there's no need to be childish about it. If you had my responsibilities, you'd have been concerned at the prospect of someone taking power from the school." Harry snorted slightly. "Is he serious?" he asked McGonagall. "If I was embracing the darkness, would I have defeated Quirrell last year? Or more importantly, would I have returned the Philosopher's Stone? No, I'd have kept it for myself." He shook his head. "Is there anything else, ma'am?" McGonagall shook her head. "Not at the moment, Harry." "Yes, ma'am." After Harry left, Dumbledore looked mournfully at McGonagall. "I fear I may have lost Mr. Potter." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Really?" she asked sarcastically. "What was your first clue?" She sighed. "Leave him alone from now on, Albus. Don't interfere with him, don't try and mold him into anything. Just leave him be." She saw Dumbledore's mouth open. "And don't start with that divination rubbish again. He's made his choice." Dumbledore sighed and nodded. "Very well." Back in his office, Dumbledore took one of the laced lemo drops from his desk, relaxing as the calming potion took effect. "No, this is definitely a setback in my relationship with Harry. But it doesn't matter. When Voldemort returns, Harry will have no choice but to come to me for training. This is merely a slight bump in the road. Harry will need my help." Since the attack on Hermione and Penny was the fated fourth attack, Harry knew that the Board of Governors, headed by the bastard Lucius Malfoy, would shortly be ordering Dumbledore's removal. While Harry wouldn't have pissed on Dumbledore if he was on fire after his recent actions, he didn't want him out of the way. There were two reasons for that. The first was that Dumbledore was one of the strongest wizards in the world, and it was beneficial to have him at Hogwarts. The second was proved by the old adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. While Dumbledore wasn't currently an enemy, he certainly had the potential to become one, very quickly. The second thing that Harry wanted to change was with regards to the groundskeeper. Harry had snuck down to Hagrid's hut to speak to the man. He knew what was coming here, and he'd be damned if he let Hagrid be sent to Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, and his rock cakes, while a crime in general and on teeth in particular, didn't warrant time in the dankest hole imaginable. Harry, you shouldn't be down here, Hagrid said, bustling the boy inside and near throwing him into the armchair. He quickly busied himself with making a pot of tea. Problems, Hagrid? Harry asked, pointing to the crossbow behind the door, which could probably be classed as a small siege weapon. You can't be too careful, Hagrid replied cagily, pouring a bucket-sized cup of tea for Harry. Now, what brings you down here? I heard a rumor, Hagrid, Harry said, blowing on his tea to cool it slightly, realizing the futility of trying to cool about 8 liters of tea by blowing on it. Should have brought my trunks and gone for a swim in it. About the Chamber of Secrets. According to this rumor, it was opened 50 years ago, he trailed off, looking up at the nervous face of Hagrid. Yeah, it was. By you, Harry completed. What? Hagrid dropped his cup to the floor. I never. Harry held up his hands. Hagrid, I know that you didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. However, a student was killed. In order for me to clear your name, I need you to tell me what your beast was. Hagrid looked down at his hands for a moment, before muttering a single word. Aragog. Oh, Harry started to massage his nose in a brilliant display of acting. Hagrid, please tell me that your cuddly little pet was not Aragog, the king of the Acromantula colony. You know about Aragog. Hagrid, Harry groaned, 30-foot spiders do not make good pets. 30-foot carnivorous spiders don't make good pets. He snorted. They're also not particularly good at hiding, what with them being, what's the correct term? Bloody massive. Why can't you like kittens, or bunny rabbits, or squirrels? They're boring, Hagrid replied weakly. But, yeah, I was keeping Aragog in a box. After that girl was killed, the head boy came and took me to the headmaster. I was expelled and my wand snapped, but Professor Dumbledore got me a job as the groundskeeper. Harry nodded. Okay, then. So, you didn't open the chamber. Which means we need to reveal who the true murderer was. And how you gonna do that? Hagrid asked. It happened a long time ago, Harry. There's no proof anymore. Let me worry about that, Hagrid, all you, Fang interrupted Harry with a low howl. Hagrid shot to his feet, and scurried to the window. There's someone comin'. He turned back to Harry. Do you have your, he trailed off as he saw Harry was no longer sitting there. There was a knock on the door. Hagrid gave one last, quick look around before opening it. Good evening, Hagrid. It was Dumbledore. He entered the cabin, followed by a short, balding gray-haired man, dressed oddly in a pin-striped suit, a cloak and purple shoes. Harry watched from his place near the far wall, the disillusionment charm allowing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows. Fudge, he thought viciously. You think you're taking him away, you can F.K. right off. Hagrid had become quite pale at seeing 2 of the most powerful men in the wizarding world enter his hut. Professor Dumbledore. What's going on? Fudge stepped forward, spinning his revolting lime-green bowler hat in his hands. Bad business, Hagrid, very bad business. Had to. Come. What? Hagrid demanded, making the smaller man flinch. All these attacks of Muggleborns, Hagrid. Looks very bad. It's gone far enough. The Ministry has to act. Hagrid looked imploringly at Dumbledore. Sir, you know I'd never. Dumbledore raised a hand, cutting off Hagrid. Cornelius, I want it known that Hagrid has my full confidence and support. Hagrid's record is against him, Dumbledore. Ministry's got to be seen to be doing something. Harry fumed silently. Ah, yes, got to be seen to be doing something, not actually investigating and doing something. Sometimes, I hate this bloody world. If it turns out that it wasn't Hagrid, he'll be sent back here and we'll say no more about it. But I've got to take him. I love this. Harry mused angrily. If it turns out you're innocent, we'll release you, but we won't apologize or admit our mistake. I swear you're going down, you sanctimonious arsehole. Take me where? Hagrid asked, trembling. It'll only be for a short stretch. Not a punishment, Hagrid, more a preventative measure. If we manage to catch someone else, we'll let you out. Not Azkaban, Hagrid wailed. He looked up at Dumbledore. Professor. He was cut off by another knock on the door. Harry took the momentary disruption to make his move, stepping in between Hagrid and the minister, and allowed the disillusionment charm to fade. The door was opened to reveal Lucius Malfoy, who strode into Hagrid's hut like he owned the place. His eyes narrowed when he spotted Harry. What are you doing here, boy? Fudge and Dumbledore span round to see Harry stood in between them and Hagrid. Ignoring the pompous ass, Harry turned to face Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid, I offer you a placement as a protectorate of House Potter. Do you accept? Hagrid stared at Harry for a moment, unsure of what he was being offered. He saw Harry's eyes pleading with him, and the boy was nodding slightly. I accept. Thank you. As soon as Harry finished speaking, a bolt of magic erupted from his chest, slamming into Hagrid. Hagrid, compelled by the magic, kneeled in front of Harry, still towering over the boy. Harry turned back. Headmaster Dumbledore. Governor Malfoy. Minister Fudge. How nice to see you. Why are you bothering one of my friends? You shouldn't be here, Potter. Fudge replied, semi-politely. Go on back up to the school. I say again, why are you here bothering a protectorate of House Potter? Harry didn't move. Fudge cleared his throat. I'm here to escort Hagrid to Azkaban. Harry nodded slowly. I see. Why? These attacks against the Muggle-born students, we need to do something. Fudge started spinning his bowler hat through his fingers again. I agree. You certainly do. So, why are you coming here and harassing Hagrid and not actually doing anything? Harry remained implacable. His record speaks against him. Ah, I see. Well, before I allow you to remove my protectorate from his duties, I'm going to need to ask you for that little thing called evidence. Harry crossed his arms over his chest. Where is your proof that Hagrid is responsible for these attacks? Stand aside, boy. Malfoy sneered. This has nothing to do with you. Harry looked up casually. I must disagree. And don't call me, boy. I will call you, boy, since that is what you are. Malfoy snapped. Do not question your betters. I won't question my betters. He turned to Hagrid. I apologize if I've offended you, Hagrid. He turned back to Malfoy. But I'll question you. Why are you here? Leave now. Malfoy, you have no place in these proceedings. You will leave this house immediately, or I'll have no choice but to expedite your departure. Malfoy was about to respond, when Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. Mr. Malfoy, Lord Potter is correct. This is now a matter between House Potter and the Ministry of Magic, and the Board of Governors has no jurisdiction here. The B.O. turned to Fudge. Cornelius. Fudge looked apologetic, but nodded shakily. I'm afraid they're right, Lucius. I'll see you later. With a glare that promised painful retribution and bloody murder, Malfoy span on his heel and stomped out of the cabin. Harry dismissed the man for the moment, turning back to Fudge. Now, I'll ask you again, Minister. Where is your evidence that Protectorate Hagrid is responsible for the attacks on the Muggle-born students? Hagrid's record speaks against him. Fudge replied, spinning the hat between his fingers. No, it really doesn't. Harry replied coolly. Hagrid was here 50 years ago, true, but so was Professor Dumbledore. Does that mean that you think he's responsible for the Chamber of Secrets being opened? The Chamber of Secrets is a myth, boy. Fudge replied. But, Hagrid was responsible for the death of a student 50 years ago. I have to take him in. Harry shook his head. No, Hagrid's beast 50 years ago was not the monster. It was an acromantula, and it currently lives in the forest. If you don't believe me, we can go and see him, and he'll be able to tell you that it wasn't Hagrid. And don't call me, boy. And how do you know this, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked, intrigued by the firm stance Harry was taking, over what was, at best, a minor matter. Glancing up at his headmaster, noting the slight amusement, Harry arched his eyebrow angrily. I investigated, Headmaster. I looked into the records. I looked at the crime scene. There was no evidence that Hagrid was responsible of choosing an appropriate pet. I must disagree, Fudge said pompously. It was proven that Hagrid was guilty of letting a monster roam the school, killing a student. Harry cocked his head at Fudge. No, it wasn't. It was proven that Hagrid has extremely poor taste in pets. He glanced at Hagrid, who looked down at his hands, and he was keeping a large spider. But, I know a very simple way of proving that Hagrid is innocent. He turned back. Hagrid, grab your umbrella. Obeying Harry without thought, he grabbed the pink umbrella that contained the broken remnants of his wand. I want you to swear a magical oath, right here and now, that you did not open the Chamber of Secrets. Harry instructed calmly. Also, an oath that you do not know what is in the Chamber of Secrets, and that your pet 50 years ago was not responsible for that student's death. Hagrid took a moment to consider the wording, before raising the umbrella. I, Rubeus Hagrid, hereby swear on my magic and my life, that I was not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets in 1944. I also swear that I do not know who opened the chamber, or what the monster inside was. I swear that the beast I had 50 years ago was Aragog, the now king of the Acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and that he was not responsible for the girl's death. So I swear, so mote it be. With a flash of magic that rocked everyone, the oath was sealed. Since Hagrid was still standing there, it was plain that his oath was true, otherwise he would have dropped dead the instant he said, so mote it be. With a smile, Harry turned to Fudge. There is your evidence, Minister. That doesn't prove anything, Mr. Potter. Hagrid could be lying. Fudge blustered. Cornelius, Dumbledore began in that annoying grandfather tone, judging by the fact that Hagrid is still alive, he is not lying. Which means that I simply cannot let you take him to Azkaban. Fudge stomped his foot on the ground, actually stomped his foot. Well, then, what do you propose we do? How the hell did this guy get to be minister? Harry asked himself. I doubt he could wipe his ass without detailed instructions and a payoff from Lucy. Here's a plan, Minister, he began, why don't you investigate? Find out what creatures are capable of petrifying people. Then make a list of these creatures, and start searching for them. That should keep the useless git out of my hair while I sort the rest of this mess out. Do you have any suggestions? Fudge asked, all bluster gone at the thought of having to do some actual work. No. Since I already know what it is. However, I'm sure that Hagrid's knowledge of beasties is more than up to the task. Hagrid nodded slowly. I mean, he knows more about magical creatures than anyone I've ever met. Fudge turned to Hagrid, a pleading look on his face. Mr. Hagrid. Oh, it's, Mr. Hagrid, now. When the time comes, you either buckle down and get the job done, or I'll end your ass. Harry thought. Why not let him think about it for a bit, and he can owl you, Minister? He asked in a no-nonsense tone. And why don't we leave him alone now? It's been a stressful evening for all of us. Without waiting, Harry shooed Fudge out of the door, letting it slam into his face. Oh, I love doing that to him, he replied quietly, his voice full of smugness and malicious glee. Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. Bugger forgot about him. Harry turned to the headmaster. Sir. Expecting another bollocking, Dumbledore did the unexpected and smiled warmly. That was a very good thing you just did, Harry. I think 50 points to Ravenclaw for loyalty. His smile faded slightly. However, I must deduct 5 points from Ravenclaw for being out of school after curfew. Harry nodded brusquely. Sir. Excellent. Dumbledore turned back to the door. Hagrid, if you could see fit to escort Mr. Potter to the entrance hall when he returns, I would appreciate it. Without another word, the old man was gone. Harry. Hagrid asked. What did you do? Turning back to his first friend in the wizarding world, and indeed, first friend ever, Harry smiled. I made you a protectorate of my family, Hagrid. It means that if anyone attacks you, they're attacking the Potter family. Does it mean that you own me? Hagrid asked uncertainly. Nope. Protectorate literally means, one who is protected. You're not a South Avenue, or a vassal, or property, Hagrid. It was originally designed to take care of young orphan witches so they wouldn't be abused. Read. Sold and BPD. However, it's never been overturned. It just means that you now have the protection of House Potter there, should you ever find yourself in trouble. Hagrid tapped Harry on the shoulder, knocking the young man to his knees. You're a good kid, Harry. Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. Harry just grinned. Do you really think I could do anything less for you, Hagrid? You're my first friend. How could I let them drag you to Azkaban? With a wink, Harry hauled himself to his feet, and headed for the door. You gonna walk me back? Once back at the school, Harry remembered the other reason that Malfoy was present at Hogwarts that evening, the suspension of Headmaster Dumbledore. With a groan, he headed for the old man's office. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on Harry's side this evening, as the gargoyle had been left open. Harry casually sauntered up the stairs, not bothering to knock as he slipped into the office. Of suspension. You'll find it's been signed by all 12 governors. Lucius was saying. Dumbledore was nodded casually. If the governors want my removal, I shall, of course, step aside. No. Harry said, from barely 6 inches behind Malfoy. The man started. Before reaching for his cane. Do you have no manners, boy? Get out. This doesn't concern you. Harry arched an eyebrow. So, I hear that you wish to suspend the headmaster, Lucy. Is that correct? Malfoy's eyes narrowed. You will address me with respect, boy, before I break you. PFF'd. Harry waved him off. You couldn't break wind without the say-so of your old master, Lucy. He said dismissively. Now, I'll ask again, did I hear you say that you wished to suspend Dumbledore? It is none of your concern, boy. Now Harry's eyes narrowed. Do we have to go through this again, Malfoy? Do not call me, boy. You will address me as, my lord, or, Lord Potter. Are we clear? Malfoy wasn't nearly as dumb as his son. We are clear. He turned back to Dumbledore. You will leave the school immediately, Dumbledore. Funny thing, Harry said. As I understand the charter, the Board of Governors are here to maintain certain aspects of the school, but the decision to make staff appointments actually lies with the headmaster. The only way to have him removed from his post is if the teachers feel that he is no longer acting in the best interests of the school. Harry picked up the signed order. And another thing, Lucy. You're not nearly as popular as you might think. In fact, I'd be willing to bet good money that if I were to ask the other 11 people on this list if they voluntarily agreed to signing, they would tell us that they only agreed because you threatened to curse their families. Dumbledore stood up. Is this true, Lucius? Of course not. Malfoy snapped. The child is obviously delusional. I'm in perfect health, and in full control of all my faculties, Governor. Harry replied. However, I am correct. Now, since that piece of paper's only value is if we run out of toilet roll, I think you'd best tuck your tail between your legs and run away, hadn't you? Otherwise, I might just let a few skeletons out of the closet for you, Lucius. You'd be surprised at the depth and accuracy of my knowledge. You think to threaten me? Malfoy asked, incandescent with rage. Threaten? Harry asked with a smirk. Oh, I don't threaten, Malfoy. I simply state my intentions. Now, get the hell out of my school, and take your bog roll with you. Malfoy snatched the piece of paper before stalking out of the office, his head held high. Masterfully played, young Harry. Dumbledore said as he sat down. However, he will not take such an action lightly. Harry stared at Dumbledore, making him squirm. Let the mincing bastard bring it on. And I've told you about using my first name. He turned and started for the door. Harry. He stopped, clenching his fists in anger and turned back to face the headmaster, who was smiling warmly. Thank you. With a scowl and a nod, Harry left the office. Dumbledore pondered the situation after Harry left. Even though he and Harry were again at odds, and this time, he admitted it was his own bloody fault, Harry had stood up and objected to him being removed from the school. Why? Why would he defend me to Lucius Malfoy? Granted, Harry doesn't like Death Eaters, and despite his claims of Imperius, he is a Death Eater. Could it be that simple? With a sigh, he stood, ambling over to the fireplace, throwing in some flow powder. He quickly summoned 3 of the heads of houses, knowing that Severus would have nothing good to offer to the conversation. They arrived in short order, and Dumbledore could see that both McGonagall and Flitwick were still rather pissed with him, and Pomona Sprout wasn't looking too happy, either. Please, be seated, Dumbledore said, settling himself behind his desk. After everyone was settled and refreshments had been offered, Dumbledore got straight down to business. I wish to discuss Harry Potter. Oh, what now, Albus? McGonagall snapped. Haven't you done enough? I agree, Flitwick said firmly. You've been seeing just how far you can push the lad, and all you've done is push him further and further away from you. I strongly suspect we may be losing Mr. Potter from Hogwarts at this rate. Sprout just stared at Dumbledore, anger in her eyes. It was as unnerving as being savaged by a duck. Why yes, Dumbledore said, tearing his gaze away from Sprout. Anyway, I have just had a rather interesting meeting with Lucius Malfoy. He came in with a petition to have me removed as headmaster. However, Mr. Potter came up to my office and prevented Lucius from carrying out his plan. I'm at a loss to understand why he'd defend me. McGonagall sighed. Did you start taking brain cell killer? Harry Potter is a good young man, Albus. He's about as light as it comes. You constantly pushing him is doing him no favors. Nodding slowly, Dumbledore cleared his throat. The young man baffles me. In what way? Flitwick asked. The only reason I ask is that he's as clear as glass to me. Dumbledore floundered for a moment to get the right words. He drew power from the school to heal Miss Granger. And yet, the school was not damaged in any way. He said that he wants to work with me, and then refused when I suggested that he go into divination. I have valid reasons for pushing him towards that point of view. I don't understand him. Sprout leaned forward in her chair. Did you give him the reasons that you want him to go into divination, or just tell him that he shouldn't expect him to go along with it? The reasons I have are not something to be shared lightly, Dumbledore said haughtily. Put simply, Harry is not old enough to learn of these reasons. That's why, Sprout said with a shrug. I've only really observed him during herbology and some of his meals, but he's not exactly a normal child. I've never seen him worry about his homework, and every essay that he's given in to me is nearly flawless. He's very mature, and I think that's your sticking point. Dumbledore nodded. You believe that he is not really a child anymore? Yes, all three house heads said together, before McGonagall spoke up. Albus, you've been treating him like he's just another young boy, with no idea of what he wants. You seem to be focusing on him far too much. Dumbledore sighed. Despite his apparent maturity, he is just a young boy, not to mention a very high-profile young boy. He'll need help and guidance. Flitwick stood up on his chair, resting his hands on the edge of Dumbledore's desk. And why does it need to be your help and guidance, Albus? Excuse me. Dumbledore was shocked at Flitwick's question. I am one of the foremost light wizards, and I know what he will need. How? Flitwick pressed ahead. You asked him about his electives, and then told him that you'd decided differently for him. You didn't tell him why you'd selected differently. You just told him you had, and then expected him to follow. What is this obsession with Harry, Headmaster? With a sigh, Dumbledore popped a lemo. Drop into his mouth. As Harry himself told you at his birthday party last year, Voldemort is not dead. He will return. When he does, he will go after Harry Potter. That is unavoidable. For one of these reasons that you think Harry isn't old enough to hear. McGonagall asked snidely. Since all of us are considerably older than Mr. Potter, would you care to share them with us? No. Dumbledore replied simply. You can't understand the burdens that this knowledge carries. I will not pass them on to anyone else. When the time is right, I shall inform Mr. Potter. Until then, I'm afraid that I won't be able to pass on this information. Flitwick glanced at McGonagall, who nodded slightly. Then you shall continue to push Mr. Potter further and further away from you, sir. McGonagall said as she stood. I shall not assist you as you continue to push him. I would think very carefully, Albus. Sprout stood up next to her, with Flitwick jumping off his chair. Without another word, all three stalked out of Dumbledore's office, leaving the old man alone with his thoughts. No, I know what will need to happen. Harry will have to fight Voldemort, and he will have to die. It's unavoidable. For the greater good, Harry Potter must die at Voldemort's hand. It was official. Hermione Granger was confused. True, this had been a fairly common state of affairs ever since she'd met Harry Potter, but she was even more confused now. She sought him out, finding him tinkering in his portkey box. Harry. He looked up, spotting his girlfriend stood in the door, nibbling adorably on her bottom lip. Ah, she's so cute when she does that. Yes. Do you have a minute to talk? She asked, stepping inside and shutting the door. Oddly intrigued, Harry gestured to the chairs. Sure. Won't you take a seat? After sitting, Hermione took a moment to organize her thoughts. I have more questions, Harry. Of course you do. Harry thought, amused. Okay. How did you know about me being petrified? She asked. Same way I knew about Justin. He replied, looking into her gorgeous chocolate eyes. I can't really explain it. Without telling you everything, it's too early for that. She nodded. Your secrets, are they bad? Harry wasn't expecting this question at all. He hesitated for a moment, trying to work out the best way of putting it. They could be taken that way, certainly. Some of my secrets are bad, some are good, some neutral. All necessary, though. Another nod. When I learn your secrets, am I gonna hate you? He Ked air through his teeth nervously. I don't know. I'd like to think, no, but I can't say for certain. I believe that you'll understand, but whether or not you'll ever trust me again is certainly open to debate. Are you manipulating us? She asked, her voice becoming a little cooler at Harry's rather frank admission. Deciding to go for broke, Harry nodded slowly. I suppose in a way yes. I'm manipulating you into becoming stronger. Better protected and able to protect. I'm manipulating you into becoming a better witch. Why? Because I love you. Because I have no other choice. Harry said honestly. You must live and be happy. Everything else is secondary. Realizing that he'd basically just admitted he loved her, Hermione leaned back. When do you think you'll be able to tell us everything? Quite a while yet, Harry said, sighing heavily. I'm sorry, Hermione. Truly I understand that it's frustrating as hell, but I don't really see another way of doing things. Can't you just tell me and let me decide? I wish I could, Harry said. I really wish I could. Hermione nodded. Do you have a plan? I did not so much anymore. Only the haziest outlines of one. Harry admitted. When I first got here I did, but that's gone straight down the crapper now. He sighed. I know that I can't answer your questions, Hermione. I know that's frustrating, and I'm sorry. Have you lied? Hermione demanded. Not to you. Harry retorted instantly. To Dumbledore, yes. To Snape, probably. Maybe a little to Malfoy, but the little shite deserves it. I've not lied to you or any of the others. I swear on my magic. He flashed for a moment. I won't lie to you. I don't think I could, even if I wanted to. She relaxed slightly. Is there anything I can help you with? Slowly, he shook his head. I don't think so. Not at the moment. Just being with you is enough. Her heart melted at the admission, something that no other 12-year-old boy would say. Thank you, Harry. It's enough for me, too. He shyly took her hand, squeezing gently. No thank you. Inside a 50-year-old book, a malevolent consciousness was quickly becoming agitated. I tire of dealing with this pitiful child. She has told me of the boy who lived. I want him. With luck, I can possess him and gain his body. Inside the portkey box, Harry was typing out a list of things he wanted to accomplish in the upcoming summer. It wasn't a particularly long list, but the tasks were daunting, to say the least. Dealing with Creature was the simplest task, although it was far from easy. He also had to deal with the shithole that was Grimmauld Place, although it was possible if Creature was suitably retrained, he could take care of the dirty and stagnant House of Black. He also wanted to get to work on the defeat of the Dark Lord, although aspects of that would no doubt prove to be difficult. He didn't relish the idea of working his way through the country, but it was necessary. The Foundation also needed to be recreated, although he was looking forward to that task, since it would be useful to him and a good number of the wizarding world, too. He only hoped that he could get everything working properly. The Marauders' map was one of the most important things, as far as Harry was concerned. By decoding the charms and spells used on the map and then incorporating them into his portkey box, he'd be able to keep a watch over places like Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, giving him warning in the event of an attack. That warning may only be a few minutes, but he'd been in the middle of far too many firefights and he knew that a minute or two, sometimes even seconds, was often the difference between life and death. He grabbed the Marauders' map again, staring at it intently. Again, the bloody thing didn't just decode in front of his eyes. I really wish I could contact Moony or Sirius about this damn thing. Oh, that reminds me. Need to send him another package. He'll need some clean robes for when he's on the run. He made the mental note, before taking his wand and poking at the map. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, he said softly. Instead of taking his wand away, as he would normally to use the map, he kept it pressed down, activating the personality matrix. Harry had a mild flashback to when he first got the map off the twins last year, before focusing on the here and now. This is the son of Prongs. I need the help of the Marauders. This is Mr. Padfoot. How can the spirit of the Marauders help you? Mr. Moony would like to ask how the brains of the Marauders can be of assistance. Mr. Prongs welcomes his noble offspring. How can the heart of the Marauders help you, son? That one made Harry chuckle. Ah, Dad. Mr. Wormtail would like to welcome the proud son of Prongs, and asks how the caution of the Marauders can serve. Dying, Harry muttered as he read Wormtail's message. Marauders, I need to know how the map you created was made. Specifically, what charms and enchantments were used in its construction. Ah, this sounds like a question for Mr. Moony. Unfortunately, however, this program does not contain the information that you've requested. This program is nothing more than an imprint of the personalities of the four Marauders, circa 1976. For the information you've requested, you will need to contact our organic counterparts. As you are the son of Prongs, may Mr. Mooney assume you know who we are. I certainly do, Remus Lupin. Unfortunately, I'm a time traveler, so I can't contact Remus at the present time. Put simply, he doesn't know who I am. Mr. Mooney would like to congratulate the son of Prongs for such an immense prank. Traveling through time. What kind of spell can do that? It wasn't a spell. It was Muggle technology. Obviously, a century more advanced than your time, but it was still just technology. No magic involved. Mr. Prongs would like to know why you traveled back in time. Harry sighed softly. I didn't have much of a choice. When the Blood War was over, there wasn't really anything left. I got a second chance, so I made my quantum leap. The map didn't show anything for a moment. When the message came, Harry snorted. Mr. Wormtail would like to point out this is a remarkably heavy conversation. Perhaps a good prank is in order. Rolling his eyes, Harry closed the map, leaning back against the console. Guess I'll have to wait until Mooney shows up. Shouldn't be too long, anyway. Soon things will happen. Gotta make sure I'm ready. In the Great Hall, Luna looked at the rest of her friends, her eyes glowing softly. With a softly muttered curse, Hermione leaned closer. What is it, Luna? She whispered. Luna smiled. Things are going well, Hermione. Shortly, things will be worked out properly. The Chamber of Secrets will be revealed. Her grin widened. It's gonna be fun. Several days passed after Luna's prediction, making Hermione even more nervous than normal. Harry seemed to be on the lookout for something, but she had no idea what it could be. Frankly, it was freaking her out. She'd tried talking to Harry, but found that he was just as tense and nervous as she was. He was little better at hiding it, either, and to their friends, it was becoming more and more noticeable. While Harry was off in his portkey box, Hermione called the others together, leading them on a roundabout walk of the Black Lake. What's up, Hermione? Neville asked softly. You've seemed unsettled for days. What's wrong? Hermione huffed for a moment. It's Harry, Nev. The last couple days, he's been a bit off. It's almost like he's waiting for something to happen. He is, Luna said, looking into the depths of the lake dreamily. So far, this is very much like a game of chess. Harry can't make his move until the Black has made theirs. Until they do, Harry's stuck. And I don't think he responds too well to being stuck. The group nodded, knowing that Harry wasn't exactly the most patient person in the world. Hell, he wasn't even the most patient person in an empty room. Padma cleared her throat. Is there anything we can do to help him? Maybe a game of sock Quidditch or something. Blaise nodded. True. We've not played in a while. Maybe an impromptu game might get him out of his funk. I don't think so. Hermione said. He's focusing on this situation. I don't doubt he'd play, but he wouldn't really focus on it. Susan snickered. So what's it like to know your boyfriend so well? Hermione's mature, sticking her tongue out, maneuver simply made Susan laugh harder. Leave it, Sue. When he's back to normal, we can all tease each other mercilessly. Until then, let's focus on the important stuff. Neville nodded. So, we get him to play a little sock Quidditch. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. The happy, booming voice of Lee Jordan sounded in the dungeons. Welcome to the, let's forget the monster that's terrorizing our school. Sock Quidditch match. I'm Lee Jordan and I'm your host. Sitting with me this evening, we have the Masters of Disasters, Hell's Carrots, Fred and George Weasley. Thank you, Lee. It's nice to be here tonight. I think we're all glad that there's something for us to think about than some ancient monster of death. Too true. Are you looking forward to a great display of sportsmanship? No, I'm more interested in watching our little brother get battered with the squash balls again. That was quite entertaining. Indeed. If the lovely Miss Granger, who's very lovely indeed, would kindly pummel the youngest male Weasley, we'd all appreciate it. Speaking of the lovely Miss Granger, here comes the first team of UQL, the Norfolk Enchants. Led by Captain Coffee, Harry James Potter, the best seeker in the history of the UQL. We'll carefully ignore the fact that he invented it just a year ago. And he proudly leads his team out, the first multi-house team, in fact. A Slytherin, 4 Ravenclaws, a Hufflepuff and a Gryffindor. Which, to be frank, scares me. A member of the most evil house ever, the Hufflepuffs. Anyone who's had a detention with Professor Sprout will agree with us, I'm sure. And who are they facing today? Seriously. Okay, well, I've been told that our little Ronikins there's no point in making that gesture, Ron. I like girls. Where was I? Ron's team. Ah, yes. Imaginatively titled, The Weasley Cannons. Good lord, that's sad, isn't it? Weasley Cannons. Might as well put them at the bottom of the league right now. Who's there, anyway? Ron Weasley, Seamus Finnegan, a very unhappy-looking Dean. What's his name again? Oh, right. Dean Thomas, who's having to be dragged out to the pitch by two very unlucky fourth years. Who are they again? According to this roster we were handed, we've got Alan Pickles, fourth-year Griff, poor guy, being called Pickles, and John Thomas. Is this for real? Okay, so, who's playing what? Okay, John Thomas and Pete Pickles are playing as beaters, while Ronikins is in goal. Huh, that should be interesting. Playing as chasers are Dean Thomas, no relation to the Hampton who's beating, Seamus Finnegan, and Mark Twist, a seventh year. Finally, as seeker, we have Lavender Brown, from Gryffindor. Huh, a nice balanced team, here. For the Norfolk Enchants, we have the Slytherin Spock in the goal, looking as utterly emotionless as a pot plant. Good to see. As beaters, we have the very lovely Miss Granger. Please stop pointing your beater tube at me. We're being nice. Okay, while Fred tries to straighten his nose, I'll advise that we have Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood as beaters, while the triple house attack force of Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, and Padma Patil, while Captain Potter will chase after the snitch. Referring today as Professor Flitwick, who, we've been advised, has already taken 3 calming drafts in preparation for this match. And we're off. Patil passes that weird quaffle to Longbottom, who ooh, that looks nasty. Cannon's chaser Finnegan just bounced off Longbottom there. Get up, Seamus, you wimp. It wasn't that hard. Professor Flitwick's called a timeout while they bandage up Finnegan's knee. No foul awarded. Well, that's not surprising considering that Seamus just threw himself at Neville. Any other teams watching should pay attention to the fact that Seamus bounced off. And Seamus is being given a pain relief potion. Good lord, what a wuss. And we're off again. Longbottom's dribbling the ball down the pitch, dodging neatly round Thomas, another Thomas, and Brown, who's just stood there. Is she looking for the snitch? What? Oh, she's admiring the ceiling. Well, why not? George. Yes, Lee. She is still conscious, isn't she? I think so. Yep, she's got her eyes open. Ooh, Longbottom dodges a nasty attack from Pete Pickles. It's hard to take him seriously with that name, and now it's Longbottom versus Weasley in goal, and the score is 1-0 to the Enchants. Ron, a tip: when the ball comes towards you, you're supposed to stop it, not flail your arms about. And now Cannon's goalie Ron's throwing the quaffle to Dean Thomas, who's looking a bit distasteful at playing this game. Beater Granger just blasted the ball out of Thomas's hands, where it's scooped up by Chaser Bones. Ah, the pinball maneuver. Yes, the Enchants showed us this move in their very first game, and so far, no one's been able to come up with a suitable counter to it. Longbottom to Bones to Patil again to Bones, and she shoots and scores. Again, our little brother has flubbed up. Makes us all proud to be Weasleys, doesn't it? Ron, we're both straight, so that hand gesture is a bit pointless. Seriously, mate, you need to learn to. What's this? Potter's making a sprint up the field. Has he spotted the snitch? It's fairly clear that Brown hasn't. Is she counting cobwebs or something? I have no idea, Lee. And Bones has launched a shot. And Potter catches the snitch. The Enchants win. Ooh, that looks painful there, Ron. I think a trip to the hospital wing might be in order. You don't have a lot of luck with the UQL, do you? Isn't that the second time your nose has been broken? And Professor Flitwick awards the game to the Norfolk Enchants, with a stunning 17-0 victory. If we're honest, and we're always honest, I think the Weasley Cannons were lucky to get the 0. Still, stop flicking blood, Ron. We told you last time to stop doing that. With an eye roll, Lee clapped his hands. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's everything. I'm Lee Jordan, with Hell's Carrots, wishing you all a good night. Leaving the large dungeon, Harry felt his spirits lifting. Thanks to his friends, and a solid sock Quidditch victory, he felt better than he had in days. Of course, he should have known that fate hated him with a fiery passion, and would make him pay for being in a good mood. As they entered the second floor, Harry's senses went to red alert. Something was wrong here, something that he didn't know. He turned to his friends, noticing that each of them was sharing his discomfort. "You feel it?" he asked tersely. "Yeah," the other 6 agreed nervously. "I think Juan's out," Harry said, pulling his own as he looked around. He couldn't see anything at the moment, but he, more than anyone, knew of various ways things could be disguised. "There's something here or there's been something here." "The basilisk," Hermione breathed, drawing her wand and shuffling in her pocket for her communication mirror. Ever since she'd heard about the basilisk, she'd carried the small device around with her. "I'll take point if you want." Harry nodded tersely, hating putting her in any kind of danger, but knowing that with the mirror, she'd be reasonably safe. "Take care." With a tender smile, Hermione extended the mirror around the corner of the nearest intersection, spotting nothing. "It's clear." For almost 5 minutes, they slowly made their way across the second floor, peering round corners discreetly. Harry's senses were as taut as a bowstring, but he quickly employed his occlumency skills to calm his mind and emotions. "No point in becoming hex-happy yet. Anyone see anything?" Susan asked, her hand shaking slightly. Harry slowly shook his head and took a chance. Closing his eyes, he sent out a pulse of magic, his form of sonar. He could feel it bounce off his friends and their wands, but there was nothing else magical that he could detect. "That's not right," he muttered. Hermione looked up, nervous after feeling something passing through her. "Was that weird detection thing you do?" Yeah," Harry replied absently. "The only magical cores in the area are us. There's nothing else. There should be something within range. It's not class or meal time. There should be some people around, but there's nothing." Hermione was the smartest witch of her generation for a reason. "Another attack. If the basilisk has managed to kill?" Harry asked. "It's certainly a possibility. If they were dead, their souls would depart and their magic would be gone. I've never actually tried to scan a petrified person. I don't know if they'd register." Hermione nodded, raising her mirror to look around the corner. What she saw made her stomach roll with nausea. "Harry." Slowly closing his eyes, Harry asked the question everyone wanted to know but wasn't brave enough to ask. "How many?" It took a moment for the reply to come. "5, I think," Hermione said, squinting into her mirror. "Yeah, 5 people. I can't tell if they're alive or dead. We need to go and check them." Harry nodded as he stepped out around the corner. He knew that Blink wasn't still in the area, so it was relatively safe. As he walked forward, he realized that it was time. People were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Damn it, this never happened originally. Is this because of me? As he got closer, he was able to make out the identity of the fallen students. It appeared to be most of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, lying prostrate on the floor. Hermione looked up fearfully, staring into Harry's stormy green eyes. "Harry." Before he could answer, another voice spoke in. With glowing white eyes, Luna intoned, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." She blinked, her eyes fading before turning to Harry, her face a mask of panic. Go, now." Without a further comment, Harry vanished as he ran. Hermione stood to move to him, but was stopped by Luna's hand. "This is his, Hermione." She smiled weakly. "He'll be fine." Hermione shook her head. "But the heir of Slytherin is Voldemort." "I know," Luna replied calmly. "Harry's faced him before and won. Have trust and faith in him, Hermione. You cannot assist in this battle. All you can do is be there for him afterwards." With a pout, Hermione waved her wand at the intercom speaker on the far wall. "Professor Dumbledore, can you come to the 2nd floor, west side? We have petrified students." Harry ran up to the 5th floor, barely breathing hard. He passed into the common room, barely waiting for the portrait to acknowledge him. Once inside, he dashed up the stairs into his dorm room, quickly pressing his hand against the door of his portkey box. He passed into the console room, ignoring the glittering console as he headed to his bedroom. Inside the wardrobe was a small chest, containing some of his needed battle supplies. Internally, he was seething over what had happened. "It's never enough, is it?" he mused as he pulled off his fragile school shoes. "I saved people from the basilisk, so others get petrified. It's true, fate hates my guts." With a slight shimmy, he dropped his pants to the floor, stepping forward and pulling out a pair of heavily reinforced black jeans. Tight enough to be snug, but not hamper movement. He pulled out a padded vest, pulling it on top of his school shirt. "All students are to make their way to their dormitories immediately." McGonagall's voice called over the PA system. With a snarl, Harry raised his wand to his throat. Sonorous. All teachers, staff, students and ghosts report to the Great Hall immediately. You have 5 minutes. Dumbledore looked up at hearing Harry's voice reverberating throughout Hogwarts. He withheld a grim smile as he heard a second-year student issue a command to the whole school. What made him lose his resolve was seeing students in the halls look at each other, before turning around and heading to the Great Hall. This will be interesting. Perhaps this needed to happen. I will have to reflect further after the current crisis is done. 4 minutes, 50 seconds later, the school was assembled in the Great Hall. The teachers were stood in a small group at the staff table. I'm really not sure about this. McGonagall muttered, looking round the packed Great Hall. I wonder why the students listened to Harry Potter instead of me. Dumbledore chuckled. I would guess, Minerva, that at the present time, the students respect him more than the teachers. Even Miss Granger is here. Indeed, Hermione was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, along with the rest of Harry's friends, positively squirming in her seat. McGonagall glared lightly at Dumbledore, still not having forgiven him for his stupidity and pigheadedness. Harry grabbed a belt from his combat trunk, lacing it around his waist and beginning to load up items. A small knife, charmed to be ever sharp, was tucked into a discreet sheath at the back, while a small box of potions were quickly jabbed into a pouch. A vial of freely given unicorn blood was placed into an imperturbable charmed pouch, something that would be able to save him from even a mortal wound. Once dressed and armed, he closed his eyes, his mind reaching out to the ancient castle surrounding him. Arx, you about? Where else would I be? The soothing voice of Hogwarts mockingly replied to him. How can I help you, my heir? Is everyone in the Great Hall? There was silence for a moment, as the great castle scanned itself. The 5 petrified children are still in the infirmary, along with the nurse. All else apart from yourself and one other is in the Great Hall. The other is not inside the castle. Oh, she is, Harry replied, pulling on his boots. Or rather, she's underneath it, in the Chamber of Secrets. Wait a minute, can't you sense the chamber? There is something blocking me. Hogwarts replied. There is a presence, if you will. It is malicious. Cruel. Salazar. No. Salazar was not cruel. He was driven, but not cruel. No, this is far newer. I believe it is a remnant from when Tom was here. He must have somehow interfered with the chamber. Probably decided to keep the whole thing for himself. Harry made sure all his buttons, zips and doodahs were fastened. Nothing worse than going into battle with your trousers flapping around your ankles, although it had been a while since that had happened to him. Now, since everyone's where they're supposed to be, I would like to make a request of you. By your command, seal it up, Arx. Seal the Great Hall and the hospital wing. Harry sighed as he felt the castle begin to protect herself from the evil within. He could feel the flow of magic change, weakening around non-critical areas while being diverted to protect the true treasures of Hogwarts, the people. It is done. In the Great Hall, chaos reigned as the immense doors slammed shut, a series of bars and locks smoothly sliding into place. Albus, McGonagall asked. What's happening? Dumbledore opened his mind, checking on the connection with Hogwarts. We have been sealed in. He reported after a moment. Both the Great Hall and the hospital wing have been placed on security lockdown. His next words sounded surprised. I am unable to cancel it. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione asked from the near end of the Ravenclaw table. Where's Harry? I do not know. Dumbledore replied heavily. A shrill whistle announced the school's intercom was being used. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up at the speaker. He waved his wand. Dumbledore, can I help you with something? Where are you, Mr. Potter? I'm in my dorm room. Why are you there? Harry rolled his eyes. I need to gather up a couple of things before I head out. And where are you, heading out, to? Barely managing to restrain from rolling his eyes again, Harry grabbed his thick cloak, swinging it around his shoulders. Well, my basic plan was for me to go into the Chamber of Secrets and recover the little Weasley. Mr. Potter, no one knows where the entrance to the chamber is. Until we are able to locate it, there is nothing we can do. You're wrong, Headmaster. I do know where it is. I figured it out. And why have you not shared this information? Because now was the right time for me to figure it out. Okay, a small lie, but hey, needs must as the devil drives, and it's not strictly a lie in the original timeline. This was when I figured it out. And, is Mo, Ning Myrtle in the Great Hall. There was silence for a moment. She is. Ask her how she died. For almost a minute, Harry heard nothing. Checking to make sure he had all his equipment, he headed for the door, flicking his wand at the speaker and making the communication school-wide. She says she saw a pair of large yellow eyes, and then she died. Right. Harry nodded, not bothering with the fact that no one could see him on an audio-only channel. Hermione already figured out that the creature was a basilisk. That's about the only thing that can kill by looking at you. Since I'm a Parselmouth, I can hear the basilisk while it's roaming through the school. I've been hearing a voice in the walls ever since last Halloween. The damn thing's been using the pipes to get around. Dumbledore was silent as he pondered for a moment. If that's the case, why have there been no fatalities? If the gaze is as powerful as you say. Harry felt an overwhelming urge to go and slap Dumbledore for being obtuse. Because so far, no one's seen it directly. Filch's little demon saw the basilisk's reflection in that puddle on the floor. Colin saw it through his camera. I stopped Justin before he could look at it, but he'd no doubt have seen it through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast, but being a ghost, he can't die again. Hermione saw the reflection in a mirror. The last 5 I don't know about them. I'd assume they didn't look directly at it. And what is your plan? I'm going into the chamber. Rescue Ginny. Kill the basilisk, if possible. Come back out. Harry, you simply cannot do this. You must release the lockdown so that the teachers and I can do this. You do not have the training or skills necessary to face a basilisk. Sorry, Harry replied dismissively, I must have missed the part of your CV that listed your ability to speak Parseltongue. Or where you had permission to use my given name. I do not have the ability to speak Parseltongue. And yet you're eager to face the King of Serpents. Harry left the stairs on the 3rd floor, and headed to the girls' bathroom. Sorry, Professor, I'm the only one. Harry, I am serious. You must not attempt this. I have no way of protecting you if something were to happen. You must come to the Great Hall, release the lockdown, and let the teachers take it from here. Harry resisted the urge to point out that his back was laced with evidence as to the effectiveness of Dumbledore's protection. Headmaster, I'm sure that you mean well actually, I'm not sure of that at all, but this one's mine. As the only Parselmouth in this school, I must be the one who goes. The basilisk will surely attack if there's anyone else there. Harry stood outside the entrance to the bathroom. Reaching into his belt, Harry pulled out the flute that Hagrid had given him for his first Christmas. Raising it to his lips, he began to play a tune. Only 6 notes long, but the tune had a power, a magic of its own. After a moment, he played the tune again. He heard the sounds of wings flapping, and turned, watching his familiar approach with a grin. Mr. Potter, what's that music? Dumbledore's voice called out into the sudden silence. Just calling Hedwig, Professor. Harry replied, leaning to one side as the bird of prey landed heavily on his shoulder. You ready for this, girl? Hedwig snuffled loudly. I know, but it's gonna be a tough fight. I can feel it. There was a mournful hoot. Don't worry. He reached into a pocket, pulling out a small visor. I'm gonna attach this to your head with a sticking charm. It won't affect your vision, but it will stop all magical sight affecting you. In the Great Hall, every student listened with apprehension, as the truth of the situation dawned on them. A 12-year-old boy and a 3-year-old owl were going to battle an ancient enemy, unmatched in its power. Headmaster, Snape hissed, you can seriously be allowing this brat to dictate to us. He'll get himself killed. Severus. Dumbledore replied warningly, I do not see that we have a choice in the matter. Hogwarts herself is protecting Mr. Potter. No, Hedwig. You look beautiful. Harry's voice echoed around the hall. In fact, those make you look cool. There was a strange snorting sound. I'm sure everyone else will think you're beautiful, too. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore called out. At least take someone with you. Yourself and an owl will be no match for a 1,000-year-old basilisk. There was a sharp cry, which made everyone wince. Dumbledore grimaced slightly, as he realized what it was. I mean no offense to you, Hedwig, but this is madness. Several people in the Great Hall wondered just why the old, respected and powerful, leader of the light, was apologizing to a bird. Another snort. This is Sparta. Have you been sneaking Hagrid's meat again? A righteous snuffle sounded. It's not important that it was your birthday. No mead. A mournful, but agreeing, snort. Anyway, both Head and I disagree, Headmaster. Harry answered. But, it's too late now. We're here. There came a long and ugly hissing noise, which modulated slightly. Dumbledore correctly guessed Harry was speaking Parseltongue. Oh, my God, Harry's voice sounded weak. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore asked quickly. Are you okay? The sound of retching filled the hall, making several students turn green. You would not believe how bad it smells down there. Harry's voice was muffled, as though he was covering his nose and mouth. My God, a millennium of stench. I swear I'm gonna seriously maim whoever's responsible for this. Hedwig, make sure you grab on tight. This may get a little rough. Harry. Hermione cried out loudly. Wait. A pause, before Harry's voice, softer than before, came back, caressing her ears. I can't, Hermione. If I don't go, Ginny could be killed. I can't allow that to happen. If I'm not back in 2 hours, he trailed off. What? Hermione asked, waiting a moment. What? Just wait longer. Harry replied, a grin clearly evident in his tone. I doubt we'll be able to communicate while I'm down there. Harry, what about the box? Can't you use that? Neville called up. Harry chuckled darkly. Oh, how I wish I could, Nev. Unfortunately, however, the basic rules of portkeys apply. Since I've never taken a portkey there, nor do I have precise coordinates, I can't be certain the ship would arrive in the right place. There was a heavy sigh. I have to go. Harry, Hermione's trembling voice called into the intercom. The hall is rented, the orchestra engaged, now it's time to see if we can dance. Harry said, and the channel closed with a squawk. It took Hermione exactly 28 seconds to come up with an alternative. She reached into her robes quickly, searching for, aha. She near screamed. Harry Potter. In her hands, the communication mirror flashed for a moment as the call went through. After a moment, the mirror flashed. Well, what you know? Harry's voice came over the mirror. Guess we can communicate down here. Oh, shit. Harry. Hermione shouted into the mirror. Hang on, Hermione, my God, that's absolutely vile. There was a moment of pause. Would you believe me if I told you that there's a huge collection of bones down here? Good God, it's a rodent ossuary. Several students looked around. Susan Bones gave off an absent smirk. It's a word for boneyard. Dates back to the late Middle Ages. Ask us later. Harry. Hey, Suze. Harry, do you know where you are? Susan called out. There was a pause for a few moments, until Harry answered, I think yes indeed, I'm in a dark room. If I had to hazard a guess, I'm about half a mile under the lake. The ceiling's dripping, and there's algae on it. Stalactites all over the place. Whoa. Hermione was pale with fear. Harry. Oh, yeah, it's a basilisk all right. There's some shed skin here. It's huge. Hedwig snuffled over the mirror. How do you know that? Know what? Hermione asked. Somehow, and don't ask me how, Hedwig says this thing's very old. I'm having a horrible feeling. Slytherin's personal basilisk. Blaise muttered with horror. Harry, if that's true, this thing may be far too powerful for anyone to deal with. Its skin could deflect the most powerful spells with ease. Thank you, Blaise. Harry said neutrally. I was trying not to think of that. There was silence for almost a minute, an eternity in this kind of situation. Finally, Harry spoke again. Okay, I'm at a circular door, looks to be. Is this an airlock? Doubtful. Hermione said. Vacuum sealing wasn't possible 1,000 years ago. The best they could do would be seal with wax. True. Harry agreed. But, according to records, the chamber was last opened a mere 50 years ago. Vacuum sealing was around then. This is different. In the antechamber, Harry looked at the door. It was different that the first time round. I knew I shouldn't have been dicking about with history. With a sigh, he focused on one of the snakes. Open. The door remained closed. Okay, that's curious. Who the hell would password protect a door only a Parselmouth could open? He pondered for a moment. Is this because I took the diary from her? That'd make sense. Hey, Weasleys. He could hear faint sounds of scrabbling, as presumably, the 4 Weasleys gathered round the mirror. Hey, Harry. 2 voices said in unison. Quick question, Tweedles, what would you sister pick as a password, if she was going to lock something up? Harry asked. There was silence for a moment, before Percy's voice, none of its usual bluster and place, replied. You might want to try your name, Harry, or your title. She's always been very fond of the story of the boy who lived. Harry sighed. Fine. Harry James Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. James. Pureblood. Boy who lived. Horcrux. Ginevra. Ginny. Weasley. Voldemort. The snakes in the door began to retract. Arrogant tossers, all of them. Harry. Hermione's voice came from his pocket. What's wrong? The password was, Voldemort. Whoever came up with that one should get a commendation for original thinking. He replied sarcastically. Honestly, the door's opening. And, of course, it's dark inside. Hedwig, you see anything? She snuffled in his ear. No, I can't either. I really don't like this. He sighed again, before stepping forward. Lights. Camera action. It's like the plot in some really bad story. Once inside the main chamber, the door slowly began to close behind him. Okay, that's not creepy at all, is it? You okay down there, Harry? Hermione asked again. Well, the lights have come on, Harry said, trying to make his voice sound cheerful. But I can still barely see. This place is depressing as hell though, and it smells like a stagnant canal. Harry passed the main entry arch, heading down towards the far end of the chamber. This'd be a great place to shoot a horror movie. It's dank, cold, stinks, and it's creepy. You couldn't ask for a better set. Where's my sister, Potter? Ron's voice snapped over the mirror. Concentrate on the important things. I am, Harry muttered under his breath. I'm concentrating on not crapping myself in terror. He cleared his throat. Okay, enough of this darkness shit. He flicked his wand, sending out magical light bulbs to float about him, in the corners of the chamber, and on each support pillar. The lighting in the chamber grew until he could see everything. Hello, Ginny, Harry said softly. Okay, I've found Ginny Weasley. She's lying on the ground at the far end of the chamber. She appears to be either unconscious or asleep. There's a large pool of water just beyond her, and a huge statue just beyond that. Good lord, Slytherin was ugly. Don't just stand there, Ron screamed through the mirror. Check if she's all right. Give me a minute, Harry replied. I can't see or hear anyone else. How the hell did she get down here? Where the person that took her? And more to the point, where the bloody hell's the basilisk? It won't come until it's called. A voice from the far end of the chamber called out, stepping out from behind one of the pillars. Hello, Harry said, a gleam of malice in his voice. And who are you, and what are you doing in the Chamber of Secrets? That's not important. He glanced down at Ginny. 'Tis a shame about the girl. Harry made no attempt to move forward. She's not dead yet. And you wait a minute, Slytherin robes, prefect badge, annoying sneer that I've seen before. Oh, I know who you are. Harry. In a minute, Harry replied absently. It's been a while since I've seen you. Care to tell me how you're standing here? Me. I'm just a memory, preserved in a diary for 50 years. The other boy said. Harry looked down at Ginny for a moment. I'm curious, how exactly did Ginny Weasley get like this? The stranger smiled evilly. Well, that's actually a rather fascinating tale. Why don't you come over and sit with me, and I'll share it with you? Probably because I believe you're on a clock, Harry replied. I think you're trying to distract me. It won't work. Fine. The other boy shrugged. Foolish little Ginny poured her heart and soul into a diary, which contained you, Harry replied, finally taking a step closer. In his ear, Hedwig snuffled. You're not quite all here yet, though Hedwig says that you're human, yet you're not. If I knew or cared what a Hedwig was, I might be bothered. The other boy replied. You still haven't told me your name. Harry pointed out. You may call me Tom. In the mirror, Harry heard Dumbledore's gasp of shock. He ignored it, for the moment. Well, good manners should be returned, I suppose, Tom. I'm Harry Potter. Yes, I've heard of you, of course. The boy who lived, I believe they call you. Tom replied, looking even more smug and sure. Some call me that, Harry agreed. However, others call me, the destroyer of Voldemort. Tom leaned back slightly. Interesting but futile. Harry took a few steps closer, making sure to keep his wand out of sight, just in case the teenage Voldemort decided he'd want to use that instead. So you've been controlling Ginny somehow? Oh, yes, Tom replied, entirely too smugly. It was easy. She started writing in me. Do you have any idea just how deathly dull it is to listen to an 11-year-old girl? No, Harry replied. The only 11-year-old girls I knew were all fascinating. He grinned. You must have picked the short straw. On that one, Tom. The other boy shrugged. Well, perhaps. Still, I was patient. I was kind. I entertained her little fantasies and dilemmas. Then, she finally got more interesting. She started telling me about the boy who lived. How he was so brave, handsome and powerful. A living legend. Harry mock-preened for a moment. Well, I'd argue with you, but it's true. Tom sniggered. Like any good intellectual, he enjoyed a verbal joust. As I gained more and more control over her, I was able to influence her. Influence her, Harry repeated. By influence her, I assume you mean possession of some sort. Of course, Tom said happily. Even though I was driving, it was Ginny Weasley who killed all the school roosters. It was Ginny Weasley who attacked the Squib's cat, and petrified all those Muggleborns. He smirked malevolently. Of course, she didn't remember doing this. The diary entries after each attack were delicious. And I'm sure that you enjoyed each one. Harry pointed out. Like any truly deranged individual, you only feel joy from another's pain. True. Tom agreed amiably. I'm curious, Harry said. Everything up until now has required Parseltongue. I know that's not a gift inherent in the Weasley or Pruitt lines. How exactly did little Ginny Weasley manage to control a basilisk? I have the gift, Tom said, looking at Harry intently. Even though I'm not myself, I still have control over what I can do. By using Ginny Weasley, I gifted her with some of my abilities. Harry nodded. So it was you that stabbed me in the chest before Christmas. It was, Tom replied, smirking again. I must admit, I was rather upset you didn't die from that. I was hoping. Tom, Harry said sagely. My mother died for me, Tom. She gifted me with protection. I will say, it hurt when I was stabbed, but my friends helped me survive. Friends, Tom repeated, looking both amused and sickened. You have friends. You truly are a fool. Friends only get in the way. Friends cannot be trusted. There are only two types of people in the world: the people you can use, and the people who should die. You have a sad view of the world, Tom. Harry said. Let me guess, the next thing you're going to tell me is, there's no such thing as good and evil. Only power, and those too weak to take it. Tom nodded. Yes, that is my philosophy. Yeah, you're wrong. Harry gave a light shrug, well aware that Hedwig was still on his shoulder. Evil must be faced, fought, conquered and destroyed. A noble goal, Harry Potter. Tom said patronizingly. So, you used Ginny to stage the attacks on the first-generation students and Mrs. Norris. Why? What was the point of those attacks? Entertainment. Tom replied nonchalantly. But then, I grew bored with the child. I switched my attentions to someone far more worthy. Oh me? Harry asked. Well, I'm flattered, Tom, really, but I should probably tell you, I don't bat for that team. I prefer girls. Foolish boy. Tom hissed angrily. When I heard about what you'd done, I knew I simply had to meet you. Really? Harry managed to blush on command. I'm honored. It's always nice to meet a fan. I haven't got a pen on me, but if you'd like, I could probably get you an autograph. I am not a fan. Tom roared. No. Oh, hang on a minute, if you were here all that time ago, that means that it wasn't Rubeus Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets in 1943, was it? Hagrid. That foolish oaf. He couldn't use his brains to get out of a paper bag. Oi! An indignant voice shouted over the mirror. Tom's face lit up. The great oaf's still here. Oh, how marvelous. Tom Riddle, you evil bastard. Hagrid's booming voice roared. It's all your fault. You killed Myrtle, and you blamed Aragog. You blamed me. Yes, I did. Tom agreed happily. And it was so delicious, too. All those people who just fell over to believe me. He smirked evilly. It's unsurprising, really. Me, the poor but noble prefect, an orphan who fought against injustice and intolerance against a half-breed oaf, who generally set fire to things and got in fights. Is it any wonder that Headmaster Dippet chose to believe me instead of that? Of course I was believed. By blaming the oaf, I kept myself safe. He shook his head, clearing the happy memories to one side. As pleasurable as it is to taunt the oaf, I really must get down to business. And that business is you. Harry just stood still. Elucidate. For many months now, my new target has been you. How is it the half-breed son of a blood traitor and a mudblood, with no extraordinary talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard in the world? Hey, Harry interrupted angrily. I'll have you know I have many extraordinary talents. I can sing, dance, and I'm a hell of a snappy dresser. He smirked at Tom. You really don't know how I defeated Voldemort. Why should you care? Oh, I care. Tom plucked Ginny's wand from the ground, writing flaming letters in the air. Harry quietly read them. Tom Marvolo Riddle, hang on. That's an anagram. Voldemort, Lord Voldemort, I am Lord Voldemort. Utterly pathetic. If you know French, it proves you a coward. I am no coward. Tom hissed back. I am the greatest sorcerer who ever lived. You're really not. Harry corrected. If it's anyone, it's me. I have the powers of Voldemort, and the control and abilities of Dumbledore. You could never hope to defeat me, Thomas. We shall see. Tom said. Harry Potter, you come to me with a post owl and nothing else. How do you expect to win against the greatest wizard in the world? Just a post owl. Oh, Thomas, what do you think, Hedwig? Hedwig snuffled indignantly, making Harry crack a smile. He can't, Head. Male anatomy doesn't work that way. You just can't bend it that far back. His familiar snuffled again. Well, yeah, he could, but how would he reattach it after he was done? He looked over at Tom. Here's an idea, Tommy. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, coward extraordinaire, against the might of the boy who lived, him. Wanna see just how good I am? Indeed. Tom smirked, turning to the statue of Slytherin. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. He really wasn't, you know. Everyone knows Helga was by far the best in a brawl. Harry replied, not moving from his spot. He watched the mouth of the statue open, quickly putting on his own sunglasses, and sticking them in place. Oh, me. Harry. Hermione's voice came through the mirror. Harry still hadn't moved. You would not believe just how big this basilisk is, he said quietly. And it's one ugly mother Cur. Harry. Hermione said, then realized exactly who she was correcting. What can we do to help? Harry sighed. Blink the basilisk. I speak to you in the name of Salazar Slytherin. I order you to stand down. You have been diverted from your role as protection. The basilisk stopped, looking over at Harry. You speak the tongue, you know my name. Identify yourself, little ape creature. I am Harry James Potter, the last heir of Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. I speak on behalf of Hogwarts, the Founders Four. Stand down. No. Tom hissed angrily. I am the heir of Slytherin, and you will do my bidding. The basilisk looked at Harry. Hat is your request, heir of Gryffindor. Stand down, blink. You were put here to protect Hogwarts, not to attack our students. I beg of you, harm no one. I have no wish to hurt you. Attack. Tom commanded. Kill him. The basilisk blinked, before sighing. I must obey the heir of Slytherin, heir of Gryffindor. For what I must do I am sorry. So am I, Harry whispered. So am I. He reached up to the owl perched on his shoulders. Start the ball, Hedwig. The owl leapt from his shoulder like an organic cruise missile, racing towards the basilisk, who snapped her jaws as Hedwig flung herself past. While Hedwig was engaged in distraction maneuvers, Harry drew his wand and the dagger. Hedwig, left eye, attack pattern Omega. The owl barked in response. What do you mean, what's attack pattern Omega? Dive, hard. She answered with a woof, as she flung herself up to the ceiling, before beginning a spiraling bombing run. While Blink was occupied with Hedwig, Harry enlarged the dagger to twice its normal size, before hurling it with all his might at the basilisk, a banishing charm speeding it up. Blink shrieked as the dagger smashed right through her right eye, obliterating her all-killing gaze. Harry looked up at the magnificent creature with sadness. I'm sorry, but I must. I cannot allow you to harm any more in this school. Stand down and live. Fight and I will kill you. You will fight. Tom roared. You will fight, and you will win, you foolish creature. Kill him. Blink roared as Hedwig's attack finally connected, destroying her left eye. The basilisk was blinded, a less than effective measure, considering both Harry and Hedwig had on protective eyewear. It did, however, give them a little time to come up with a more effective plan than stick the pointy object through the basilisk's mouth, while Blink was trying to recover from being rather toughly blinded. Hermione, you have any clues for taking out a basilisk? Harry asked, as he ducked behind and leaned against a support pillar, Hedwig still swooping round, distracting Blink. Not a clue. Hermione wailed. Okay. Harry pondered for a moment. We're about 2,000 feet above sea level here, aren't we? Closer to 3,000. Hermione replied instantly, tears in her voice. Why? I was just pondering using a sonic attack. Harry replied, flinching slightly as Blink roared angrily. Then again, there's an excellent chance the ceiling will collapse, and I don't fancy drowning in this depressing shithole. He thought for a moment. Dumbledore, you there? Dumbledore's clearly worried voice came through. I'm here, Harry. What do you need? What's the ministry policy on using unforgivable curses on a basilisk? There wasn't even a pause. There isn't one, he said instantly. The unforgivable curses are so named when used on human beings. But I would strongly suggest. Later, Harry replied. He poked his head round the corner, watching Hedwig begin another strafing run, but even her razor-sharp talons weren't enough to penetrate the tough hide of the basilisk. Hedwig, evasive pattern delta. He ducked back, before sticking his head out again. That means get the hell out of there. The owl immediately changed directions, heading up to the roof of the cavern, where she flew in random circles, making it near impossible for the deadly basilisk or Tom to bring her down. Okay, enough of this cowering shit. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the communication mirror. Hermione, I need to go offline for a few minutes, okay? Wait, Harry. Hermione shouted. Speak to you soon, Harry said, cutting off the communication. Once the channel was closed, Harry stepped out from behind the pillar. As the heir of Gryffindor, I call upon the blade of my ancestor. He held up his hand, concentrating a good potion of his magic onto summoning the sword from the space-time recess inside the sorting hat. The sword appeared in his hand, no longer short and light, but a true bastard sword, long, heavy and extremely deadly. He gave a couple of practice swings, noting that the sword seemed to move exactly how he wanted it to. Blink, I implore you, stand down. That is not Tom Marvolo Riddle. It's just a memory. A Horcrux. He doesn't deserve your loyalty or your power. Blink roared angrily. He is the master. I have no choice, heir of Gryffindor. I do what I must. Please don't make me kill you. Harry pleaded. You are here to protect Hogwarts, not attack her. Pathetic, Tom sneered. No will to fight, Potter. No desire to kill, Tom. Harry corrected. But, just because I don't want to kill her doesn't mean I won't. Attack, beast. Tom shouted. Let the world feel the power of the heir of Slytherin. It. Harry rolled to his left, sending out a blast of pure magic. It wouldn't do much more than annoy Blink, but it was enough to give him a few moments to get into position. Okay, time to see if we can do something a little different. He drew his wand, pressing it against the pommel of the sword of Gryffindor, smiling to himself as the sword absorbed his wand. Avada Kedavra, he shouted, infusing the ancient blade with the power of a killing curse. He decided to attack the source of the problem, the blasted diary, but a tail strike from Blink made him change his mind. He slammed the far wall of the chamber heavily, slumping to the ground. Ribs aching, Harry shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. He groaned, trying to pull himself to his feet. That hurt. He saw Blink thrashing about, reaching up to the ceiling. Hedwig throwing a wandless banishing charm at Blink, enough to distract the beast. Really, he slowly hauled himself to his feet. Oh, bugger, this hurts. He extended his left hand, summoning the fallen sword, the spell he'd charged the blade with dissipating when the sword was knocked out of his hand. He took a deep breath, wincing as his battered ribs protested. Okay, 1,000-year-old Terminator, or the cause of the problem first. Hobbling forward, Harry sent another banishing curse at Blink, knocking her back again. Oh, I hope I don't crush Ginny too badly, anyway. Another banishing charm, another. Fight, you foolish beast. Tom hissed furiously, waving impotently at Harry. Blink roared angrily, slithering back at the next banishing charm, desperately trying to bite the person who was slowly killing her. Her jaws clamped down on nothing. She inhaled deeply, trying to find her attacker. Harry, seeing the immense mouth closing on him, had dived backwards, aggravating the injury to his ribs. Jesus, I didn't hurt this badly the first time, it's my own bloody fault for being so cocky. He stood up, rolling to one side as Blink's tail flailed about. Can't you fight on your own, Tom? Harry asked, ducking under another tail swipe. Let's try something a little different, shall we? Pointing the combined wand sword at Ginny, he focused all his power. Accio Horcrux. Tom's eyes widened as he sent his own summoning spell at the diary, prompting it to hover in midair, a battle of wills and magic. Stop this, Potter. Tom hissed angrily. Leave that which you cannot understand. Basilisk, destroy Potter now. Harry swore as Blink grew closer. Hedwig, I need you. The avian barked angrily as she dived from the ceiling. Snowy owls are not famous for their impressive diving speed, but with the magic infused in Hedwig, she managed a very respectable 136 miles per hour, her talons wrapping round the diary as she swooped past, neatly pulling the book out of each of the summoning charms. Blink, stop now, Harry hissed. Please don't make me kill you. I must. Blink replied. I am sorry. So mote it be, Harry said as he lurched forward, the glowing green blade swooping directly at the basilisk. He leapt into the air, the magic infusing his legs, somersaulting neatly over Blink's snapping jaws, driving the sword of Gryffindor straight into the King of Serpents' brain. She died, instantly. Her body stopped moving, simply slumping down. Harry landed on Blink's back, performing another somersault, landing next to the fresh corpse. He glared at Tom. You King idiot. She didn't have to die. It doesn't matter, Potter. Tom replied smugly. Foolish little Ginny will be dead soon, and I shall have my revenge upon you. Yeah, right, Harry said dismissively. Hedwig, my dear. The sword began to glow again as Harry re-infused the blade with another killing curse. His familiar began a strafing run, releasing the diary. The sword flashed, cutting the Horcrux neatly in two. It instantly began to spray blood-colored ink, the manifestation of Tom bisected in a flash of light. The death of the Horcrux caused a magical backlash that simply washed over Harry, making him take a small step backwards. Not wanting to discuss the situation with Ginny, he cast a Somnus charm at the girl, keeping her asleep. With a sigh, he slumped against the basilisk. I'm sorry, Blink, he said softly. I'm so sorry. Hedwig fluttered down, landing on his shoulder. She snuffled softly. I know, Hedwig. It was a pointless death. Another snuffle. I wish she had. She'd have lived, a thought crossed Harry's mind. Oh, bollocks. In the Great Hall, Hermione clutched onto her mirror so tightly, her knuckles were white. She'd not tried to call Harry again, since he was clearly in the middle of a fight. Potter to Granger. Her mirror spoke. Harry. She shrieked. Are you okay? There was a pause for a moment. I'm fine. Mission accomplished. The basilisk's dead. Tom's gone. Ginny's safe and asleep. A chorus of ragged cheers erupted in the Great Hall. What about you, Harry? Hermione asked softly. Are you okay? I feel like shit. Harry's voice was blunt. She didn't have to die, Hermione. The basilisk. She was doing her job. She was a protector. She had no choice but to follow Tom's orders. It was all pointless. Is Hedwig okay? Hermione asked. A snuffle answered her. I'm glad, Hedwig. She watched as the image in the mirror shifted, revealing Harry's face. He looked old, tired, worn out. It was pointless, he repeated softly. Hermione scrutinized the image for a moment. Harry, what's that behind you? That was Blink, he replied. But it's just a green wall, oh my god. Blink's a bit bigger than you might think. Harry replied dryly. When I get back topside, do me a favor. Anything, Harry. In the mirror, Harry's eyebrow shot up. One day, I might hold you to that. But, remind me to build a remote control for the box. I don't particularly fancy the climb back out. Harry looked away for a second. I wonder, Fox. There was a sound that could only be described as ripping fabric, before a cheerful burst of Phoenix song erupted over the mirror. Hermione quickly looked up, seeing several people in Slytherin green flinching at the sound, while she felt lighter, freer, more alive than ever before. That means something, I know it does. Fox, hate to impose on you, old friend, but any chance of a lift out? Hermione heard Harry ask. The Phoenix song again filled the air, making Hermione's heart near glow with happiness. Really? Are you sure? Harry asked. Harry. Hermione looked into the mirror. In a minute, he replied absently. Fox, I need you to be absolutely certain. If you're wrong, another blast of Phoenix song. But why? Hermione glanced up to see Dumbledore's jaw hanging open. Sir, he can understand a phoenix. Dumbledore replied. It's unheard of. Only those truly in tune with magic, and those that are pure of heart can understand the song of a phoenix. But he speaks to Hedwig all the time. Hermione pointed out. They have conversations, she reads books. I didn't know it was anything special. Just another language. Dumbledore shook his head. No, not at all. It's extremely rare. In the mirror, Hermione heard Harry hiss with pain. Harry, are you okay? Fine, Harry replied, his voice weak and trembling. I might, just might, have busted a couple of ribs fighting the basilisk. Any other injuries? Hermione asked. Well, Harry, there might have been teeth involved. He replied. Big bloody fangs, too. Hermione slumped down. You've been bitten. Just a little. Harry replied. Can I just point out that basilisk venom stings like a bite.ch? Harry yanked his arm down from Blink's mouth, wincing as Fawkes cried his tears onto the wound. Harry pressed the mirror into his pocket for a few moments, muffling the sound. Please tell me why I needed to be bitten by the bloody thing. Really, I was fine without it. Fawkes sang for a moment, keeping his eyes just above the wound. But, I can already do wandless magic. Why would basilisk venom help me with that? Another blast of song. Really? That's why I could do it in the first of course. Harry felt like slapping his head. The basilisk venom, a highly potent magical substance, acted as a focus, just like your tail feather in my wand, right? Fawkes nodded. It was a very odd sight to see an immortal firebird nodding at you. How do you know, anyway? I mean you're from this time, so how would you? Fawkes interrupted with another burst of his lyrical words. I didn't know that are all phoenixes temporally omniscient. Fawkes nodded again. So you exist at all points in the space-time continuum. Harry pondered for a moment. Doesn't that get confusing? He thought for another moment. That's how you knew to come to me the first time, isn't it? You knew that I'd need help, so you came down. Again, Fawkes nodded, pulling up his head to reveal a galleon-sized scar on Harry's arm. All that bollocks Dumbledore said about loyalty to him calling you down daft old git. He sighed, standing up. Any chance of a lift out, old friend? Fawkes sang, before lifting himself into the air. Hang on. Wanna shrink Blink down before I go? Lot of useful ingredients here. It only took a few moments for Harry to reduce the size and weight of the basilisk, although even his most powerful spells would only work for a short time, thanks to the innate magic of the ancient basilisk, but hopefully long enough to put the corpse into the box under security containment. He slipped the small serpent into a pocket, before ambling over to Ginny, picking up the sleeping girl, before whistling for Hedwig. Once his familiar was perched on his right shoulder, Fawkes hovered over his left. The sword of Gryffindor had faded away, waiting to be called upon again. Shit, still need to get my wand out of it. Ah, hell, I'll do it later. Fawkes. With a flash of otherworldly flame, the Chamber of Secrets was once again empty. Poppy Pomfrey was normally calm, collected, and very rational. When a column of flame began to form in the hospital wing, she was less than her normal self. She stifled a shriek, which slowly turned into a disgusted moan. What have you been doing now, Harry? She asked, recoiling from the stench coming from the young man in front of her. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Harry said tiredly. He staggered forward, placing the girl in his arms gently onto the bed. And right now, I've got a higher priority. I stink. I really need a shower. Poppy nodded unconsciously. Yes, you do, she muttered, absently, as she rushed over to the girl, flicking her wand in a diagnostic spell. Will she be okay? Harry asked after a moment. She's magically exhausted, Poppy replied. She'll be physically weak for a few days, but it'll take weeks for her magic to come back. What happened to her? Harry just shook his head. That is a question I think Dumbledore should answer. I don't have all the answers, Poppy. I have some, but not all of them. Like why the hell didn't Hogwarts wards register someone bringing in a bloody Horcrux? They should have been screaming at Dumbledore for the last 9 months. They have been. A cool, calm and collected voice said in Harry's mind. Every time the girl used the vile thing, I have notified the headmaster. He knew. Harry demanded angrily. How do you notify him? There is a collection of instruments in the headmaster's office, the castle informed him. They monitor the defenses of the school. Each time I have detected. Hang on, Harry interrupted. A collection of shiny silver instruments, sitting on a shelf opposite his desk. Make little puffs of smoke and whirly noises. Yes, son of a bi.ch, Harry mused. Dumbledore reconfigured them to monitor me while I was away from Hogwarts. They also monitored the wards at Privet Drive. Does this mean that he hasn't been watching over the school wards? There was a pause while Hogwarts ran her own version of diagnostics. The school wards are as strong as ever. They draw their energy from the excess magic in the air. However, if he has removed the devices that monitor the wards, he would not know. Harry fumed for a moment, before remembering that he had nearly 1.5 tons of snake in his pocket under spells that wouldn't hold for much longer. Can you release the lockdown? Need to put Blink away. The doors to the hospital wing made an odd, squelch, sound, that Harry could only describe as an unsquelch, before he walked through. The sound was like pulling a boot out of a mud patch, but not. All this time he was so busy watching me, he forgot the hundreds of students who've passed through this school. Jesus, that's negligent as hell. I am unable to change these instruments. It will be necessary for you to get him to repair them. I'll do what I can, Harry promised, heading up the stairs to the 5th floor. While he was walking, he pulled the communication mirror from his pocket. Hermione, are you still there? She replied in a heartbeat. I'm still here, Harry. He could hear the tears in her voice. I'm okay, Hermione. I'm back topside now, just heading to the box. I need a shower. The lockdown's released. You might wanna tell the Weasleys that they're sisters in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey's tending to her now. Are you okay? You said you were bitten. Fox fixed me right up, Hermione. Harry stopped outside the portrait to the Ravenclaw common room. Oh, just open up. You know who I am. The portrait scowled at him, before swinging outwards. Anyway, I'm back in the dorm. I presume the headmaster would like a word. He quickly headed up the stairs, bypassing the showers and heading straight into his portkey box. Hedwig alighted from his shoulder, heading over to the perch that had been set up in Harry's bedroom, and promptly fell asleep. She'd eat and clean herself later, but sleep was becoming a priority. That's putting it mildly, Harry. The Weasleys have just rushed out. Presumably to check on Ginny. She'll be okay, Harry said casually, moving to the console and flicking a few buttons. Once the runic changes had been made, he headed to the new storage area, where he dropped Blink off. With a sigh, he headed for his bedroom, flopping onto the bed. After a moment, he pulled off his boots. Jesus, my feet stink all that running around in pools of stagnant water. I've probably ruined my boots. Hermione's voice, when she next spoke, sounded oddly different. I'm coming up to the dorms now, Harry. I need to make sure you're okay. With a grin, Harry told her, well, I'll probably be in the shower. Hermione, you're welcome to join me. Put on some trunks and I will. She offered. Give me a few moments to transfigure a bathing suit, though. Harry closed the mirror, transfiguring his boxer shorts into a pair of swim shorts, before heading to the back of the box. He quickly clambered into the shower, grabbing a bar of soap and viciously attacking his feet. Less than 5 minutes later, Hermione, clad in a black one-piece swimsuit that looked gorgeous, was looking Harry over for injuries. You don't seem too bad. What about your ribs? Harry shrugged. I'll tape them up later. They don't seem to be broken, thank God. He looked at her. You know you look really nice in that suit. She blushed prettily. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me for telling the truth, Hermione. Harry said softly, as he handed her a bar of soap. And now, I have an overwhelming urge to wash your hair, he trailed off. I don't know why. Hermione smiled at him, moving to stand in front, and grabbed Harry's bottle of shampoo. I don't mind. Smiling warmly, Harry lathered up his hands before proceeding to turn the smartest witch of her generation into a pile of boneless goo. After a shower that lasted nearly an hour, Harry helped Hermione to the common room, where she collapsed onto one of the chairs in front of the fire and promptly fell asleep. Harry knew that she was feeling a massive letdown as her adrenaline flushed away, making her tired. The relaxing head massage would have helped, almost forcing her into sleep. Suppose I'd better go and see what's happening round here. I wonder if everyone's still in the Great Hall. With a sigh, he left the common room. Once he passed through the doors into the Great Hall, pretty much the whole school began to cheer him. With a snarl, Harry waved the applause away. One of the foolish Hufflepuff fifth years made a mistake, speech. Harry turned, glaring at the idiot. Why should I? You all thought I was the heir of Slytherin, even when I told you I wasn't. I'm still the same person I was last week, when you all thought I was a murderous lunatic. Piss off and leave me alone. He turned slowly, before turning back. How was that for a speech, numbnuts? Mr. Potter. McGonagall said, striding down from the head table. I'd like a brief word, if possible. Epigrammatic. McGonagall's eyebrow rose dangerously, so Harry decided to abandon a course of action that was more dangerous than blink. Of course, Professor. Here, or in your office. McGonagall eyed him warily. Is there anything you need to say which is classified? Harry shrugged. Not really, ma'am. I went down into the chamber, passed through the outer areas before entering the main chamber. I saw Ginny lying in a puddle underneath a statue of Slytherin, and there was someone standing over her. We chatted briefly, before he called the basilisk over. We fought. I won. I destroyed the enchanted object that was controlling Ginny before Fawkes brought us back out. Ginny's now in the hospital wing. Job done. McGonagall nodded, a small, private smile on her face. You kept your word. I always keep my word. Harry said, mock offended. I told you I'd take care of it, and I did. He winked, feeling the spirit of the marauders rear up in him. Anything for you, Minnie. With a sigh of exasperation, she shook her head. Because of what you've just done, I'll allow that this time. Noted. Harry said. So, every time I save the school, I can call you by that. Hated nickname, I suppose. McGonagall groused playfully. But only then. Where is Miss Granger? Asleep in the Ravenclaw common room, ma'am. I'm guessing all that worrying tired her out. I'm sure she'll be okay. Good. And what of the beast? The basilisk, ma'am. Since I was the one who slew it, I claimed it. Lot of useful ingredients there. At that moment, a hated voice spoke up. As property of the school, Potter, it should be delivered to me. Harry shook his head. No, Snivelus. Standard ministry law is that anyone who slays a creature like this is entitled to the remains. It is school property, Potter. As the potions master of Hogwarts, it's my responsibility. You will take me down to the chamber so I can rend it down. No, I won't, Harry said, turning back to McGonagall and ignoring Snape. Is there anything else, ma'am? McGonagall shifted slightly so her back was facing Snape. One other thing, Mr. Potter, I assume since you're walking around, you're not injured. Not too badly, ma'am. My ribs got a bit hurt, but they'll be fine in a day or two. The bite well, Fawkes cleared that right up for me. On the plus side, I have yet another funky new scar for the collection. Do not ignore me, Potter. You will take me down into the chamber, or I will see you expelled. You are dismissed, Severus. McGonagall said archly. I am speaking with Lord Potter and your presence is not required. Snape stalked away, heading back up to the staff table. Any bets he's gonna go crying to Dumbledore? Harry asked in a conspiratorial whisper. Harry, I'm a teacher. I don't get paid enough to throw it away that easily. McGonagall whispered back. Indeed, based on the wild gesticulating, Snape was indeed crying to Dumbledore about Harry's refusal to deliver an almost priceless source of potions ingredients. Or maybe land a light aircraft. Who knows? After a moment, Dumbledore nodded, stepping down from the staff table. Brace yourself, McGonagall whispered, before straightening up. Is there something I can help you with, Albus? Not at all, Minerva. I need to speak to Mr. Potter about his recent actions. McGonagall arched an eyebrow. Considering that the last time you spoke properly with Harry, he told you in no uncertain terms to never speak to him again, I think that would be a very short conversation. This is important, Minerva. I need to know what happened down in the chamber. Harry, if you'd come with me to my office, it shouldn't take too long. Harry didn't even blink as he carried on looking at McGonagall. Is there anything else, ma'am? Harry, I said to come to my office. We have things to discuss. Dumbledore said firmly. Albus, Mr. Potter told you that he wouldn't be dealing with you. He has already reported on the actions that happened in the Chamber of Secrets. I will brief you on that information. Dumbledore ignored McGonagall. Harry, stop being childish. All you are doing is proving that you do not have the maturity to be an adult. An adult would not let petty, childish grievances come in between a working relationship. Harry sighed. Professor McGonagall, we'll continue our conversation later. He turned and began walking away. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore snapped angrily. Is this concerning my schooling, Headmaster? Harry asked, not bothering to turn. You are perfectly well aware of what this concerns. Which is why I'm ignoring you. Harry said, stopping at the Ravenclaw table where the rest of his friends were sitting. You guys wanna go and talk? His friends quickly stood up and fell into formation around him. They began walking away. Dumbledore shook his head, looking at McGonagall. You disappoint me, Minerva. McGonagall's head span so sharply, it was a wonder she didn't get whiplash. Oh, she asked frostily. And how do I do that, Albus? If the Tom down in the Chamber of Secrets is who I believe it was, then Mr. Potter has had his third encounter with Voldemort. Don't you think it's curious that he cut off the communication in the chamber, just as he was speaking? McGonagall shook her head. No, I believe that he was busy fighting for his life, and didn't really have the time to talk. I know what you're doing, Albus, and I won't stand for it. Leave him alone. McGonagall turned and walked out of the hall, intent on finding Harry so they could finish their conversation. As Harry passed through the portrait hole into the Ravenclaw common room, he spotted a dazed-looking Hermione sitting in front of the fire. Harry, hey, beautiful, he said, going over to her and pressing a key against her forehead. You okay? She nodded slowly. Yeah, I'm shattered, but I'm okay. Are you? Picture of health and harmony. Harry replied, smiling slightly. Wanna go and see something scary? He held out his hand. Would my parents approve? Hermione asked with a cheeky grin, as she took his hand and hauled herself to her feet. Harry couldn't let that kind of comment go. If size matters, then it's a very large snake, my dear. I'll let you read into that statement what you will. Behind Harry, the others, turned bright red as various, trouser snake, comments came to mind. Ignoring their filthy minds, Harry led them to the stairs. Just before his foot touched the first one, the portrait hole opened up again, revealing McGonagall and Flitwick. Ah, Harry, Flitwick said cheerily. We were just coming to speak with you. Shall we retire to somewhere there's a little less chance of being overheard? Harry asked, pointing to the stairs. Once inside the portkey box, Harry quickly closed the doors, sealing them. So, professors, what would you like to talk about? The basilisk, McGonagall said dryly. Ah, yes, let's go and see her, shall we? Harry led the group of 9 towards the newly created storeroom, opening the door and stepping back. Muttered curses and one soft scream were his responses as people took in the sight of a 63-foot snake. Good lord, Flitwick muttered. You fought that? Yep, Harry replied nonchalantly. Hard as nails, too. Well, this raises the legend of the boy who lived, Susan muttered. Not only does he defeat a mountain troll barehanded, now he slays basilisks. What's next? Harry shrugged. Werewolf, giant, vampire, acromantulas, inland revenue inspector. I dunno. I'm sure something will come along. How did you kill it? McGonagall asked, walking round the front of the snake, looking for injuries. Stabbed it, Harry replied, rubbing his arm unconsciously. What with? Sword of Gryffindor. That comment got everyone's attention. The sword of Gryffindor. McGonagall breathed. But that's been missing for centuries. No one knows where it is. With a shrug, Harry raised his hand, mentally calling the blade. It appeared in a flash of ruby light. Discreetly, Harry pulled his wand from the hilt, slipping it back into his robes. Since I'm of the Gryffindor line, the blade recognizes me as the rightful wielder, so it came to me when I needed it. He held the blade, extending it pommel first to McGonagall, who took it tentatively. Good lord, you could use this. McGonagall asked as her arm sagged, completely unprepared for the weight of the sword. Hey, when you're in danger, you can do almost anything. Harry replied with another shrug. Besides, I think because it's mine by right, it helped me to use it. I wasn't really thinking about it at the time. Flitwick coughed, bringing attention back to the huge snake. What'll you do with it? Harry ran his hands along the scaly hide. Well, I was thinking that all this hide could be used to make armor. There's enough here for quite a few suits. Since the basilisk was Slytherin's personal basilisk, that makes it 10 centuries old. Should be exceptionally good at blocking spells and curses. All those ingredients, bone, blood, venom can be used for loads of different potions and rituals. Good stuff. And normally horrifically expensive, too. This cuts that down completely. McGonagall nodded. I understand. And you're correct about ministry policy regarding the slaying of such a creature. However, I don't believe that Albus or Severus will let this go. Normally, basilisk hide would go for almost 1,000 galleons per square foot. The venom for substantially more. Potentially, you have hundreds of thousands of galleons in potion supplies here. I'd make certain that it's secure. Harry smirked. If anyone can penetrate the security on this thing, they've earned it, Professor. I doubt they can, though. With a nod, McGonagall brought the conversation back to the important issues. Can you provide any more information about what happened in the chamber, Harry? Harry just shrugged. There's not a lot, Professor. Really. We bickered for a few minutes, slipping into and out of Parseltongue. He called the basilisk. I fought it, killed it by stabbing it with a sword and then destroyed the charmed diary. The corporeal Tom vanished the instant the diary ended. I didn't want to deal with Ginny, so I cast a sleeping spell on her. Fawkes came down and brought me back up to the hospital wing. I released the lockdown, and came back to my dorm for a shower, because frankly, I stank. Then I came to see you. McGonagall nodded. Very well. As the deputy headmistress, I would like to ask a favor of you, Mr. Potter. Shoot. Would you seal the Chamber of Secrets, so that it can never be entered again? Already planning on it, Harry admitted. I was gonna put a password on it so even if Hogwarts fell to a Parselmouth, they wouldn't be able to open it. McGonagall's eyebrow shot up. Do you believe Hogwarts falling is a possibility? Harry shrugged. No one knows the future, Professor. Not even Sears. It could happen. I'd just do it out of general principle. Good enough, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. However, I believe that Albus will not settle until he has spoken to you at length. Well, he's gonna be very unsettled for quite a while. I have no intention of speaking to him about anything. Well, I suppose academics, but all he's gonna do is tell me to take divination again. His tone reflected his disgust at that thought. McGonagall shared his distaste. I understand. He has spoken to both myself and Professor Flitwick about it, stating that you need to be in divination class and says that he has a valid reason for the request, but he hasn't told us what the reason is. Harry snorted. Unsurprising. It's probably something that I should be told, but the old man thinks I'm too young and childish to know. Is it any wonder that I'm not following him like a good little sheep? Hermione's eyes narrowed. Do you know why he wants you in that class? She asked slyly. Yes, Harry admitted. Can you tell us? Not yet. Even Dumbledore doesn't know that I know, and he if did know that I know he'd be all pissy and try to make sure that I don't know that I know, and I'm fairly certain that statement can get confusing. Harry replied with a grin. Mr. Potter, McGonagall began, I am aware that your knowledge seems far more complete than any normal second year, even with your prodigious reading speed. Could you answer some questions? Some, Professor, yes. But not everything. I truly wish I could. Explain, but I can't yet. It's still too early. Luna cleared her throat, her eyes lighting up. We must be patient. The day of truth comes closer, but there are still trials before it arrives. Luna, Hermione looked at the odd little bee. Owned, do you know any of Harry's secrets? Yes, I know of one. Luna replied, slowly turning her lit-up gaze towards Hermione. I know the biggest. She could see Hermione building up for another question. However, he has not told me any more than he's told you. In fact, he's told me less. But, because of who and what I am, I know. Can you share? Luna tilted her head as she pondered, seeing the ramifications of that action. If I told you now, it would result in the destruction of Wizarding Britain by 1997. Muggle Britain would fall within 8 months. Your parents would be tortured for almost 3 years before being allowed to die. The rest of us would be exterminated as blood traitors within the first purge. Oh, Hermione looked sick. Do you know when we can be told everything? Again, Luna was seeing. I believe July 1995 will be the time. Harry's eyebrow shot up. Is that definite? Nothing is set in stone, warrior. Luna replied, her voice falling into the frankly terrifying temporal aspect. The future is not set. There is no fate but what we make. With a nod and a sigh, Harry turned back to Hermione. Well, there you go. At a rough guess, another 2 years before I can tell you. Hermione pouted outrageously for a moment, before nodding. He still hadn't lied to them. And now she had a date for when the answers would be forthcoming. So far, Harry had kept his word. She'd wait. For now, things quickly settled down for the remainder of the term. The exams came and went, Harry and his friends scoring perfect marks across the board. Of course, Snivellus tried to accuse them all, even one of his beloved Slytherins, of cheating, but McGonagall quickly put a stop to it. Two of the Ravenclaw 7th years asked for a quiet word with Professor Lockhart about his book, after a quiet prompt from Harry, and reported that they'd been attacked. A brief investigation by Professor Sprout, Flitwick and McGonagall revealed a pair of failed memory charms. The truth quickly followed. Harry had been involved with some pretty serious correspondence over the last week. It had bugged Hermione when all he'd told her was, "It's just clearing up some loose ends." She accepted it, though, knowing that she'd have more luck getting blood from a stone than information from Harry. It was only a few days later that she found out what he was doing, when he took her for a walk to see his first ever friend, who'd been fortunate enough to avoid going to Azkaban this time around. They quickly found him outside his hut, a huge pipe in one hand with a large tankard of tea in the other. Hagrid, Harry said, stood proud and tall, looking every inch the proud head of an ancient family. "Harry," the huge man asked, lowering his pipe. "Is everything all right?" Harry nodded slowly. "As your head of house, Hagrid, I have orders for you." Hagrid cocked his head. "Oh, yes. On Monday the 5th of July 1993, you will go to the Ministry of Magic, where you will sit your Care of Magical Creatures OWL examination," Harry said, prompting Hagrid to grin. "I'm a bit past taking exams, Harry." "No, you're not," Harry said. "And as a protectorate of my family, I must insist." Hagrid nodded slowly. "Oh okay, Harry. So, Monday the 5th, I've got my owl. Correct. On Tuesday the 6th of July, you have your Care of Magical Creatures Newt examination." Hagrid's grin vanished. "2 exams. Harry, I'm not exactly." "On Wednesday the 7th of July, you have your Care of Magical Creatures Mastery examination." He grinned at Hagrid. "You'll be an expert, Hagrid. You never know when that sort of thing may come in handy. Besides, you know so much about all these strange beasties, you can piss all over your mastery." With a confused blink, Hagrid shook his head. "I don't think so, Harry. I can barely string." "Hagrid," Harry interrupted kindly. "Stop it. We both know that you're one of the foremost creatures experts in the country. Good Lord, the Minister of Magic himself was consulting with you about the various beasties. You can do this. You will do this. Besides, I hear on the grapevine that Professor Kettleburn's retiring, something about wanting to spend more time with his remaining body parts. At the moment, you are the most qualified person to teach creatures, but how much better will that be if you have a mastery in the subject, too?" Hagrid nodded slowly. "I wonder how you know about that, Harry. It'll give you a nice little mental puzzle while you're studying, because I'll never tell." Harry smirked. "But, you're right, Professor Dumbledore was saying about me taking over a mastery would certainly help." "Excellent." Harry nodded and extended his hand. Hagrid took it carefully, not wanting to crush Harry. "I expect to hear from you when you've passed them. And in the summer, we'll go shopping for a new wand for you." "Oh okay." Hagrid dropped Harry's hand, then turned and went back into his house, muttering about finding that damned quill. Harry held out his hand to Hermione, leading her away from Hagrid's hut. "Harry, how did you know that Professor Kettleburn's retiring?" "I overheard Professor Burbage in the corridor last week." Hermione nodded. "So, you're making Hagrid take exams." Harry slowed and looked at her. "I'm making him live up to his potential, Hermione. He has the knowledge to pass his exams. If it hadn't been for Voldemort, he'd have been doing this for decades. Besides, the money from being a certified creatures master is way more than being a groundskeeper. It'll let him get wankered even more." Rolling her eyes, Hermione nodded. "Fair enough. Anyway, I need to go and see Professor Sprout about the summer homework. Do you want me to come with you? Do you have any questions about it?" "Not really. I'll be fine, Harry." She reached up and gave him a chaste key on the cheek, before scurrying, her face burning, towards the greenhouses. Harry reached up and pressed his cheek, feeling his own face burn. "Women," he muttered, shaking his head before carrying on into the school. On the way, he was accosted by tall, dark and smelly Potter. "What did the teenage Dark Lord say to you?" "Piss off, Snape." Harry tried to push past him, but Snape backhanded him with all of his strength, watching Harry spin away from him. Snape quickly grabbed Harry's chin, and pointed his wand at him. Legilimens. Snape found himself floating in the darkness. Harry's mindscape was corrupted, The starship in front of him had no shields, and was leaking plasma from its nacelles. Snape drifted forward, floating through the open door, seeing bodies lying on the ground. He strode onto what he assumed was the ship's command center, and saw a figure in bright pink, leaning over a console, crying heavily. Consoles rained down sparks, the lights were dimmed, and smoke soiled the air. The main chair turned around, revealing Harry Potter, sat regally, dressed in black. Well well, Snivellus. You were told. You were warned what would happen if you tried this again. Computer, restore ship to standard specifications. A beep echoed throughout the ship's hull, and the bridge was suddenly pristine. You know, for someone who's supposed to be a master at this, you're pretty shite. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. You believe that you should have unfettered access to my thoughts at any time. Everyone's thoughts, even. Well, let's see how you like it. Snape suddenly flinched as he felt a mental assault completely bypass his occlumency shields. He felt a stinging pain behind his eyes for a moment, before suddenly, his vision grayed out. He woke up in the hospital wing, the itchy bed and bright lights doing nothing for his composure. He saw Dumbledore and Potter standing next to his bed, and he sneered. Attacking a teacher, Potter. I'll see you expelled for this. He looked at Harry, directly into his eyes, but felt nothing. Oh, Professor. I'm afraid that won't work anymore. That stinging pain you felt. That was me placing a barrier inside your brain, powered by your own magic, preventing you from using occlumency or legilimency. As of right now, you're an open book to the professor here. The barrier can only be unlocked by a Parseltongue password uttered by me and a code phrase from Professor Dumbledore. Neither of us knows the other's password. If your abilities are needed for any duties, we'll unlock them. For teaching, though, you'll just have to make sure you're doing your job properly. Albus, you can't be serious. Surely you'll not let a student dictate terms. Dumbledore looked down at the reformed Death Eater sadly. Severus, I have warned you on several occasions that Mr. Potter is not his father. I asked you, I ordered you, and advised you to avoid Mr. Potter. You decided to ignore those warnings. This is entirely your own fault. Your mind arts abilities will remain bound until I am convinced that you can be trusted not to abuse them. Albus looked at him with a harsh warning on your face. If you approach Mr. Potter in any way that is not vitally essential to a Hogwarts education, you will find the reprisals I extract will be most dire. Albus left the hospital wing, leaving behind a fuming Snape and a smirking Potter. You know the best bit, Snivellus? Harry asked in a conspiratorial manner. He thinks that he's working to get back on my good side. He doesn't know that I don't have one. But you, when the time comes, dear friend, I will kill you. Your life will end at my hands. I promise on the blood of my line that you will die, Snivellus Snape. As Potter was walking out, he started singing a song. You think he's an open book, but you don't know which page to turn to, do you? Malicious laughter was heard down the corridor, leaving Snape to gnash his teeth in pure rage. The evening before the last day, Harry entered the Great Hall, vaguely amused and highly offended at seeing a good portion of the school body waiting for him. Ah, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore called from the head table. The school has gathered because they would like to honor you for your defeat of the basilisk and the saving of the school. Harry's eyes narrowed instantly as he took in the sheepish looks on the faces of the vast majority of people. Really? He stated icily. This is the same group of people that said I was a murdering psychopathic trainee Dark Lord, isn't it? Dumbledore frowned. Yes, but they have come to realize their folly. Harry just snorted and made his way to the Ravenclaw table, where Hermione and his friends waited. Harry. Dumbledore called out. You know not to call me that. Harry said as he climbed onto the bench. My apologies, Mr. Potter, but are you not going to accept the gratitude of your friends and peers? Well, my friends never accused me in the first place, and my peers are mindless cretins who, even when I told them the truth, decided to ignore me, so no, I won't be accepting their platitudes. Maybe this incident will prompt them to think about things before making wild accusations, and that even rash, foolish, impulsive actions have lasting consequences. He leaned forward and grabbed a tray of sandwiches. But you have to forgive us. Ernie Macmillan stated woodenly. No, I don't. You can work towards redemption, Macmillan, but I don't give forgiveness. Dumbledore's frown increased. This is not good. In order to become the savior the world needs, he must be meek and humble. This kind of defiance could cost the wizarding world everything. Mr. Potter. No. Harry interrupted, not even bothering to look up at the head table. I have no desire to go to your office and listen to you lecture me about forgiveness being divine. In case you didn't notice, I'm not divine. And I have no desire to continue this conversation. Harry continued to eat his sandwich, making almost every other student in the Great Hall feel like fifth wheels. They didn't know what to do. Dumbledore gestured at the benches. Very well, Harry. I can see you're not yet ready to talk about this like an adult. However, we shall be continuing this conversation in the future, when you're a bit more mature. Hermione was leaning closer and closer to Harry as the conversation continued, and felt a rush of anger towards the old man for belittling Harry so thoroughly in front of the entire student body. Even more unfortunately, for the sheep of the wizarding world, every word that came out of Dumbledore's mouth was practically law. By declaring Harry as childish, that image of him would be plastered across the whole of Britain by the time the children got off the train. Harry, she whispered. Not a problem. He whispered back, not looking up. Trust me, I know. It'll get worse before it gets better, Hermione. She yelped as she felt a hand squeeze her thigh comfortingly. Damn school rogues really do ruin things. Harry muttered, a cheeky smirk on his face. Damn you, Harry Potter, Hermione thought as she plotted her revenge. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.